1. Became a waste. It was midday in the hot summer city of Suwon. Cheng Fan woke up from his bed in a muddle. Just as he wanted to get out of bed, a sudden feeling of vertigo caused him to hit the closet uncontrollably. A loud noise traveled to the living room, and a young woman was seen quickly arriving. The woman looked innocent at first glance, the type that could turn heads without makeup. The innate outstanding temperament looked out of place with the faded clothes and the grease-soaked apron on her chest. "Are you awake?" the woman asked cautiously. She had wanted to reach out to help, but was a little afraid, worried that her actions would make the other person resentful. The meal is already ready. I'm going to go. Go. This afternoon. The woman gritted her teeth. I want to go to the talent market and see if there are any jobs that suit me. Without waiting for Cheng Fan to open his mouth, the woman panicked again and explained. Yun is still small. It's the time to grow your body. I can eat one less meal a day. The money I earn every month, in addition to living expenses, is also all given to you. Looking at the pale woman, Cheng Fan's eyes were filled with doubts. He only remembered that a moment ago, he was still in the immortal realm ruling the strongest god-killing temple, wanting to lead 10,000 followers to break the heavenly Tao. However, at the end of the heavenly Tao, he was absorbed by an unknown devouring energy. Thinking of this, Cheng Fan's head began to hurt again. Scattered memories frantically tumbled through his mind. When the woman saw that Cheng Fan didn't say anything, she was so scared that she was busy waving her hand and said, "I'm sorry, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Well, I'll go and clean up." Seeing the woman leave in a hurry, Cheng Fan got up and went to look in the mirror, until he was instantly stunned when he saw the disorganized hair, fragmented scruff and slim body in the mirror. This isn't me. He finally realized that this was no longer the immortal world. Even his body and looks had changed, as if he had had an accident while attacking the heavenly Tao. Cheng Fan, an unemployed hobo, greedy for money and sex, also abused alcohol and liked to gamble. At the age of 23, he works as a security guard for the Zhao family, which has over $100 million in assets, and successfully hooks up with Zhao Xinran, the daughter of the Zhao family, by virtue of his smooth talk. Unfortunately, his plans were not as good as God's plans. He thought he could enjoy his success by getting Zhao Xinran pregnant, but his grandfather, Zhao Genhua, found out and expelled him from his home. He also threatened that he would never set foot in the Zhao family again. That day, Zhao Xinran chose to follow Cheng Fan without hesitation, because she felt that she would never look away. But things didn't work out the way she had hoped, and in 5 years, she had already been overwhelmed by reality. If there is no Yun, she does not know what is the meaning of her life. On the other hand, after Cheng Fan's hope of joining a wealthy family was dashed, he only knows how to idle all day long, drinking and playing cards. The key to self-esteem is very strong. They do not make money will never allow Zhao Xinran to go out to make money. He was afraid that he would bump into the Zhao family and laugh at him behind his back. No! Cheng Fan suddenly let out a roar, only to feel the blood rush upwards, topping his head. I didn't expect that my Cheng Fan's reputation as a killing god for a lifetime would be ruined. Just what kind of person can live to be in such a state now? Slick talking, not looking for advancement, eating up without squatting, don't know to go out and make money. Damn, why is there such a wimpy man in the world? He immediately stretched out his right hand, only to see a cloud of gas like red blood slowly emerged. This was the aura of heaven and earth, which only cultivators could release. Cheng Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had lost most of his cultivation, it was good that he could still continue to cultivate. Dad! Just as Cheng Fan was trying to sort out the current relationship, a little girl's tender voice suddenly came from behind him. Dad, the food is getting cold. The little girl was none other than Cheng Fan's daughter, Yun, 5 years old, ready to go to kindergarten. However, due to the family's lack of money and Cheng Fan's lack of attention, it had to be put off. To think that as a god of murder, he actually had a wife and child overnight. It was a feeling with mixed feelings. Yun was malnourished, so her body and bones developed much later than children of the same age. However, those big eyes were very spiritual, as well as the delicate features followed Zhao Xinran's merits. Faced with the sudden appearance of his daughter, Cheng Fan could only pretend to nod calmly. There was only a plate of stewed potatoes on the table, and a plate of dry-fried string beans. Zhao Xinran tightly wrapped Yun behind her. She was afraid that her meatless husband would suddenly lose his temper and hit the child. Why aren't you guys eating? I am not hungry, and neither is Yun. Seeing Zhao Xinran's rushed look, Cheng Fan sighed lightly. I'm not hungry either. You guys eat. Such a good woman, giving up her family's wealth to follow you until now, actually doesn't know how to cherish it. One could only say that the former owner of this body was a complete waste. Dad, don't blame Mom, okay? Mom said that the family has no more money, that's why we can't buy meat. When Yun grows up, she'll make lots and lots of money so that Dad can eat meat every day. Zhao Xinran had injuries on her body, It was 5 days ago when she was beaten by Chang Fan during dinner because there was no meat. Yun Yun was also present at that time and witnessed it. I don't blame her. You guys eat, Chang Fan said back. He didn't get angry. Instead, he secretly condensed a delicate cloth doll through his aura and handed it to Yun Yun. This was the birthday wish Yun Yun had made only a few days ago. Unfortunately, her father felt that buying a rag doll was a waste of money and left it at that. Yikes, this is my favorite rag doll. Mom, look, Dad gave me the rag doll. Looking at the cheering Yun Yun, Zhao Xinran was first surprised, then the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She knew that Chang Fan would not do this easily, unless it was another crooked thought. Chang Fan, however, did not think much about it and turned around to enter the house. He intended to quietly straighten out all the things on the earth first. That afternoon, Yun Yun was playing alone in the hutong holding a cloth doll. At this time, outside the hutong slowly stopped a black Maybach. A young beauty with stunning appearance and outstanding temperament indifferently asked, matching result? Perfect match. The dangling-eyed youth driving the Maybach immediately returned. Sure it's all been negotiated? That punk has already promised to sell his daughter's heart for 100,000 cheap. If I were Zhao Xinran, I would definitely die with him. The beautiful woman opened the car window and looked at Yun Yun who was alone over the house. For the sake of Tatsu's future, do it, too. The afternoon is always leisurely. Usually Chang Fan would go out to find 2 or 3 friends to play cards at this time. Zhao Xinran had planned to wait for her husband to go out for a gap and go to the job market to inquire about jobs. Suddenly, the cell phone on the living room sofa rang twice. Chang Fan's cell phone? Zhao Xinran subconsciously came to the front of the sofa, ready to hand the cell phone to Chang Fan in the house. When she reached out, she suddenly realized that there was a transfer message of $100,000 on the screen. There was also a text message. As for the sender, note was Ting. Not knowing the screen lock password, Zhao Xinran had no way to see the content of the message, but the word Ting was exceptionally eye-catching, because it was her cousin, Zhao Yuting. The transfer message and Zhao Yuting's text message, one after the other, were separated by less than 2 minutes, making Zhao Yusin suspicious. Why did she transfer $100,000 to Chang Fan? Zhao Yusin's heart sank and she immediately went to find her daughter. She vaguely remembered that Zhao Yuting's son suffered from congenital heart disease and needed a heart transplant. It was just that for a long time. A living heart that could be matched could not be found. It's impossible. A tiger's poison doesn't eat its son. Zhao Xinran kept comforting herself. But at this time in the hutong, where there is still the figure of the daughter, only a delicate cloth doll, lying on the cold floor tiles. Yun, you don't scare Mom. You come out quickly. Don't play hide and seek with Mom anymore, okay? Zhao Xinran fumed like crazy to look everywhere, but never saw her daughter. Gradually, she realized that her daughter may have had an accident. Soon, Zhao Xinran came to her cousin's townhouse. This villa was a gift from Grandpa Zhao Genoa who spent $10 million on Zhao Yuting's 18th birthday. Compared to the rental house Zhao Xinran was currently living in, the difference was too obvious. Inside the villa, the dangling-eyed youth teased, "Your sister is here. What are you going to do about it? Let her come in." Zhao Yuting was none other than the young beauty sitting in the Maybach earlier. She returned with one hand holding her wine glass. The door opened and Zhao Yusin immediately barged in and questioned, "Is Yun Yun here with you guys? You guys give Yun Yun back to me. Where did that crazy dog come from?" Just entering someone's house and barking furiously, Zhao Yuting got up and made a mocking remark without slowing down. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb your life. You just need to return Yun Yun to me." Yun Yun was the only thing Zhao Xinran relied on to live. If her daughter was gone, she would definitely choose to commit suicide without hesitation. "Don't you think you're being ridiculous? If you lost your daughter, why did you come to me to look for her?" Zhao Yuting sneered condescendingly. It was clear that the two were cousins, and both were rich family daughters. Nay, one was covered in Chanel, while the other could only wear roadside stalls. But in terms of temperament, Zhao Yusin had never lost. She was certain that Chang Fan had sold her daughter to her cousin and suddenly knelt on the ground and begged, "Sister, I know I'm wrong. Please give Yun Yun back to me." Since she was a child, Zhao Yusin had only knelt once. It was still when she left the Zhao family 5 years ago, kneeling to the back of her grandfather, Zhao Zhenhua. That kneeling wasn't because of regret. It was because she hoped that her grandfather would take care of himself. Now that she was kneeling again, it was for her daughter Yun Yun. At the same time, she completely lost any hope for her husband. She originally thought that Chang Fan would reform one day, but she didn't expect that the other party would be so cold-blooded that he would even trade his daughter with her. "Chang Fan, I hate you for the rest of my life." "Mom!" Suddenly, Yun Yun's voice came from Zhao Yusin's ears. She rekindled her hope and rushed up to the second floor in a frenzy. The year in the dangling eyes had wanted to stop it, but she was helplessly bitten by Zhao Yusin, directly biting her arm with blood flowing out. Zhao Yuting gave an angry look. Waste. After cursing, she followed and rushed upstairs. When Zhao Yusin pushed open the door to one of the rooms, the sight in front of her made her heart twist like a knife. Yunyun's face, arms and legs are full of whip marks. The twisted braid that was tied in the morning has also been spread out, like a little beggar. Yun, it's Mom who is sorry for you. Zhao Xinran held her daughter in her arms. It's Yun who is disobedient, causing Mom to worry. The well-behaved Yun endured the pain and in turn pacified Zhao Xinran. The more she understood, the harder it was for Zhao Xinran. The heart felt like it was being gripped hard, and tears came out of her eyes. Why is that man so cruel? This was his own flesh and blood. How could he? Zhao Yuting, who arrived later, grimaced when she saw this scene and said, a pair of ES. She directly took out an agreement from her wallet. On it was written in black and white that Cheng Fan, as Cheng Yun's father, was willing to transfer his daughter's heart to Zhao Yuting for $100,000. The surgery would be performed within 3 days, and there would be no reneging. If it is reversed, the compensation will be 100 times. Seeing 100 times the amount of compensation, only despair remained on Zhao Xinran's face. Doing the math, that was a whole $10 million. Even if she was still in the Zhao family, it was impossible for her to casually come up with $10 million. But there was not only Cheng Fan's signature on it, there was also a handprint. This is the path you chose for yourself 5 years ago. If you want to blame yourself, you should blame yourself for being blind and finding a loser for a husband. Zhao Yuting sneered. But you can rest assured that I'm just giving that little lesson. After all, she still has the organs that Cinnabar needs. Just because you can't hit the little one doesn't mean you can't hit the big one as well. Zhao Yuting suddenly gave Hanging Eyes a look, and the latter understood and picked up the whip and scolded. Bitch, you think you're still the Zhao family's daughter? Snap! The Dangling Eyes whip was directly thrown at Zhao Xinran's body. Don't! You guys don't hit my mom! Yun cried out and tried to block in front of her mom. But she was dragged by Zhao Yuting directly from the smooth marble floor to the corridor. Mom! The successive whippings made Zhao Xinran's body almost invisible in its intactness. Blurred in consciousness, she still only had Yun in her eyes. She tried to grab her daughter's hand, but Yun was tied to the parapet with a rope like a dog by Zhao Yuting. Cheng Fan snapped his eyes open and looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. He touched his stomach that had been rattling for half a day and thought to himself that the mortal body was really troublesome. If it was still the body of an immortal king, even if he didn't eat for 100 years, he wouldn't feel anything. Usually Zhao Xinran would be cooking in the kitchen. Why is she so quiet today? Cheng Fan left the bedroom, only to realize that his wife and daughter were not there. So he sighed and was about to go to the kitchen to look for food. Instead, he inadvertently saw the cell phone on the sofa. When he followed Earth's memories, he managed to unlock it and saw the transfer information and text messages on the screen. The temperature around him instantly plummeted to 0. There's me. Zhao Xinran had wanted to kneel on the ground and beg her cousin Zhao Yuting to be able to bypass them mother and daughter, even if it was to kowtow a few times harder, as long as Yun can return to the side dignity and anything else can be discarded. She watched in despair as Yun was chained to the guardrail, unable to do anything about it. She had thought more than once that it was too cruel to bring Yun to this world. From the beginning, she knew that Cheng Fan was only using Yun as a bargaining chip. She bet that Zhao Genoa would let him join the family for the sake of Yun, or worse, give a sum of money to go far away. This kind of man really doesn't deserve to be a father. Even if it is said to be human scum, it is not too much, but there is no way. Cheng Fan held her to death. In the middle, she tried to escape several times, but failed to escape from the other party's mountain of 5 fingers. Too tired, she really wanted to close her eyes, but as soon as she closed her eyes, the shouts of Mom were all in her mind. Sister, if you let Yun go, I can work for you as an ox. My family has plenty of servants. Lacking you? Zhao Yuting said grimly. I only want Chen to live like a normal person. Ooh, you guys stop hitting my mom. Yun was on all fours on the ground, trying to use this method to break free from the rope. From a distance, it looked like a dog. I'm willing to give my heart to my brother. I'll take anything from me as long as you stop beating my mom. Yun was only 5 years old this year, but she had a good behavior and understanding beyond her peers. How could such words, coming from her mouth, not make Zhao Xinran, a mother, feel heartbroken? However, when her parents died in a car accident, no one in the Zhao family really felt any more heartache for her. When is Dr. Lu coming over? Zhao Yuting asked. Her shapely figure was the center of attention everywhere she went. Her delicate features were also not inferior to any of today's female celebrities, but even more beautiful was only on the outside. But on the inside, she was sinister and vicious to the point of being heinous. In this world, there is no bad mother for the sake of her children, but it doesn't mean that she herself is a good person. The dangling eyes were just attracted by Zhao Yuting's appearance. and glanced at the six-figure worth of the name table and said back, "Estimated to arrive soon." "I don't want an estimate. I want the exact figure." Zhao Yuting glared viciously at the dangling eyes. "You should know very well what we're doing. I just want the surgery to be completed as soon as possible without any external interference." After saying that, he looked at Zhao Xinran again, without the slightest bit of guilt in his eyes. "Your daughter is worse off alive than dead anyway. It would be better to give her heart to Chen Chen and live in another way. You don't have the right to do that." Zhao Xinran suddenly roared with crimson eyes. "Whoever it is, please save my child." Zhao Xinran cried out helplessly inside. Snap! Hanging Ice struck Zhao Xinran's body directly with another whip. It hit Zhao Xinran so hard that she was completely numb. Looking at Zhao Xinran with mute eyes, Zhao Yuting suddenly laughed. "Seeing how pitiful you are, I can give you a chance." "Thanks. Thank you." Zhao Xinran thanked over and over again without thinking. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuting's words changed. "I can let you personally watch this surgery." What else could be more cruel than these words sounding? In Zhao Xinran's eyes, the cousin in front of her was the devil. Bang! The door of the villa was suddenly kicked open. A slim youth in a white t-shirt was seen breaking into the villa with heavy steps. The youth was none other than Chang Fan, who had moved to rush here after seeing the text message. He really hadn't thought that there would be a father in the world who could be so heartless that he could even trade his daughter's heart. This, coupled with the fact that he had no queen for 3,000 years in his previous life, made him cherish this sudden daughter even more. "Chang Fan, is that you?" Zhao Xinran's eyes were already swollen from crying and her seeing was a little blurry. It was only when she saw the t-shirt she had given to the other party last week that she asked in a small voice, not daring to be sure. At the same time, anger and hatred swept through. On the contrary, Zhao Yuting and Hanging Eyes hadn't thought that Cheng Fan, this punk, would suddenly appear. But there was really no difference between coming and not coming. Seeing that Cheng Fan only focused on climbing up to the second floor, Hanging Eyes suddenly yelled at the several bodyguards around him. "What are you all standing there for? Do it!" Three middle-aged men in suits with sunglasses pounced on Cheng Fan at the same time. Each of them was tiger-backed and wasted, and they were one size bigger than Cheng Fan to the naked eye. Adding the fact that Earth's Cheng Fan was a loafing loser, how could he be a match? Bang bang bang! 3 punches. Cheng Fan only used 3 punches to knock all the bodyguards down. Too weak, not even as good as a child in the immortal world. If it wasn't for the fact that he had lost most of his cultivation when he crossed over, he could have settled it with just one finger. Hanging Eyes and Zhao Yuting, however, looked incredulously at the bodyguards who fell to the ground. They thought to themselves, is this still the same soft man from back then? Cheng Fan's pace on the stairs was a bit heavy, and the red aura lingering in his hand seemed to burst at any time. He squatted down and yanked off the rope with brute force, holding Yun Yun who had fainted from crying in his arms. He then looked at Zhao Xinran, but saw the other party unconsciously fall backward. Perhaps in her eyes, Cheng Fan was more terrifying than Zhao Yuting. On the contrary, Cheng Fan never had the luxury of being forgiven. With me here, no one in this world will be able to bully you mother and daughter again. The Cheng Fan of this world was a murderous immortal world god of murder. But even if his hands were stained with blood, he would still possess 7 emotions and 6 desires like a normal person. What's more, the memories had also been fused successfully. With such a wife and daughter, what more could a husband ask for? Zhao Xinran was originally a bit resistant, but now she had no one to turn to. In the end, she jumped into Cheng Fan's arms. She kept patting Cheng Fan and cried, "You caused us so much pain. I have long thought of leaving you. Do you know that? If it wasn't for you, my life would have been more exciting than it is now. Do you know that? Yun Yun wants a father who loves her, but you only hurt her. Do you know that?" The 3 consecutive questions asked Cheng Fan with a heavy heart. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Yet, he still didn't know how to answer. "With a punk like you, will anyone believe what you say?" Zhao Yuting said grimly from the side. Dr. Lu hadn't waited, but had waited for a waste. The key this waste didn't know where he got the ability to knock down 3 bodyguards at the same time. But in her eyes, trash was always trash. She suddenly growled towards the dangling eyes. "Chang Wenbing, haven't you always said that you love me and can give up everything for me? Since you love me, kill him now." Chang Wenbing, the Chang family's eldest young man with over $10 million in assets in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Regardless of his status in terms of background and looks, he was not worthy of Zhao Yuting. At first, he was a little resistant to the idea of killing, but when he saw Zhao Yuting's angry gaze, he suddenly rushed downstairs and took a fruit knife, and then with bloodshot eyes, he cursed at Cheng Fan. "The contract was signed by you, a punk, and now you're running around asking for people. I'm going to you." "No!" Zhao Xinran screamed and looked at the fruit knife as if it was plunged into Cheng Fan's belly. Unbeknownst to her, the knife was caught in midair by Cheng Fan with one hand. Then he heard 2 sounds. Chang Wenbing suddenly wailed hysterically, "My leg! My leg!" He then felt a sharp pain below his knee. Only when he lowered his head did he realize with horror that the bones in both legs were actually misaligned at the same time. 4. Girlfriends gathering. If he was in the immortal world, Cheng Fan would not hesitate to kill Chang Wenbing. This kind of enabler was the most annoying. But on Earth, he didn't care to dirty his hands for a thing. Kicking and breaking 2 calf bones was considered a lesson sent to the other party. Zhao Yuting held the handle of the stairs and fell backward in terror. She had never seen such a brutal picture before, and seeing Cheng Fan was simply scarier than seeing a ghost. Sis, Zhao Xinran immediately reached out to warn. However, she heard a piercing scream as Zhao Yuting directly fell down the stairs due to a footstepping on the ground. She fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Blame yourself. Cheng Fan indifferently swept his eyes at Zhao Yuting. Then he held Yun Yun in his arms with one hand before bending down to help Zhao Xinran up. What to do, Cheng Fan? My sister she won't have already just fainted. Nothing serious. Cheng Fan had long ago checked Zhao Yuting's body through his spiritual sense. Although the breath was still there, I'm afraid that this life could only be spent in a wheelchair. Really? Zhao Xinran raised her head and carefully looked at Cheng Fan. The man in front of her with a haggard face and messy hair but sharp eyes. Was he really her husband? He actually appeared so promptly and even held Yun Yun in his arms. As far as I can remember, it seems that Yun Yun has never been held by her father. Chang Wenbing's calf had been misplaced, but he was able to endure the intense pain and crawl to Zhao Yuting's side. Seeing that the other party was unconscious, he suddenly roared hysterically. You pair of dogs, the Zhao family will definitely not let you go. Snap. Without looking back, Cheng Fan lightly snapped his fingers, and Chang Wenbing's arms were also misplaced at the same time, and that miserable scream once again surrounded the entire villa. There was also that bank card with $100,000 in it, which was also thrown on Chang Wenbing's face. 2 hours later, the husband and wife were sent to the hospital at the same time, and the old lady Zhao, who had learned the news, had a sullen face. Her favorite is this granddaughter. The villa and luxury car is also her secret gift. The old lady leaned on her crutches and asked after getting into the Mercedes-Benz business, who did this? There was also a middle-aged noblewoman in her 40s in the car. The noblewoman was Zhao Yuting's mother and said in agitation, Mom, it's all because of that girl Zhao Xinran, and that punk Cheng Fan by her side. When that wild girl severed her relationship with the Zhao family, I gave her enough face, since she wants to get involved with the Zhao family again now. Don't blame me as the old lady for turning the other cheek. Mom, what about us? Zhao Yuting's mother really hated to cut Zhao Xinran into 1,000 pieces. Instead, the old lady grimaced and said, it's Genoa's birthday in 3 days, and old family Master Yi will be there in person at that time. There's no time to pay attention to that wild girl. When the birthday is over, I will personally do justice for you. When he returned home, he saw Cheng Fan carefully placing Yun Yun on the bed in the living room. The rented room was a one-room apartment. Cheng Fan and Zhao Xinran slept in the bedroom while Yun Yun had to sleep in the living room. Sometimes Zhao Xinran couldn't bear to stay with Cheng Fan at night, so he would secretly get up and hug Yun Yun to sleep. Cheng Fan, Zhao Yuting and the Zhao family won't let us go. After arriving home, the more Zhao Xinran thought about it, the more fearful she became. If she let her grandparents know about this, they would definitely be furious. Cheng Fan, however, walked into the bedroom unimpressed and took out the clothes and placed them at the end of the bed in the living room. Cheng Fan, are you listening to me? The Zhao family will definitely. Starting today, you and Yun Yun will sleep in the bedroom and I will sleep in the living room. What? Zhao Xinran looked at Cheng Fan in dismay. She suspected that she had heard wrongly. The man in front of her would actually take the initiative to ask to sleep in the living room? It was him who had driven Yun Yun to the living room in the first place. Looking at his wife who was full of incredulity, Cheng Fan continued, tomorrow I will find a way to go out and make money. You find a few good kindergartens for Yun Yun at home. After Cheng Fan finished speaking, he returned to the bedroom to continue organizing things. Through memory fusion, he already had a general understanding of Earth. For Zhao Xinran and Yun Yun to be able to live normally, money was a necessity. Moreover, through the computer, he knew that there existed bodyguards, mercenaries, assassins, and other hidden professions on Earth that came to money relatively quickly. Cheng Fan entered the house for a long time, but Zhao Xinran was still dumbfounded in the living room. Making money? Finding a kindergarten for Yun Yun? Did these words really come out of Cheng Fan's mouth? Are you sure you're not dreaming? The next day, St. Rob's Cafe. Zhao Xinran held Yun Yun's hand and walked into this upscale cafe that hadn't been here for a long time. Although it was a bit confined, it still attracted many male gazes. Xinran, we're here. In a corner of the cafe, two beautiful women with their own unique style were sitting together to catch up. The young woman on the left side with long black curls, a net red face, and a famous brand waved towards Zhao Xinran, and the woman on the right side with a single ponytail and a pair of round-framed glasses smiled knowingly. The long black curls were named Su Qian Qian, and the single ponytail was named Lu Xiaoran. They were both Zhao Xinran's girlfriends from her college days, and now they were meeting here for afternoon tea. Xinran, this is your daughter? Su Qianxian looked at Yun Yun in surprise, then turned towards the little boy not far away and waved. Yang Yang, come over and bring your sister to play with you. That was her son, 8 years old this year. Completely different from Zhao Xinran, Su Qianxian, despite her average family background, had found a little-known rich second generation. Every day, she lives a life of brocade clothes and what she wants. The LV limited edition bracelet on her wrist is very eye-catching when she beckons, then took out the 6-digit handbag on the side, pulled out $500 and handed it to his son. Yang Yang, remember to take good care of your sister. Do you hear me? Yang Yang was slightly chubby and similarly covered in name brands, causing Yun Yun, who was standing next to him, to look shabby. After nodding, Yang Yang turned away with an impatient face. Yun Yun, on the other hand, glanced at her mom and then followed obediently. You all have children, and look at me, I'm still single. If I don't get married again, I'm going to become an older leftover woman. Lu Xiaoran complained from the sidelines, but both knew that she was joking. What's so good about getting married? Su Qianxian suddenly interjected. Look at Xin Ran. She was the Zhao family's daughter in the beginning, but now she's been scourged by her man. If I were Xinran, I would just slap her man and leave him alone. This topic made Zhao Xinran more or less embarrassed. She actually wanted to borrow money from Su Qianxian this time. The jewelry was all pawned, and the savings were all spent, so she wanted to find her best friend to help her out. When she was about to open her mouth, Su Qianxian suddenly smiled. Xinran, I heard that you don't have a job yet. Zhao Xinran blushed, but still nodded. That's great. I have a job here, I don't know if you want to do it. Su Qianxian held her chin with both hands and continued. Monthly salary of 10,000. 2 meals are managed, and it's not tiring. There's also your own private space when you're not doing anything. 10,000? Zhao Xinran was a bit surprised. Although she graduated from a prestigious university, she had only worked as an accountant for a period of time in her family's company since she graduated. Now that a job with a monthly salary of over $10,000 was suddenly in front of her, could she not be excited? So out of the blue, she asked, Qian, I haven't worked for years, will someone really hire me? You can let this point go, I am the boss. When these words came out, Lu Xiaoran next to me laughed badly. I get it. You want to pull Xinran into your dragon group as HR? You guessed wrong. I want Xinran to help take care of our family Yang Yang. I think you all know that Yang Yang's father and I are too busy every day to take care of Yang Yang. I'm relieved to leave Yang Yang in the hands of my best bestie, Su Qianxian explained. But Lu Xiaoran frowned. You want Xinran to work as a nanny in your house? I promise. Originally, Lu Xiaoran wanted to speak for Zhao Xinran. We were all good girlfriends. No one was worse off than anyone else. But Zhao Xinran, for the sake of Yun Yun, and for the sake of her husband who had not been able to change his ways easily, she was perfectly capable of giving up her dignity to take this job. It's just a matter of helping to take care of your best friend's child, not to mention that you have a daughter yourself, so there's no problem at all. Get lost? Who wants to be friends with a stinking beggar like you? Yang Yang's voice suddenly came from the hall corridor. Immediately after that, they heard countless dinner plates spilling out onto the floor. Yun Yun wanted to use the reasoning that her mother told her every day to take the initiative to become good friends with Yang Yang, but the latter was pushed by the latter with force and directly crashed into the dining car. 5. Transcendent Existence. The center of Suwon City. Cheng Fan was grabbing a blonde foreigner at this time. Following the address in the group, he managed to find the Dragon Tower. The building had a total of 108 floors, and was hand-built by the Yi family, a powerful family with a total asset of over $10 billion, for the Yi Group's office. In the middle of the night, Cheng Fan discovered the Zhao family security Weibo group through his cell phone. Although he was fired 5 years ago, the group had been kept. There were about 30 people in the group and everyone worked as security guards in different companies of the Zhao family or in the Zhao family villas. There was a lot of chatter in the group, all about Yi Rushuan, the daughter of the Yi family, being targeted. Yi Rushuan is known as the youngest business genius in Yanxia. She had just graduated from university and started working for the Yi family, and was rumored to have been targeted by assassins because she had offended too many companies. 3 days ago, the news about the bodyguard's death was related to Yi Rushuan. Now the Yi family is planning to spend a huge amount of money and hire someone to arrest the killer. General Manager's office on the 66th floor of Dragon Tower. 2 burly muscular men were invited to accept this commission. They were also from the strongest mercenary corps in Southeast Asia. The young man was a mixed race, and from time to time, he winks at the long-legged beauty on the office chair, and then flashes his muscles. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was dressed in camouflage uniforms, with dark skin and a lingering aura emanating from his body. Beautiful Ms. Yi, I already know the commission mission. but this time the killer is more difficult. According to the information, he comes from the most mysterious assassin organization in Italy. It will be difficult to catch him, the mixed-blood youth said in fairly fluent Chinese. The camouflage-suited middle-aged man followed and nodded in agreement. The Italian country was full of powerful assassins, and unlike mercenary groups, they liked to haunt the darkness. Ming people don't talk in the dark. How much do you guys want to add? The Chinese-haired old man sitting on the leather sofa on the right side said calmly with a cup of tea. The old man's name was Yi Longyang, the head of the Yi family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The mulatto youth rolled his eyes and stretched out 2 fingers. $20 million. We will definitely help you catch that dastardly killer. Yi Longyang put down his teacup and asked, "You can guarantee to complete the mission?" Right now, the Yi family was on edge. $20 million is just a drop in the bucket. Mixed Blood was secretly delighted, just about to nod. The long-legged beauty on the office chair suddenly said in a cold voice, "You guys can leave now." What? Mixed Blood and Camouflage looked at each other. "Ms. Yi, are you kicking us out?" This was the general manager's office of Yi Group, and likewise Yi Rushuan's office. Her gaze was slightly cold, and she exuded a high and cold temperament. Especially those charming legs were wrapped in a one-step skirt, making countless men's hearts yearn for them. "Ms. Yi, you should know that that killer is very cunning. I believe that only we can personally catch it." When the Mixed Blood wanted to explain, he was interrupted by Yi Rushuan. "Did I not make myself clear enough? Or you guys can't understand what I mean? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You will definitely pay for this." The two of them got up and turned away in anger. On the contrary, Yi Longyang frowned and said in a skeptical voice, "Xianer, why did you drive them away?" "Grandpa, you know, I hate sitting on the fence." Originally, the negotiation was $5 million, but it was temporarily raised to $20 million. This practice made Yi Rushuan very unhappy. "By the way, Grandpa, doesn't our Yi family know a high-ranking person from the martial sect? Fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. With this $20 million, I'd rather ask a high-ranking person from the martial sect to settle it." Yi Rushuan pouted towards her grandfather. "Martial sect?" Yi Longyang shook his head with a bitter smile. "Xianer, you are too naive. What kind of transcendent existence is the martial sect? It's an honor to even meet them." Ringing, the landline suddenly rang at this time. When he answered the phone, he heard the female secretary say urgently, "General Manager, there's a madman who wants to see you. He also kidnapped a foreigner into the elevator." "Crazy man? Kidnapping?" Yi Rushuan was puzzled when the office door was suddenly pushed open. He saw Cheng Fan kick the foreigner to the ground and stared at Yi Rushuan and asked, "Are you the Yi family's daughter?" Because it came so suddenly, Yi Longyang and Yi Rushuan hadn't reacted yet. Seeing an old man and a young man ignoring people, Cheng Fan squatted on the ground and grabbed the hair of the foreigner. When facing Yi Rushuan squarely, he then said, "I heard that you guys are hiring people to catch killers." "He is. How much are you guys going to pay?" "Ha?" Yi Rushuan looked at Cheng Fan in dismay, and then at the foreigner sprawled on the ground. If it wasn't for the turquoise-blue pupils, that face had actually been beaten to the point where he probably couldn't even recognize his own mother. The foreigner kept shouting and wanted to break free, but even as a gold medal assassin of the Italian country, it was impossible to be Cheng Fan's opponent. "Ka!" Cheng Fan grabbed the right arm of the foreigner and gently pinched it. Then with a miserable scream, the foreigner's arm was directly dislocated. This scene, watching Yi Longyang's pupils shrunk. To know that the old foreigner's arm is as thick as a normal person's thigh, how could it be easily dislocated? Could it be a high-level martial arts disciple? "I can't understand what he said, so you guys handle it yourselves. As for the payment, you guys watch and give it." Yi Rushuan frowned, feeling that the youth in front of her was too barbaric. She was about to call security when she saw Yi Longyang suddenly tremble. "Dare I ask, Senior, is he a member of the martial sect?" "Martial sect? What the hell was that?" Cheng Fan had never heard of the martial sect, nor did he have any memories of it. However, Yi Longyang had already identified it and said excitedly, "Senior, can we discuss the matter of payment after we are sure?" "Better hurry up. I still have things to do," Cheng Fan impatiently urged. Half an hour later, Yi Longyang came to the phone. After learning that the foreigner was indeed an Italian killer, and was also a gold medal killer, he looked at Cheng Fan with even more awe. This person in front of him was definitely a transcendent existence coming out of the martial sect. Although he didn't know why he would take this kind of commission, he must not be easily slowed down. Getting up, he respectfully asked, "I wonder what Senior's mental price is." Yi Longyang had already made plans for 8 figures, or even 9 figures. After all, a businessman had to know how to consider things from a long-term perspective. On the contrary, Yi Rushuan became equally nervous when she learned that the youth might be from the martial sect. Was he the legendary martial sect master? Although a bit savage, it seems like he is indeed very strong. Cheng Fan, on the other hand, held his chin and remained silent for a moment before saying, 3 million, no lower. 3 million? Yi Longyang suspected that he had heard wrong. Not 30 million, not 300 million, but a mere 3 million. Unbeknownst to him, 3 million was considered more than enough for Chung Fan, who had just crossed over. At least this money could temporarily solve the kindergarten expenses. It could also go to a more remote place and place a new home for the mother and daughter. 6. Don't lie. The loud noise in the cafe instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Seeing Yun Yun, who fell on the ground not knowing what to do, Zhao Xinran immediately got up and wanted to go over to hug her daughter. However, Su Qianxian's movements are faster than hers, coming to her son and nervously saying, "Yang Yang, are you hurt? That little beggar is so annoying." Yang Yang impatiently pointed at Yun Yun. "I've said I don't want to be friends with her and she just keeps pestering me. Mom, let's not be with this kind of person. It's so embarrassing." This was an upscale cafe. Most of the people who could come in were gold collars or rich second generation. Originally, Zhao Xinran and Lu Xiaoran were planning to change to a more ordinary place to party, but they were hammered by Su Qianliang. Seeing that her daughter had a scratch on the back of her neck and her arm was bruised, Zhao Xinran felt a pang of heartache. She was just about to go fetch iodine POV and band-aid from her bag when Su Qianli directly called out to her. "Zhao Xinran, how did you teach your daughter?" Being yelled at by Su Qianxian, Zhao Xinran was confused. Obviously the one who was pushed was Yun Yun, and the one who was injured was also Yun Yun. How come it's Yun Yun's fault now? Qian. It seems like Yang Yang accidentally pushed Yun Yun. Zhao Xinran wanted to explain, but halfway through her sentence, she was disliked by Su Qianxian. "What do you mean? Planning to put the blame on our family, Yang Yang? Losing me to treat you as my bestie for so many years." "Okay," Lu Xiaoran finally snapped. "Qian, we are all friends. It's not so bad, right? Not so much?" Su Qianxian indifferently swept her eyes at Zhao Xinran and said, "Our family's Yang Yang is very expensive. Can she afford to pay for her injuries?" In her eyes, Zhao Xinran was just an object for her to show off. What college classmates? What girlfriends? All bull asterisk. Seeing Su Qianxian furious, Zhao Xinran, who was already distressed about her daughter, didn't dare to say anything. She knew that the other husband's family had assets of over $100 million, which was about the same as the Zhao family's heritage. Thinking about her current life again, she couldn't afford to be offended at all. "Mom, I'm fine. That fall just now clearly hurt, and the back of her neck was scratched with blood marks." But Yun Yun was still strong enough to get up and laugh. "Mom, look, I'm still alive and kicking." "You're alive and kicking, but our Yang Yang was scared by you." Looking at her former best friend's ugly face now, Zhao Xinran's heart was lost. There were so many things she wanted to cry about, but she could only hide them. There was also Yun Yun, who really wanted to be able to give her a carefree upbringing. Facing Su Qianxian's tirade, Zhao Xinran was silent. The matter of borrowing money, she no longer expects. The job can also be found again. Now it's just a matter of choosing to endure for a while, and the wind will calm down. Lu Xiaoran really couldn't look away and said, "Qian, Xinran and Yun Yun both know it's wrong. This is a public place. If we keep talking like this, I'm afraid it will have a bad effect on the child." She was kindly trying to help out. Unexpectedly, Su Qianxian intensified. "What's wrong with a public place? My husband is worth over $100 million and I'm the HRD of Tinglong Group. Casually you can pack the whole cafe. Auntie Su is sorry. I hope you can forgive me." Yun Yun's eyes were slightly red. She who didn't even know where her mistake was. Taking the initiative, she went forward and apologized in a childish voice. The surrounding crowd pointed towards this side, all knowing that Yun Yun is well behaved and understanding, but no one dared to stand out and comment. "No way." The sound of assets over 100 million scared off everyone. The more Su Qianxian saw, the more angry she became, and suddenly stretched out her right hand. Seeing that the slap was about to land on Yun Yun's face, her arm was grabbed in midair by a big, strong hand. "Let go." Realizing that someone dared to obstruct herself, Su Qianxian immediately screamed, until she got a good look at the man in front of her and what he was wearing. She then suddenly screamed, "Get your dirty hands off me." She saw a man wearing a t-shirt and jeans, and his hair was still a bit messy. The key clothes were dirty, and bloodstains were still vaguely visible. Being grabbed by the arm by such a man was simply dirtier than being thrown into a pigsty. Chang Fan? Zhao Xinran was the first to recognize the man. It was none other than her husband, Chang Fan. But this was an upscale cafe. How did he get in? And the clothes on his body, did he go to a fight? Zhao Xinran was still a bit confused, but it was Yun Yun who looked at Chang Fan with aggression and fear. Probably the Chang Fan in the past had caused many shadows to his daughter, especially in places where they ate and entertained outside. But whenever he came across something that didn't have any face, he came home to give his wife a beating and scolding. Chang Fan squatted down and asked towards Yun Yun, Tell me what just happened. Dad, nothing happened just now. Yun Yun shook her head, not daring to tell the truth. She was afraid that Dad would blame Mom again, why she had to disgrace him outside. Still, the individual guy next to her who was watching the incident, told the story of what had happened. Learning that his daughter was pushed and his wife was publicly humiliated, Cheng Fan's forehead suddenly blazed with veins. He first took a deep breath before slowly exhaling. Turning around, he swept his eyes at Su Qianqian and Yang Yang who was beside her with a bad smile on his face. Cheng Fan, what do you want to do? Seeing her husband walking towards Yang Yang, Zhao Xinran immediately exclaimed. On the contrary, Cheng Fan stretched out his right hand and pushed it towards Yang Yang under everyone's dismayed gaze. Because of the marble floor, Yang Yang's but landed on the ground and cried out in pain. And after Su Qianqian reacted, the whole person instantly turned into a shrew cursing. You pair of dogs, and a bastard on top of it. Day. Right at this moment, a pair of fine heels stepped on the marble floor, making a crisp and sharp sound. The crowd quickly squeezed in a competent beauty wearing an OL uniform with gold eye frames. She first nodded knowingly towards Cheng Fan, then turned to Su Qianqian. Li, Secretary Li? The capable beauty's full name was Li Ku, the secretary of the general manager of Tinglong Group. It would be here because Yi Rushuan had explained that she would send Cheng Xiao home no matter what. However, halfway there Cheng Fan sought his wife in the cafe and asked for a stop. Let's go. Cheng Fan picked up his wife who was in a daze and held Yun Yun's hand again to walk to the door. But Zhao Xinran was now filled with what he had just done. Looking at her husband's back, she learned that he also had such a childish side. Su Qianqian is my best friend from my college days. I understand everything. It's okay. Cheng Fan didn't say much. Just 6 words gave Zhao Xinran an unprecedented sense of security. Yun Yun, on the other hand, blinked her big eyes curiously and asked, Dad, why are you here? See that car? Cheng Fan pointed to the Bentley parked outside the door. I came in it. Don't tell lies in front of the child. This is not good. Zhao Xinran suddenly spoke. She could tolerate any shortcomings of Cheng Fan. Only lying was not okay, especially not lying in front of a child. In the cafe, Su Qianqian looked at Li Ku in awe. She was the HRD of the Dragon Group branch, while Li Ku was the secretary of Yi Rushuan, the Yi family's business wizard. Secretary Li, why are you here? It was definitely fate to see the general manager's secretary here. Plus, Su Qianqian recently had the idea of going to the head office. As long as she could get on good terms with the other party, it would naturally become a lot smoother. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Dragon branch. Don't forget to go to the finance to settle your salary for the month before you leave. Li Ku's pretty face was slightly cold as she pushed her iframe and said, 7. Be yourself. Secretary Li's personality is just like the capable dress she wears, not dragging her feet at all. Before Su Qianqian could react, she pushed her iframe towards the door. On the contrary, the crowd around her started pointing, most of them thinking that Su Qianqian was too much of a drama queen before she lost her job. Zhao Xinran, on the other hand, doesn't know what's going on here, and is hesitating to look for Cheng Fan to buy a battery car. She had already thought about it. The best kindergarten in the city would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. This amount of money was difficult with the current economic situation. It just so happened that not far from the rented house, there was a pretty good kindergarten that cost about 30 to 40,000 a year. As long as I can find a job, I'm sure 30,000 to 40,000 a year won't be a problem. If you buy a battery car, it will be very convenient for you to take Yun Yun to and from school. However, she was afraid that Cheng Fan would feel that she was spending money recklessly. Cheng Fan, let's go. Li Ku came close, and laughed out gently without losing her generosity. On the way here, she never knew Cheng Fan's specific identity. Only from Mr. Ye's mouth did she vaguely learn that the other party was not simple, and that even the chairman of the board had to be courteous when he met him. As a professional secretary herself, she must not be easily neglected. Cheng Fan, you know each other? Zhao Xinran looked at the two in surprise. Just now, she heard Su Qianqian address the other party as Secretary Li, and her attitude was also very warm. Ingredient was usually used to loafing around, so how could she possibly know this kind of big shot? Hello Ms. Zhao, please don't misunderstand, Li Ku gently explained. We are college classmates, so that's how it is. Zhao Xinran nodded indistinctly and didn't think much about it. She knew that Cheng Fan used to be a graduate of a well-known college in China, and it was normal to know such a classmate. Unbeknownst to her, that graduation certificate was also a forgery. Cheng Fan mainly wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want his wife and daughter to know about his crossing too soon, fearing that it would be difficult for them to understand. He found such a reason. Li Ku smiled sweetly and turned towards the Bentley Continental not far away, until the driver got out of the car early and took the initiative to open the door. Zhao Xinran couldn't help but look at Cheng Fan in surprise. I said it a long time ago, it's you who don't believe it. Chang Fan shrugged his shoulders and held Yunyun's small hand towards the Bentley. And behind him, Zhao Xinran was still in shock. As the former daughter of the Zhao family, she of course knew that the price of this Bentley was by no means less than $5 million. Even for the Zhao family, there was only one, and it was only used when receiving important VIPs. Could it be that she was the secretary of a certain executive in the Dragon Group? To know that is a $10 billion group, she usually do not even dare to think of the behemoth. When the Bentley drove into the old neighborhood, it became a bright landscape. How many men, women and children purposely ran out just to have a close look at the luxury car. Before getting out of the car, Li Ku asked uncertainly, Chang Fan, is this really your home? It was hard to imagine that a big shot who was treated as an honored guest by ye old family lord would live in such a place. This place didn't look like a formal neighborhood at all. There were 1 or 2 story squares everywhere, and the concrete roads were built with potholes. Behind the key neighborhood, there was also a garbage collection station. It was summer, and from time to time, unpleasant odors would waft in. What's the problem? No problem. Where are things going to be put? Li Ku asked carefully. In the trunk, a craft box was being placed. It looked square and ordinary. Yunyun came close and asked towards Chang Fan, Dad, what is this? This is the birthday gift I prepared for a certain old man. A birthday gift? Yunyun blinked her big eyes and then asked. Dad said, is it Grandpa Tai? Last time when she was kidnapped to the villa by Zhao Yuting, she had heard about great-grandpa Zhao Genoa's birthday. When she learned that the things in the box were gifts used to celebrate his birthday, Li Ku's expression suddenly became unusually odd. After she had greeted and left, Zhao Xinran then stared at the box and said in a suspicious voice, Chang Fan, could it be that you plan to attend Grandpa's birthday? Even if we don't go, there will be someone who will specifically invite us. Chang Fan's tone grew cold as he spoke. It was because he knew that the Zhao family could not let their family of 3 off so easily. On the contrary, Zhao Xinran wanted to speak. After finishing dinner, Chang Fan was ready to get up and clean up the dishes, but was stopped by his wife. No, you go inside and rest for a while. Just leave this place to me. The two had been married for 5 years, and they simply didn't have the same kind of feelings as a couple. Chang Fan had always played himself, treating Zhao Xinran like a nanny. After drinking heavily, he would again use his wife as a punching bag. In short, there was no humanity to speak of. Looking at the coy Zhao Xinran, Chang Fan only sighed and turned around to go into the house to continue looking for information. Now $3 million had arrived, but if this money is spent on Yunyun kindergarten expenses, and the cost of buying a house basically does not have anything left, so must find other money-making errands as soon as possible. After about 2 bells, the bedroom door opened. Zhao Xinran habitually unlocked the door and whispered, You can turn around. Turn around? Chang Fan couldn't quite understand what his wife meant. Solely, he turned around and faced the other side. Zhao Xinran, on the other hand, quickly came closer and bent down to skillfully start helping him undo his belt. Chang Fan was violently shocked at the sight and immediately got up and asked, What do you want to do? Probably startled by her husband's actions, Zhao Xinran immediately explained. I'm sorry, Yunyun wanted to learn Chinese words. I didn't pay attention to it all at this point. I'm not asking about that. Looking at his nervous wife, Chang Fan realized what the other party wanted to do. Alas, he actually really didn't want the other party to be like this every day. He hated to tell the truth now, yet he was worried that the other party would find it difficult to accept. Is it that I did something wrong and made you angry again? You can tell me. I will definitely change. Zhao Xinran's desire to survive seemed pathetic to Chang Fan. He shook his head and said, We are equals. You don't need to do things against your heart just to please me. Just be yourself. These words came from Chang Fan's heart. As an immortal world-killing god, there were times when he was unwilling and lonely. Unwillingness was due to not succeeding in breaking the heavenly Tao, and the loneliness was because after the god-killer certified the Tao, his body was empty. Now it is not easy to have a wife and daughter. How dare you not cherish Dragon Tang Mansion? You said that Elder Chang lives in a poverty-stricken area? Yi Rushuan's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Secretary Li in disbelief. It was old family Master Yi who did not move and laughed. A small hideaway in the wild. A great hideaway in the city. This is the style that a high person should have. However, the words turned. Because of this, it is all the more reason why we should have a good relationship with Elder Chang. Yi Rushuan nodded, while staring at the empty tabletop on her right. The vision and thoughts of the Marshal Sec Sr. are truly unique. Not wanting tens of millions of dollars in payment, but choosing a clock instead. It's a good thing that clock is worth a lot. It's worthy of the high person's identity. 8. Little broken car. Zhao Xinran held her daughter for the first time to sleep on the bed in the bedroom. The bed in the bedroom was soft because of the Simmons, and Yunyun quickly fell asleep in her arms. It was just that Zhao Xinran had a hard time sleeping through the night, constantly thinking about those words of her husband. She realized that lately her husband seemed to have changed. He doesn't drink wine, doesn't smoke cigarettes, and doesn't lose his temper in 3 sentences like before. Thinking of the secretary Li she had seen in the cafe during the day, Zhao Xinran suddenly had an inexplicable sense of crisis. Could it be that he has made up his mind to abandon us mother and daughter? Chang Fan, who was lying on the bed in the living room, was similarly sleepless, thinking about whether or not to take on more anti-assassination orders lately. He felt that it would be quicker to make money. It would be fine if he worked as a security guard, but he could only get some dead wages every month. He wanted to give the best to both mother and daughter, and did not want them to be unable to raise their heads in front of outsiders. The next day, Zhao Xinran prepared breakfast and took Yun Yun to the nearby park. Breakfast was simple, 2 poached eggs and a slice of warmed bread, but in Chang Fan's eyes, it was a cozy warmth that he couldn't enjoy in the past. Just after eating, he heard some noise outside the door. Through the window, he saw a black luxury car almost blocking the street. When he saw the Bentley at the head and the license plate, Chang Fan frowned slightly. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have gotten into the car yesterday. He hated being disturbed by outsiders as well as being pestered by people chattering on and on. The driver quickly got out of the car and opened the back door, and the first thing that appeared was a walking stick. Immediately afterward, Yi Longyang slowly got out of the car with the driver's assistance. When he turned around, he couldn't help but look at the surroundings. Yi family can have today's splendor, all thanks to 2 generations of hard work a little bit in exchange, so he could best appreciate the taste of having no money. There is also Yi Rushuan's secretary Li Ku, from the second S-series Mercedes down. The surrounding households have looked lively. Some began to gossip about whether Cheng Fan's family of 3 had recently struck lucky and actually managed to tie the knot with such rich people, but most people knew that Cheng Fan had a big temper and thought that he had probably gotten into big trouble. Yi Longyang did not pay attention to the crowd's remarks. He leaned on his crutches and slowly walked towards the iron door that was losing its paint. Just as he was about to reach out, he saw Li Ku rushing in with quick steps. "Elder Yi, it's better to let me do it." As soon as the words fell, Yi Longyang suddenly glared angrily at Li Ku. Unlike words, this represents old man's sincerity. Can't an outsider just interfere? Yes. Sorry. Li Ku hurriedly lowered his head and retreated behind him. Originally Cheng Fan did not intend to open the door, wanting to let this old boy know what to do. Unexpectedly, he soon heard Yi Longyang piously say, "Today, no matter what, the old man must see the senior." It wasn't that Yi Longyang was deadbeat. How could he, who was sitting on a $50 billion family fortune, make a late move? The main worry was that Cheng Fan would leave with his family overnight after his address was known. After all, many worldly masters would do this in order to escape the world. Having no choice but to get up early and open the door, Cheng Fan had no choice but to open the door. "Senior, so you are really at home." Yi Longyang was greatly surprised. However, the first thing Cheng Fan noticed was the craft paper bag that was clipped to the doorway. Ignoring Yi Longyang, he opened the craft paper bag and saw an invitation letter. The content of it was probably an invitation for the 3 of them, as a family, to go to the Zhao family mansion to attend Zhao Genoa's birthday banquet. It's true that what should come will still come. "Ha, what did you say, senior?" Yi Longyang asked out loud. Cheng Fan retrieved the invitation and indifferently swept his eyes at old family master Yi. "Something?" Seeing his senior's tone of voice, Yi Longyang was busy explaining. "I hope senior will forgive us. We came here because we want to thank senior for his generous offer yesterday." "You should have thanked us yesterday. What else do you have to thank us for?" He knew that this old boy had mistaken him for a strong martial sect member of Yanxia. In fact, he had also investigated the martial sect through the computer last night. Unfortunately, he didn't get any answers, not even basic information. From this, it could be seen that the martial sect should belong to the mysterious forces in Yanxia. Yi Longyang's old face reddened and laughed awkwardly. "Senior doesn't know. My granddaughter is already worth more than $5 billion. What does it have to do with me?" He, the late generation has the audacity to ask senior to continue to protect my granddaughter. Learning that the opportunity to make money came to his door on his own accord, Cheng Fan asked without moving, "And then? As long as we can eliminate the root and branch, and put an end to future troubles forever, any more remuneration the late generation is willing to pay." At the same time, Yi Longyang gave a wink to Li Ku who was standing beside him. He saw the latter busily take out the Ferrari key from the folder. This was the latest supercar that Yi Longyang had ordered someone to buy overnight last night, worth $15 million. Now, he was able to do so without blinking an eye, signaling Li Ku to hand over the key to Cheng Fan. A small gift, no honor. For the Yi family, a $10 million supercar was indeed no honor, but in Cheng Fan's opinion, it was a little too high profile. He knew very well how much weight the former owner of this body had. It was impossible to drive a supercar around the streets for no reason. That would be too flashy and would definitely be discovered by someone with a heart. "You should know that I've always kept a low profile." Cheng Fan lowered his voice and said, What is the purpose of you giving me a supercar? When these words came out, Yi Longyang instantly sweated in fear. He had counted 1,000 times, but he had actually left this matter out. So he sweated and said, Senior, don't worry, another car will be delivered later, and it will definitely satisfy Senior. Seeing that this old boy's attitude was not bad, Chang Fan nodded his head without further difficulty. Actually, his request was very simple. Sending a random $1 million car would be enough. If he couldn't, the S-Class Mercedes on the street would do. Anyway, the day after tomorrow when he took his wife and daughter to attend the Hongmen banquet, he couldn't be too high profile and couldn't act too shabby. After leaving, Li Ke took the initiative to ask, Yi old man, what do you think of the Maybach S-Class? No, Senior said it was to be low-key rather than downgraded. In Yi Longyan's opinion, the Maybach S-Class couldn't hold a hand at all. After hesitating for a moment, he said, 2 days ago, did Shenghua buy a red flag back? Shenghua was Yi Longyan's eldest son, and likewise Yi Rushuan's father. That's right, it's a limited model L90. How much was it? The total price is $12 million. He's it. That night, when Zhao Xinran brought Yun Yun home, she happened to see the red flag parked outside the door. Strange, whose car is this? Looking at the word red flag on the rear of the car, Zhao Xinran muttered, until she entered the door and saw the car keys lying on the table. She was surprised. Chang Fan, the car at the door? Li Ke entrusted someone to send it. Chang Fan immediately said back, why did she send us a car? Zhao Xinran's heart tightened, suspecting that the midnight speculation would come true. On the contrary, Chang Fan had already thought of a reason and said, I helped her with 2 pieces of information yesterday. It should be a thank you gift. Thank you gift? This car isn't cheap, right? Although Zhao Xinran didn't know much about cars, she vaguely felt that it was extraordinary when she saw the shape of the red flag outside the door. Not to mention the family's current conditions, they simply couldn't afford to keep a car. A small broken car, hold up $300,000. 9. Scrapped on the spot. The Zhao family mansion was located in Suihu Court in the northern district of Suwon. In addition to the townhouses, there was also an independent luxury double-story villa covering an area of about 800 square feet. Looking at it now, the price of the mansion has long since far exceeded the existing assets of the Zhao family. It can only be said that Zhao Xinran's father has a unique vision. Spend $10 million to buy and find their own construction. Originally, this villa was left by Zhao's father as a rite of passage for his daughter. Unfortunately, it has always been occupied by the Zhao family. Nowadays, the courtyard of the Zhao family mansion is bustling with people. Outside the courtyard, there were even rows of luxury cars worth millions of dollars parked all over the place. Today, it was the birthday banquet of the old Zhao family head. Therefore, most of the people who could come were non-wealthy big shots. That set of gorgeous costumes dazzled the eyes. Old Mrs. Zhao was assisted by Zhao Yuding's mother, Wang Lan, and slowly arrived at the door nodding at her acquaintances one by one. But there was someone else she was really waiting for. Mom, do you think a big shot like old family master Yi will really come? Also coming from a merchant family, she was naturally familiar with the famous Yi family. Old Master Yi has always been heavy on promises. I believe his old man will definitely come. Old Mrs. Zhao said back. The fact that they were able to climb up to the Yi family was mainly due to the comings and goings between the younger generations. There were 3 golden flowers in the Zhao family's young girls. They were Zhao Yuding, Zhao Yue, and Zhao Xinran. In the eyes of outsiders, each of the 3 sisters had extraordinary temperament and stunning beauty. Among them, Zhao Yue was the only one who didn't have a marriage partner, so she happened to hook up with Yi Linlang, the 3rd son of the Yi family. Not long after they got together, Zhao Yue became pregnant, so this was how the Yi family was passively tied as in-laws. The invitation from the wild girl's side has been sent? That's right, but I don't know if they will come. It doesn't matter if they come or not. Old Mrs. Zhao suddenly grimaced. As long as they dare to come, I'll dare to serve them with the family law. With old Mrs. Zhao's help to back her up, Wang Lan suddenly became full of energy. Just the thought of her poor eldest daughter caused a pang of heartache. Until now, she was still in a coma and had been told that she was likely to be paralyzed for life. Chang Fan, do we really have to go in? Zhao Xinran looked at a luxury car. Or, let's forget about it. She knew that today was her grandfather's birthday banquet, but because she came in such a hurry, she didn't even bring a gift. Also, her current identity was too sensitive. She always felt that she shouldn't come. Chang Fan parked the car and turned around and smiled. The fault for Zhao Yuding is not yours. No need to be too nervous. I go. Isn't this my good sister Zhao Xinran? A less than harmonious voice suddenly came from outside the car. Through the car window, a yellow-haired youth in a black suit was seen mocking. The yellow-haired youth's cheeks were reflective, like he had just been pulled out of an oil tank. The speaking voice was also like a duck's voice. It was hard to hear. His name was Zhao Yuhao, Zhao Xinran's cousin. A typical dude. Uneducated. He only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. Oh no, I forgot that you weren't a member of our Zhao family 5 years ago, and I can't call you sister. Zhao Yuhao smiled and continued, how should I call you? Hello, wild seed? Once these words came out, Zhao Xinran's expression became awkward. The hands holding Yun Yun also subconsciously tightened. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, and your car, red flag? Ha ha ha, it really matches you. Zhao Yuhao laughed wildly and pointed behind him. See that Ferrari F8 in the back? It's mine. $3 million. If you scratch it, you can't even afford to pay for it. Until he moved his gaze down and just caught Cheng Fan in the driver's seat, the clamor came to an abrupt end. He only felt like his body was invaded by cold air and couldn't help but shiver. Rubbish, what are you looking at? Zhao Yuhao reacted and cursed. In the eyes of the Zhao family, Zhao Xinran actually still had some use. That was to take it and marry it to another powerful family. However, Cheng Fan's appearance caused the Zhao family to get too many less benefits. Apologize, Cheng Fan said in a deep voice with a single word. I say your mom's humility. Get lost. Zhao Yuhao blared viciously at Cheng Fan. In his eyes, Li Li Fan was not only poor, but also an unapologetic waste. This car? Actually, Zhao Yuhao did not come alone. Beside him, there was an inch-haired youth in a suit. Compared to the former, he was much more handsome and capable, and wore a valuable watch on his hand. The young man with an inch head was none other than Yi Linlang, who was greeted by Zhao Yuhao alone. Just seeing this red flag driven by Cheng Fan, he felt familiar. Yi Xiao, this guy is A. We don't need to pay attention to him. And the one holding the child, that's our Zhao family's wild seed that left 5 years ago. Zhao Xinran's severing of ties wasn't a secret in the mansion circle. This was all deliberate on the Zhao family's part, wanting to break Zhao Xinran's back. No, this car. Yi Xiao, talking to this kind of is a waste of breath. Let's go, Zhao Yuhao said with a smile. In front of the third young master of the Yi family, he certainly did not dare to be slow. Just as he was thinking of leaving, Yi Linlang finally drifted off. I remember, isn't this the limited edition L90? What? There's a limited edition for a several $100,000 car? Zhao Yuhao froze. The impression of the brand of luxury cars is only Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Maybach, as well as a large number of foreign supercar brands. When did the country also have a limited edition? But he didn't care. Yi Xiao, you're very knowledgeable. Just name a price. My Ferrari. How many against him? On the contrary, Yi Linlang looked at the real one beside him and said, there are only 5 of this model in the world, and the total price of each unit has exceeded 10 million. When he finished speaking, he heard a loud rumble. The Ferrari supercar was actually hit by the ass of Red Flag's car and scrapped on the spot. 10. Delivering the clock. Cheng Fan was too lazy to beat with Zhao Yuhao and secretly released invisible aura to cover the entire body of the car. Then, the front end of the Ferrari F8 became miserable. As the loud noise came, Zhao Yuhao stood still as if he was dumbfounded. That was his most precious car, crying and begging before asking his mom for money to buy it. In less than 3 days, it had turned into the current state. The whole person nearly collapsed. Zhao Xinran afterthought. Dizzy Yun Yun hole in his arms nervous. Cheng Fan, we are in a car accident? The Ferrari behind him had indeed been completely disfigured, but there was no shaking in the red flag car, so Zhao Xinran once suspected that Zhao Yuhao's Ferrari blew itself up. On the contrary, it was Yun Yun who bravely stuck out her little head and asked, Daddy, our car is awesome. Wow. Cheng Fan didn't say anything, but touched Yun Yun's little head. He still didn't know how to be a good husband and father, because everything came so suddenly. One could only secretly resolve to silently guard them. Cheng Fan got out of the car and came to the rear of the car. After carefully inspecting it for a moment, he pointed to the scratch on the cars, but that was less than a centimeter, and said, My car is spent. How are you going to pay for it? At this moment, Zhao Yuhao was in a state of confusion. Now it was his own car that was ruined, but he had to be blackmailed in return? After coming to his senses, he cursed, Cheng Fan, are you looking for death? Cheng Fan actually forgot to say. He, who had been at the peak of the immortal realm for a long time, was extraordinarily sick of people pointing their fingers at him. That would make him feel like he wasn't strong anymore, so he would look for the other person to spar. However, after sparring, the opponent was often left with a pile of white bones. This was Earth, so of course Cheng Fan couldn't just kill anyone, so he grabbed Zhao Yuhao's index finger and gently broke it upwards. Ka! Zhao Yuhao's finger broke, not broken in one place, but all the joints in the finger were broken. At the same time, Cheng Fan sealed Zhao Yuhao's mouth through his aura. Even though it was opened wide, no sound ever came out. Zhao Yuhao was so suffocated that his face was red, his veins bulged, and he almost went over his back. Yi Linlang, who witnessed all this with her own eyes, stared straight at Cheng Fan. Such a powerful force, coupled with a 10 million seat. This had to remind him of the legend. the most mysterious and unpredictable martial sect. There was a desire to make contact. After hesitating for a long time, he realized that Chung Fan had long left with his wife and daughter. When he left, he was carrying an extremely inconspicuous craft box in his hand. Xiao Yu has been out for so long. Why haven't you picked up Mr. Yi yet? Old Mrs. Zhao was bent on setting up Yi Linlang in Zhao Yue. The current Zhao family could only be ranked at the bottom of the business world in Suzhou and Hangzhou. She wanted to grab the Yi family as the leader as soon as possible so that she could gain a firm foothold in the business world in the future. But with so much time having passed, it was reasonable that they should have already arrived. As the sky darkened, the banquet officially began. The Zhao family had been receiving the arriving guests, while Wang Lan was always gloomy. She was also waiting, but the one she was waiting for was Zhao Xinran. In front of the door, Zhao Xinran looked at the surrounding crowd with a slight timidity. Other people are worth more than $10,000 of famous brands, while they and their husbands and daughters are less than 200 clothing. The gap is too big, and it will look out of place. As for the 10 million red flags that Yi Linlang said before, she didn't put it in her mind at all. Mom, you're sweating a lot, Yun Yun said as she understandably helped wipe it off. Seeing this, Cheng Fan took his wife's cold hand and said, "This is your home after all, so there's no need to be too nervous." "I know, but I'm afraid that the Zhao family will retaliate against you. Since we were invited to the birthday banquet, maybe the old man and old lady are looking for you to get back together?" When he first saw the invitation, Cheng Fan still wanted to give the Zhao family a chance. That was, after all, Zhao Xinran's mother's family, and he could also tell that Zhao Xinran wasn't really keen on severing ties. Not for the sake of money, it was just difficult to cut off the only blood relationship. However, when Zhao Xinran heard this, she smiled farcically and said, "I hope so." Yun Yun was already 5 years old, yet she had never seen the two old ladies. This, coupled with what Zhao Yuding had done, had completely chilled her. The crowded hall was announcing one congratulatory gift after another of great value. There were those who sent precious ginseng and those who sent jade. There were also individual wealthy merchants who were generous enough to send gold jewelry worth several $100,000. All in all, every gift sent out has an auspicious meaning: good fortune, longevity and well-being. Elder Zhao, who was seated in the upper seat, was all smiles. The children next to him were all smiles when they saw so many gifts, until Cheng Fan's family of 3 appeared. The harmonious atmosphere instantly disappeared. "Zhao Xinran? Isn't that Zhao Xinran?" Not knowing who recognized Zhao Xinran and shouted. The scene immediately became silent. The gazes of the surrounding people were either surprised or disdainful, and there were also those who were watching. On the contrary, the clansmen of the Zhao clan were all staring at Zhao Xinran in death, and the smiles on their faces were gone. Especially Zhao Genoa, who angrily said, "Who allowed them to come in? Who allowed them to come in? Do you still need to ask?" Ken Wanlan coldly mocked, "Definitely out of money," cheekily running to ask for money to spend. This kind of shouldn't have existed in the first place. There were also other Zhao family members who voiced their abuse, not treating Zhao Xinran as a family member in the slightest. Facing all kinds of abuse, Zhao Xinran began to become overwhelmed. When she was about to turn around and leave with her daughter in her arms, she was suddenly stopped by 2 bodyguards. Seeing the old lady leaning on her crutches, she coldly said, "Wild girl, you still have the face to appear in my Zhao family?" "Grandma, I have an invitation here from you," Zhao Xinran wanted to explain, but the old lady didn't give her a chance at all. Heavily tapping her cane a few times, she said, "My granddaughter Yuting hasn't been victimized by you guys enough? After you guys harmed Yuting, you actually wanted to come and make a big mess of the birthday banquet." "No grandma, we..." Still saying no? Wang Lan interjected, "The surveillance is all there. Only your family entered my daughter's villa that day. What Zhao Yuding wanted to do, how could Wan Lan as a mother not know? She was just trying to add fuel to the fire from the sidelines and screw Zhao Xinran to death. Humph, I won't allow you guys to bully my mom. You bunch of bad guys." Even the 5-year-old Yun Yun could see that everyone was targeting her mom. "You guys are just like the bad women who grabbed me in the first place, trying to beat my mommy, and trying to cut out my heart." Every word of Yun Yun's sentence was like a thorn in Zhao Xinran's arms. Even though she knew her daughter was protecting her, she still felt helpless. She couldn't figure out why the Zhao family just refused to treat her family. When the innocent child said these words, it instantly set off a whirlwind of public opinion. Everyone began to discuss the matter of digging out the heart. In seeking to prove what the little girl said, whether it was true or not, "This damned brat is really like her mom. See me dig out your heart sooner or later and plant it for Chen Chen." Wang Lan glared viciously at Yun Yun. In the Zhao family, in fact, only Zhao Genoa didn't know about his granddaughter Zhao Yuding's hospitalization. He turned his head to look curiously at his old partner, and saw the old lady explain, "We were also afraid that you would be emotionally unstable if you found out. That's why we didn't tell you." When Zhao Genoa learned what happened, he burst into a rage, indiscriminately scolding. You actually dared to harm even your own sister. Are you still not a human being? Zhao Zhenhua had never liked Zhao Xinran, not even a word of care since childhood. Even though he knew that Zhao Yuting was at fault first, he still cursed in front of everyone, without the slightest bit of mercy. Tears, rolling in Zhao Xinran's eyeframes. She was aggrieved, but didn't know how to talk about it. It felt like the whole world was full of malice except for her daughter. Chang Fan, who was beside her, looked heartbroken. Xinran, you take Yin Yin back to the car first. Leave this place to me. Zhao Xinran nodded and took the keys and choked. Chang Fan, you remember to come back quickly. I will. Looking at his wife's distant and despondent back, Chang Fan sighed. He admitted that he was too naive, and shouldn't have hoped that the Zhao family would have a clear conscience. Seeing Chang Fan left alone, Wang Lan suddenly grimaced. And you little bastard, when Bing has already told me all the truth. Said enough? Chang Fan's eyes suddenly changed. It went from calm to sharp in just an instant. It scared Wang Lan so much that he couldn't help but shiver. Then he lifted the box in his right hand and said, this is the birthday gift that Xinran and I prepared for the Zhao family lord. I pooh, Wang Lan said disdainfully. I still don't know what kind of trash is in that tie box. There was a stabbing sound. The tape on the cardboard box had been torn open. Chang Fan reached out, took out an ancient clock and said in a cold voice, this birthday gift, can Master Zhao be satisfied? 11. Arrest. The ancient clock in Chang Fan's hand was elegant and full of flavor. On the left side, front side, and right side of the ancient clock, 3 pink diamonds of about 3 carats were set. The ancient clock was indeed beautiful, but it made Zhao Zhenhua so angry that he covered his chest and nearly fainted. Sending the clock. Sending the end. On a birthday gift, it was an absolute taboo for the juniors to send a clock. Even old Mrs. Zhao was shivering with anger when she saw it. From the beginning, Chang Fan had already prepared a backhand. In his eyes, except for his wife and daughter, all beings were ants. You, Zhao Zhenhua pointed at Chang Fan you for half a day. Frozen could not say anything. He has been infuriated and confused. The sky is spinning. The guests at the scene were talking, never expecting to see such a big show. Wonderful. Really wonderful. After half a second, Zhao Zhenhua's mood improved a little bit, so he snapped at Chang Fan. You little, my Zhao family shouldn't have taken you in the first place. Take your broken bell and get out. As soon as the words fell, he saw a Chinese-haired old man slowly walk out from the corner of the crowd. The old man removed the hat on his head and laughed. Little brother, if the old man didn't see it wrong, the value of this clock, incalculable. Under the tense atmosphere, the sudden appearance of a nonchalant voice would make people feel strange, but when the crowd saw the face under the hat, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. He seems to be old family Master Yi? As the saying goes, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The guests at the scene were not calm. Normally, it was an honor to meet old family Master Yi, so the crowd didn't even dare to question what his old man said. In fact, from the beginning, Yi Longyang was hidden in the corner of the hall. He had already seen Chang Fan and had learned a lot of information about him through the data. He was afraid that if he greeted him directly, it would bother the other party, so he had been holding back. Now that he couldn't bear it anymore, he suddenly stood out. When Zhao Zhenhua saw this, he immediately got up and smiled respectfully. Older brother, I didn't expect that you would really come to my little brother's birthday banquet. To have old brother present, it really makes my humble abode shine. It's a pity that I've made a bit of a fool of myself today. I hope that old brother can forgive me. Zhao Zhenhua took one bite of old brother, just to get close. However, Yi Longyang didn't pay any attention to it, but slowly walked to the ancient clock. This clock should be conservatively estimated to be around $30 million. What? $30 million? Other than the surrounding guests, no one was more shocked than the Zhao family. Adding up all the assets of the Zhao family, it was only close to $100 million. So in their dreams, they didn't dare to think that an ancient clock would actually require 30% of the Zhao family's entire assets. Impossible. Wang Lan's face was filled with shock, never believing that a waste like Chang Fan could take out something so expensive. Old brother, is everything you said true? Zhao Zhenhua asked incredulously. He knew very well what kind of person Chang Fan was. How could a small trash who was idle all day long take out a treasure worth $30 million? Chang Fan was stunned and looked down at the ancient bell at his feet. He didn't expect it to be worth so much, but he just saw it in Yi Rushuan's office and took it with him. So he stared at Zhao Zhenhua and asked word for word, Zhao family master, do you intend to accept this clock, or not? To accept it would be indirectly equivalent to cursing Zhao Zhenhua to death. But if you don't accept it, the $30 million that came into your hands will disappear. The Zhao family was now in a dilemma. However, no one noticed that elder family master Yi even winked at Chang Fan when he finished introducing the ancient bell. Finally, the Zhao family was still having trouble resisting the temptation of money. Although old family master Zhao felt diabolical, he chose to hold back for the sake of $30 million. Xiao Liang, go and receive the congratulatory gift. Xiao Liang was another junior in the Zhao family and Zhao Xinran's cousin. Facing his grandfather's order, Xiao Liang nodded and came directly to Cheng Fan. He was also attracted by the ancient bell full of flavor. After all, the value of $30 million was mesmerizing. Take your dirty feet away. Zhao Wenliang drank towards Cheng Fan with dissatisfaction. Cheng Fan's label of a white boy had actually completely penetrated the hearts of the Zhao family. Even if they took out an ancient clock worth $30 million out, it was still a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. The key was that they still thought they had picked up a great bargain. Bang! When Zhao Wenliang bent down and prepared to hug the ancient clock, Cheng Fan directly stomped on the ancient clock. This kick was worth $30 million. The heads of the people watching were numb. Zhao Zhenhua, who was in the upper seat, couldn't help but roar. No! Cheng Fan withdrew his right foot and said, I suddenly feel that $30 million is too extravagant to give to your Zhao family. Next to him, Yi Long Yang, who knew the origin of the ancient bell, didn't even blink. Instead, he regretted why he didn't find something better to use to vent on his senior. Zhao Zhenhua was heartbroken, watching with bated breath as $30 million just disappeared. The insufferable old lady Zhao suddenly tapped her cane and shouted, Security! Where's the security? Not long after, several security guards instantly surrounded Cheng Fan. They had long been prepared and were just listening for an order. Little, you brought this on yourself, the old lady directly ordered to beat to death. Seeing this situation, Yi Longyang took the initiative to retreat into the pile of people. He knew very well that a few security guards were no match for the martial arts sect senior. Several security guards pounced on Cheng Fan with a brain. However, with a few wails resounding in the hall, their arms were all fractured without exception. Cheng Fan struck with a thunderous blow, not giving others a chance at all. At the same time, the crowd at the scene was dumbfounded, including the Zhao family. It was hard to believe that the 5 security guards were resolved by Cheng Fan in just an instant. In the next second, Cheng Fan came directly in front of Wang Lan. What do you want to do? Wang Lan screamed in fear. At the same time, she voiced out for help towards the old lady beside her. Slap! 3 loud slaps were thrown directly on Wang Lan's face. The first one is because your mouth is too broken. The second one is because you taught a daughter who likes to be a. And the third one is just a simple admonishment to stop looking for trouble with Xinran. Cheng Fan's 3 slaps, although he didn't use his aura, however, they slapped Wang Lan's cheeks red and swollen. Dazed. Then, there was Zhao Zhenhua, who was sitting in the upper seat, and swept his eyes at all the Zhao clan members again. None of these people had ever cared about Zhao Xinran. Revolting, truly revolting. Zhao Zhenhua roared with rage. The good birthday banquet was stirred up. Cheng Fan, however, came to him in a flash and said with a cold face, You think it's over like this? No, I won't just let it go. Cheng Fan's voice was so cold that it made people tremble. All these years, how you treated Xinran and Yun Yun, I will double it back to you in the days to come, and what they have lost, I will also get it all back. For example, this villa. Crazy, old Mrs. Zhao suddenly screamed. You crazy, downright crazy. In the eyes of the Zhao family, Cheng Fan had really gone crazy. Looking at her husband's safe return, Zhao Xinran's hanging heart finally dropped. She was afraid that the other party would do something excessive. Cheng Fan, let's not even come back in the future, okay? Zhao Xinran had already completely died to the Zhao family. It couldn't even be called a home, but an abyss. Every time it appeared, it would bring endless torture. Don't worry, I will never let them hurt you again in the future. Cheng Fan said back, I believe in Dad. Dad will definitely not let Mom down. Yun Yun was no longer like before, always cowering and not daring to approach Cheng Fan. Now she would take the initiative to speak for Cheng Fan, and there was a hint more of admiration in her eyes when she looked at Cheng Fan. That night, Cheng Fan sat cross-legged on the bed in the living room. He was absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth so that he could recover as soon as possible to his previous level of killing God. The shadow-killing demon skill that he had previously practiced in the immortal realm could not be practiced because of the change of an unhealthful body, so he planned to go to the nearby Chinese medicine hall the next day to see if there were any herbs that could quench his body. Unexpectedly at 2 in the morning, the sound of sirens suddenly came from outside the window. 3 Passats were then seen, stopping at the same time. Because the sound was too noisy, the surrounding neighbors turned on their lights. Even the sleeping Zhao Xinran and Yun Yun were awakened. Immediately afterward, 2 middle-aged men in uniform knocked on the door of the room. Cheng Fan. Zhao Xinran looked at Cheng Fan with worry. She didn't know why there were vigilantes at her door in the middle of the night. Thinking that her husband had gotten into big trouble outside again. There was also Yun Yun, at a loss for words, standing at the bedroom door. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Cheng Fan said and opened the door directly. just to see one of them with a bad face. He asked, "Are you Cheng Fan?" After being sure, the two exchanged glances and immediately made an arrest. 12. Killer. A door-to-door arrest in the middle of the night. This would inevitably make people think that Cheng Fan might have committed a major crime. Zhao Xinran looked a little overwhelmed as she held her daughter. She didn't know what her husband had done. She only knew that the consequences could be serious if he was arrested. When she was about to go forward, she saw Cheng Fan turn around and smile. "Don't worry about me. I'll be back soon." This was Yen Xia, and Yen Xia had Yen Xia's rules, so Cheng Fan wouldn't make a move with the vigilantes, instead choosing to honestly get into the Passat. Dad! Yun Yun suddenly broke away from Zhao Xinran's arms, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and rushed out of the house to desperately chase the car. She kept shouting "Dad." Her tender voice was heartbreaking to hear, as if as long as Cheng Fan left may never come back. As she chased after the car, Yun Yun suddenly tripped over a stone on the road and broke her knee, but she endured the pain and wanted to get up again. Cheng Fan, who saw this scene, immediately shouted towards the bystanders, "Stop the car." When the Passat stopped, Cheng Fan got out of the car wearing handcuffs and rushed directly to Yun Yun. This was a feeling he had never had in the immortal world, especially when he saw the scene of Yun Yun tripping over a rock in order to chase after him. His heart ached. "Dad, don't leave me and Mom, okay?" Facing his daughter's request, Cheng Fan softly said, "I won't leave you guys, not in this lifetime." "Really?" Yun Yun asked cautiously. Cheng Fan crossed over to Earth and only lived for 3 short days, but it was these 3 days that completely changed Yun Yun's attitude towards her father. Before, Yun Yun was afraid of herself and her mother being beaten every day, but now she started to worry for Cheng Fan. She would even be afraid of Cheng Fan leaving. "Really?" Cheng Fan reached out and touched Yun Yun's little head, and in the palm of his hand, a faint aura was condensing. As the aura covered Yun Yun's knee, the original wound actually recovered as before without realizing it. "Cheng Fan, you will come back, right?" Zhao Xinran, who chased out, looked at her husband with relief. The first thing she thought of when the security officers came was that her husband might have caused trouble outside again. It wasn't until she saw Cheng Fan's attitude when he was facing his daughter that the thought had been shaken. Cheng Fan nodded and turned to get into the car. When he arrived at the bureau, Cheng Fan did not have any reply to the 2 security officers on the matter of beating Zhao Yuhao and Wang Lan with their hands. He had long guessed that the ones who arrested him could not be anyone else but the Zhao family. Soon, Cheng Fan was put into a dimly lit detention room. Here, besides him, there was another horse-faced man with long hair standing in the corner. The horse-faced man slowly raised his head and laughed wryly twice after looking at Cheng Fan. "Go in and reflect more. Don't have nothing to do all day. Just know how to fight and brawl." The security officers turned away after putting Cheng Fan into the detention room. As soon as the door was closed, the horse-faced man sank, directly pulling out the sharp nib that had been sharpened in advance from his waist. He deliberately hid the nib behind his back and slowly approached Cheng Fan. "Brother, what's the offense?" the horse-faced man asked playfully. Although he looked like a gangster, his body exuded killing intent. There was a killing intent, and his hands were stained with at least 3 or more human lives. And how could an ordinary punk go about killing people? It was obvious that the horse-faced man had been pre-arranged to come in, or had been bribed to deliberately make a trap to come in. "Advise you not to come near me." Cheng Fan didn't want to kill anyone, and even more so, he didn't want to cause trouble in the police station. He knew that if he caused trouble here, the consequences would be more serious. The horse-faced man, however, continued to move his feet in disbelief and got closer and closer to Cheng Fan. "If I were you, I would take the deposit I got beforehand and run away." Cheng Fan was not a little cutie. The one who dared to make a move in the police station was definitely not an ordinary person. Coupled with the killing intent emanating from the horse-faced man, he should more than likely be a killer. Killers would get a portion of the deposit before taking a mission. So the horse-faced man's face changed and changed. "Looks like you've guessed my identity." The horse-faced man was indeed an assassin and a Yen Xia person, but because of law and order and other issues, he never took missions in the country. The main order this time was a huge amount, as much as $10 million. It was only under the temptation of money that he finally chose to take the order in desperation. "You are not my opponent," Cheng Fan uttered a warning. As the immortal world's #1 killing god, he had never been afraid of anyone. Thinking that he could kill him unknowingly with a little trick like this? One could only say that the Zhao family's thoughts were too naive. On the contrary, the horse-faced man was stunned and then laughed maniacally. Before taking on a mission, every killer would know enough about their target so that they could be prepared. Cheng Fan was a useless waste in his eyes, a waste in life, a scum in relationships, and even more like a ball of trash that no one wanted when walking on the road. This kind of target was called a mole cricket by the assassin community. They are the weakest of the weak. If you kill a mole cricket, you can earn $10 million in bounty. This was undoubtedly equivalent to pie in the sky. He directly pulled out the tip of the pen. and then his left hand moved forward to strangle Cheng Fan's neck. As long as the tip of the pen aimed at the aorta and stabbed, the task would be successfully completed. Unexpectedly, the outstretched left hand was grabbed by Cheng Fan in advance and wrenched downward with force. Before the horse-faced man could speak, his mouth was pinched by Cheng Fan. The pain of wanting to make a sound but not being able to do so caused him to break out in a cold sweat, and he could pass out at any time. The tip of the pen landed on the ground, making a crisp sound, and the security officer in charge of guarding outside the door came over and drank. "What's all the noise? If you dare to shout for help, I can do you in a second." Cheng Fan's voice sounded beside the horse-faced man's ears. These words were not false in the slightest. The horse-faced man himself knew that if the guy behind him struck any harder he would really lose his life. He shivered, and without tears, he replied, Sorry, we're idle. We just want to compare notes. Let me tell you, if you dare to cause trouble in the police station, it won't be as simple as just detaining you." Yes, understand." Seeing the security personnel leave, the horse-faced man grasped his fractured left arm in agonizing pain. Just about to open his mouth, he nearly sat on his butt on the ground after noticing the strong killing aura emanating from Cheng Fan's body. "Son of a..." The horse-faced man suddenly cursed. "I was wondering at first, $10 million to kill a punk. It's true that in a list worth over $10 million, there isn't a single good chew." "A list?" Cheng Fan stared at the horse-faced man thoughtfully. Ever since he came to Earth, he had always wanted to find a long-term stable and good money-making job. Key killing was his strong point, and it was better to be able to start from this aspect. "Brother, the two of us shouldn't be peers, right?" the horse-faced man suddenly asked. He realized that Cheng Fan's body had a heavy killing aura. There was also the movement just now. It was not like an ordinary person could easily master it. As for the sound of brother, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. A D-ranked killer like him could only survive at the bottom of the circle. Normally, the missions they took were also ranging from $100 to $500,000. On the contrary, this kill order for Cheng Fan had a 10 million bounty. In other words, only A rank or above assassins were qualified to take orders with this kind of bounty. After roughly understanding the laws of survival of Earth's killers, Cheng Fan stretched out his right index finger and asked, "How much money do you think an order like mine can receive?" The horse-faced man's eyes followed Cheng Fan's index finger, until he realized that there was suddenly and inexplicably an extra hole under his feet, which was also emitting white smoke. The man was dumbfounded. "Brother, you are a martial sect expert?" This was the second time Cheng Fan had heard of the martial sect, and at the same time, he also raised a lot of interest in this martial sect. However, he was now more concerned about how much money he could take orders with his strength. Last night when he went home, he roughly looked over the current house prices in Suhang. Then, there was no more. "Brother, you believe me. With your strength, it's absolutely no problem to pick up a $10 million order." Seeing that the horse-faced man was full of confidence, Cheng Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Sure, brother, I'll be responsible for personally introducing you after you go out. At that time, brother, as long as you pass the examination, you can officially become a member of our assassin community. And brother, if you can advance to S-class assassin, you can go alone to take orders from any rich businessman at home and abroad, without the need to go through the organization's arrangement again." Hearing the horse-faced man's reminder, Cheng Fan felt more and more that this was very similar to the Killing God Temple that he had created in the beginning, especially the internal hierarchy and all the rules. Thinking of this, Cheng Fan suddenly said in a suspicious voice towards the horse-faced man, "I forgive you? Ha, brother, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Transfer $10 million here." Cheng Fan used the tip of his pen and carved a series of numbers into the horse-faced man's palm. A large amount of blood gushed out along the palm of his hand, and the horse-faced man could only grit his teeth and endure it. He knew that this was the only way to live. After carving the card number, Cheng Fan left his cell phone number. "Call me after the transfer." This card was jointly handled by the two when Yunyun was first born 5 years ago. The purpose was to be able to give Yunyun a healthy environment to grow up in, but it was not to be. If Zhao Xinran did not insist on depositing money into the card year after year, I am afraid that it would have become a sleeping card. At this time Zhao Xinran simply do not have the heart to sleep. She made a dozen consecutive phone calls, contacting old friends who used to have some power. Without exception, most of them found reasons to shirk. Individuals even hung up directly after learning Zhao Xinran's identity. Glancing at the only phone number in the memo that he hadn't tried yet, Secretary Li, finally biting his teeth, he dialed it. 13 Rubbish categorization. When she learned that Cheng Fan was arrested at the police station, Li Ku was really shocked. It was already 4 a.m., so she didn't want to disturb the rest of Mr. Yi and the chairman of the board. After comforting Zhao Xinran, she immediately released Cheng Fan from the police station overnight through her own connections. Before coming out, Cheng Fan incidentally asked Li Ku to trust someone to release the horse-faced man together. When he first met Li Ku, the horse-faced man was completely mesmerized, but quickly realized that he seemed to have seen the other person somewhere, until he recalled that the one in front of him was the secretary of the general manager of the Su Hang Dragon Group. He worshipped Cheng Fan even more. He suspected that the other party was a high-ranking person who had intentionally come to the world incognito. In addition to possessing great strength, even the secretary of the general manager of the Dragon Tang Group had to nod and bow to him with respect. When he thought that he had actually tried to carry out an assassination on him, he felt a pang of fear. Logically, Cheng Fan, who had been helped, should at least treat Secretary Li to a meal as a thank you, but he was in no mood to care about that right now, especially after learning that it was his wife who had found Li Ku. He wanted to see them even more quickly. 7 o'clock in the morning. Wang Lan's webmail received an email from the horse-faced man who had successfully completed the mission. In it, there was also a picture of him in the same detention room as Cheng Fan. Although the picture was dim and blurry, the streak of blood running on the floor convinced Wang Lan. After transferring the remaining 8 million, he sank his face and said, "Little, this is what you get for messing with me. Without you, taking your daughter's heart is just as easy as a slap in the face." She was standing in the hospital corridor at this time, putting down her cell phone. She had just entered the hospital room when she saw Chang Wenbing urgently say, "Auntie, the killer's side?" Actually, the bounty order was released by him from the dark net. Everything was also led by him from behind, while Wang Lan was only responsible for the money in mailbox. Wenbing, thanks to you this time, we were able to avenge Ting Ting's death. For Ting Ting's sake, this is all what I should do. Chang Wenbing's eyes, a touch of ruthlessness surfaced. "Auntie, leave Ting Ting's surgery to me. This time, I swear that I will never let that mother and daughter have a good time." When Cheng Fan came home, Yun Yun was already asleep. Only Zhao Wenchuan was sitting on the sofa with a sad face. Cheng Fan, who had just entered and saw the scene, couldn't help but laugh. "If you keep wrinkling, you're probably going to grow wrinkles." Zhao Xinran immediately raised her head and looked at Cheng Fan in surprise. She was really afraid that her husband, who had been reformed with great difficulty, would suddenly go to jail, leaving them, mother and daughter, with no one to turn to. While relieved, Zhao Xinran suddenly complained, "Did you go out and find people to fight again like before?" Perhaps even Zhao Xinran herself didn't realize that she was talking to Cheng Fan in an equal tone. This was a good thing, and Cheng Fan was happy to see it. So he laughed and said, "It's nothing really, they arrested the wrong person on their side." "Ah, arrested the wrong person?" Learning that he said something he shouldn't have said, Zhao Xinran was busy and concerned. "Then are you injured? Why don't you sleep first? I'll go prepare breakfast for you and Yun Yun." Zhao Xinran had a red face and didn't dare to look directly at Cheng Fan. At the same time, she was blaming herself. Why did she indiscriminately blame Cheng Fan? He had obviously changed, becoming more like a qualified husband and father. Seeing his wife hurried into the kitchen with her head down, Cheng Fan suddenly understood the meaning of happiness. "Xinran, I've thought about it these days. For Yun Yun's sake, let's buy a house." There was a clang. The spatula in Zhao Xinran's hand fell to the ground. She looked at her husband in surprise, finding it hard to believe that these words actually came out of the other party's mouth. The matter of buying a house had long been on her mind countless times, but every time it was brought up, it was mercilessly rejected by the other party for not having the money. "Cheng Fan, the current property prices are too expensive. We'd better make more money and find a better kindergarten for Yun Yun." Although it was clear that it was impossible, but hearing about buying a house from her husband's mouth still made her happy. This could at least prove that her husband, who was idle at first, finally knew how to get ahead. The kindergarten has already been thought of. There is a newly opened international kindergarten over in the southern district. "Ah?" Zhao Xinran looked at Cheng Fan incredulously. Almost all of the kindergartens in Su Hang, she had carefully observed from the internet. The international kindergarten in the southern district would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in tuition a year. That's not even counting the bits and pieces. Also, the south district is a notoriously rich area in Su Hang, not to mention buying a house. That is, if you want to rent a room, you need to start with a minimum of 5,000. Now both of them don't have official jobs, and they might even be eating without food. Cheng Fan, could it be that you're still thinking of asking for money from the Zhao family? This was the only thing Zhao Xinran could think of. It's better to forget about it. It's simply impossible. She had seen the Zhao family's desperation over the years. There was also the last birthday banquet that completely broke her heart. Going to the Zhao family to ask for money? Cheng Fan froze. He did have this idea, but it was different from the kind of humble type of request that his wife wanted. Instead, it was to squarely take all of the Zhao family's assets and snatch them. About the house, let's talk about it later. Yun Yun and I living here is actually quite good. Don't want too much pressure on you. Zhao Xinran's words moved Cheng Fan. Perhaps this was the main reason why he was willing and wanted to take care of this mother and daughter. Sometimes he really wished that his wife would treat him better. Just then, a text message came from his cell phone. On the top was a transfer message from ICBC. It prompted an arrival of $15 million, with $18 million remaining. Chang Fan was first stunned, then muttered, "How come there's an extra $5 million? Immediately afterward, a string of unfamiliar numbers called. "I'm going out to take a call." Chang Fan got up and went out, picking up the phone. "Brother, the money has been transferred. Have you received it on your side? And the extra $5 million. He. Consider it as protection money from little brother to big brother." On the other side of the phone was none other than the horse-faced man. Knowing that it was a protection fee, Chang Fan chose to accept it with peace of mind. After noon, Chang Fan came to the agreed place to meet up with the horse-faced man. This place is Beta Street in the Western District, and the luxurious classical building in front of him is the famous Yunxian Senior Entertainment Club. Every night, this place was red with lights and wine, and was intoxicated with gold. It was even the gathering place for all the playboys in all of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Occasionally, one could also see the old generation characters of the luxurious family passing by this side. "What did you bring me here for?" Chang Fan asked with a frown. What he wanted to go to was a circle related to killers. The horse-faced man was busy explaining. "Brother, this is Yan Xia, and a profession like ours definitely needs to be hidden as deep as possible. Actually, this is our home base. Just go in and you'll see." On the left side of the Yunxian Entertainment Club, there was an alleyway. After going in, there was a hidden door that was hard to detect. The horse-faced man knocked 6 times with 2 seconds in between. Not long after, the door opened. The one who opened the door was a big and thick foreigner, who first swept his eyes at the horse-faced man and then glanced at Chang Fan. "So your lowly trash isn't dead yet." The burly foreigner was bald and about 1 meter 9 or so tall. He also spoke Chinese fairly fluently. He was able to give people a full sense of oppression just by standing towards the door. The horse-faced man didn't get angry either, and hemmed and hawed, "Borrowing your good advice. Who is he? How come I haven't seen him before?" The foreigner clenched his fists and stared condescendingly at Chang Fan. At the joints of each finger, it clicked. He. "This is my big brother. Specially brought him over to join us." It could be heard from the horse-faced man's humble tone. He was not very well received here. "Damn, you think anyone can enter our place? You lowly piece of trash. Quickly take the other piece of trash and get out of here." The foreigner was about to close the door when he finished speaking, but realized that he couldn't even close the door with all his strength. Surprised, he was actually kicked by Chang Fan's sudden kick, which directly flew and smashed over the trash can behind him. The horse-faced man gradually opened his mouth wide, his heart horrified. The foreigner who was kicked away was a famous B-class killer in the circle of killers. Ju actually solved it with just one kick? On the contrary, Chang Fan had already stepped into the dimly lit hall and said, "Garbage should be with the garbage. Who allowed you to come out?" 14. Hua Qianjin. Looking at the unconscious foreigner lying in the garbage, the horse-faced man sucked in a breath of cool air. He knew that Chang Fan was strong, but he didn't expect to deal with a top-class B-killer so easily. "Is this the killer base camp?" Chang Fan turned around and asked, without using his spiritual sense. There was really nothing special about this place. The horse-faced man immediately came to his senses and led Chang Fan down 2 floors in a row. He then took out the electromagnetic card in his pants pocket and lightly swiped it on the combination lock next to the human defense door. He saw the huge human security door open smoothly. Before going in, the horse-faced man didn't forget to brag a bit. "Boss, this door is made with special materials. It can remain unharmed even in the face of shelling." Chang Fan nodded thoughtfully and stretched out his index finger to poke at the door. Unexpectedly, the smooth surface of the human defense door suddenly had an additional dent. Chang Fan was busy withdrawing his right hand and pretended that nothing had happened. After entering the door, there was a long dark corridor. Until it was close to the exit, a burst of noisy sounds surrounded his ears. It seemed like a group of people were cheering and shouting, whistling in the process. Facing the crowd at the exit, Chang Fan couldn't help but wonder what he had joined. Was it really an assassin organization? Hit him, quickly hit him. "I've bet $5 million on you. Beat me to death." "You call that boxing? Any thing will do." When Chang Fan left the promenade, the scene in front of him slightly surprised him. A huge arena, people wearing name tags, and bloodied boxers in the ring. This place was clearly an underground boxing ring. "Boss, this is the boxing ring on the 3rd underground level of Yunxian. The spectators who can come here are either rich or noble." The horse-faced man glanced at the 2 burly men in the ring. "There are all kinds of fighters in the boxing ring. No one cares about you at all. Die, and no one will give you a second glance." In the years of becoming an assassin, the horse-faced man had seen too many instances of being killed in the ring, yet they all signed waivers before they went out. Out of the goodness of their hearts, they would send some money to their families. when they ran into heartless bosses, they wouldn't even pay for burial. How much is it to fight once? Ha! The horse-faced man looked at Chung Fan in shock. I'm asking you, how much is it to get in the ring and fight once? Oh, this also depends on the fame. The horse-faced man hurriedly explained, if the fame is big, the appearance fee is at least $1 million. If there's no fame, it's probably just a few $1,000s. Learning that a boxing match was only a few $1,000s, the essence in Chang Fan's eyes instantly disappeared. Too little money, no fun. Of course, if you can be picked up by individual bosses, you might get extra income. After all, the horse-faced man didn't come from boxing, so he didn't know much about the rules of it. Yo-ho, what wind has blown our famous Hua Qianjin here? To the ears of the two men, a playful voice suddenly came. Turning their heads, they found a middle-aged man in a tang suit with a big belly. Walking this way, the middle-aged is very fat, walking small stomach trembling. He looks lewd and has a cigar in his hand. The Hua Qianjin in his mouth was the formal beauty passing by on Cheng Fan's left. Beside the beauty there were also two suited bodyguards who were close to the protection. The Hua family behind Hua Qianjin was a famous snake in Suzhou Hangzhou. As early as in the 90s, it had established a firm foothold in Suzhou Hangzhou. In recent years, the Hua family decided to wash their hands in gold and turn their business from black to white. But even so, anytime they hear news about the Hua family, they are all wary. Even a tycoon like Yi Long Yang has to give the Hua family a few points of face. Hua, old master of the world, this year 66 years old, niece but only a daughter, so he favors his only daughter even more. The horse-faced man stared excitedly at Hua Qianjin. Perhaps those in their line of work are more attracted to beautiful women of this status. Hua Qianjin took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes as deep as the starry sea. I'm also honored to meet Boss Qian here. The middle-aged fat man was originally named Qian Cheng before spending $20 million to find a fortune-telling master to change his name to Qian Long. He is the current underground leader of Su Hang, and there is a deep connection between him and the Hua family. I heard that Elder Hua has been visiting the boxing ring a lot lately, and has even gone out of his way to spend a lot of money on a few fighters. He's sick like that and still doesn't forget about boxing matches. It's really rare, Qian Long asked with a smile. On the surface, he appeared to be gentle, but behind the scenes, he was sinister. Elder Hua did spend a lot of money to buy a few fighters, but those who died in the recent matches died, and those who were injured were injured. A whole $500 million was also lost for this. Everyone knows that the major shareholder behind Yunxian Premium Entertainment Club is Qian Long. That's why Hua Qianjin suspected that it was the other party who was behind the deliberate design. It's a pity. Each of the Hua family fighters are all good-looking but not useful. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid that Master Hua's body and bones won't be able to handle it. As Qian Long speaks, his gaze never stops scanning back and forth over Hua Qianjin's body. One can only say that Hua Qianjin is infinitely close to perfection in every aspect. Wrapped in a cheongsam, she was graceful. Those who are prettier than her don't have a good figure, and those who are better than her don't have a pretty figure. The key to this is her unique and independent temperament, which makes her stand out. And age, 23 years old in the prime of youth. Facing Qian Long's wanton gaze, Hua Qianjin holds back her anger. My Hua family still has one last boxer who can easily win tonight's match. The main event of tonight's boxing match is the final match. A well-known underground boxer hired by Hua Qianjin at a cost of $30 million versus Qian Long's 23 consecutive victorious super boxing champion. The odds for the match are, well, awfully high. But this match is not just about losing and winning for both families. It's about face. The winning side would regain the power of the underground discourse. Qian Long sniffed, narrowed his eyes and smiled. Confidence is a good thing, but don't be too rash in your youth. Not to mention that before the match even starts, who knows what accidents will happen. When he finished speaking, he saw that Qian Long's eyes had a touch more sinister. On the contrary, Hua Qianjin's complexion changed slightly. She had just pulled out her cell phone from her bag when the call came in. It's not good, miss. That car of Mr. Wang's has been in a car accident and is now being sent to the hospital to be rescued. Mr. Wang is none other than the last hope in Hua's fist hand. Just as Hua Qianjin's hand slipped, the cell phone fell to the ground in the process. It's all been said. It's not good to be young and wild. Qian Long hems and haws and laughs strangely twice, turning to smoke a cigar and striding away. Miss? Voices still came out of the phone, but Hua Qianjin's face was only overwhelmed. She promised her father in the hospital bed that she would definitely win today's match for the sake of words. She just didn't expect an accident to happen before the match. It must be that scum who did this. The bodyguard next to Hua Qianjin stared at Qian Long's back and cursed. He knew he couldn't win tonight, so he used dirty tricks. Saying more now was no longer helpful. The fighter couldn't come, and there were no other fighters who could fight instead. This also meant that the Hua family might lose without a fight. Hua Qianjin's face was ashen. holding onto the guardrail as he breathlessly walked towards the second upstairs box. The underground boxing ring had a total of 6 sets of private rooms, reserved for big shots. After entering the box, one of the bodyguards turned back the same way. The conversation just now. I hope you guys can rot in your stomachs and not make fools of yourselves. This is a fear that the wind will leak and it will be passed on to Elder Hua. In any case, until it officially starts, Hua Qianjin will do everything he can to make the match go on as usual. When the bodyguard leaves, the horse-faced man grumbles, "Che, what's the big deal?" He pressingly ignored the bodyguard. Instead, it was Cheng Fan who held his chin and said in a skeptical voice, "You say, if I go and help the Hua family in this boxing match, roughly how much money can I get?" For the sake of his wife and child, where was Cheng Fan still the high and mighty immortal killing god of his previous life? He had fallen into the eye of money, and opened his mouth to make money. There was no way. Society was forced. The horse-faced man had a jolt and was shocked. "Boss, you want a boxing match?" He was shocked because this kind of boxing match, no killer was willing to participate at all. Killers like to hide in the darkness and wait for an opportunity. Boxers, however, relied on skill and power to fight under the lights. Between the two, there couldn't be any connection at all. I asked how much you can take. This, I'm not sure, but given the Hua family's financial power and the importance of tonight's match, $10 million is definitely there. Sure, Cheng Fan asked out loud. Anyway, this match is related to the underground leading throne. It would be too stingy if you can't even take out $10 million. These were the horse-faced man's guesses. On the contrary, Cheng Fan didn't say anything and directly moved to rush to box 2. If he wanted to head to the southern district to buy a suite, at least $10 million, and he didn't like to settle, to buy definitely buy the best. So for Shinran and Yun Yun, if you have a lot of money, you are willing to take the job. 15. The whole place is in shock. Hua Qianjin was sitting in the box at the moment, lost in thought. She would occasionally look down at the ring in the center of the arena, but didn't know what to do. The underground boxing ring had a rule that prohibited registration within an hour before the match. It was crucial that the fighter she had hired was already famous in Yanxia and had once been an underground boxing champion. Even if she spent money to find one now, she wouldn't be able to catch up. But if she just abstained, it would be the same as giving up the underground discourse to the Qian family. Father is now lying in his hospital bed. Bringing this news back could cause his condition to worsen. Just as Hua Qianjin was getting more and more desperate in her thoughts, the door to the box was gently knocked on. She raises her head and stares suspiciously at the bodyguard, signaling the other to open the door. "You're..." Hua Qianjin stared at Cheng Fan with slightly furrowed brows. She vaguely remembered that she seemed to have seen the other party in the corridor just now, not because of the outstanding looks, but the messy hair and the broken scruff on his face. There are also the ground goods on the body. How to look like a poor person. The one who opened the door was the bodyguard who was responsible for the warning before. He directly blocked the door and snapped, "This is not a place for you to come. Get out." Cheng Fan did not pay any attention to it, but surveyed the environment in the box. Elegant, chic, whether it was the sofa or the surrounding decorations, it could only be described as high-end. There was also a huge one-way glass. The view from the inside to the outside was vast, while nothing could be seen from the outside to the inside. "Ms. Hua, I want to make a deal with you," Cheng Fan said nonchalantly. "If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for throwing you off the second floor." The bodyguard saw that the guy in front of him didn't know how to behave and uttered a threat. Hua Qianjin didn't pay any attention, covering her forehead with one hand while the expression on her face looked quite distressed. She didn't know how the beggar at the door had mixed into the underground boxing ring, but did not want to pay attention to it, and beckoned the bodyguard to drive away. Unexpectedly, the bodyguard went to grab Cheng Fan instantly, heard bang sound, but he was easily knocked down. There was another bodyguard who just wanted to pounce on him, but was forcibly knocked out by Cheng Fan's hand knife. In the blink of an eye, 2 personal bodyguards fell to the ground. Hua Qianjin was violently startled, and then subconsciously retreated a bit in panic. "What do you want to do?" The bodyguards who fell down can be the elites of the bodyguard world. Why in front of this beggar? Become so weak? Seeing Hua Qianjin's florid appearance, Cheng Fan expressed some helplessness. He was forced to make a move and had no malicious intent. Moreover, the 2 bodyguards only fainted and did not cause any fatal injuries. When Cheng Fan walked into the box and closed the door, Hua Qianjin then leaned against the corner of the sofa in even more panic. She began to think wildly, worrying that something bad might happen to her. On the contrary, Cheng Fan approached step by step and eventually sat down at the other end of the coffee table and said in a suspicious voice, "I'm not going to eat you, so you don't have to be too nervous." "You? What exactly are you?" The guy who could solve the elite bodyguards in 2 or 3 hits was by no means simple. This was the sharp intuition of being the Hua family's daughter. "If I help you win tonight's match, how much can you pay me?" "What did you say?" Huo Qianjin stared at Cheng Fan suspiciously. She initially thought that the guy in front of her wanted to possess her, but quickly realized that it wasn't at all. Coupled with the fact that Cheng Fan's eyes were completely devoid of greed, she combed through her emotions and asked, "You want to help our Huo family in the fight? No matter who I help, I only talk about money." Knowing the true purpose of the guy in front of her, Huo Qianjin's nervousness finally disappeared. She rolled her eyes in a good-natured manner, like a girl next door. It was impossible to tell that she was the pearl in the palm of Su Hang's former underground leader. "Then you could have said so earlier. Why did you scare me?" "I didn't scare you. You're the one who made them move first." Cheng Fan pointed to the bodyguards on the ground and said. After thinking about it, it seemed like he was really at fault first. Then with a red face, he immediately changed the topic. "Then do you know who your opponent is tonight? No matter who it is, I can win." Simple 8 words, but it sounded unusually domineering. This wasn't just confidence, but the aura of the world being honored. Once in the immortal world, Cheng Fan had managed to reach the top with his powerful talent as well as his hard work. Even the heavenly Tao wanted to break. What else would make him feel afraid? Huo Qianjin's beautiful eyes flowed as she carefully sized up the guy in front of her who was dressed in floor clothes and was overconfident. Being able to easily beat the personal bodyguard by his side proved that he did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. However, the one who fought on Qianlong's side was the Triple Crown champion of the underground boxing ring. She also heard that Triple Crown king used to come from the martial arts sect. Although he was kicked out for unknown reasons, he was not something that ordinary people could casually deal with. $30 million. Huo Qianjin suddenly made a bid. Thinking about it, Cheng Fan turned out to be her only hope now. Even if she knew she would lose, she had to stand and lose. Never let outsiders see the joke. Hearing the beautiful woman's offer, Cheng Fan was somewhat moved. He didn't rush to agree, but asked without moving. "So the throne of the underground leader of Suzhou Hangzhou is only worth $30 million. Who the hell are you?" It was important to know that the matter of the Huoqian two families competing for the right to speak belonged to a highly confidential matter. Only a very small portion of people knew about it. Cheng Fan didn't answer positively, but asked back, $30 million is your limit? For hiring a boxer for a fight, this price already belonged to the ceiling. But as Cheng Fan said, this was about the future status of the Huo family in Su Hang. If you win, you can severely punch Qianlong in the face. If he lost, the Huo family would become a joke. Thinking about it, Huo Qianjin suddenly made up his mind and said, $50 million, provided you win this match. Deal. Cheng Fan answered quite painfully this time. $50 million was indeed a lot, and together with the 10 million or so in the card, it was enough to buy an exquisite double-story villa in the southern district. Box 1. Qianlong on the sofa was crossing his legs and laughed impossibly. Hair hasn't even grown yet, and you still want to fight me? After I take the last match tonight, I want the Huo family to disappear from this world forever. Qianlong gulped down clouds and mist, surrounded by beautiful women and embracing them left and right. He is thinking about getting the power of speech and planning to do a big cleanup of the underground forces. Just then, he saw a lapdog knocking on the door and nervously said, "Master Qian, the list on the Huo family's side has changed. It's no longer the previous Wang gang." "Oh, it's really thanks to her that she was able to find a new candidate for the competition by this point. What's the name?" "I just looked at the list. It seems to be a newcomer named Cheng Fan." "A newcomer?" Qianlong suddenly laughed maniacally. "It seems like the Huo family has really run out of gas this time. Actually finding a newcomer to compete against my Triple Crown King. Master Qian, tonight's celebration banquet has already been set up, just waiting for you to personally go ahead and host it after winning the match," the dog-legged man said in a fumbling manner. On the contrary, Qianlong's eyes narrowed as he smiled wryly. "Don't forget to send the invitations to that old undead Huo family's ward as well. Even if he dies, we can't let him die too comfortably." 8 o'clock in the evening. The last match of the ring was about to be played. The broads on the scene had waited too long for this moment. Watching too many trash matches in front of them had made them sleepy. Until the Triple Crown champion was about to come out, it was instantly like chicken blood. On the contrary, the horse-faced man sat on the high platform and said sheepishly, "Boss, you must be strong. Little brother, I've thrown out all my belongings." With the host's series of title introductions, a perfectly defined muscular man walked out quickly from the left channel. He clenched his hands into fists and raised them high into the sky. Just listen to the scene instantly erupt into a mountainous cheer. Worthy of being the Triple Crown champion, he was quite famous. Until the host reported out the Huo family's representative boxer, Cheng Fan, the scene was instantly silent. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, having never heard of Cheng Fan's name. Only the horse-faced man on the high platform immediately shouted when he saw Cheng Fan come out, "Go for it, boss," because it was too noisy. Someone had wanted to throw him out, but when they inadvertently saw the badge exposed on his collar, they immediately withdrew their thoughts. That was the 5th floor of the underground of Yunxian, the symbol of the assassin. Hua Qianjin in box number 2, nervously clasped his hands together. Success or failure was truly at stake. And Qianlong in box 1, mocked, with this weak little body, you want to fight my Triple Crown King? This is probably the biggest joke I've ever seen. With Cheng Fan's appearance, there was a chorus of boos, but Cheng Fan himself didn't mind much and jumped into the ring to size up the Triple Crown King. Judging from the proportions of his body, it was indeed a good physical body. If the one who had taken over the body in the first place was the Triple Crown King in front of him, perhaps it would have been much easier in terms of cultivation. Kid, how do you want to die? The Triple Crown King teased. He didn't put Cheng Fan in his eyes at all, thinking that after winning this round, his value would be raised another notch. At that time, with the name of Four Crown King, wherever he went, it would be a supreme honor. But as the gong was officially struck, the Triple Crown champion collapsed, and at this moment, the whole arena was shocked. 16. Bounty Order. Cheng Fan had earlier learned from Hua Qianjin that the opponent, apart from being the Triple Crown King, might also be from the martial sect. The martial sect, that force that had always caused him much concern. The moment the match started, he did have a sense of an aura that was different from ordinary people. It was only a pity that the person had already collapsed before he had the time to observe properly. The scene became unusually quiet as the Triple Crown King fell. Everyone's eyes were wide open, revealing disbelief, unable to believe that the Triple Crown King had just collapsed. Time passed by second. When the referee determined that the Triple Crown King was unconscious, he immediately raised Cheng Fan's right hand and said, "Winner, Hua family Cheng Fan." The referee's voice was not loud, but it kept circulating around Hua Qianjin's ears. One, that man who suddenly appeared. Really won? If the Hua Qian families weren't feuding, she really suspected that Cheng Fan and the underground Triple Crown King were putting on a joint act between them. After a few seconds of stagnation, Hua Qianjin suddenly screamed twice, like she was venting out all the pressure that had been pent up deep inside her heart over these days. Because it was a soundproof box, Hua Qianjin quickly straightened her throat and pretended that nothing had happened. She turned to continue staring at Cheng Fan in the ring, not knowing what she was thinking. However, she quickly left the scene. On the contrary, Qianlong in box 1 was furious. The glazed cup in his hand, which was worth tens of thousands of dollars, was smashed to smithereens as he violently slammed it on the ground. There was also the coffee table where all sorts of expensive drinks were placed, which was also kicked over. Damn! Zhang Shilong actually dared to fool me. Zhang Shilong was the fallen Triple Crown King. Originally, he had spent $50 million on him to win all the matches this year. He didn't expect the most important match to be such an ugly loss. The dog leg trembled and said nervously, "Master Qian, I don't see Zhang Gaoren. He doesn't look like he's pretending either. Even the paramedics have arrived." Qianlong looked down, and it was true. Zhang Shilong had already carried down with a stretcher. The scene in front of him, on the contrary, shocked him even more. To know that if Zhang Shilong's strength was no longer good, he was at least half of the practitioners of the martial sect. He was actually killed by a new kid? How could this be seen? It was somewhat unreasonable. "Master Qian, tonight's banquet is still going?" The dog's leg was really a pot calling the kettle black. Qianlong was furious and directly gave him a slap and scolded. "Are you stupid? The game is lost. Still go your mom. I'll give you half a day to bring me all of that kid's information." Scram! Hearing this, the dog-legged man busily nodded his head in agreement. The match was over and Cheng Fan should have gone up to the stage to receive the gold belt, but he wasn't interested in the fame and went directly to box number 2. Unexpectedly, when the door opened, he was completely dumbfounded. Hua Qianjin and her bodyguard actually ran away. If he didn't make sure again and again, Cheng Fan could hardly believe that a girl with outstanding temperament would be an old scoundrel. He sighed and turned around to bump into the gorgeous horse-faced man. "Boss, you are so powerful." The horse-faced man laughed with a beaming face. He had just dumped his family's money to place a bet, and now the bicycle turned into a cruise ship. $5 million, flipped into $60 million in the blink of an eye. Cheng Fan, however, was not happy and pointed to the box and asked, "Are you sure the Hua family has $10 billion in assets?" "Yeah, it's not a secret in our business." "Worth $10 billion will still care about my little pay?" Cheng Fan then asked. "What?" The horse-faced man was shocked when he learned that Hua Qianjin ran away without paying. This can't be. The Hua family had always been rich and generous, not to mention tens of millions of dollars. As long as the promise was made, even if it was hundreds of millions of dollars, they would say they would give it. Central Hospital. Single room. The clean and tidy corridor is already full of suit thugs. They are all Master Hua's minions. Some of them have converted and are now either working as security for people or doing business on their own. But even if they were busy, they would still rush over at the first opportunity. For that matter, the young Master Hua must be a sentimental character as well. In front of the hospital, a black Cullinan is parked. Just after seeing Hua Qianjin get out of the car, he couldn't wait to get on the elevator. Just as she reaches the corridor, the thugs on both sides of her bend over in a clear voice. "Good day, miss." Hua Qianjin can't wait to respond, pushing the door into the hospital room. It just so happens that Elder Hua has just woken up not long ago. When he sees his daughter come in, he sighs with a face full of vicissitudes. "Xiao Shui, it's father's fault for causing you to suffer outside. The matter of the right to speak. If the surname Qian wants it, just give it to him, as long as you can be safe and sound. It's more important than anything else." Elder Hua has already roughly guessed the outcome of tonight. He was seriously hospitalized 2 days ago and has just woken up not long ago now. Just from his men, he probably learned about the match. Qianlong is a devious and cunning person, and he is even more unscrupulous in order to achieve his goals. While in a coma, he has put a heavy burden on his daughter. The face is gone and can be earned back again. The family is gone, then it is really gone. "Dad, Snowy, I've already prepared myself mentally." Hua Qianjin looked at his father with tears and laughter. There's also a mob of suits huddled in front of the door, all wanting to know the outcome of tonight's match quickly. "Dad, our Hua family won. Alas, losing is losing. Anyway." Elder Hua is suddenly stunned, and it takes him a good half a second to react. "Xiao Shui, what did you say? We won?" "Yes, the Hua family won. Complete victory. From today onwards, you old man will still be the man in charge of the underground of Suhang." Without waiting for Elder Hua to speak, the suited thugs in the corridor all clenched their fists and roared. How could they not have been suppressed for too long? The doctor who happened to arrive was startled, then angrily said, "This is a hospital. No noise allowed." The crowd's faces reddened and they shut up immediately. In the hospital room, Elder Hua curiously asks, "Little Snow, I heard that the boxer you hired wasn't in a car accident?" Hua Qianjin nodded and told the cause and effect. The more the old master heard, the more alarmed he became, especially when he learned that the young man named Cheng Fan had volunteered to fight and won the match easily. His eyes were filled with horror. He suddenly held his daughter's hand and said in a serious tone, "Xiao Shui, that's a great benefactor of our Hua family. How could you leave without even saying hello? In case that benefactor isn't around either, it'll be hard to meet up again in the future." At the mention of leaving, Hua Qianjin suddenly covers her mouth and exclaims, "It's over." She was too eager to bring the good news to her father. Then she forgot all about the payment. "Boss, why don't I take the money I earned and share half of it with you?" Seeing that Cheng Fan didn't say anything the whole time and was cold, the horse-faced man asked cautiously. He thought that the boss didn't get the money, so he was angry. In reality, Cheng Fan was thinking about the matter about the martial sect. The experience of fighting in his previous life told him, although the opponent in the ring was weak, the aura emitted was different. Even if it didn't have the precision purity of aura, it could still prove that there were indeed strong people in Yanxia. Yanxia, indeed, possesses too many hidden secrets that ordinary people are not allowed to know. Cheng Fan followed the horse-faced man and arrived at the 5th underground floor. Killer, the real base camp, the same sturdy man-proof door, but with an extra step. The horse-faced man took out a brooch-like object from his pocket and swiped it on the fingerprint meter. It was then that the man defense door slowly opened. This brooch represented the identity and rank of the assassin. From rank D to S, they were represented by brooches made of copper, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond respectively. Inside the brooch, however, special materials that were rare in the world were added, therefore it was difficult to imitate. On the contrary, the horse-faced man's brooch was copper at the bottom end, which also represented the weakest D grade. The headquarters of the killer organization was much colder than Cheng Fan had imagined. The exquisite and elegant hall had even a bar service counter in addition to various supporting facilities. However, looking around, there were only a few people. The horse-faced man had wanted to take Cheng Fan to the registration desk to apply for the killer's license, only to turn around and realize that his own boss had long disappeared. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Fan was currently standing in front of a huge electronic panel. There were countless bounty orders on the panel, labeled with identity names and bounty amounts. Cheng Fan came because he saw Yi Rushuan's reward order, and below the bounty order, it was marked that there were a total of 3 people taking the order. As for the reward, it was as high as 100 million, 17 new orders. Cheng Fan was attracted by Yi Rushuan's high bounty of $100 million. Just killing a person could earn money for a set of center villas. This deal was really not a loss. The horse-faced man came closer and explained, "Boss, what's on this panel are the orders our assassins can take." He also noticed the beautiful photo of the Yi family's daughter in the center, and remembered the Li Ke that he had seen in the early hours of the morning. The latter was Yi Rushuan's personal secretary. This also confirmed that there was a connection between Cheng Fan and the Yi family. After thinking about it, he immediately explained, "Boss, these bounty orders are released through the dark net. and you can investigate the specific information of the publisher based on the emails. Although in the assassin world, investigating the employer's identity and exposing the employer's identity was a big taboo, but sometimes in front of absolute benefits, the rules would seem extremely ridiculous. Chang Fan didn't pay any attention to it, but instead scanned the bounty orders around him. He found that most of them ranged from 1 million to 10 million, and the targets of the assassination were basically in foreign countries. So without thinking, he took Yi Rushuan's bounty order. At the bottom of the photo, there was a handprint that could be aligned. As long as the hand was pressed on top, it meant that the order had been taken. "Boss, don't!" the horse-faced man exclaimed. Originally, he wanted to remind Chang Fan that he had to become a full member of the assassin organization before taking orders. There was also the order room, which would be graded according to A, B, C, D, and Griffin. The mission to assassinate Chang Fan was the mole cricket level, the weakest. On the contrary, Yi Rushuan's order level for the Yi family's advancement was grade B, which could only be taken by an assassin of grade B or above. System detection. Someone has illegally invaded. System detection. Someone has illegally invaded. The speakers on the panel suddenly issued a warning. The few assassins present immediately turned around and stared at Chang Fan unkindly. Each of their gazes were chilly, with killing intent spreading out in all directions. It was as if Chang Fan had become a cold corpse in their eyes. Soon, a burly middle-aged man walked out of a separate room on the right side. The middle-aged man was dressed in a suit, and his stature could probably hold up to Chang Fan's too. As soon as he went out, he noticed Chang Fan in front of the panel and asked with a frown, "Kid, I don't think I've seen you before. New here?" In the killer base camp, there were 10 separate rooms. These rooms were known as luxury lounges, reserved for S-class killers. All of the killers here would have the ultimate goal of being able to get a separate lounge, and would constantly improve their personal abilities. The bearded man who walked out of the room was undoubtedly an S-class assassin. The horse-faced man trembled his legs and reminded beside Chang Fan's ear, "Boss, his name is Wang Lu, nicknamed Godslayer, ranked 6th among S-class killers. Let's hurry and slip away before he gets angry." To be able to become an S-class assassin, there must be something outstanding about him. Wang Lu had been a mercenary in the Middle East in his early years. He had experienced the reign of gunfire and natural and man-made disasters. After being discharged from the army, he chose to join a killer organization. He has killed no more than 800 people, no matter whether they are evil or innocent people. As long as they hit the muzzle of the gun, they would all be killed with one shot. Chang Fan ignored the horse-faced man's reminder and instead carefully sized up Wang Lu. He soon detected a familiar aura through his spiritual sense. This aura was exactly the same as the one set up by Triple Crown King Zheng Shilong, another guy from the martial sect. Although he didn't actually make a move, Chang Fan could perceive that Wang Lu was too much stronger than Zheng Shilong. It was as if the realm of cultivation was completely different. Lu, sorry, we didn't mean to disturb you." The horse-faced man kept uttering apologies, fearing that Wang Lu would pursue. On the contrary, Wang Lu noticed that Yi Rushuan's bounty order had gone wrong. "With you also want to take the order of the Yi family's daughter?" Wang Lu raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a weird and strange smile. "I've seen a lot of milquetoast brats like you. You want to take S orders before your hair grows, in a hurry to reincarnate?" When these words came out, the scene burst into laughter. The killers who rushed around showed mocking colors one after another. In their eyes, Chang Fan looked weak in both body and looks. With this, he still wanted to take S orders. What was it if not delusional? "You also took Yi Rushuan's order?" Under the mockery of the crowd, Chang Fan suddenly and coldly asked towards Wang Lu. His voice was icy cold, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Wang Lu was first stunned. Then he said angrily, "I have no obligation nor do I want to waste my time on wastes. Get lost." Most of the S-class killers like him were very lonely. Between each other, they were even less likely to give in to each other. And a guy like Chang Fan, who hadn't even gotten his killer's license yet, wasn't even as good as a mole in their eyes. Seeing Wang Lu turning away, the horse-faced man sighed with relief. There was a moment just now that nearly caused him to choke. While he was planning to lead Chang Fan to the registration office, Chang Fan suddenly took out his cell phone and photographed the entire panel. This action likewise broke the rules of the killer organization. However, the crowd didn't care too much about it, just treating Chang Fan as a country bumpkin who didn't know any better. It became a laughingstock that they could discuss amongst themselves. The assassin assessment was actually very simple. One only needed to complete 3 singles to officially join the killer organization. There is no limit to the level of the single. The higher the level, the higher the degree of completion, and the higher the final rating. As if the 3 orders are all Griffin level, the final rating must be D level. There is no need to pick it up, just select it and leave directly. If anyone else interfered in the middle of the process, the results would be borne by the individual. Leaving the registration office, the horse-faced man immediately asked, "Boss, Have you thought about which 3 orders to take? According to his understanding of Chang Fan, it would definitely be no problem to take grade C orders. For grade B, it was definitely not a problem either. So when it came to the final grading, it would most likely be a straight B grade. Chang Fan was halfway there when he suddenly stopped. His position at this moment was just in front of Wang Lu's lounge door. Godslayer, you said that there was a newcomer who wanted to take Yi Rushuan's order just now? On the leather sofa of the lounge, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner was sitting. The foreigner crossed his legs and sneered. If he looked at his appearance, he was definitely a cold-type big handsome man who attracted thousands of girls. Wang Lu held up a dumbbell with one hand and said, $100 million is not enough for us to share at all, and he actually dares to intervene. Let him know how to write the words, "The world is dangerous" when he goes out. The other long-haired middle-aged man who dismantled Barrett at the table looked more serious. Deicide, William, you guys don't forget how Graves died a while ago. The same S-class assassin was able to be done away with without God's knowledge. It proves that there should be a mysterious expert hiding around the Yi family. The Su Hang underground killer organization had a total of 9 S-rank killers. 3 of them, all of them were in this lounge discussing about splitting the 100 million bounty equally. Deicide expressed a disdainful smile after hearing this. I know that the Yi family must have sought refuge in the martial sect, but I'll tell you the truth. The martial sect is not worth mentioning. Come one and I'll kill one. Come 2 and I'll kill a pair. Chang Fan had no intention of continuing to listen. He moved back to the hall and asked towards the horse-faced man. Among the S-class killers, isn't there one who was good at playing with guns? Boss, S-class killers seem to be good at playing with guns, and Wang Lu was very close. Are you talking about Lone Falcon Wuho? He did get quite close to Wang Lu recently. Leaving the Yunxian clubhouse, the horse-faced man planned to take the money and splurge. He wanted to call up Chang Fan, but was ruthlessly rejected by Chang Fan. He could only say hello and leave early. Chang Fan, on the other hand, came alone to the park not far away. It was late at night here and there were hardly any figures to be seen around. After determining that there were no other people, he took out his cell phone and dialed Yi Longyang. Killer Base Camp. The staff member in charge of taking orders stared at the content of the newly arrived email with dismay. This was the dark net, and only a small portion of the world knew about it. The staff scrutinized the order back and forth countless times before finally confirming and transferring it to the electronic board in the lobby. Ding, ding, ding. In the lounge, Wang Lu's 3 cell phones rang at the same time. This was the top machine specially equipped by the assassin organization to receive tasks anytime, anywhere. It was also one of the treatments enjoyed by S-class assassins. Until they saw the latest order, the 3 of them suddenly looked at each other. The orders were, respectively, 100 million bounty for Wang Lu, 100 million bounty for William, and 100 million bounty for Wuho. Snap! Wang Lu's cell phone was thrown and instantly stomped to pieces. 18. Exterminate your whole family. Su Hang Center outside building. This is a high-end restaurant located in the center of Suzhou Hangzhou in a busy area. You can't come and spend money just because you have money. So most of the people who can come in are not ordinary people. The Qi family has a stake in Lu Ai Lu. Yi Longyang invited Chang Fan to dine here to fulfill the landlord's friendship. Because the architectural style was so eye-catching, Chang Fan quickly found it. I thought I would waste a lot of words to explain my outfit. Unexpectedly, Yi Longyang had already prepared for everything. Just as he entered the front door of the hotel, he saw a round-faced middle-aged man wearing gold eye frames in a courteous manner hurrying in quick steps. He is the hall manager of the building outside the building. After some comparison of the cell phone photos, he immediately recognized Chang Fan. Excuse me, you are Chang Xiao, right? The humble stance of the lobby manager surprised the surrounding staff. There were many guesses as to who this quaintly dressed gentleman was. The decor of the building outside the building could be described as opulent, and in the corner of the hall, there was a group of unseen guys standing. Although no one was acting out of character with their words and behavior, one could tell that they looked quite excited. There were also 2 middle-aged on the sofa, looking a little fidgety. Mom, if it wasn't for you today, we probably wouldn't have had the chance to enter Lu Ouai Lu for the rest of our lives. The one who opened her mouth to speak was none other than Wang Lan. She wrapped herself up like a noblewoman, deeply afraid of appearing out of place. However, it was only when she came in that she realized. The noblewoman who was similar to her age was instead much plainer. Old Mrs. Zhao sat in the middle and smiled. Actually, it's thanks to some business dealings between your father and Mr. Qin that we were invited to the banquet. The Qin family is a super powerful family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Even if we can't climb up to the Yi family, it's still the same if we climb up to the Qin family. After the last birthday banquet, Yi Linlang immediately dumped Zhao Yue. After breaking up, she also gave $20 million as a breakup fee. Although they didn't know the reason, it was a big blow to the Zhao family. At the time of loss, they suddenly received a banquet invitation from the Qian family. This is what rekindled the idea of climbing another branch. Zhao Yue, who was sitting in the corner trying to make up, saw a familiar figure through the mirror. That figure was no other than Cheng Fan, who was greeted by the lobby manager. She turned her head and looked towards Cheng Fan in surprise. It wasn't until Cheng Fan entered the elevator that she reacted and exclaimed, "I think I just saw my brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law?" Wang Lan frowned. Wei, you're just a sister. Where did you get a brother-in-law?" "I'm talking about Cheng Fan." Zhao Yue was busy pointing at the elevator and explained, "I just saw Cheng Fan being led into the elevator by the lobby manager." Earlier, the Zhao family had done something very embarrassing. Because they were too nervous, they actually forgot the invitation. It was only after the lobby manager made a special trip to check the list that he was sure that old lady Zhao's family had indeed been invited. That was why Zhao Yue recognized the lobby manager. "Nonsense, old Mrs. Zhao immediately said angrily. "What qualifications does that little person have to enter the building outside the building?" "Yeah, Wei, are you seeing things?" Wang Lan was the one who believed her youngest daughter's words the least. Only a short while ago, she had spent $10 million to offer a bounty on Cheng Fan's life, and the order had already ended, which meant Cheng Fan was dead. How could he still appear here? But Zhao Yue said urgently, "I really didn't see it wrong. Don't believe me? I'll take you there now." "Alright Wei, come over happily as a family. Don't mention that anymore." The one who opened his mouth this time was Zhao Yue's father. In short, no one believed her. Came to the top floor rotating restaurant's top class box. He saw that Yi Longyang and his granddaughter had already arrived early. When they saw Cheng Fan come in, they were busy getting up and taking the initiative to greet him. The lobby manager standing at the door, on the other hand, looked so shocked. How could he not know the identity of Yi old family master? "Senior, thank you so much for today." The 3 new orders in the assassin organization were actually done by Yi Longyang's people. 1 head for $100 million. 3 heads would be $300 million. This huge amount of money was not worth mentioning in Yi Longyang's opinion. He thanked Cheng Fan for being willing to tell him about this, so that the mastermind behind the assassination of Xianer would be much clearer. On the contrary, Yi Rushuan immediately got up and helped Cheng Fan fill up his wine glass. However, Cheng Fan indifferently said, "You don't need to thank me. My purpose is simple. Whoever gives more money, I will help." At that time in the killer base camp, Cheng Fan was indeed moved by the $100 million bounty, but on second thought, he felt that it wasn't appropriate to do so he gave Yi Longyang a chance. Fortunately, Yi Longyang was a smart businessman and immediately chose to break the bank. Yi Rushuan's jade hand gently trembled. Raising her head, she pretended to laugh inadvertently and asked, "So if someone else gives more money, you will kill me?" She had thought Cheng Fan was joking. Even if the two of them hadn't met many times, hadn't they been considered acquaintances the last time they were in the company? However, when she saw Cheng Fan nodding his head without thinking, there was suddenly a big drop inside. As the daughter of the Yi family, Yan Xia's youngest business genius, she had always been excellent in all fields, but she had a large number of young talents who took the initiative to flatter her. Now, for the first time, there were thoughts of lack of self-confidence. Seeing this, Yi Lao immediately rounded up the situation. "Senior, Xianer's words and behavior just now were a bit presumptuous. I hope you'll forgive me." Jokingly, Cheng Fan was a high-ranking person of the martial sect. How could a senior of the martial sect tolerate such childish behavior? If the senior was angered because of his granddaughter's impudence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Cheng Fan did not care about this. He was just being realistic. Because he was an orphan from birth, he could only accommodate 2 women in his heart, his wife Zhao Xinran and his daughter Yun Yun. "Senior, I don't know what your next plans are. There's also this 300 million honorarium. Why don't we just transfer it to you now?" Yi Longyang thought that 300 million wasn't much. When to transfer it would be the same. What he was more concerned about now was the mastermind behind the assassination of his granddaughter. For the second time in a row, a high bounty was offered. From this point, it can be proved that the other party's financial strength is equally strong. Therefore, he had already made plans to fight a long-term economic war. Even if he paid more financial resources, he made sure to have a good relationship with Cheng Fan. "I have principles for being a human being. For the tasks that are not completed, you only need to give a 10% deposit. Within 3 days, I will make them disappear from this world. As for whether or not the real culprits can be found, it will depend on your destiny." Cheng Fan's words sounded ambiguous. The main purpose was still to get more money. How could Yi Longyang not hear the meaning? Busy laughing. As long as senior wants to, our Yi family will continue to inject funds to reward the real murderer. 2 bottles of collector's edition Maotai went down, which also meant that the meal was almost eaten. There were a total of 36 dishes on the table. Cheng Fan ate the most, but also only swept up a small half. On the contrary, Yi Elderly Matters was quite focused on health maintenance, while Yi Rushuan had to maintain her body shape at all times, resulting in more than half of the dishes left untouched. Thinking that Shinran had suffered too much during this period of time, there was also Yun Yun who usually could rarely eat meat. Then he asked towards Yi Lao, "These dishes, can I pack them?" Yi Yang was first stunned. Then he was ready to signal the lobby manager to re-prepare a table with the exact same dishes, but it was quickly rejected by Chung Fan. Food was something that even Yun Yun knew not to waste. The ones left on the table were enough for the family to enjoy, so why bother redoing them? On the contrary, it was Yi Rushuan who stared at Cheng Fan with even more curiosity. She felt that the man in front of her was very strange. Obviously he had tens of millions of dollars in his hands, but he still thought of packing the food to take back. Wouldn't it be better to prepare a new one for his family? The packed meal would be sent by Yi Lao to send someone specially to help send it home. Just as Cheng Fan was preparing to go home, a familiar voice actually came from the next box he passed by. "Right. Sorry, mister. Bye. I really don't know how to drink." A nervous and scared voice came from the box. The voice was very small, and was quickly covered by the coaxing sounds of the other people around. "I say Zhao Xinran, you weren't like this before. We're all friends, there's no need to pretend, right?" The one who spoke this time was a sexy beauty with exposed shoulders and heavy makeup. She directly raised her cup and laughed towards the greasy middle-aged man in the center of the sofa. "General Manager Bai, our Shinran is a man who can't drink 1,000 cups. If you don't believe me, I'll ask her to drink a few more cups." Shao, you remembered wrongly. I really can't drink." Still pretending. The sexy beauty pretended to be angry and got up to pinch her waist. "If you're like this, it's really meaningless. I introduce you to work, you are so to me?" Said also threw a wink towards General Manager Bai on the sofa. Mr. Bai was dressed in a designer suit, with a big belly and big back hair. Hearing the sexy beauty's words, he laughed meaningfully and said, "Shinran, as your boss, can't you even drink some wine? Not to mention I'm giving you the position of company supervisor, the monthly salary can be quite a lot." As Mr. Bai said this, he started to move his hands and grabbed Zhao Shinran's arm a few times. In the end, they were all dodged away by Zhao Shinran in fear. However, General Manager Bai was a bit annoyed and reminded him relentlessly, "Shinran, you should know that every company has an internship system. For someone like you to directly promote a supervisor without an internship, do you really have no idea in your heart?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, I want to resign." Zhao Shinran wanted to hurry and leave this place of wrongdoing. Unexpectedly, Mr. Bai suddenly got up and said angrily, "Zhao Shinran, don't give your face to me." When he was about to make a move, he suddenly heard a loud bang from the door. Cheng Fan stood in front of the door with a sullen face and said in a cold voice, "If you dare to touch my wife, I will destroy your whole family." 19. Master Fan arrives. The door of the box was kicked over by Cheng Fan. The demonic woman who was closest got up screaming in fear, while the plates on the table almost fell to pieces. This was a building outside the building, and there really weren't many who dared to come here to cause trouble. On the contrary, Zhao Shinran was at a loss, because when she was bullied just now, the initial thing that came to her mind was Cheng Fan. How she wished that the other party would appear here to protect her. She thought that this thought was too extravagant, but she didn't expect Cheng Fan to really appear. It was the same scene as the last time she was in the villa. Was it a dream, or was it real? With the strength of his drink, Mr. Bai suddenly cursed, "What the are you? You even dare to smash my dinner party?" Seeing a beautiful woman being sabotaged when she was about to get her hands on her, this feeling was really worse than eating, and as the boss of a well-known wine industry in Suzhou Hangzhou, how would he easily let go of Process Fan? "A few of you, go and subdue that for me." There were two other muscular men sitting in the box, the same executives under the liquor industry. The boss had spoken. They didn't dare to disobey. Besides, Cheng Fan's body was slim and weak. They didn't take it too seriously and got up to make a move. Unexpectedly, Cheng Fan even one hand, grabbed them by the throat and lifted them directly into the air. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it to be true. Even Zhao Shinran couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Bang! Bang! The two muscular men were directly thrown to the ground by Cheng Fan before moving to his wife. He first helped his wife up and sent her out of the box before turning around and approaching General Manager Bai. When he came close, General Bai suddenly roared, "Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me, don't want to mix and sue hang in the future." Cheng Fan suddenly yanked on Mr. Bai's scarce hair, and heard a clang sound. His head hit the wall and blood flowed out. Mr. Bai screamed and covered his head, wanting to escape from the box. But in the middle of the road was Cheng Fan recaptured, pressed on the ground, a foot on the arm, cold voice, "You just, with this hand, touch my wife? I don't mean that. You misunderstood. You really misunderstood." Determining that he had encountered a ruthless person, Mister. Bai immediately begged for forgiveness. I ask you, is it this hand? Cheng Fan didn't have the slightest sympathy in his eyes. There was only indifference. He who had killed like a man in his previous life, why would he have any compassion? He only knew that if he hadn't found it in time, Shinran might be about to meet an untimely end. Yes. No. Before he finished his words, he saw Cheng Fan's right foot forcefully. Mister. Bai's entire arm instantly broke, and the demonic woman and others who had just gone out had already called over the security guards of the restaurant. Because the commotion was too big, the guests from the surrounding boxes also came to watch one after another, until they saw the tragic situation in the room. They were all stunned. The scene in front of them was shocking to see. The 3 security guards hesitated for a few seconds, and finally rushed into the box ready to subdue Cheng Fan. They had already recognized Chief Bai's identity, and knew that the other party was on the list of people invited to the banquet hosted by Master Qian today. As for the kid who was pressing on his body, they had never seen him at all. Shinran, why are you here? Between the corridors, the Zhao family members also asked to come and join in the fun. The first to see Zhao Shinran was Zhao Yue. In fact, the box that General Bai was in and the box that the Zhao family was in were just 2 walls apart. They were originally discussing how to flatter the Qian family in the future. During that time, they heard a loud noise coming from the corridor, as well as various screams. This is a building outside the building. Who allowed you little to come in? Wang Lan's voice was still as mean as ever. There was also old Mrs. Zhao, staring at Zhao Shinran with a gloomy gaze. I am here to apply for a job. Apply for a job? Wang Lan sneered. I think 80% can't stand Cheng Fan's little man and want to fish in troubled waters to come to Luai Lu to find a rich second generation to take over, right? It's not what you think. I really came to look for a job. But what but? Wang Lan clasped his hands on his arms and said condescendingly, just you little. You're not qualified to enter outside house at all. Why don't you quickly get out? Cheng Fan easily knocked out the 3 security guards and was about to continue to settle the score with Mr. Bai when he heard Wang Lan's voice. His face sank as he got up and came to his wife's side without moving and asked, so many people are surrounding. Looking for my wife for something? Cheng Fan? Wang Lan screamed as if she had seen a ghost in the middle of the day. You are not. You. Would it be disappointing to find out that I'm not dead? The horse-faced man had already told Cheng Fan the identity of his employer in the first place, and it was indeed the Zhao family that had done it. The only one from the Zhao family who truly hated him enough to want to kill and exterminate him was Wang Lan. Coupled with the other party's current expression, it could well prove everything. Nonsense. Buying a murderer is against the law. Wang Lan was not a little cutie. Of course he couldn't admit it directly, but inwardly, he kept cursing Chang Wenbing. It is really something that is not good enough to accomplish anything. What is the use of having this son-in-law if he cannot do anything well? In Cheng Fan's eyes, if there is no relationship between the Zhao family and Shinran, then the ousted will be ousted out of the way. The kill will never be merciful. Unfortunately, he knew that his wife couldn't be cruel and wouldn't want him to do so. On the other side of the box, Yi Longyang and his granddaughter were likewise watching the fun. Originally, Yi Rushuan intended to directly step in. However, he was stopped by the old man and shook his head. Xian, you have to know that if we intervene, we will instead make things difficult for Senior. Senior's strength is there. There is no need for us to step in and help. What does Grandpa mean? Yi Rushuan quickly drifted off. Just be responsible for the aftermath? Yi Longyang's face raised a smile after hearing this. It was not without reason that he uniquely loved this little granddaughter. If he were to replace it with any other descendant of the Yi family, I'm afraid that he would be able to piss him off alive. Damn it, all get out of the way. In the elevator, a group of aggressive guys suddenly rushed out. The leader was a young man in his 30s, dressed in a suit but with yellow hair. The left ear also had an earring, making him look gangly. He cursed and led his men to squeeze into the crowd, roaring, "Today is a dinner party organized by Master Qian. If you dare to make a move here, you're not giving Master Qian face. Who the hell is causing trouble here? Take the initiative and step forward for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing him down the stairs." Although Huang Mao looked like a gangster, few people present dared to disrespect him, especially Zhao Yue's father, who went up like a lapdog to hand over cigarettes. "Brother Bao, I'm Zhao Guofua, do you still remember me?" The yellow hair's name was Wang Bao, Qianlong's most loyal right-hand man. He glanced at Zhao Guofu and clearly didn't remember. The cigarette was also confiscated and he continued to scream at the crowd. "I'll give you 10 seconds. Get out." On the contrary, Zhao Guofu was so embarrassed that he could only stuff the cigarette in his own mouth. Wang Lan, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and scolded. "What's the point of having you if you can't even handle such a small matter?" If it wasn't for the fact that old Mrs. Zhao was also there, she could have cursed even harder. Seeing Brother Panther coming, Mr. Bai dragged his stomped-off arm and went out crying. Brother Panther, you must do it for me. There is a sudden intrusion. Indiscriminately stepped on my arm. The wine industry that Mr. Bai was in had the same interests as Qianlong. If he had not been invited, with his personal status he would not have been qualified to spend money at outside the building. Learning that there were actually people at the banquet, looking for trouble with General Manager Bai, Wang Bao was even more annoyed. Don't worry about this matter. With me here, I definitely won't spare that kid. Although Zhao Xinran didn't know Wang Bao, she knew that he was definitely not to be messed with. Thinking of General Manager Bai's identity, and the humble behavior of the eldest uncle when he handed over the cigarettes, her heart tightened and she hurriedly turned around to warn, Chang Fan, you'd better run. Just leave this place to me. Leave it to you? Chang Fan shook his head in tears and laughter. He knew that his wife was worried about him and that was why she said such words. Because of this, he would be even less likely to leave. On the contrary, Wang Lan seemed to have sensed something and grabbed Cheng Fan's arm and shouted, Brother Panther, the guy you're looking for is right here. When Wang Bao turned around, Wang Lan had an extra wry smile on his face. Let's see how you can still run this time. As for the rest of the Zhao family, each of them turned a blind eye. Even old Mrs. Zhao pretended not to see it. Only Zhao Xinran, anxious and at a loss for words. Wang Bao was a ruthless man, but he was a bit myopic. As he got closer and closer to Cheng Fan, the expression on his face became more and more complicated, until he was sure that the one in front of him was the ruthless character who had defeated the Triple Crown King earlier. His heart nearly stopped. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and said attentively, I didn't expect Master Fan to personally arrive. I'm sorry to have missed you. 20. Going home for dinner. After the match, Wang Bao immediately sent someone to investigate Cheng Fan's identity. Just before the results came out, he ran into the rightful owner. He knew very well what strength Zhang Shilong was. Besides the title of Triple Crown King, he had heard that he was also half of the martial sect. That kind of place wasn't something anyone could mess with, so in order to save his life, he could only resort to this. Wang Bao knew Cheng Fan, but Cheng Fan did not know Wang Bao. He first glanced at the yellow hair in front of him and asked, You know me? Master Fan's reputation. Who in our circle doesn't know? With this ass-kissing, those who didn't know would think that they were Cheng Fan's lapdogs. On the contrary, Wang Lan behind her, her face swished and turned pale. She stared at Cheng Fan and Brother Panther in disbelief. That little punk that he had previously looked down on. Actually, even Brother Panther had to be courteous to him? There were also the rest of the Zhao family, especially old Mrs. Zhao. Her hand on her cane clearly trembled. Apart from the Zhao family, there was also Cheng Fan's wife, Zhao Xinran, who was shocked. She had thought that her husband would definitely be in trouble this time. All prepared to plead, but did not expect this outcome. Only the pair of grandparents and grandchildren standing in the corner were still calm. They felt that it was normal even if they knew Qianlong because they had known Cheng Fan's identity for a long time. Qian, we are no longer useful here. Let's go. Seeing her grandfather turn around and leave, Yi Rushuan, however, looked a little hesitant. Grandpa, it's not too good for us to just leave without even saying hello, right? In the face of his granddaughter's inquiry, Yi Longyang then laughed. Qian, we just need to settle our part of the matter. On General Manager Bai's side, he had been completely dumbfounded. His emotions were on the verge of collapsing for a while, and then he came forward with his broken arm and said excitedly, Brother Panther, didn't you just say that you would make the decision for me? Wang Bao pretended not to hear, facing Cheng Fan with a smile on his face. Brother Panther, this time, without waiting for Mr. Bai to finish his sentence, Wang Bao suddenly got annoyed. He rose up and kicked General Manager Bai to the ground, stomping desperately. When stomping one foot was not enough, he added another one, kicking General Bai all over the ground, his wailing sound resounding throughout the aisle. Damn, if you beep again, believe it or not, I'll get someone to chop you up. Seeing that Mr. Bai was about to die, or Wang Bao's little brother came forward and advised, Brother Bao, if you fight again, someone will die. Fixing his eyes, General Bai's face had long been disfigured. There were also multiple fractures on his body, and it was difficult to stand up. After withdrawing his hand, Wang Bao hurriedly whispered towards Cheng Fan and asked, Master Fan, do you think it's okay for me to handle it this way? I wanted to kill him, but you beat me to it. Wang Bao seemed to be sensitive to the word kill. Shivering, he said, I hope Master Fan can spare his cheap life for Master Qian's sake. No matter what, General Bai and the Qian family had business dealings. If he was killed, how much less money would Qianlong have to make? Cheng Fan didn't say anything, but pulled his wife, Zhao Xinran, in front of him. The one who was bullied was my wife, not me, so to ask, you should also ask her. Zhao Xinran was suddenly pulled over and looked overwhelmed. She was thinking of making a big deal out of a small matter. Wang Bao suddenly bent his waist respectfully. Dare I ask, sister-in-law, can you give little brother me a thin face? Forget about General Manager Bai. I'll pay a visit some other day to personally make amends and apologize. This battle, how had Zhao Xinran ever seen it before? She had long been so frightened that she didn't know what to say, and just felt that her status was so much higher all of a sudden. At the same time, she also took Wang Lan and Zhao Yue, who were behind her, and was jealous as hell. Whatever is in your heart, just say it, Chang Fan encouraged from the side. If you feel that you can't swallow this breath, I have the ability to make him disappear in the world. When these words came out, the people in the corridor all had chills in their backs. The guy whose ki could make Wang Bao fawn on him was by no means a generalized person. Actually, I want to say that there's no need to make a big deal out of it. From the very beginning, Zhao Xinran hadn't wanted to find trouble with General Manager Bai. Perhaps over the years, one had gotten used to living in fear. With no money and no connections, going out to buy a grocery could be thrown in the face. So the temper of $1,000 lady had long since worn off. Chang Fan, I think General Bai has been punished enough. Or, let it go? Chang Fan surveyed his wife's beautiful eyes. Then he nodded and smiled. Since you said forget it, then I won't pursue it further. In fact, in Chang Fan's opinion, it was his own failure to protect his wife. Obviously, he had earned a lot of money, but he failed to inform her in time. This led to the other person having to look for work every day so that she could support the family. The previous Chang Fan was a mongrel, just knew how to be a gigolo, eating and drinking money from Shinran. Now Chang Fan is a killing god, a good husband, and a good father. He will not let his wife and daughter suffer anymore, and he will not let them repeat the days of fear every day. The farce ended. Chang Fan looked at the messy box, thinking that he did it himself. He intended to make compensation, but Wang Bao, where would he dare? He was busy waving his hand and said, Master Fan, you are not giving face to my little brother. You and your sister-in-law have already exalted your hands. Wouldn't it be breaking my life to spend more money on compensation? He was seen beckoning the lobby manager in the crowd to come over. I've roughly estimated. Is $300,000 enough for all of this combined? 300,000 was already more than enough. Even if the building was luxurious, the doors and tables wouldn't cost too much. There were also those broken dinner plates that all added up to 100,000 at most. Unexpectedly, the lobby manager was busy waving his hand and said, No need, no need. Ye old family master has already settled the compensation. Ye? Which ye? Wang Bo was violently shocked and immediately asked. There were also the surrounding guests, including old Mrs. Zhao, whose expression changed along with him. It wasn't until the lobby manager reported Yi Longyang's name that the entire room was in an uproar. The Yi family was one of the most powerful families in Suzhou Hangzhou, and Yi Longyang is the current head of the Yi family. Many people thought that the Yi family was in the face of Qianlong, so the compensation was settled. However, only Wang Bao knew that the Yi and Qian families never interacted. Since they didn't, they settled the compensation. It shows one possibility. Yi Longyang is rushing to Chang Fan. Therefore, in terms of attitude, he also became more respectful. Everyone thought that the matter was completely over. Unbeknownst to them, the demonic woman who was planning to sneak out suddenly screamed and rolled down the stairs of the safe passage. She fell unconscious. Cheng Fan remembered all the guys who bullied Zhao Xinran, so he would never let any of them go. When he was about to turn around and leave with his wife in his arms, he was stopped by Mrs. Zhao, who was on crutches. Her face looked complicated. Wanting to apologize but unable to pull her face, she asked in a slightly gentler manner, "The night after tomorrow, do you have time to come to the house for dinner?" At these words, hearing Zhao Xinran shuddered. Since she was a child, she had never received any love from her grandparents. All there was cold eyes. This sound of home, how could it not be the thing he wished for the most? But she was soon seen sighing and returning. Depends on the time. On the day of the birthday banquet, she was already completely chilled. Not to mention that what she cared more about now was her husband and daughter's feelings. "Your grandfather and I will be waiting for you at home." After leaving the building outside the building and being blown by the slightly cool breeze, Zhao Xinran finally had an unreal feeling. It seemed like a lot had happened tonight, but it was hard to rationalize it. Until she saw the back of her husband walking ahead and suddenly became nervous. She caught up and asked in a small voice, "Are you angry with me?" Angry? Cheng Fan looked at his wife in puzzlement. In the past, Cheng Fan hated it when she went out to look for a job. Even more, he loathed being in public and disgracing him. Zhao Xinran had run to the restaurant to socialize without consulting her husband. She had thought she could handle this kind of thing, but the facts proved that she couldn't. If Cheng Fan hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. In normal times, Cheng Fan would have been furious. Going back would probably be a beating and scolding, followed by a flurry. "I'm sorry, I really won't dare next time." Zhao Xinran kept apologizing. Previously, she just apologized numbly like a machine. But today was different. she started to be afraid afterward. She was afraid that what she did would create a conflict between husband and wife. Afraid that such a self was not worthy of the current Cheng Fan. I've already said it, you don't have to. Cheng Fan was about to comfort his wife when a flash of ominousness suddenly flashed through his mind. He immediately turned around and looked towards the wide street on his right. He saw a Land Rover that quickly disappeared under the dim lights, even if it was only for a split second. Cheng Fan still relied on his powerful five senses to recognize that the driver was none other than Killer Wang Lu. 21. 1,000 pounds. The banquet ended. Old Mrs. Zhao and the rest of the Zhao family had basically dispersed. As she entered the elevator, Zhao Yue said from the side, I really didn't expect that Cheng Fan had this side. In the past, I always thought that he was a wastrel. Zhao Guofu picked up the conversation and said, it's possible that Xiao Fan used to be pretending. He has another layer of identity. The impression Cheng Fan gave them when they were in the corridor just now was too shocking. Wang Bao was Chen Long's right-hand man. As long as he was on the Su Hang Road, he would basically give a few points of face. Now that it was Brother Panther's turn to take the initiative to call Cheng Fan master, didn't that mean that Cheng Fan's status was even higher than Brother Panther's? Anyway, Zhao Guofu didn't understand, so he guessed blindly. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Wang Lan glaring at him in a bad mood. Turning to his daughter, he laughed again and said, Wei Wei, Zhao Yusen, that girl, in what way is she better than you? Without waiting for Zhao Yue to open her mouth, old Mrs. Zhao suddenly tapped her cane and swept her eyes at Wang Lan in dissatisfaction. To put it bluntly, the reason why the relationship with Cheng Fan had become deadlocked was all because Wang Lan was behind it. Now she was really looking at Wang Lan with increasing displeasure. Wang Lan, on the other hand, was so scared that she shut up in a hurry. But just after getting off the elevator, she found an excuse to leave early. Immediately after getting into the Lexus that Chang Wenbing specially gave her some time ago, she rushed to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital room, Wan Lan had already told Chang Wenbing about what happened today. Seeing his son-in-law's incredulous look, he got a bellyful of anger, but then rolled her eyes and smiled. Wenbing, you truly like our Yuting, right? Mom, my heart for Yuting can be seen in heaven and earth. That much Mom knows very well. Wang Lan then smiled. There is something I need you to help arrange. Just ask. Mom. Chang Wenbing loved Zhao Yuting because he loved her too much. Even though he knew the face of his lover's family, he still chose to be righteous. Cheng Fan's matter can be put aside for now. I need you to deliberately arrange a car accident. Before the words were finished, Chang Wenbing immediately asked, make Cheng Fan have a car accident? Not Cheng Fan. It's that little Zhao Yusen. Wang Lan's idea was simple. As long as Zhao Yusen was messed up, the little daughter would be able to take the opportunity to seduce Cheng Fan. This way, she would be able to flaunt her power in front of Brother Panther in the future. And unlike her own waste of a husband, no one cares if she passes a cigarette. Next door to Chang Wenbing is Elder Hua's hospital room. Hua Chen Jin happens to pass by, ready to help his father wash the dishes. The Yi family's grandparents and grandchildren are sitting in the car at this time, preparing to go home. They're on a secluded path, but they don't realize that there's a Land Rover following them. In the Land Rover were Wang Lu and William. The two of them followed the familiar terrain and had planned to stop the Bentley at the intersection 1 kilometer away. As for Wu Ho, he had already ambushed at the intersection, holding his Barrett and aiming at any time. However, seeing that the intersection was approaching, Yi Longyang's cell phone suddenly rang. This is Elder Chang calling. Yi Longyang immediately signaled the driver to open the car phone. Just then, he heard Cheng Fan's word-for-word reminder. You've been targeted by a killer. It's a black Range Rover. What? The grandparents and grandchildren's complexion suddenly changed. As for the driver who was in the driver's seat, he immediately observed through the rearview mirror. He realized that there was indeed a car following behind him. But since there were no lights on, he couldn't be sure. Senior, where are you? How should we have to rendezvous with you? Yi Longyang was actually not afraid of death. Having lived most of his life, what great storms had he not seen before? The only thing he was worried about now was Xian Xian, secretly vowing that he would never let anything happen to this precious granddaughter. Me, on my way to drop off my wife. I'm almost home. Cheng Fan replied nonchalantly, causing the atmosphere in the Bentley to suddenly become weird. No, Cheng Fan was telling the truth. He was in the red flag car and his wife on the passenger side was already asleep. There was also the navigation that showed 2 more intersections and he would be home. Senior, you must be joking. Yi Longyang was suddenly anxious. If you do this, what about my granddaughter? What's the hurry? Cheng Fan's voice was small, deeply afraid of waking Shinran. From now on, don't drive at a speed lower than 80, and try to find a busy section with narrow roads and many cars to drive. It's better if we can go around the city center. Senior, what do you mean? Yi Longyang seemed to have some eyebrows, but again, he always felt that without seeing Cheng Fan with his own eyes, his heart was not solid. I'll contact you after I finish delivering my wife on my side and prepare delicious food for my daughter. Yi Longyang suspected that he had heard wrong. He was just about to open his mouth when the phone had already hung up. Next to him, Yi Rushuan asked with a complicated expression. Grandpa, is he serious? Even the driver felt that this guy was too unreliable. There was no other way. Yi Longyang could only ask towards the driver. Did you hear everything the senior said just now? Master, the way he said is fine, but I'm afraid that there's not enough oil. Fixing his eyes, there wasn't much oil left in the car. This can make Yi Longyang angry. Angrily said, Wang Fu usually didn't teach you that the gas tank must be full when you go out? Wang Fu was the Yi family's chief butler, responsible for taking care of Yi Longyang's food, clothing, housing and transportation. These oil, should still be able to run 100 kilometers. Yi Longyang blew his beard and eyes. He couldn't remember how long he hadn't lost his temper again, and this time he really couldn't stand it. Land Rover car. William stared at the suddenly accelerating Bentley and said in a skeptical voice, Godslayer, could it be that our whereabouts have been discovered? As professional S-class killers, many things could not escape their sharp senses. The Bentley had only just accelerated when William noticed something. Wang Lu, on the other hand, snorted coldly and said, so what if it was discovered? I will take Yi Rushuan's life. He then pressed the gas pedal to the bottom. Just like this, the two luxury cars of great value began to race each other in the secluded lane. Fortunately, the Bentley driver was skillful. In the middle, he was almost stopped several times, but in the end, he skillfully resolved it. During this time, Yi Rushian almost had a heart attack, and Yi Rushuan, also from the beginning to the end do not dare to open their eyes, out of the trail, then immediately drove towards the direction of the center of Suwon City. In fact, Chang Fan's thoughts were very simple. Nothing can come before his wife and children. Even if he was going to save someone, he had to settle his wife and child first before doing anything else. He knew that killers liked to be out in the dark the most. They never acted in the middle of the lights to prevent any breakage. Unless Wang Lu was really pushed, the situation would stay scorched. When the Bentley had almost crossed half of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the gas tank finally bottomed out. Just hearing a sharp brake, the Bentley finally stopped at a newly built square in the suburbs. Because it was the outskirts, coupled with the fact that the night was already late, there weren't many people out here at all. Only the street lights pressed on both sides emitted a dim and cold white light. The corner of Wang Lu's mouth slightly raised as he blocked in front of the Bentley's front end with a drift. Damn! Fight with me? William beside him had already put his hands into his arms, ready to strike at any time. However, Wang Lu stopped him and said in a deep voice, You don't need to do anything here. Just leave it to me. There is still a bit of a score to settle between me and that old undead. William withdrew his right hand and said, I hope you won't delay all of us because of personal factors. Wang Lu ignored it, but opened the car door and slowly approached the Bentley. He quickly came to the right side of the Bentley, and with just one hand, he easily yanked the locked door open, and then he poked his body down and smiled grimly. Old family Master Yi, we've come to see you again. It's you. Yi Longyang's face was shocked and he immediately recognized Wang Lu. As early as 15 years ago, Wang Lu's father was still a relatively well-known businessman in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In the end, he ended up losing his family's fortune in one night. Wang Lu's parents jumped to their deaths because they couldn't bear the blow. The one who indirectly caused the Wang family to go bankrupt was Yi Longyang back then. Over the years, Wang Lu had been honing himself with the aim of one day avenging his parents. Now he finally waited for this opportunity. So he took out the open-edged dagger from his bosom and stared at Yi Rushuan. The taste I experienced back then will be returned to you today one by one. No, don't, Yi Longyang said excitedly. Back then it was me who harmed your parents. You can find me if you want revenge. It has nothing to do with my granddaughter. Hearing you say that, I suddenly changed my mind. Wang Lu's gaze slowly shifted downward, turning to Yi Rushuan's slender legs that were wrapped in black silk. Not thin nor fat, the beauty was just right. The key Yi Rushuan wore a sexy red cheongsam today, highlighting her figure too tantalizingly. I believe that as long as that aspect of the normal man will not be unmoved. He suddenly grabbed Yi Rushuan's throat and dragged her out of the car, and then with a sharp dagger, he gently scratched down on its plump parts. At this moment, Yi Longyang's heart was broken, and Yi Rushuan was already desperate. She could only be like a doll, at her mercy. But just as Wang Lu raised his other hand, ready to undo the buttons on Yi Rushuan's clothes, the falling leaves flashed, and 5 fingers were cut off in unison. 22. The killing spree. Suburban square, all is silent, combined with the dark streetlights on both sides. The atmosphere was unusually weird. Next to the Bentley, when Wang Lu was about to get his hands on the car, a green leaf suddenly flashed by. Then, blood splashed everywhere. Wang Lu's 5 fingers were cut off by a falling leaf. Yi Rushuan, who was the closest, had shock in her eyes. This kind of thing, was it really possible? Shouldn't it only exist in novels or TV dramas? But when she looked at the green leaf that was inserted into the front of the Bentley, she realized that this was actually true. There was also Yi Long Yang, whose pupils trembled violently. May I ask who in this heaven and earth is actually capable of such means? Of course it was none other than the martial sect. He immediately guessed what was going on and inwardly rejoiced. And then he turned to look in the other direction. As expected, there was a tall and thin young man in a t-shirt standing on the right side of the square. That person was none other than Chang Fan, yawning as he walked. As the god of killers, one must be ready with the realization that anything can be used as a concealed weapon. Although the green leaves are soft, the four sides are like razor blades and are thin themselves. In the past in the immortal world, it was often used by Chang Fan as a concealed weapon. Unfortunately, when a leaf could kill 1,000 enemies, now it could only cut off 5 fingers. The difference between before and after was too great. So just by thinking about this, Chang Fan's heart would more or less fall. Wang Lu's heart tightened, knowing that the visitor was very strong. He was not absolutely sure, so he endured the pain and prepared to take the gun from his arms. Whoosh! Another green leaf passed away in an instant. On the contrary, the 5 fingers of Wang Lu's right hand were similarly easily cut off. This also meant that he would never be able to use a gun again after this, and he was not even as good as a normal killer. Seeing the black shadow getting closer and closer, Wang Lu suddenly roared, "Who the hell are you?" As soon as the words fell, a powerful killing intent suddenly swept over him. In terms of killing intent, Wang Lu asked himself that he would never lose to anyone, but now he was trembling. His whole body and mind felt an unprecedented fear. William, who was sitting in the car, suddenly realized that there was a situation over here. With the killer's intuition, he quickly pulled out his gun. The black hole of the gun aimed at Chang Fan, and then heard a bang sound. The bullet immediately followed the preset track and shot rapidly toward Chang Fan. He thought he would be killed in one shot, but afterward, he trembled and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The bullet didn't hit Chang Fan at all, while in midair like it was blocked by some kind of resistance. A few more shots rang out, but the result was the same. William, who was an S-class assassin, sat paralyzed in the car and despaired. My God, am I facing God? As soon as the words left his mouth, his neck was slashed with an extremely deep blood gash by the falling leaves. As Chang Fan's footsteps got closer and closer, Wang Lu's expression became more and more shocked. Until he thoroughly saw Chang Fan's face, he lost his mouth and exclaimed, "It's you?" He had never thought in his dreams. The terrifyingly strong person he was facing was actually the newcomer he had previously despised in the organization. Chang Fan ignored it and instead sized up Elder Yi and his granddaughter. Only after seeing that both of them were fine did he turn back to Wang Lu. Is this what you call the treacherous world? When he was in the killer organization in the afternoon, Chang Fan heard Wang Lu's harsh words in the lounge, but now he didn't feel that the world's path was treacherous. Instead he felt that his opponent was too weak. You eavesdropped on me? Wang Lu's forehead veins rippled, hating to dismantle Chang Fan. Nay, there was nothing he could do now. There's another one who remembered to take the order. Tell me where he is. I pooh. Wang Lu sneered untamely. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you his location. Is that so? Chang Fan's aura suddenly climbed to the extreme in a short moment. Nowadays, Chang Fan's strength was only 1% of what it once was, but this 1% was enough to deal with a piece of trash. When the might of the killing god descended on Wang Lu's body, he saw the latter's face change abruptly. He stared at Chang Fan in horror while having a sense of suffocation. This sense of suffocation made his life worse than death. Wang Lu gradually widened his eyes, as if reacting to the painful struggle. You are an Earth Martial? The martial artists in the martial sect possessed realm divisions, from the initial human martial, Xian martial, Earth martial, to the strongest heavenly martial. Each realm was further divided into 10 grades. As Wang Lu, who joined the martial sect halfway and was expelled from the division, he was already an uncompromising third-grade human martial. However, the might of the killing god made him mistakenly think that Chang Fan was also a martial artist, and it was a terrifying earth martial. His eyes suddenly lost the slightest luster. They were dull and ashen. Even if he had only practiced in the martial sect for less than a year, he should know how terrifying an earth martial was. That was the existence of the various gate masters of the martial sect. It was an existence that all the disciples of the martial arts sect could only look up to. The only thing he couldn't figure out right now was why a strong person like Chang Fan would willingly become a killer. Why would he willingly lower himself to protect the Yi family? Unwilling. Really unwilling. If he could have known the other party's identity earlier, perhaps it wouldn't have been this outcome. It was only a pity that Chang Fan had always been holding a grievance these days, and now he only wanted to go on a killing spree. As the bloodstained leaves slowly floated down, it also announced Wang Lu's death. 100 million per person. Chang Fan had planned to kill Wang Lu and his gang in one go, which would be 300 million. However, since he couldn't find Marquis Wu, taking 200 million was not bad. On the contrary, After Yi Lonyang gulped down his saliva, he nodded his head in a hurry and said, "Okay, good enough. I'll have someone transfer it to your card right now." He heard Wang Lu's last words before he died. The word Earth Marshal forced his heart to set off waves of shock. As Yi Rushuan had said in the beginning, the Yi family did have a high-ranking person from the martial sect that they knew. However, the other party had never put the Yi family in their eyes. Come to think of it, that high person had claimed to be a 10th grade human marshal in the first place, and he had an air of superiority about him. Between human marshal and Earth marshal, that was a span of 2 realms. No need, just follow the process. Cheng Fan was still in the killer assessment stage. It was useless to have the money directly on his card. He had to declare the process to the organization in order to withdraw the bounty. Although the steps were more troublesome, but in Cheng Fan's eyes, this was the formalized operation. Next, Yi Lonyang signaled his housekeeper to drive over for transportation. He had planned to invite Cheng Fan to his mansion as a guest, but was rejected outright. The loss was definitely there, but Yi Lonyang didn't dare to say anything more. After greeting him respectfully, he took his granddaughter and left in the car. At this moment, the killer organization had completely exploded. Regardless of whether it is a staff member or a ranked killer, all those who are present are discussing it. In the midst of the chaos, Cheng Fan walked into the hall. He did not pay attention to the surrounding noises, but only came to the electronic panel. Looking at the screen, the bounty order of Wang Lu and William, who had already displayed the word death in Chinese, he directly approached the staff to make a deal. But what made him feel strange was that the lone Falcon Marshal Marquis had actually been killed as well. The staff member was a good-looking sexy beauty. At first, she acted calmly. It wasn't until after discovering Cheng Fan's completed order that he was suddenly scared out of his wits. On the contrary, after the other staff members saw the content of the order, they all looked at Cheng Fan in shock. It was important to realize that what everyone on the scene was talking about was none other than S-class killers Wang Lu and William. 200 million bounties will be transferred to your card within 24 hours, the staff said respectfully. Cheng Fan nodded and was about to leave. He happened to bump into a cold beauty dressed in black tights, walking slowly towards the side, long black straight, melon face, but wherever she passed by, someone would actively make way. The beauty's name was Ling Dancing Frost, ranked 3rd in the S-class killers of the killer organization. There were rumors that she was the daughter of the Ling family of the Suzhou Hangzhou martial sect, and had come to the killer organization simply for training. Ling Dancing Frost indifferently swept her eyes at Cheng Fan before handing over the order to the staff. An Marquis of Martial Arts? During the handover, Cheng Fan saw the name on the bounty order, and it was clearly Marquis Wu. Just now, he wondered how the Marquis of Wu had somehow died, causing him to earn 100 million less. Seen enough? Ling Dancing Frost turned around with a frosty face and uttered a question. She hated it when people stared straight at her, especially men. In response, Cheng Fan, however, just withdrew his gaze and prepared to leave. No matter how strong this woman was, it had nothing to do with him. Ling Dancing Frost was even more annoyed. She had wanted to prove her strength to her family, and today, she had managed to single-handedly kill an S-class assassin. Although it wasn't a martial artist, it was worth some showing off. She had never thought that she would run into an unsavory guy just after returning, and was about to continue opening her mouth. The staff suddenly reminded, Mr. Chang, according to the internal regulations, the bounty list for the 2 killers, Wang Lu and William, still needs your signature. 23. Dragon-level bounty. Cheng Fan went back and signed, then turned to leave in the eyes of Ling Dancing Frost's shocked eyes. If he wanted to join the assassin organization, he had to complete 3 orders. He had only completed 2 now, so he had to take another order to pass the test. Originally, Cheng Fan thought about taking a random order. On the way, he realized that the cold beauty from earlier had been following behind him. When he stopped, Ling Wushuang would stop. When he walked, Ling Wushang would also follow. Coming to the electronic panel, Cheng Fan pondered about finding an easier order. Based on the 2 grade A orders, even if he took a grade B or C order afterward, the final rating would not be lower than AB grade. This was what he wanted. Just moderate. No need to be too high profile. You're looking for orders? Ling Dancing Frost changed her previous cold image. With her back over her hand, she smiled and asked out loud, I do have a good order here. I don't know if you're willing to take it. Cheng Fan turned his head and stared at Ling Dancing Frost suspiciously. He didn't know what this woman wanted. Just a moment ago, she had a cold attitude. But in a flash, she was like a follower. I issued this mission. If you can succeed, I can pay you an additional $50 million. Ling Dancing Frost said. The Slayer organization had another rule. If a certain order caused the death of an S-ranked assassin, it would be revoked outright. In the future, there would be no more bounty orders issued for the person who revoked it. Now that Yi Rushuan's order was gone, it also meant that there were no more grade A orders on the electronic board. probably guessing what Chung Fan had in mind. Ling Dancing Frost hurriedly explained. I'm talking about the dragon-level orders in the assassin organization. Dragon grade? Chang Fan had never heard that there were dragon-level orders here. Frowning, he asked, what is the reward amount itself? $250 million, plus the extra $50 million I paid you. That's $300 million. After learning the amount of the bounty, Chang Fan could not help but feel surprised. He estimated that an S-class assassin like Wang Lu would have at most 100 million. Are you a martial artist? Ling Dancing Frost finally opened the door. An S-class assassin in the organization was already beyond the maximum limit of an ordinary person in itself, especially the kind of Wang Lu who was half a martial artist himself. Ling Dancing Frost did so because she had the self-knowledge that it was impossible to deal with both Wang Lu and William at the same time. That was why she chose to act alone as a martial marquis. Yes or no? Does it matter to you? It doesn't have much to do with it, but I have to make sure that you are capable of fulfilling a dragon-class order. Dragon level was a top-secret order in an assassin organization. Only S-class assassins knew about it, but so far not many people had been able to complete it. It was only because the target of the mission was either a powerful existence or a truly strong person from the martial sect. There weren't many S-rank assassins in the organization, so no one was even guilty of putting their lives on the line. However, Process Fan was interested in the dragon-level mission. 200 million plus 300 million. That's 500 million. This money, not to mention buying a villa to pay for tuition, would be more than enough even if he bought the entire Zhao family. The Qi Cheng Fan knew that with Shinran's character, she would definitely not be idle. Since she wanted to find a job, she could simply buy an entire company. Release the order. Cheng Fan had already decided to go ahead and take dragon-level orders, but Ling Dancing Frost rolled her eyes and said, dragon-level orders can't be publicized, don't you know? Then how am I going to take it? It's simple. I'll tell you the contents of the order and come back to hand it over after completion. Ling Dancing Frost's smile was like a crescent moon, looking harmless. There was also a pair of small tiger teeth, which was adorable. But the more cordial Ling Dancing Frost smiled, the more Cheng Fan felt that there was a deception. But thinking that the other party's killer status was here, it should not be able to run away. So he nodded and said, speak. Ling Dancing Frost smiled and then asked with a slight hesitation. Dragon-level orders are not something you can take just because you want to. I have to confirm your specific strength first. Is this enough? Cheng Fan said as his own aura suddenly climbed to the extreme. The air around him also plummeted in an instant. However, at this moment, Ling Mashan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, while her heart was shocked to the point of no return. As the pearl of the martial sect's Ling family, she had naturally seen a lot of powerful people from the martial sect. However, the might that Chen Fan had unleashed earlier had struck fear into her heart. Even when facing her father and grandfather, she had never felt this way. In the end, what was his origin? But soon excitedly, she opened her cell phone and added Cheng Fan's WeChat, subsequently put all the information, a brain to pass over. After reading the information, Cheng Fan couldn't help but say in a skeptical voice, the head of the martial sect Chu family, Chu Yincheng? That's right, it's him. 300 million bounty, take it or not. The reason why Ling Dancing Frost released this order, it was because the Chu family had been suppressing the Ling family during this recent period. Her father and grandfather always kept her from getting involved in clan matters, but she also wanted to do something for the clan, so she thought of using this method to offer a bounty for Chu Yincheng's life. Cheng Fan surveyed the information below again. It was indeed complete, and it also stated that Chu Yincheng was a first-grade Xuanwu. Are you still taking it? Ling Dancing Frost asked in a nervous and expectant whisper. Luckily, Cheng Fan did not disappoint her and took the order. Miss Ling, someone is looking for you on the first-floor lobby. Just at this moment, a staff member came forward and reminded in a respectful voice. Looking for me? Ling Dancing Frost was stunned. She was born in the Suzhou Hangzhou martial sect Ling family and had never been to Suzhou Hangzhou before. It was only recently that she came to practice, and coupled with her identity, it was impossible for someone to take the initiative to look for her. Could it be that enemies came to the door, holding a skeptical attitude? Ling Wushang suddenly smiled towards Cheng Fan. I am now your employer, so you have to accompany me. In response, Cheng Fan didn't directly refuse. After all, he also had many things about the martial sect that he wanted to figure out. Befriending a true member of the martial sect would do no harm. The two quickly took the elevator to the first-floor hall, and saw a gray-haired middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in the center. The middle-aged man was dressed in a tang suit, with a Chinese character face, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and was not angry and authoritative. Behind him stood a crane-haired old man, dressed like he was from a martial arts school. Dad, Grandpa Nyo, why are you guys here? On the way here, Ling Dancing Frost was still cautious, until she saw the two figures in the hall and suddenly pounced on them. On the contrary, the middle-aged got up and asked in dissatisfaction, Dancing Frost, you've really been getting more and more disobedient lately. All of the Ling family down the mountain will be taken care of by the Ling clan martial hall. If I hadn't gone out on an errand today, I wouldn't have known that you had come to such a place to work as an assassin. In the face of her father's reprimand, Ling Dancing Frost could only spit out her tongue to be pouty and cute. Where did you look like a cold-blooded assassin who ranked third on the S rank list? Dad, the martial arts school is just too boring, and they only know external kung fu. None of them can fight. Oh, you mean there are capable fighters right here? Of course there is. Ling Wushang immediately turned around and beckoned towards Cheng Fan. Come over here. Cheng Fan was speechless, looking at how that gesture was like teasing a dog. This one is? Ling's father stared at Cheng Fan suspiciously. As a member of the martial sect, they would not look down on a person just because they were dressed shabbily. They would often observe the other person's aura first. Unfortunately, Cheng Fan had hidden his cultivation too well, and there was not the slightest crack at all. So he frowned and said, Dancing Frost, didn't my father warn you, when you go out, try not to befriend outsiders? What kind of lofty existence was the martial sect? Even if the gentry saw it, they would have to scramble to flatter the existence. How could they look at an ordinary commoner? Therefore, Cheng Fan was an ordinary person in the eyes of Ling's father. Since he didn't treat him well, why would he greet him with a smile? I will kill the person. Don't forget the payment you promised me. Cheng Fan left without looking back after saying that. On the contrary, Ling's father was a bit annoyed. What's this kid's attitude? Thinking that being an assassin makes him great? Also, who was the person he just said he wanted to kill? Ling's father knew that this was a killer organization. Killing people and all that was human nature. Not to mention that fighting and killing amongst the martial sect could be considered commonplace. But he just couldn't stand to see Cheng Fan's disrespectful attitude. Ling Wushang, on the other hand, silently stared at Cheng Fan's back and laughed for a good half a second. Dad, he's talking about Chu Yinchang. I have issued a bounty in the organization. Whoever kills Chu Yinchang, I will give him 300 million. What? Chu Yinchang? Father Ling and the crane-haired old man behind him looked shocked. Nonsense. Father Ling suddenly said angrily, do you know what Chu Yinchang is? Dad, I also want to do something for the Ling family. You can rest assured. I've tested him. He's very strong. No matter how much Ling Dancing Frost explained, it was all wrong in the eyes of her father. He used to feel that his daughter was too proud and complacent despite her exceptional talent. Critically capricious and stubborn, she refused to listen to her family about anything. Now that she was out and about, she had poked such a big basket for him. Right now, there's still some room for détente between the Ling family and the Chu family. If Chu Yinchang were to learn that someone from my Ling family is trying to kill him behind his back, do you know what kind of consequences that would be? Ling Dancing Frost was frightened by her father's angry roar. It was the crane-haired old man who advised from the sidelines. Jin Young, calm your anger. Little Frost is also thinking about the Ling family. Just wait for me to catch up with that brat and discourage him. 24. Car accident. The crane-haired old man's full name was Niu Tiankue, 7th grade human martial arts. Martial sect Ling family specially hired as a guest secretary. Having been in the Ling family for more than 20 years, he was considered loyal. He disappeared into the Cloud Xian Advanced Clubhouse in an instant with great speed. It was only after having a few minutes, but he stopped at the intersection. Strange, I clearly saw that kid leaving from this direction. How come he's gone? Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Fan had long sensed that someone was following behind him. He then used his original ghost shadow steps to easily shake them off. The next day, Cheng Fan's 200 million bounty finally arrived. This was the largest amount of money he had ever earned so far. It was now 5 o'clock and the sky was still light. Zhao Xinran was already up and ready to prepare breakfast for her husband and daughter. Although the current days seemed as if they were a bit dull, they were very cozy for Zhao Xinran. It was mainly because Cheng Fan had really changed. As she prepared to head to the kitchen, she was startled by the figure standing in the kitchen. Turning on the light, she exclaimed in a small voice, Cheng Fan, why are you in the kitchen? Planning to prepare breakfast for you and Yun Yun. Ha, you're not kidding, right? Zhao Xinran looked at Cheng Fan with surprise and joy. Come to think of it, it seemed like this was the first time her husband had cooked for her and her daughter. But thinking that the other party had never cooked before, she busily advised, should I still do it? No, it's almost done. In his previous life, before Cheng Fan came into contact with cultivation, he was actually an ordinary orphan. What kind of harsh environments have experienced and learned to be independent? When he was thirsty, he went to the river, and when he was hungry, he went up the mountain to hunt. After a long time, he became successful in cooking. With the contact with cultivation and after the valley, it is rarely done again. But Zhao Xinran still had trouble sitting still. Thinking about it, she finally decided to get up when she suddenly heard a gust of wafting fragrance. What a nice fragrance! Zhao Xinran's eyes lit up, incredulous that the scent was actually wafting from the kitchen. Even Yun Yun, who was still sleeping in the house, was woken up by the aroma. Standing sleepily in the doorway, she asked, "Mom, what are we having for breakfast today? It smells good." Without waiting for Zhao Xinran to speak, Yun finally realized that what was standing in the kitchen wasn't Mom at all. Instead, it was Dad. Her eyes widened in surprise. Dad can still cook? Chang Fan turned around, saw the same shocked face of mother and daughter, and couldn't help but shake his head. "It's just cooking. It's not that exaggerated, right?" he also said as he took the prepared breakfast and served it on the dining table. "Wow, it's actually my favorite tomato and egg noodles." That's right. Right now it was indeed just a very simple plate of tomato and egg noodles. It was still cooked with hanging noodles. However, because of the addition of some heaven and earth spiritual chi, it made the aroma even more pungent. Yun could not wait to pick up her chopsticks and taste one. After that, she was so excited that she started dancing with her hands. So delicious. Really delicious. Looking at her daughter who was so excited, Zhao Xinran then glanced at the smiling Cheng Fan. She didn't believe that her own craftsmanship, which she had learned for 5 years, would be no match for a guy who had just come into contact with the kitchen. So she picked up another pair of chopsticks, until the noodles entered her mouth. She saw Zhao Xinran's eyes light up, and then stretched out his right hand and gave Cheng Fan a thumbs up. It was thought that Yun was saying this because she didn't want Cheng Fan to be disappointed. As it turned out, it was indeed incredibly delicious. Good wow. So you were pretending before? Zhao Xinran narrowed her eyes and laughed wickedly. Since you are such a good cook, I can also feel at ease to let you have the big spoon in the future. As long as you like it, I can make it for you every day. Cheng Fan's reply caused Zhao Xinran's cheeks to turn red. Wasn't this exactly the future life she had fantasized about when she and Cheng Fan were in love? It was worth it even if it was poorer to be able to stay this happy. On the contrary, Yun lifted her head and smiled cheekily. Then I'll have to eat Dad's handmade tomato and egg noodles every day from now on. As long as you don't get tired of eating it, I'll make it for you for the rest of your life. Really? Yun said happily. I wish I could go to kindergarten soon. That way I can tell my new little friends that my dad is super good at cooking. At the mention of kindergarten, Zhao Xinran's heart tightened. In the past, Yun would tell her that she didn't like going to kindergarten, so she took it at face value, thinking that Yun was afraid of encountering a new environment. Only now did she realize that her daughter just didn't want them to carry a heavier burden. After breakfast, Yun went out to play. Chang Fan, on the other hand, looked for Xinran alone and discussed the kindergarten matter. I think it's best to let Yun go to the experimental kindergarten in the Southern District. As for the money, you don't have to worry about it. On the contrary, why wouldn't Zhao Xinran want Yun to have a good learning environment? Some time ago, she had also inquired about the Southern District's experimental kindergarten, learning that there was the best early childhood education in the province, and one of the best environments in the country. She just couldn't bear it, her husband carrying too much pressure alone. That's why she applied for the job as a wine supervisor. After the two discussed, Cheng Fan went out and took the initiative to dial Yi Longyan's phone, see if the other side there has any contacts in the kindergarten in the Southern District. Yi Longyang learned that, without saying a word, the matter was completed and agreed to meet in front of the kindergarten. You should know that the Yi family in Suzhou and Hangzhou is basically considered to be the hand of the sky, a kindergarten place, hand in hand. He did not drive and left the red flag to his wife. He himself took a taxi to the Southern District. Just after leaving, Zhao Xinran's cell phone suddenly rang. On the caller ID, it was Wang Lan's number. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Xinran carefully connected and asked, "Auntie, what are you looking for me for?" Knowing that Wang Lan normally wouldn't call her easily. As soon as the words fell, Wang Lan's voice immediately came out. "Xiao Ran, can I chat with you if there's nothing wrong? Last time your grandma said she was coming home for dinner. How did you and Xiaofan discuss it?" After returning home, Zhao Xinran didn't mention this matter at all. She knew that her current husband seemed to hate the Zhao family. "Aya, why are you still hesitating? Your grandmother, she knows it's wrong, and is looking forward to a good family meal. Where's Xiaofan? Why don't you give him the phone and I'll talk to him?" He just went out. Learning that Cheng Fan was not at home, Wang Lan became even more attentive. "How about this? You bring Yun over first, and I'll do Xiaofan's ideological work. You mustn't refuse." Wang Lan didn't give Zhao Xinran a chance to speak at all. "You also know that grandma, she's old and was very sick last night. If you refuse to come for a trip, I'm afraid that in the future." "What? Grandma is sick?" Zhao Xinran suddenly said urgently. "Is it serious? Did the doctor say what kind of disease?" In short, the disease is very serious. I'm afraid that these 2 days will have to go." "How can this be?" Thinking of the grandmother lying weakly in the hospital bed, want to see her in Yun last sight on the heart. In front of the Southern District Experimental Kindergarten, a Bentley Continental was parked. Chang Fan had just arrived and saw the Bentley driver immediately get out of the car and scornfully said, Chang Sr., Yi Lao is in the car. The driver who was careless yesterday was still there. Yi Longyang didn't dismiss him and decided to give him another chance. When he got into the car, he saw Yi Lao busy and enthusiastic. Senior, it's hot right now. Blow the cold air for a while first. My old friend is on his way here. Learning that Cheng Fan's daughter was going to kindergarten. Without saying anything, Yi Longyang directly found the vice president. Looking at the time, it should be arriving soon. Unexpectedly, while waiting, a news item was suddenly and urgently inserted on the car TV. A serious traffic accident occurred on the remote road to the northern district. One of the $10 million red flag L90 was frantically hit by two white vans, causing the fuel tank to seriously leak sideways. The whole car was engulfed in flames and completely burned. According to the investigation, there were two victims in the car, 4 adult women and young children, 25. The feeling of despair. Cheng Fan stared blankly at the TV. The red flag L90 in the news was the same black color as the one Yi Lao had given him. The body of the car was completely disfigured, and the adult woman and young child in the car were reported to have died tragically. Next to Yi Lao was shocked, also ignoring his old friend who had just come over. He immediately yelled at the driver, "Drive! Go to the scene of the crash!" On the way, Cheng Fan kept comforting himself that it wouldn't happen. Shinran had said that she would teach Yun Yun to write at home. It was impossible for her to show up on the road in a car. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed his wife's number. However, 3 times in a row there was no answer. Cheng Fan's heart was like being grabbed hard. Bentley quickly rushed to the scene of the crash. The place was already crowded with people, and the public security department as well as journalists intervened. Cheng Fan rushed out of the car and ran all the way towards the accident site. A short distance of 20 meters, but it seems to be as long as years. On the way, he thought a lot. In his previous life, he only buried his head to achieve the path of the god of killers, and his hands were stained with thousands of human lives. Even though he only killed the ones he should, he had accumulated too many killing sins. Even if he endured the karmic fire burning his body, even if he was forcefully swallowed by the heavenly Tao, none of these could truly break him down. The only thing he truly regretted was that he was still alone after witnessing the Tao. Now that he had traveled to Earth, he was suddenly surrounded by more loving wives and daughters. This feeling allowed him to experience the hope of being a human again. Could it be that even this hope, the heavens were going to deprive? Shinran, Yun Yun, Cheng Fan said as he rushed into the scene of the accident. The personnel in charge of the investigation wanted to intercept, but they were all kicked over by Cheng Fan. He couldn't care about anything. He only wanted to know if the car accident scene had anything to do with his wife and daughter. You guys will be fine. Surely nothing will happen. Cheng Fan came to the stretcher and lifted the white cloth. The first thing he saw was an adult corpse whose face was completely disfigured and could not be distinguished at all. On the other stretcher, there was a petite figure lying. The adult female's facial features were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, while the young child's corpse could be judged to be around 5 to 8 years old. Shinran, Yun Yun, Cheng Fan shouted in near despair. He knew that he had killed countless people, and this was God's revenge on him. Even if it wasn't enough to be devoured by the heavenly Tao, now he had to deprive him of the power to have a family. The thought of the tragic images of his wife and daughter when they were in a car accident caused him to break down. Elder Chang, please also express your condolences. Elder Yi leaned on his crutches and came to Cheng Fan's side. Reaching out and withdrawing his hand several times, he finally sighed lightly. He had already confirmed that this car was indeed the red flag L90 limited edition that his eldest son had bought in the first place. This was because the license plate number, as well as the lines on the body of the car, all matched up. Don't worry, I will definitely try my best to investigate the perpetrator. Yi Lao continued. In the face of Yi Lao's comfort, Cheng Fan however knelt on the ground without saying a word. Only half a bell. He had only been out for half an hour, and he didn't expect this to happen. If he could, he would rather choose to sacrifice himself to get back the lives of the two. Just then, a Cullinan stopped across the road. A young woman slowly walked down from the car, clutching her chest tightly and shouting, "Cheng Fan, I am here." The woman was none other than Zhao Xinran, looking safe and sound. She had just been in the car watching everything over here and had seen her husband's desperate call. Cheng Fan, who heard the voice, looked violently across the street, until he saw his wife standing beside the car. He immediately got up and rushed over. Then he hugged his wife and said excitedly, "I thought you had a car accident." If the Immortal Realm's God-killing temple members saw this scene, they would be guaranteed to be shocked to the point of dislocating their jaws one by one. Was this still their cold-blooded, ruthless, blood-seeing God-killing temple master? Zhao Xinran didn't know how to explain. She turned to look at Cullinan. Just then, she saw the front car door suddenly open while revealing a pair of beautiful feet wearing simple sneakers. Until the beauty poked out her upper body, Cheng Fan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. On the contrary, the beauty took off her sunglasses and laughed in a generous manner. Chang Fan, you really made this young lady look for a while. 26. Imp. The beautiful woman driving the Cullinan was none other than the Hua family's daughter that Chang Fan had met in the underground boxing ring. He still remembered that the other party ran away directly after the match at that time. Unexpectedly, he actually met up here. However, Chang Fan knew that it wasn't a coincidence. Otherwise Zhao Xinran wouldn't have been able to appear here. Chang Fan, it was Sister Hua who saved me, Zhao Xinran explained from the sidelines. If it wasn't Sister Hua, it might have been Yun Yun and I who were in the car accident. Where is Yun Yun? Chang Fan immediately asked. On the contrary, Hua Qianjin breathlessly pointed to the car. Don't worry, your daughter is sleeping in the car, not a single hair has fallen out. Until Chang Fan was sure that Yun Yun was in the car, he was finally relieved. He was really going to be scared to death just now, thinking that the wife and daughter that he had gotten so easily were gone. Just thinking of the two corpses on the stretcher, he said in a doubtful voice, since you are all fine, what was in the car accident? Chang Fan did not ask, but Zhao Xinran cried out with a wow sound. She directly jumped into Chang Fan's arms, crying unusually miserably. Still, Hua Qianjin laughed at the side and said, I just saw them bullying your wife and daughter, so I thought to give them a lesson. The one who got into a car accident was the second aunt in Chen Chen. The good two lives were gone right in front of her eyes, and the death was so miserable that there was no way to live. Wang Lan called before to lie to her grandmother is no longer working. Want her to take Yun Yun over to visit now. On the way, Chang Wenbing had already arranged for the murderer. As long as they pass by that lot, they will directly take action. However, Chang Wenbing, who is far away from the hospital, does not know that the people in the red flag car have been switched. Not Zhao Xinran and Yun Yun, but his mother-in-law Wang Lan and his son Chen Chen. I can declare in advance that I didn't create the car accident, Hua Qianjin hurriedly explained. I just saw them bullying Sister Xinran and Yun Yun, so I forced them to enter the red flag car of their own accord. Who knew that they actually planted such a man-made accident? As soon as the words fell, he saw four thugs in suits suddenly appear behind Hua Qianjin. Each of them was stout and fierce-looking. Wang Lan and Chen Chen. It was under their threat that they changed cars. So what? I don't have to pay for the car, right? Hua Qianjin asked with a smirk. Learning the exact reason, Chang Fan's expression was slightly complicated. Even this kind of thing can be done without changing color. On the surface, it seemed unrelated, but in reality, the deaths of Wang Lan and Chen Chen were both indirectly caused by her. From this, it was clear that the woman in front of him was an unapologetic imp. Of course, he did not sympathize with Wang Lan's death. Only Tatsuya's death surprised him quite a bit. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to be the same age as Yun Yun. Last time I helped you, this time you helped me, so we no longer owe each other. Regardless of the process, the other party did save Zhao Xinran and Yun Yun, and the $50 million in payment from last time. He decided not to want it. Don't! Hua Qianjin was busy saying back. I was too excited last time, so I thought I'd hurry to the hospital to tell my father the results. As for the money, I'll make it up to you right away. What the Hua family lacks right now isn't money at all, but rather the layer of connections that is the strongest members of the martial sect. There were also individual powerful families in Su Hang that had contact with people from the martial sect. However, most of them did not have any interests to deal with, and were simply meeting each other. Even so, in the eyes of outsiders, it is a layer of shelter. And what the Hua family lacks now is the martial arts sect shelter. Hospital? Chang Fan asked in surprise. Your father is sick? Remembering that the horse-faced man had said that Hua Qianjin's father was the head of the Hua family. Nowadays, he was also the person in charge of the underground forces in Su Hang. Anyone who could hang around in this circle was not an oil lamp. At the mention of being sick, a flash of loss passed through Hua Qianjin's eyes. She nodded and said, my father he suddenly fell ill some time ago, and no doctor knows the cause of the illness until now. I'm planning to send him abroad sometime later, maybe he'll get better. Just as Chang Fan and Hua Qianjin were conversing, at the scene of the car accident, a hissing wail suddenly came from the scene. The wailing came from Zhao Xinran's grandmother, also known as Old Mrs. Zhao. After learning that her daughter-in-law and great-grandson had died in a car accident, she immediately rushed here by car. Upon arriving at the scene and seeing the tragic scene at hand, she instantly broke down. Zhao Xinran was somewhat unable to bear it. Just when she was thinking about whether to go up in comfort, she saw old Mrs. Zhao immediately turn around and stare at her, and then, leaning on her crutches, she quickly walked over. It's all because of you, you bastard sweeper. Quickly return my precious cinnabar to me. Old Mrs. Zhao said as she raised her crutches and was about to smash Zhao Xinran head on. 27. Settle the score properly. Although old Mrs. Zhao hated Wang Lan recently, she didn't hate her so much that she cursed her to death. Not to mention, Chen Chen has always been her most precious heart. Now that Chen Chen had died, It was as if the sky had collapsed. She saw that the cane was about to hit Zhao Xinran, but she was yanked by Cheng Fan. No matter how hard the old lady tried, it was impossible to pull the cane away again. The scene that happened outside the building was fresh in her mind, so the old lady didn't dare to be too unrestrained after seeing Cheng Fan. However, that look in her eyes had hated Zhao Xinran, and she couldn't wait for her to die right now. That car, what's going on? I remember the car is obviously yours. Why are Wang Lan and Chen Chen in the car? The old lady suspected that this was a car accident that Cheng Fan and Zhao Xinran had conspired to plan. Otherwise this all happened too coincidentally. So she grimaced again and said, "You guys are really ruthless. Even if Wang Lan usually treats you guys badly, you don't have to go this far, right? I was wrong. I shouldn't have let Guohua give birth to a cheap bastard like you in the first place." Guohua was Zhao Xinran's father, but died along with his wife in a car accident. This had always been the pain Zhao Xinran was most reluctant to mention deep down. However, old Mrs. Zhao was able to relentlessly bring this matter back up, like a dagger stabbing into her granddaughter's heart. Perhaps in her eyes, there really isn't a place for Zhao Xinran. Cheng Fan's face had also become hard to see. With a fierce force from his right hand, he saw the cane suddenly break into two. He wouldn't make a move on the old lady, but it didn't mean that he could let the other party bully his wife. What do you want to do? Old Mrs. Zhao retreated 2 steps in fear and nearly fell to the ground. Zhao Guofu, who then rushed over, learned of everything, and his entire body nearly collapsed to the point of fainting. However, when he saw the situation on the old lady's side, he immediately roared angrily again. "Surname Chang, what exactly do you want?" "What do I want?" Cheng Fan couldn't help but sneer twice as he watched the Zhao family rush over one by one. "My wife is now being surprised by you all, so I'm going to take her back to rest properly. Tomorrow, I will personally pay a visit to your door and settle the score with you all by the way." As he spoke, a gust of coldness drifted around the old lady and Zhao Guofu. It caused them to shiver uncontrollably. On the contrary, Huo Qianjin scornfully said from the sidelines, "It's clearly that woman called Wang Lan who wanted to harm Sister Xinran. You guys who don't know right from wrong. You." The old lady pointed at Huo Qianjin and said in annoyance, "What kind of thing are you that you dare to come and accuse us? First of all, for the record, I'm not a thing. My surname is Hua, first name Qingxue." Although Huo Qingxue wasn't as prestigious as his dad, but the surname Hua is not rare in Suhang. Qi's old lady was also considered a native of Suzhou Hangzhou, and had more or less dealt with underground forces when she was young. Now that she heard Huo Qingxue's name, she suddenly lost it. The old lady turned her head and stared at Cheng Fan incredulously. How could she not expect the scrapper that he had once despised the most? Now not only was he involved with the Qian family, he actually knew the Hua family's daughter. "Senior Chang, leave the aftermath to me." Yi Longyang also came at this time. On the way, old Mrs. Zhao couldn't help but open her mouth, wanting to speak. However, Yi Longyang ignored her the entire time, and came close and smiled. "If Senior doesn't mind, you can also go to our Yi family to recuperate first." Nowadays, the Hua family's daughter, the leader of the underground in Suzhou Hangzhou, and the Yi family, one of the top super mansions in the business world, actually appeared here at the same time. In addition to both recognizing Cheng Fan, old family master Yi actually acted overly humble. This really shocked old Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Guofu. They even suspected that this was not true at all. On the contrary, Cheng Fan politely declined old master Ye's offer and turned to look at Huo Qingxue. "Take me to see your father." "Ha?" Huo Qingxue said in a skeptical voice. "But my father, he's in the hospital right now. If you still want his illness to heal quickly, take me to see him." 28. Huo Lao's disappearance. Cheng Fan knows very well that if not for Huo Qingxue's timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He had always made a clear distinction between grudges, and when he learned that the other party's father was seriously ill he thought of doing his small part. On the contrary, Huo Qingxue's face was delighted, and she quickly nodded her head and said, "Okay, I'll take you guys to the hospital now." So the crowd directly got into the car and left. Only old Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Guofu were left standing in place with dull gazes. On the way, Huo Qingxue cautiously asked, "Cheng Fan, could it be that you still know medical skills? I remembered that I had heard my father say in the past that the people of the martial sect were all heavenly and omnipotent beings, so even if they knew medical skills, it was still very possible." However, her voice was small again, deeply afraid of waking up the sleeping Yin Yun. On the contrary, Zhao Xinran was holding Yin Yun and curiously sizing up Cheng Fan. From the very beginning of delivering the car, to the night before last at outside the building, and now recognizing a young millennial who drove a Cullinan. Even if she didn't know much about cars, the front end of a Rolls-Royce had still been seen. Now her husband was becoming more and more mysterious and elusive within her. "Don't know much." Originally Cheng Fan wanted to say that he didn't know anything about medicine at all, and all he knew was the art of killing. However, When he came to Earth, he gradually realized that the structure of the human body was not too different from over there, because when he performed assassination missions in the early days, he was often easily injured. He then gained an in-depth understanding of the various parts of the human body and treated them through heaven and earth aura. Regardless, the effect was not bad. Central Hospital side entrance. Zhao Xinran felt that it wasn't good for him to follow him there together. In the end, she decided to stay in the car to take care of Yun Yun. On the contrary, Huo Qingxue couldn't wait to rush to the hospitalization department, hoping to let her father see Cheng Fan earlier. She had heard her father ramble on before, saying that she shouldn't have left her seniors alone. Even if you spend more money, you must have a good relationship with the seniors and so on. In short, these words had made Huo Qingxue's ears grow calloused. Now it was good that she was finally able to fulfill her father's wish and bring Cheng Fan. Cheng Fan, my dad will definitely be excited to see you later, so don't mind too much. Seeing Huo Qingxue's serious look, Cheng Fan suddenly had some regrets. Only when the two of them just left the elevator. The scene in front of them was so shocking that Huo Qingxue couldn't help but scream. On the corridor, there were several figures lying all over the place. Upon closer inspection, all of them were old family Master Huo's bodyguards and former brothers. Even the two nurses were not spared. Cheng Fan had realized that something might have happened to old family Lord Hua. Which ward is your father in? In 606. Then he saw Huo Qingxue immediately rushing to the ward. Just halfway, Cheng Fan saw a familiar face hiding in the corner of the ward. And that familiar face also happened to see Cheng Fan. Cheng Fan? That person was none other than Chang Wenbing, lying in the corner shivering with bandages all over his body. It seemed that the scene that happened just now was all seen by him. Cheng Fan's gaze flickered coldly. Although Wang Lan was dead, he believed that only Wang Lan could hardly plan everything. In this, there must be accomplices. Seeing Cheng Fan turn away, Chang Wenbing's fearful face became more sinister. Cheng Fan, your wife should be dead already, right? Had ha. My Qin Shen will be able to get your daughter's heart back to life in a short while. At this time in Ward 606, there is no one at all. Learning that his father was missing, Huo Qingxue immediately burst into tears. My dad, his condition is very serious. Where can he go? Cheng Fan, my dad, he won't be in trouble. Cheng Fan swept his eyes over the ward, and then found traces of a fight in the corner. There was a dent in the wall, obviously caused by a fist. This was Earth. It was impossible for an ordinary person to cause dents to the walls even if they had more strength. Since it wasn't an ordinary person, it could only be. Cheng Fan frowned and asked, think first, does your father have any enemies outside? During this time, Cheng Fan released his spiritual sense to observe the surrounding area. Not finding any clues meant that Huo Lao had not been kidnapped for a short period of time. Most likely, only Qian Long, Huo Qingxue returned. During this period of time, the Hua family and the Qian family were fighting for the right to speak underground. Qian Long was bound to win, but ended up losing the race. Unable to get angry, it wasn't impossible to kidnap the old Hua family head. Unfortunately, there were no survivors at the scene except for Chang Wenbing. Just as Cheng Fan hesitated to press Chang Wenbing, the phone suddenly rang. The caller ID was his wife. Cheng Fan wondered, thinking that Xinran is not in the car with Yun Yun. Just after connecting the phone, he heard a burst of noisy insults. Damn, a stinking also dare to follow us? I think you are impatient to live. 29. From the sky, Cullinan, itself, was parked at the side entrance of the hospital where there were fewer people. As early as when Cheng Fan and Huo Qingxue left, Zhao Xinran noticed a small alley where a few people were holding a sack and cursing as they walked out. At that time, Zhao Xinran felt something was wrong and opened the car window a bit. She happened to hear a few people talking about Huo Qingxue's father. Seeing that the situation was urgent, I didn't think much about it and sneaked out of the car alone to prepare to follow. Unexpectedly ended up being found. In a hurry, dialed the phone prepared in advance. There are 4 people in front of me, 2 middle-aged and 2 young people. One of them, the middle-aged man with a tiger's waist and undershirt, laughed cheaply. This looks quite watery. Why don't we tie her up and take her away as well? I think so. Another thieving middle-aged man voiced his agreement. Even though Zhao Xinran was dressed rather plainly, she couldn't hide her natural beauty. Just as the two were about to make their move, a yellow-haired young man behind them suddenly reminded, Brother Feng, that woman looks a bit familiar. It seems like Brother Leopard recognizes her. Yellow hair appeared last time in the building outside the building, followed behind Wang Bao as a hitman. Brother Feng is the undershirt man. Raised eyebrows. Wang Bao? Damn, how come every woman is related to him? The rat-eyed man next to him followed suit and frowned in dissatisfaction. Qian Long had 2 loyal followers, each for 2 subdomains. Wang Bao was one of them, while the other was nicknamed Hyena. The 2 subhalls had always kept their hands off each other. However, One of Hyena's men was wild and looked at Wang Bao with dissatisfaction. Now that they learned that Zhao Xinran was acquainted with Wang Bao, their smiles became even more lewd. Since it's related to Wang Bao, then I have to disgust him even more, Feng said as he was about to make his move. Behind him in the sack, but suddenly came a roar. You group! The voice sounded strong and majestic, startling the crowd to turn back one after another. Damn! Didn't I tell you guys to plug up that old undead's mouth? Brother Feng couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, this is in the alley. If on the main road the consequences can be imagined. We blocked. Don. Know why he can still open his mouth. Yellow hair shrunk his head back. Reopen the sack. See the inside stuffed with a head full of Chinese hair. Old man. The old man's face is pale and his lips are black, and his head is full of sweat. But even so, that furious eyes still with a few points of deterrence. He first angrily swept his eyes at Feng and the others before cursing. What a group of people. Actually not even letting go of a tender woman. The old man was none other than the head of the Hua family. He was clearly the one who was kidnapped, but now he had to speak for a young woman he didn't know. You old undead are about to meet the king of hell, and you're still in the mood to care about other people? Whether I see the king of hell or not is not for you to say. Huo Lao's voice is very penetrating, obviously looking weak. It always makes people feel scornful. Perhaps this was the underground dragon head, with his innate vigor. However, Feng didn't eat him at all, turning around and slowly approaching Zhao Xinran. Even if I her now, what can you do to me? To tell you the truth, the era of the Hua family is over. The underground of Su Hang will now be controlled by Master Long. Looking at the vested man who kept getting closer, Zhao Xinran could only back away. Her right hand, which was inserted into her pants pocket, didn't dare to pull it out either, deeply afraid of being discovered by the other party. But as the undershirt man got closer and closer, the courage that came from somewhere earlier was suddenly gone. It's against the law for you guys to do this. Don't come over. Don't you come over. Boom. Seeing that Feng was about to get his way, he was kicked off on the spot by a foot that appeared on his face. Then it smashed into the wall 10 meters away behind him. With his head tilted, he died of gas. Cheng Fan descended from the sky and appeared in the narrow alleyway. He then blocked in front of his wife and said in a deep voice towards the remaining three, if you dare to move, you'll end up like that scumbag. 30. Shrinking turtle. Cheng Fan's sudden appearance scared the remaining three kidnappers out of their wits. And that kick just now, is it really something a person can do? Shocked, the kidnapped Master Hua couldn't help but clap his hands. What a good leg. Quite a bit of my style back then. Huo Lao really spares no effort in boasting. He's already so thin that he's still so confident. Adding that loud voice, he deserves to be the real leading boss of the underground of Suzhou Hangzhou. Just now, I was tied up in the sack for too long, and my bones are almost stretched out, Huo Lao says as he plans to get up. Unexpectedly, with a click, his face suddenly turned red, his old waist suddenly flashed. Although he never asked for help, Zhao Xinran couldn't bear to watch and went forward to assist him. Oh, thank you all little girl. Huo Lao's eyes are filled with appreciation for Zhao Xinran. Thanks to the fact that he doesn't have a son, or else I'm afraid that he would have to poach from Cheng Fan's side. If you hadn't been brave enough to come forward, I'm afraid I would have had to enter my coffin early. Just as the words fell, Huo Qingxue, who had hurriedly arrived, said excitedly, Dad, are you alright? Are you alright? To be in this line of work is to be on the tip of a knife at all times. One day, they might be killed by their enemies. That's why Huo Qingxue cherishes this family relationship, fearing that the sky will collapse when he wakes up one day. What can I do? I can eat, sleep and walk. It doesn't matter. Dad, you're like this and you still call it okay? Huo Qingxue pouted and looked at her father, then broke into laughter. It was Cheng Fan who briefly observed Elder Huo's body through his spiritual sense. Then he frowned. In your current state, you'll be in a coffin in half a month at most. Spiritual sense, equivalent to a cultivator's third eye. In addition to being able to observe the environment around them, it was likewise able to inspect the bodies of people or various animals, including bones, organs, as well as blood. They could be seen clearly. Originally, Huo Lao's body was already in trouble. Now, due to the bumps and bruises during the kidnapping process, the internal organs had long since reached their limits. In other words, the old man's apparent calmness is feigned. In reality, he was probably enduring pain that was unimaginable to normal people. However, Cheng Fan's words made old man Huo blow up in anger. Kid, you're clearly cursing me. Don't think that just because you saved me once, I will be grateful to you. No need. Cheng Fan returned expressionlessly. Besides, I saved you more than once. What do you mean? Elder Huo frowned. This was the first time that a junior dared to be in front of him, pretending. On the contrary, Huo Qingxue was scared out of her wits. Cheng Fan, what you said before, you can cure my father's disease. Cheng Fan? Huo Lao froze. This name sounds somewhat familiar. Dad, He's the Chang fan who helped our Hua family win the money dragon last time. The Chang de benefactor you spoke of. Hua Qingxue was really about to die of anxiety from her dad. Isn't it true that when you get older, you're also paranoid? Still full of confidence in himself, he doesn't believe anyone's words. It's a good thing that Huo Lao isn't so confused that he doesn't even know who his benefactor is. Learning that these young men in front of him were Chang Fan, his attitude changed drastically, and he immediately arched his hand and said, "Benefactor, I was too rude just now." Chang Fan sighed and said, "Your illness, I will look at it afterward. Right now there are other things to deal with." Saying that, he came to the front of the three punks, squatted down and asked, "Say it, besides the four of you, is there someone else?" The dent in the ward was obviously caused by a fist. It was hard for an ordinary person to have such a big punch, so Chang Fan suspected that the man was from the martial sect. The three of them looked at each other in dismay, and then shook their heads and said nothing. It wasn't that they didn't want to, they didn't dare, deeply knowing that if they said anything, the end would only be more miserable. "Shinran, Yun is still in the car?" Chang Fan suddenly turned around and asked. For the matter of his wife being able to take the initiative to track the kidnappers, Chang Fan was rather surprised. He hadn't realized it before, so it turned out that the other party was this brave. Zhao Xinran sniffed and reacted that Yun was still sleeping alone in the car. When she was planning to leave, Hua Qingxue immediately stepped forward and took her arm. While walking, she smiles in a petulant manner. "Sister Ran, I'll accompany you." At the very beginning, Hua Qingxue saved Zhao Xinran, purely for Chang Fan's face, and now, she was admiring Zhao Xinran from the bottom of her heart. The two beauties had just left not long ago when a domineering aura suddenly came from the end of the alley. This aura scared the three gangsters into trembling. It also startled Huo Lao into a cold sweat. Instead, Chang Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled thoughtfully and coldly. "Since you're here, why should you be a shrinking violet again?" 31. En Mati. Just as Chang Fan guessed, there were not only 4 people who kidnapped Huo Lao. To be precise, these 4 punks were just specialized in mopping up. The one who really took action to solve the group of suit thugs in the corridor was someone else, and that person, at this moment, was standing at the end of the alley. The originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy, making it impossible to see what the visitor looked like. But Chang Fan's cry of shrinking head turtle clearly enraged that person. The domineering aura that filled the air also climbed in an instant. "Benefactor must be careful." Huo Lao voiced a reminder from the sidelines. "These 2 days, Qianlong and the martial sect 1 family have gotten very close. I'm worried. Old thing, you know quite a lot." The figure at the end of the alley finally moved. His voice sounded young, only 27 or 18 at most. It was only the tone that was mixed with disdain for the lord of the Hua family. After all, in the eyes of the martial sect family, no matter how rich you are nothing more than an ant. If it wasn't for Qianlong promising to send me a branch haul, I wouldn't bother taking on this kind of crap. So if you want to blame it on the fact that you're so old and still want to fight for the underground dragon head. When he learned that Qianlong had actually promised a branch haul, Huo Lao's face changed again and again. He had estimated that Qianlong's business basically belonged to fishing for favors. According to the rate of earning, there would be several $100 million of oil in half a year. If this goes on for a long period of time, the amount of money earned will only be more and less. Qianlong would actually be willing to take a branch haul in exchange for his life. This didn't stop Huo Lao from smiling to himself. He didn't even know that his life was worth so much. "Benefactor, it's not too late for you to leave," Huo Lao said with a calm expression. "It's not worth fighting for my old bones." Being able to defeat the Triple Crown King proved that Chang Fan was indeed very strong. But in the end, the Triple Crown King was only half a martial sect member. To even say that he was half a martial sect member was to think highly of him. So he was probably able to guess Chang Fan's strength. Now Qianlong was clearly trying to completely mess with him. Instead of dying together here, it would be better to ask his benefactor to protect Hua Qingxue before dying. He, Hua Xiandong, would never let anything happen to his daughter even if he was killed by 1,000 cuts. Chang Fan glanced at the old man beside him and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. As the god of killers, he would never fight a battle he was unsure of. What's more, he didn't know where this old thing got the confidence to think that he would fight for his life. "Benefactor, listen to my advice. Qianlong has put down blood money this time, looking for a strong martial sect member. I don't have any other wishes. I just want Xiao Shui to live peacefully." Elder Huo was ready. After saying these words, he took 2 steps forward and prepared to tie his hands. It was only Chang Fan who took a step ahead of him and walked in the direction of the end of the alley. "Benefactor, you," without waiting for Elder Huo to finish his sentence, the enemy suddenly lowered his voice and said, "There aren't many who dare to go against the martial sect Chu family. As the Chu family's youngest 3rd-grade human marshal, taking your dog's life is as easy as a slap in the face." When he learned that his opponent was from the Chu family, Chang Fan remembered Ling Wushan's bounty order. remembering that it was the lord of the Chu family that she wanted to kill. Since the enemy was from the Chu family, it instead spared Cheng Fan a lot of trouble. In the next second, he saw his figure suddenly disappear. And then, with astonishing speed, he appeared beside the Chu youth. Without waiting for the latter to react, he forced the question. Tell me, what is your relationship with Chu Yincheng? You are also a martial artist? The youth surnamed Chu finally realized that Cheng Fan was also a martial artist. There was also the speed just now, which was unnaturally fast. So he raised his right hand to strike his fist power a little, aiming directly at Cheng Fan's temple. Unfortunately, his fist power was even more ruthless. In front of absolute strength, it was just going through the motions. The overbearing fist power was diffused by Cheng Fan with one hand and said in a deep voice, "Answer my question." You have to know that the young man surnamed Chu was an uncompromising third-grade human martial artist. He was definitely much stronger than a half-assed martial artist. Now, under Cheng Fan's hands, he looked unbeatable. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Master Ho would not have believed that the great benefactor who had saved the Hua family was so terrifying. The young man surnamed Chu was usually used to flaunting his power in places like Suzhou and Hangzhou. Now he realized that he had kicked an iron plate that he shouldn't have. While he was terrified, he stared at Cheng Fan's eyes and said in a trembling voice, Chu Yincheng is my father. If you kill me, the Chu family will not let you go. Like what? Cheng Fan did not follow common sense. If he were anyone else, he would be more or less scornful when he heard this, but he wouldn't. Instead he looked more curious. The youth surnamed Chu said sharply, once I die, the clan's life tags will shatter. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape the Chu clan's palm. I see. Cheng Fan nodded in understanding. To put it bluntly, this was actually the same as the spirit talisman in the immortal world. In addition to serving as a shelter, a spirit talisman was also a bridge that connected lives. When the owner of the spirit talisman died, then the spirit talisman itself would also go up in smoke. It was then that Cheng Fan turned around and groped around. Finally, he picked up a dagger from the ground that had fallen during the chaos. With his hand, he took the life of the youth surnamed Chu. Martial Gate Chu family. The clan member in charge of guarding the fate tags only heard a popping shatter. After turning his head to examine the shattered fate tags, he suddenly trembled and busied himself with reporting to the family head in the main hall. Chu Yincheng was informed that his favorite youngest son was dead. The terrifying Xuanwu Qi instantly enveloped the sky over the entire Chu family. Then he became furious. When the murderer is identified, I, Chu Yincheng, will make sure that he doesn't have a good death. 32. Meet and greet. The one who was killed was Chu Yincheng's youngest and favorite son, Chu Tiannan. He was supposed to be the most likely to inherit the Chu family's existence, but now he was just dead, and died a worthless death. Successfully resolving Chu Tiannan, Cheng Fan habitually eliminated the blood on the dagger, and behind him towards the three punks, was considering whether or not to do away with them as well. He didn't mind others to Chu Yincheng's high secrets. Instead he was afraid that the Chu family wouldn't be able to find him. Facing Cheng Fan's icy cold eyes, the three punks were about to pee in fear. The one who had just been killed was the high-profile person that their boss Qianlong had invited with blood money. The defeat of the Triple Crown King was also a defeat, but they didn't expect that even the arrival of a real martial arts sect powerhouse would be useless. After thinking for a moment, they finally decided to release them. On the contrary, Elder Hua was dumbfounded the entire time. Cheng Fan was ruthless and did not leave his enemies alive. He, who had been on the road for a lifetime, actually felt fear, but he quickly came to his senses and said excitedly, Benefactor, you saved my life again. Hua Lao knew that if it wasn't for Cheng Fan, he would have been killed long ago. He had only mistakenly underestimated his benefactor's strength. As for Qianlong's side, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time in the coming period. Cheng Fan called Hua Qingshui and helped Hua Lao to get into the car. As for the two corpses at the scene, Cheng Fan directly passed through the spirit fire and burned them to the point that not even crumbs were left. There were also bloodstains, which were also treated with a special method. Only after making sure that no traces were left behind did he turn around and leave. This was an occupational disease from his early years as an assassin in the immortal world. Since he had killed someone, he had to deal with it cleanly. The Hua family mansion, situated in the center of the rich district in the south. As far as the eye can see, the courtyard is so large that even by car, it takes 5 or 6 minutes to reach the villa from the courtyard gate. The dragon statue in the central fountain is majestic. There was also the villa with 5 floors. It is comparable to a castle, luxurious and atmospheric. In short, entering the Hua family will unconsciously bring up the feeling of being in a palace. In the garage, there are too many luxury cars worth more than $1 million to count. There are also quite a few multi-million-dollar ones, and those are all Hua Qingshui's personal collection. Other celebrities like to collect limited edition designer bags, designer watches, and jewelry. She, on the other hand, likes to collect all kinds of luxury cars, some of which are even driven less than 2 kilometers. That is, they are just strolling around in their own homes. Cheng Fan was an immortal killing god, and even when he saw such a situation, he was still able to remain calm. On the contrary, Zhao Xinran was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden. Even if she still lived in the Zhao family before, she had never seen such a luxurious and extravagant scene, not to mention Yun who woke up with a shocked face the entire time. "Mom, look!" Yun pointed at the brightly colored Mini Cooper not far away. In fact, the price of Mini Cooper itself is not high, but this car is inlaid with 3,800 Swarovski crystals throughout, and it's still high-grade crystals. Calculated, the average one will be 5,000, and in the front of the car, there are 3 more diamonds worth $1 million. As for the price, it cost a total of $23 million. Zhao Xinran looked at the Mini in surprise. When she saw that Yun did not know when she ran over and was planning to reach out to touch it, she was so scared that she quickly shouted, Yun, don't! If this car is scratched, it simply can't afford to pay for it." Yun gave a "oh" sound and nodded in complaint. When she was about to come back, Huo Qingxue smiled and came closer. Yun, is this car pretty? Beautiful. For some reason, Yun has always been particularly attracted to shiny things. Even if it is a mirror that has been refracted by the sunlight, she can stay and look at it for a long time. Really? That proves that sister has a good eye. Huo Qingxue has already discussed this with Zhao Xinran, facing Zhao Xinran to refer to each other as sisters, and still in front of Yun to refer to each other as sisters. In short, she just didn't want to admit that she had reached the age of becoming an aunt. "Since I like it, then I'll take it as a meeting gift for Yun, okay?" When these words came out, the corner of Cheng Fan's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Zhao Xinran was even more frightened and waved her hands. This car was worth a lot of money. It was simply not affordable. However, Huo Qingxue pretended to be angry and said back, "I'm giving this to Yun as a gift." At the mention of a gift, Huo Lao also begins to look around. Finally holding his chin, he contemplates for a moment. "I, as a grandfather, don't know what's good to send. I remember that I have a land deed there that I collected more than 10 years ago, so I'll give it to Yun as a gift." 33. Overseas Expert Group. Although the Huo family mansion was as luxurious as a castle, there weren't many real servants. Aside from the chief butler who was responsible for managing the entire villa, most of them are bodyguards dressed in black suits. In Elder Huo's words, hiring more bodyguards is a safeguard for one's own life and that of one's family. Just like today, there's no telling when the enemies will come to the door. Just entering the door, the old butler, who is over half 100 years old, immediately says excitedly, "Master, I heard that there was a kidnapping in the hospital today. Old Su, go and bring me my excellent dragon well." The old housekeeper's surname is Su, and he grew up watching Huo Qingxue, so he has developed a deep affection for the Huo family. Hearing the order, old Su immediately goes upstairs. On the contrary, 2 doctors in white coats happen to come down from the 2nd floor. Old Su seems to remember something and busily explains, "Master, these 2 are the overseas expert group that the young lady had, some time ago, booked." Seeing that his father's condition was slow to improve, Huo Qingxue looked for experts from overseas. Although they were from overseas, they were 2 doctors with national faces. One of the doctors, who was about 60 years old, was named Qi Hua and was a well-known internal medicine expert from abroad. More often than not, he came to Yanxia and conducted symposiums, and the middle-aged man wearing thin-framed glasses next to him was his favorite disciple. "Old Mr. Hua, your daughter is really filial. It's said that it took Liu Bei 3 times to invite Zhuge Kongming out of the mountain, but your daughter has approached me 7 or 8 times. Qi Hua spent his early years studying medicine in Yanxia. When he left the country in his 20s, he had been settling overseas, so it was normal to speak Chinese, but the middle-aged man next to him, who also had a Chinese face, spoke English, and with his words and behavior, he seemed to be extremely repulsed by coming to Yanxia. Cheng Fan looked at the 2 men thoughtfully. Although he didn't say anything, he could tell that Elder Hua and Huo Qingxue were embarrassed. "Elder Qi, thank you for being willing to take the time to come all the way here, but my father's illness has already found a specialized doctor to treat it." Seeing Qi Lao's face change a bit, Huo Qingxue hurriedly continued, "But you can rest assured that I will pay the medical bills as usual. If you're willing to visit our Yanxia for a few more days, all expenses will be paid by me." This was the most sincere apology Huo Qingxue could think of. After all, people had also traveled all the way from abroad by plane, now saying that they don't need their treatment. Wouldn't they be treated like monkeys? Qi Lao expresses his disappointment and shakes his head, while the middle-aged next to him immediately voices out a question. "How on earth do you guys do your job? My teacher took a 10-hour plane ride to come here, and this is the kind of treatment he gets?" It's true that all Yanxia people, they don't keep their word. Without waiting for Elder Hua and Huo Qingxue to open their mouths, Cheng Fan suddenly laughed coldly from the sidelines. So it's a fake foreign devil who speaks English. These words instantly enraged the spectacled middle-aged man. It's because Yen Xia has guys like you that makes me feel disgusted. Get lost if you're disgusting. Make it seem like you're rare to follow. Chang Fan didn't seem to realize. Elder Hua and Hua Qingxue, including his wife and daughter, were staring at him with wide eyes. Even he himself was curious. These words came out logically for some reason. The spectacled middle-aged man was still about to open his mouth, but Elder Qi at his side stopped him. He first swept a disdainful glance at Cheng Fan before asking towards Hua Qingxue, "We are not being unreasonable. Please also ask Miss Hua to tell me about old Mr. Hua's attending physician. That way I can also learn from the sidelines." Learning is fake, mocking is real. Although he hadn't actually examined Mr. Hua's condition, but through the cases that came through the email, and the explanations of many of Yenxia's renowned experts, with this kind of disease, it was simply impossible to have a real solution. The so-called finding a doctor who could treat it was nothing more than a fool's errand. Elder Qi, the doctor you want to learn from is far away and close at hand. Hua Qingxue was similarly disgusted by the spectacled middle-aged man's words and demeanor. That's why the manner in which he spoke was a bit icy. "That's him, Dr. Chang Fan Chang," Hua Qingxue said and pointed to Cheng Fan. Shi Lao was suddenly stunned at his words. Until he was sure that he hadn't heard wrong, he couldn't hold back his anger and said, "Nonsense, simply nonsense. Miss Hua, I hope you won't regret your choice today." 34. Qigong Healing. Shi Lao was self-conscious that he was a relatively cultured medical scholar, and would not get angry over this small matter. After all, anger was easy to hurt the liver, and it was not worth it. But the man with glasses next to him had a feeling of being humiliated. His teacher was a prestigious internal medicine expert abroad, and was the honorary vice president of a famous hospital. Every year, those who came to see them were either high-ranking national figures or super rich people. If it wasn't for the fact that this time's condition was rather special, plus Hua Qingxue had given enough medical expenses, who would have traveled all the way here? Who would have traveled all the way here? Since they had come, the treatment they deserved was just as bad, and they were teased instead. So Yin Yang sneered, "Just him? I remember that you Yenxia have a saying that likes to call doctors who cheat people in the folklore as charlatans. If something goes wrong halfway through, it has nothing to do with me or my teacher." Hua Qingxue was genuinely annoyed when she heard about the Jianghu Longzhong. She was just about to open her mouth when she saw Elder Hua laugh first. "Young man, I've never said that I'd hold you guys responsible for anything of the sort. What's more, I've never intended to let you guys help me with my medical treatment either." Hua Lao's words sounded calm, but in reality, he was secretly satirizing the glasses man. In short, don't take yourself too seriously. Alright, stop embarrassing yourself. Elder Qi suddenly opened his mouth, and without moving, he smiled towards Cheng Fan. "Young man, I wonder if it's possible for us to observe from the sidelines during the consultation." Originally, Cheng Fan was planning to refuse. However, seeing the glasses man's condescending face, he said, "Observing is fine, but I don't want to be disturbed during the treatment." This bit of professionalism, we still have it. He wanted to see if the young man in front of him was truly capable. Second floor medical room. Cheng Fan signaled Hua Lao to lie on the bed first. Normal doctors would try to debug the medical equipment as much as possible during the preparation process. This was because a condition like Hua Lao's was extremely complicated. Without medical equipment, it would be difficult to know the body's current state of affairs. However, Cheng Fan did not touch it from start to finish, and just sat on the chair with his eyes closed. In the middle of the process, he even took deep breaths from time to time, trying to make his breath as smooth as possible. It was just that his every move seemed like he was pretending to be a god to the man with the glasses. "Dr. Chang, you're not planning to use your Yenxia's Qigong to cure old Mr. Hua, are you? Something like Qigong is enough to fool laymen." The man with glasses once again flirted in a conspiratorial manner, and although Elder Qi didn't open his mouth, but one could see a touch of disdain raised at the corners of his mouth. Having practiced medicine for decades, Yenxia's so-called Qigong healing was simply something that did not exist. If it really existed, one would not have to stay in the ocean to pursue studies. Facing the mockery of the man with glasses, Cheng Fan chose to ignore it. When his breath gradually stabilized, he reminded Hua Lao, who was lying down, "If there is any discomfort during the process, don't worry." It was good that Hua Lao trusted Cheng Fan. He knew that Cheng Fan wasn't even afraid of martial sect powerhouses, so why would he need to deceive an old man like himself? "Teacher, you believe me, that guy is definitely a charlatan." The man with glasses sneered when he saw Cheng Fan reaching out and hanging above Hua Lao's dantian. "I've seen this technique on TV before. It's all fake." And next to him, old man Shi shook his head helplessly. It seemed that this trip to Yenxia was indeed wrong. The people over here are too foolish. It was obvious that outsiders knew that it was a fake, but the people involved were still unaware of it. When something went wrong in the end, they would again blame the doctor for being bad. He was disappointed inside before turning to leave. Just as he was about to move, his afterglow inadvertently caught a glimpse of the slowly condensing blue mist in Cheng Fan's right hand. That was the heaven and earth aura. The spiritual chi released by Cheng Fan was continuously traveling within Huo Lao's body. Every time it passed by, the nearby internal organs seemed to be reactivated and began to function normally. As a result, Huo Lao felt a bit of a numbing sensation in his body. It couldn't be said, but it wasn't unpleasant. The man with the glasses was first a bit dumbfounded when he saw the heaven and earth aura. However, he quickly frowned and said, "Ha, this is also your best blindfold technique." Just as the words left his mouth, Elder Chi next to him trembled, revealing an incredulous gaze. He quickly came closer and detected Huo Lao's gradually recovering chi through his face. He also looked at the blue mist in Cheng Fan's hand and marveled. Qi Gong, this must be Qi Gong. So Yen Xia, Qi Gong really exists. 35. Land Deed. Qi Lao had also studied Chinese medicine for a few years in his early years in Yanxia. He had a certain understanding of Chinese medicine's looking, smelling, questioning and cutting. It's just that he felt that the progress of treatment in Chinese medicine was too slow and couldn't be compared to Western medicine at all. Now, when he saw that Huo Lao's original complexion gradually improved, from terminally ill to glowing red in less than 5 minutes, he could no longer remain calm and said excitedly. No longer able to remain calm, he excitedly said, "This must be Qi Gong." Looking at Qi Lao who was dancing on the side, Cheng Fan could not help but shout sternly, "Be quiet. Yes, 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 quiet." Qi Lao was now like a child meeting an adult, immediately stopping his movements and retreating to the side. His eyes, however, were still exuberant. When he was young, he had always heard about the existence of mysterious ancient medical families in Yanxia. When a family of ancient healers came out, any problem in the world would be easily solved. But because he had never seen it with his own eyes, coupled with the gradual loss of confidence in Chinese medicine, he finally decided to go far away from home. He finally decided to leave the country. Unexpectedly, after more than 30 years to return to this native land. Let him encounter may come from the ancient medical family of the divine doctor. If not, how could a young man in his 20s have such superior medical skills? And that blue mist, it must be Qi Gong without a doubt. The man with glasses, however, refused to believe that it was real. He still thought it was a blindfold. Wanting to poke holes in it, he moved to mess up Cheng Fan's healing process. Unexpectedly, just as he pounced on him, he was rubbed by Cheng Fan with one hand on the ground. "What I said before the treatment, you shouldn't have forgotten, right?" Cheng Fan said in a deep voice word by word. The glasses, too, fell to the ground to be stepped on by Cheng Fan. "Let go of me, let go of me," the man with glasses roared. Qi Lao, who was next to him, was startled. He was busy stepping forward and bowed respectfully towards Cheng Fan. "I hope that the little divine doctor will be generous and give my indisputable student a chance." This little divine doctor, Qi Lao shouted quite affectionately. As for Huo Lao, who was lying on the bed, a touch of pride could not help but appear on his face. Cheng Fan turned around and stared at Qi Lao thoughtfully, glancing down at the other student again. "I just don't like it much, the barking of a rabid dog. Giving him a chance is fine. Just head to the hall and shout 3 times that I'm trash." "Ha, this." Elder Chi knew that this student was too proud and never refused to concede in front of outsiders. Having him mock himself 3 times as a waste was equal to killing him. "Little divine doctor, do you think this will work? How about letting me take the place of this dispossessed student?" At these words, the man with glasses who was pressed to the ground suddenly trembled. With red eyes, he fought to break free from Cheng Fan's right hand all the way. Then, in the bewildered gazes of Zhao Xinran and the others, he yelled, "I'm trash! I am trash! I'm trash!" The glasses man's voice was so loud that it scared the crowd. Before they could figure out the situation, they saw Huo Lao walk out of the bedroom with a glowing face. "Dad!" Huo Qingshui got up and shouted in surprise. She thought to herself, "Isn't Cheng Fan helping his father with his illness? Why did he come out so quickly?" Then she saw Elder Qi and Cheng Fan come out together. Just looking at that attitude, it was obviously different from when they went in. "Young divine doctor, I hope you can forgive us for our earlier rudeness. For Yanxia's Chinese medicine practitioners, I would also like to give my highest respect." Elder Qi's apology was still relatively sincere, so Cheng Fan didn't intend to dwell on it. Just as he chose to forgive, Qi Lao stomped his nose and laughed. "Young divine doctor, I wonder if I can study beside you in the future." At these words, Huo Qingshui, who had just gone upstairs, had a moment of consternation flash through her beautiful eyes. There was also Zhao Xinran and Yun Yun, including housekeeper Su, who were all puzzled by this. Obviously, the two of them were just like enemies. Cheng Fan, on the other hand, indifferently said, "If you want to learn Chinese medicine, you can, but I don't accept students." "Alright, we won't bother little divine doctor anymore today. Next time," Qi Lao shamelessly said. I decided to stay in Yanxia these days. I only hope that I can still meet with little divine doctor next time. He was then seen taking the man with the glasses and hurriedly leaving with Huo Lao with a greeting. Chang Fan, how did you do it? Hua Qingxue finally couldn't help but ask, did I hear it wrong? Elder Qi is the most renowned internal medicine expert abroad, and he actually wants to learn from you? You didn't hear it wrong, and you all don't know how wonderfully the benefactor performed in the room just now. Elder Hua says and looks at the old butler. Go, bring the land deed from my safe. Knowing that the old master has recovered from his illness, Butler Su is also overjoyed. He immediately moves and heads to Huo Lao's room to bring the land deed. Just then, he sees Huo Lao smiling boldly. This land deed, I received it at a low price from a friend more than 10 years ago. It's also gone up quite a bit after all these years. Nowadays, I want to gift this land deed to my benefactor. Cheng Fan actually had no interest in the land deed. Originally, he didn't intend to take it, but when he unintentionally glanced at the lot as well as the signer, then he raised his eyebrows and replied back without moving. Then I will respectfully accept it. He then took the land deed and clutched it tightly in his hand. 36. Revenge. It was truly the will of heaven. Cheng Fan got his hands on this land deed precisely from the Zhao family, and there is also Zhao Xinran's father's signature on it. I didn't expect it to turn around and end up in his hands. Since he had the land deed, the account with the Zhao family would be better. But think about the fact that the lot that was worth $10 million back then has now risen to $100 million, and it should have belonged to Zhao Xinran, but it had been hijacked by the Zhao family until the very beginning. The key deed had fallen into the hands of others without even realizing it. It made him very annoyed. Seeing Cheng Fan accept the thank you gift, Elder Hua's smile was even brighter than before. He wasn't afraid of not being able to afford to give a gift worth over $100 million, but he was afraid that Cheng Fan wouldn't accept it. As long as he accepted it, it would be an opportunity for his Hua family to establish a relationship. Cheng Fan's strength, he saw it in his eyes. Being able to lay a good foundation with such a strong person would do more good than harm. Dad, are you really well? Hua Qingxue hadn't reacted by the side. After all, from the time he went in to the time he came out, he had only experienced a few short minutes. Even if it was a cure for a cough, it wouldn't be possible to get well so quickly. Little Snow, look at Dad, I'm now in high spirits, old and strong. Even living for a few more decades won't be a problem. That's for sure, Hua Qingxue hurriedly replied back. On the contrary, Cheng Fan didn't want to disturb the father and daughter anymore, and clasped his fist towards old Hua. I hope to see you again next time when we have the chance. But before leaving, Huo Lao reminded in a low voice, Benefactor, be careful of Qianlong and the Hua family. In the hospital alley, Cheng Fan killed Hua Tiannan without mercy, so Hua Yincheng's side absolutely refused to stop. And since Hua Tiannan was specially invited by Qianlong, he would definitely be pursued by the Hua family as well. At that time, the two families would definitely aim their spearheads at Cheng Fan in unison. In response, Cheng Fan nodded indifferently. He was waiting for Hua Yincheng. As for Qianlong's side, he would kill one if one came, and he would kill a group if a group came. He would kill until the other side had no one. On the way home, Cheng Fan had no choice but to drive Hua Qingxue's Mini, because it was too eye-catching. It resulted in a 100% turnaround rate. Even during the process of waiting for the red light, there were people who took out their cell phones specifically to take pictures. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Zhao Xinran had the feeling of being in a dream. Just 2 days ago, she had to worry about her family's oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar. Now it was already driving a luxury car worth $10 million. Dad, will we be able to eat meat every day from now on? Yun Yun happily waved her little hands and asked. Cheng Fan, on the other hand, said in a skeptical voice, why do you ask? Because we can sell Sister Shue's car, so our family can eat meat every day. Yun Yun was only a 5-year-old child after all. She doesn't even know how valuable this car that Hua Qingxue gave her is. She just wanted to fight for her parents' interests from outsiders. I don't want to see my parents only eat veggies at all times. Yun Yun's explanation caused the two to look at each other face to face, and then smiled slightly. Cheng Fan's smile was a bitter one. It was hard to imagine how the mother and daughter had survived the previous days. Zhao Xinran, on the other hand, felt unable to hold back her laughter. Gently flicking her daughter's forehead, she said, this is a meet and greet gift from Sister Shui. How can you just say you're selling it? But her daughter's understanding made her heart ache. Central Hospital. Chang Wenbing stared at the two security officers with a face like death. He was told that he needed to cooperate and give an account of the entire process of the hospital accident. Although he described what he saw, all in detail, however, his eyes were lifeless, and his speech and demeanor were somewhat numb. Just 5 minutes ago, he learned of the news of his mother-in-law and Tatsu's accident, learned that Chen Chen died, and died in Cheng Fan's red flag car. There was nothing but bewilderment in his eyes. The wife is still lying in the hospital in a coma. Even if not dead, has been declared a vegetable. Now that Chen Chen is also dead, what is the point of living alone? In his mind, he suddenly had thoughts of suicide. When the security personnel all left, he limped and wanted to climb to the roof, but in front of the elevator, he bumped into three middle-aged people dressed in tan clothes. The leader of the middle-aged dark skin, square face and vicious features. Between their hands and feet, there was also a terrifying might that made ordinary people feel suffocated. Behind him were two other middle-aged, one thin and one fat. Just by intuition, we know that the head is not simple. The square-faced middle-aged man glanced at Chang Wenbing, who was lying on the ground, before kicking him away. Something in the way. This kick could not be described as heavy. Kicking Chang Wenbing nearly fainted K. Immediately after, the square-faced middle-aged man smashed the wall with another punch and said furiously, "My son died in this hospital." Chang Wenbing was shocked upon seeing this, but thinking of committing suicide, he instinctively wanted to approach the square-faced middle-aged man. Just then, he heard the slim middle-aged man behind him speak, "Big brother, I heard that Tian Nan died at the hands of a brat named Cheng Fan." Cheng Fan? Learning that these three strong men were targeting Cheng Fan, inside Chang Wenbing's heart, anger flared up once again. He wanted to avenge Yu Ting and Chen Chen, so he cried out weakly with red eyes, "Three seniors, I know Cheng Fan." 37. House hunting. Just after arriving home, Cheng Fan received a call from Yi Lao. He was informed that the car accident had been handled properly. According to the investigation, it was Wan Lan and Chen Chen who took the initiative to get into the car, and no bystanders forced them. There is also the matter of the Southern District Experimental Kindergarten, which has also been resolved. There is no need to submit any materials. Just bring Yun Yun over tomorrow and you will be officially enrolled. After Chang Fan learned of this, he expressed his thanks to Yi Lao. He then hung up the phone and smiled at his daughter. "Yun Yun, tomorrow we will be able to go to kindergarten." "Really?" Yun Yun excitedly got down from the chair and hugged Cheng Fan's thigh and asked, "Daddy, are you telling the truth?" Zhao Xinran was tutoring her daughter in writing Chinese characters. When she learned that the kindergarten side had been resolved, she looked at her husband in surprise. "Is it the experimental kindergarten in the Southern District?" Seeing her husband nod, the stone hanging in her heart finally fell. But looking at the naive daughter, and vaguely worried, that night, Zhao Xinran put her daughter to sleep, and then opened the door to the living room silently. Because of the hot weather, so long ago changed into thin pajamas. Put that F4 waist, support to the fullest. There is also that pair of long legs exposed outside, actually can cause the killing god slight reaction. Cheng Fan closed his eyes, thinking that his wife just wanted to go to the toilet. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xinran leaned closer and closer, and then reached out and gently lifted the quilt and arched in. "So cool." This was Zhao Xinran's first reaction after entering the quilt. She somewhat blamed herself for not being able to properly accompany Cheng Fan all this time. But again, she was curious. It was obviously summer. Why was the comforter cold? Unbeknownst to her, although the shadow-slaying demon technique that Cheng Fan cultivated was the #1 killing technique in the immortal world, but whenever he cultivated it, his body would gradually get cold. Zhao Xinran pressed against Cheng Fan's back like an old married couple. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Fan's forehead was already sweating, even though this body had long been sharing a bed with the woman behind him for 5 years. Yet, it still revealed nervousness. "Cheng Fan, are you asleep?" Facing his wife's inquiry, Cheng Fan could only pretend to have just woken up. Already awake, Zhao Xinran sniffed and wrapped her arms around Cheng Fan's waist. After a moment of silence, she said, "Cheng Fan, Yun Yun hasn't had any friends since she was a child. I'm afraid she won't be used to going to kindergarten tomorrow. There's a first time for everything. Maybe she'll be very popular with the kids." Learning that his wife had only come to discuss his daughter's affairs, Cheng Fan was finally relieved. But then again, the comforter warmed up really quickly. In fact, Zhao Xinran also felt that her worries were rather redundant. Everyone was a child. What bad intentions could there be? So he decided to let go and let Yun Yun melt into the new environment as much as possible. The following day, Zhao Xinran decided to send Yun Yun to kindergarten. Originally Cheng Fan intended to accompany, but was refused. In his wife's words, it was to give himself more courage. The crystal-encrusted mini was also not driven, thinking it was too flashy. Since his wife and daughter have gone to kindergarten, Cheng Fan had nothing to do and searched the listings of the Southern District of Suwon from the internet. It would be troublesome to get up early every day and travel through half of Suwon. I believe that his wife and daughter should also find it tiring. After flipping through several pages, I finally locked my eyes on a new property called Zijing Mingyuan. Recently, it seems to be engaged in activities. Buy a house, also send parking space. However, it wasn't the parking space that caught his eye for this one, but rather the proximity to the kindergarten in the Southern District. If you drive, it's only less than a quarter of an hour away. Key from the online pictures. The villa area was quiet, and there were two types of townhouses and detached houses for sale. It's it. Chung Fan immediately moved after finalizing the villa he wanted to buy. Zijing Mingyuan was located in the southern half of Suwon. It was a notoriously rich area. Walking on the road, there might be 5 or 6 millionaires in the 10 people you run into, although it is a new building. But because few people could afford to buy a house over here, it resulted in not many customers. When Cheng Fan walked into the sales hall, he immediately caused countless gazes. However, within a few seconds, the gazes all disappeared again. Individual salespeople were recommending properties to scattered customers, and those who had nothing better to do wouldn't give Cheng Fan a second glance. Those who could work here were basically elites in the sales industry. With their eyes, they could tell at a glance if you were wearing designer goods or not. Obviously, Cheng Fan added up to no more than 200 from top to bottom. Seeing that no one took care of himself, Cheng Fan watched the sand table model alone. It wasn't until a long time had passed that an employee finally came up and asked in a small voice, "Hello sir, may I ask if you want to buy a house?" The voice was gentle and a bit nervous. Without waiting for Cheng Fan to turn around, he heard someone beside him teasing, "Xiaoran, this kind of customer shouldn't bother more on him. If you have this time, why don't you go out and hand out more flyers?" 38. Class flower. Cheng Fan is not covered with a brand name. To the sales center of the high-grade district, naturally not popular. Almost all of the salesmen took him as a beggar who came in to rub the air conditioner, still pretending to look at the sand table. Really think he is a billionaire? That's right, I think he 80% came over to run errands for people. The sneers of the surrounding salesmen grew. After all, to be able to come to the South District high-end real estate as a salesman, a monthly salary plus commission of over 10,000 is normal. Cheng Fan actually didn't care much about the gossip. If this cannot stand, in the immortal world simply cannot become an assassin. On the contrary, he was quite surprised by the sales lady beside him. Unexpectedly, someone really came over to introduce him. The single ponytail, round-framed glasses plus the tall figure made Cheng Fan feel a bit familiar. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't quite remember, so he nodded and said, "That's right, I looked at your property from the internet. I think this one is not bad. I don't know what to do about the formalities." Put. The well-dressed saleswoman behind her, stepping on thin high heels and heavy makeup, immediately burst out laughing. There were also other employees who stared at Cheng Fan playfully. "A commercial house in our Zijing Mingyuan is worth $10 million. Can you afford it? Really? If you give some face, you can blow it up to the sky." Finally, the thick makeup salesman managed to attract Cheng Fan's attention. He saw him turn around and stare thoughtfully at its chest nameplate. Then it dawned on him, no wonder he dared to talk like this. It turned out to be the sales manager here. It was this turnaround that the female sales next to him named Xiaoran suddenly whitened her beautiful eyes. "You are Cheng Fan? We know each other?" Cheng Fan asked in surprise. He just felt that this woman had some impression, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen her before. "It's not quite familiar." Xiaoran was busy waving her hand and said, "My name is Lu Xiaoran. I'm Shinran's BFF. Lu Xiaoran?" Cheng Fan suddenly remembered the two women he had met at the Essay Roba Cafe earlier. He did have more of an impression of the other one called Su Qianqian. As for the Lu Xiaoran in front of him, although she was also a beauty, but it was the type that was thrown into the pile of beautiful women without any characteristics. Previously, Zhao Xinran had occasionally mentioned two good girlfriends. Remember that Lu Xiaoran worked as a cashier in a state-owned enterprise. How did she come to be a salesperson? For good reason. Last time I went back, Xinran she was okay. Cafe that time, Zhao Xinran and Su Qianliang made a very unpleasant Lu Xiaoran as the two girlfriends, left and right difficult, always good. Compared to Su Qianqian, Cheng Fan is quite fond of Lu Xiaoran in front of him. During school, she often stood up for Xinran. On the surface, she looked quiet, but in reality, she was very righteous. "Xiaoran, are you planning to use your work time to gossip with acquaintances?" The sales manager swept Lu Xiaoran with dissatisfaction, and then came to Cheng Fan and frowned. "And you, hurry up and leave when the air conditioning has blown enough. Can't you see that we still have a lot of VIPs here?" Manager, not waiting for Lu Xiaoran to finish, a Mercedes-Benz S-Series stopped outside the sales office. A man and a woman, two young people, came down from the car. Male oil head powder face, upper body vest lower body zebra pants, and then with a pair of limited edition AJ. The woman is a Chanel, plus flamboyant makeup. The sales manager saw the situation, stepped on the high heels as fast as flying to welcome up. This is not Wang Xiao, right? Cut the crap and pick me the best soundproof villa. The kind that no one can hear how noisy it is in the middle of the night." When he finished speaking, he saw Wang Xiao colorfully wrapping his arm around his girlfriend's waist, and his right hand even slapped downward. "Wang Xiao, you really have a vision." The sales manager was ecstatic and came to the sandbox. still not forgetting to glare at Lu Xiaoran. He reminded, "Can't you see that a big customer has come? What a bit of eyesight." Lu Xiaoran probably also recognized Wang Xiao and reminded towards Chengfan in a low voice, "Let's go sit down next to each other and chat. And by the way, I'll go get you a glass of water." Just as she was about to turn around, the girlfriend person beside Wang Xiao suddenly pointed at Chengfan in surprise. "Ha, aren't you that who?" On the contrary, Chengfan carefully surveyed the flamboyant woman. Then it dawned on him that the other party was none other than Feng Yingying, the class flower from her junior high school days. Who is this person? Wang Xiao swept Chengfan with contempt. Feng Yingying, on the other hand, sneered, "My junior high school classmate. She even chased me when she was in school." 39. Packing. Feng Yingying's foundation was already good. Plus she often stole her mom's cosmetics to school during her junior high school days. Other people are all face, but she every time with makeup. So all of a sudden she became a celebrity in school, attracting countless stares wherever she went. The funny thing is that Chengfan did chase after her during school. In the end, in front of the whole class, she was rejected on the spot by Feng Yingying. After school that day, she was also beaten up by an off-campus gangster in the alley. Since then, Chengfan did not even dare to greet her. I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, I would actually meet here. When Wang Xiao learned that the guy in front of him had actually chased after his girlfriend, he suddenly sneered and said, "With this demeanor, he's still chasing after you? Amusing, isn't it?" Feng Yingying laughed her ass off. "He has no money if he wants money. Just his looks are passable. I really don't know where you got the courage to even dare to chase me." Facing Feng Yingying's mockery, Chengfan shook his head and laughed. "So since then, we are not all the way." The one who was beaten was the past Chengfan, not the present, so he had already said goodbye to his previous self a long time ago. As for those not-so-good memories, don't want them. Seeing how you've been mixing lately, you're not doing too well, are you? Did you come over here to look for a job, or to run errands? You should know that Feng Yingying has always eaten men to death. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hook Wang Xiao, a rich second generation with a family fortune of over $100 million. Now Chengfan's indifferent attitude made her very upset. "Came to buy a house." Chengfan returned indifferently, then faced Lu Xiaoran and asked, "Didn't you say, go over and chat?" "Ah, right. Go over there and chat." Lu Xiaoran originally thought that Chengfan would at least act politely. This was because she had heard Xinran complain about it before. Her husband didn't even have a job, but he always liked to fill up face outside. The current Chengfan not only didn't even say a polite word, but instead his tone seemed unusually cold. Wasn't he afraid of offending young Wang? Seeing Chengfan's perfunctory tone, Feng Yingying couldn't get angry enough and pouted towards Wang Xiao. "Pang, look at him. This kind of person deserves to be a beggar for the rest of his life." "That's right, the whole body is permeated with beggar temperament." Wang Xiao sneered at the side. Why do we need to talk to a little cutie? Be serious? We just happen to have a set of detached villa here with very good sound insulation, plus a beautiful courtyard environment." The sales manager didn't want to spoil his business because of a beggar. Busy pushing Chengfan away, and waved his hand towards Lu Xiaoran. "Hurry up and take your friend away. Less affecting our business here." Okay, manager." Lu Xiaoran was busy tugging Chengfan's arm and walked towards the restroom. Halfway, Feng Yingying didn't forget to add, "Chengfan, do you know who the punk who beat you up in the beginning was?" "That was my brother. Just to teach you an insouciant guy a lesson." Chengfan paused his body, and later came to the lounge. Just as he sat down, he saw Lu Xiaoran advising, "Chengfan, let's not generalize with that kind of woman. That Wang Xiao, what's the origin?" Why are you asking this?" Lu Xiaoran stared at Chengfan suspiciously. It's hard to believe that he wants to retaliate back again, thinking that the other party was Xinran's husband. If something happened, Xinran would also be in bad luck. Busy explaining, "Chengfan, both of young Wang's parents are in engineering. I heard that the family's assets have exceeded $100 million. Over $100 million? Is there a more specific amount?" This, Lu Xiaoran had also heard. Exactly how many billions, she didn't know. On the contrary, Chengfan smiled lightly. "You don't have to be nervous, I'm just casually asking." "You'd better ask casually, or Xinran will have to follow your bad luck again." Lu Xiaoran really cared about Xinran. Otherwise, she wouldn't be thinking about it in every way. "I hadn't thought that when I went out to get a cup of tea, Chengfan had disappeared." When she turned her head to look, she saw Chengfan standing beside Wang Xiao with his hands behind his back. "Brother Peng, I think this villa she's talking about is pretty good." The sales manager was talking about the one with the best geographical environment among the detached villas. On the contrary, Wang Xiao dryly coughed twice. "I think the other villas, they're not bad either." Joking aside, that set of detached villas was situated halfway up the mountain. It was indeed the only one in Zijing Mingyuan. However, good goods don't come cheap. The total price of this villa had reached $90 million. This was really killing him. 90 million, right? I'll take it, and by the way, I'll pack the next 2 villas together. Cheng Fan turned around and looked at Lu Xiaoran with his words and said, 40 plain things. Cheng Fan turned his hands behind his back and thoughtfully surveyed the villa halfway up the hill. If it was for his wife and children to live in, at least the environment was elegant as well as quiet. Shinran just liked quietness, and liked to raise some flowers and plants before she married him. Yun Yun, on the other hand, liked small animals. There's a courtyard that's not too big or small but just right. It's convenient to raise both flowers and small animals. As for the lower 2 sets, they are very close to the main villa. It was just a few steps away from the door. Cheng Fan thought that one set would be dedicated to cultivation, and by the way, he could also refine a dan to quench his body. The other set will be used as an entertainment room, so that his wife and daughter can bring their friends to play in the future. In short, it is not that he intentionally show off his wealth, but to think of everything. However, Cheng Fan's words were like a thunderbolt on the ground that blew everyone's brains out, especially Lu Xiaoran, too shocked to speak, but soon saw Feng Yingying despised. You were like this before. So many years have passed and you are still like this. Buying a villa and still packing? Do you think it's buying vegetables at the market? Cheng Fan ignored her. Toward the mute Lu Xiaoran doubtful voice, sell or not sell, at least give a letter. Lu Xiaoran finally reacted and walked quickly. Are you crazy? What the hell do you want to do? She thought Cheng Fan couldn't swallow the breath just now and deliberately acted like a big spender. So she said in a hurry, just leave quickly. I'll think of a way to help you explain. The villa halfway up the mountainside was $90 million, and the 2 sets at the foot of the mountain added up to $130 million. If they were to buy them, they would have to pay more than $200 million at once. Why are you leaving? Cheng Fan raised his eyebrows. I said I'm coming to buy a house. Wang Peng, who was next to him, was shocked violently upon hearing this. To be honest, the total price of the 3 villas was more than his family's total assets. But after looking at Cheng Fan's outfit once again, he said disdainfully, just a beggar like you still want to buy a villa? Hurry back to see if there's any half-price activities in the supermarket. You won't be able to catch up later. Put. Feng Yingying laughed from the side. Brother Peng, you are so damaging. That's right. The sales manager also followed and seconded. The air conditioner let you blow, and the chair let you sit. If you mess up again, don't blame me for calling security. As soon as the words fell, Cheng Fan directly pulled out a black and gold card from his pants pocket. This card was gifted by Yi Lao when he was in the building outside the building before. Although Cheng Fan didn't have much of a concept of the black gold card, he had already transferred all the money he earned into it. As soon as the card came out, Wang Peng nearly peed in fear. As a rich second generation, how could he not know about the Shang Long black gold card? In addition to being accepted by the 5 major banks together and being available worldwide with no limit, it was also a status symbol at the same time. The key to this kind of card, Yan Xia has less than 20. Currently, as far as Su Hang was concerned, he had only heard that the Yi family's old family head had one. Wang Peng's legs shook as he gulped. This is definitely a fake card. Fake card? Cheng Fan was stunned for evidence. The last time he got this card, he hadn't used it. If it was really a fake card, then wouldn't his 200 million plus go down the drain? On the contrary, the sales manager frowned and said, you dare to take out such an obvious fake card? Don't believe I'll call the police and say you're fraudulent? On the contrary, it was Lu Xiaoran who sighed after receiving the black and gold card, thinking that Shinran's side might have to suffer again. However, when she brought the card up to the second floor, she could no longer remain calm. Lu Xiaoran stood in place, shocked as she looked at the message after the successful transaction of the black gold card. Downstairs, is it really Shinran's husband who only knows how to loaf around all day? When did he become so rich? Because it was a real Shang Long black gold card. Lu Xiaoran's hands were shaking as she held the card. Come, let's see how fake this card really is. Wang Peng laughed conspiratorially. Unexpectedly, when Lu Xiaoran returned the card to Cheng Fan and told that the transaction was successful, Wang Peng suddenly didn't stand still and fell on his butt on the ground, and Feng Yingying next to him was completely confused. The beggar at the beginning actually had the money to buy 3 villas at once? This is absolutely impossible. There was also the sales manager, whose expression looked unusually complicated. 3 villas, the total amount of 200 million, just the commission, enough to buy a Porsche supercar. At this time, she really repented until her intestines were green. South District International Experimental Kindergarten, because she was an interloper. When Yun Yun walked into the class, all the students stared at her curiously, and the class teacher subconsciously put on colored glasses because she saw Zhao Xinran's dress, so the attitude wasn't that warm. Walking into the classroom, he signaled Yun Yun to make a self-introduction, including name, age, and address, then also did not forget to remind Yun Yun, plus the specific work of the parents. In turn, Yun Yun nodded her head in a well-behaved and understanding manner. My name is Yun Yun. I'm 5 years old this year, and I live in Fu Lane. Fu Lane? What kind of place is that? The class teacher turned her head to look at the other kindergarten teacher, only to see the latter spread her hands. My mother used to be an accountant, and now she specializes in taking care of me at home, and my father. Yun Yun thought for a moment and smiled innocently. He's the kind of person who specializes in helping people outside to even things out. 41. Time to pay back the debt. Yun Yun actually did not know his dad's real job. In the past, he used to play games at home, and he always lost his temper. Just recently, he went out every day and would bring a lot of delicious food. Hearing Yun Yun's introduction to his parents' work, the class teacher couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, slightly dissatisfied in her eyes. She didn't understand. How could the aristocratic kindergarten she worked at even accept children from this kind of family? This was clearly mixed-up behavior. Also, through Yun Yun's introduction, she had every reason to believe that its father should have done a favor for a certain senior in the kindergarten. Due to the favor, he had to make an exception to admit such a little girl. It's you! A little fatty in the class suddenly got up and yelled. The little fatty was no one else but Su Qianqian's son, Yang Yang. He had always held a grudge against Cheng Fan for pushing him down in the cafe. Now that he saw that the stinky beggar actually went to the same kindergarten as himself, he got emotional. He cried on the spot. Seeing this, the class teacher rushed forward to comfort him. Yang Yang, is someone bullying you? If someone is bullying you, you can tell the teacher. Although Su Qianshan lost her job at Dragon HR, Yang Yang's father is a real rich second generation. Like Wang Peng, the family has assets of over $100 million. Being a kindergarten teacher here, you have to be on your toes every day. Either you are afraid of offending this rich third generation, or that rich second generation. Either the family is the powerful kind. Compared to these kids, Yun Yun, who was just enrolled in school and was sunbathing in the corner, was a lot more lonely. However, Yun Yun took the initiative to come to Yang Yang's side and smiled. We meet again. Yang Yang turned her head and looked blankly at Yun Yun. Then, with a wow, he cried again. He simply felt that the life of a superior man was suddenly shattered by the stinky beggar. Yun Yun, you can just find an empty seat first. The homeroom teacher, realizing that the one who had provoked Yang Yang was probably the new little girl who had transferred in, reminded, okay teacher, if there's anything I need help with, feel free to find me. Yo, still a little ass kisser. Looking at the fiercely cute Yun Yun, the class teacher then nodded. After school time, the class teacher gave all the children a QR code each, and a blank A4 paper. Do any of the little darlings know what this picture represents? As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw Yun Yun was the first to raise her hand. However, the class teacher skipped over Yun Yun and chose Yang Yang. Just saw Yang Yang smugly say, Teacher, that's a QR code. That's right, when you go back you have to give the QR code to your parents. And this A4 paper, it's the homework assigned by the teacher today. Draw your parents' car decals on the paper and use it to test your drawing talent. Guiyang Pawn Shop. Cheng Fan purposely came to the northern district after buying the house, less than a kilometer away from Zhao's family's pawn shop. 5 years ago, Zhao Xinran was unceremoniously expelled from her family. Since the Zhao family did not pay a penny, they could only pawn jewelry. Many of them were inherited from her parents. In particular, that jade pendant with the dragon and phoenix was the only thing left of his father-in-law after his death. Choosing to pawn jewelry for money was still the advice he gave at first, and that jade pendant had the highest value, so it was secretly taken in the middle of the night and pawned for $200,000. She must have known about it, right? That night, Zhao Xinran cried the whole night. If she didn't know, why did she secretly cry? Cheng Fan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, and then he looked up at the plaque of the pawn shop and turned to stare in the direction of Zhao's house. As far as he was concerned, this was only the first step in making amends to his wife. Next, it was the time for the Zhao family to pay back their debt. 42. Spirit Jade. Walking into the pawn shop, Cheng Fan saw the original boss. In fact, the deadline had long passed, and even the original pawning contract was directly torn up by Cheng Fan. At that time, he never thought that he would still redeem the jade pendant one day, so Cheng Fan also held the attitude of trying it out. The boss looked at Cheng Fan and probably felt familiar with him, so he smiled warmly and said, Little brother, are you planning to pawn something? 5 years had passed, and the boss looked as treacherous as ever, especially the black mole on his face. The smile was very beat up. I once came to you to pawn a jade pendant. I want to redeem it now. Learning that it was not pawned, but redeemed, the boss's face darkened and asked, What time? Did you bring the invoice? 5 years ago. 5 years ago? The boss hemmed and hawed. 5 years haven't come to redeem. The time has long passed. I know. That's why I wanted to ask you if that jade pendant is with you. At the mention of the jade pendant, the boss seemed to have a slight impression. Then he suddenly said, I see. You're the kid who was deadbeat and wanted to pawn the jade pendant to me 5 years ago, right? This deadbeat face was actually not used in an exaggerated way at all. At that time, Cheng Fan was penniless and was bent on getting some money to spend, so he knocked on the shutter door in the middle of the night before he pawned the jade pendant out. Thinking about it now, why doesn't this kind of guy go to hell? The boss rolled his eyes and smiled. Sorry, you're late. That jade pendant, it's already been bought. Since the contract had expired, it meant that the jade pendant naturally belonged to the boss, so he could do whatever he wanted with it now. No need to ask Cheng Fan. Who bought it? Cheng Fan asked seriously, without waiting for the boss to speak. A pair of grandparents and grandchildren slowly came down from the second floor next to him. The old one was probably over 70 and the young one was 16 or 17 at most. Grandpa, this dragon and phoenix jade pendant, is it really as magical as you say? The younger one, wearing a pink sportswear, tied a single ponytail and asked curiously, and what she was holding in her hand was Zhao Xinran's father's relic. The old one had a full head of Chinese hair dressed in a tang suit, raising his hands and feet with a great demeanor. He laughed and said, Xiao Ye, Grandpa, I would never look away. This jade pendant named Dragon and Phoenix is polished from an extremely rare jade in the world. Not only is it finely crafted, when you put it in your hand in the hot summer, there will also be a slight coolness that enters your body. After Grandpa said that, it seems to be true. The younger one held the jade pendant in his hand and felt it, and said in surprise. When the boss saw the grandparents and grandson, he immediately smiled and came forward to rub his hands together. Old Pang, this pawnshop of mine has been greatly enriched by your arrival. This piece of jade pendant can enter your old man's eyes, proving that the value is indeed inestimable. After hearing this, the young girl pouted and said, but you didn't make less money either. This piece of jade pendant actually won us 5 million. Humph, to know that when Cheng Fan brought it to the pawnshop, it was exchanged for $200,000. 5 years later, it actually doubled 20 times more. Even Cheng Fan himself felt incredible. Could it be that his father-in-law's relics are really not mortal? Seeing him come close to carefully survey the dragon and phoenix, while the young girl was extremely dissatisfied, do you know that you're in the way? The young girl's speech and behavior, at first glance, was pampered. The temperament was good and the temper was not small. Cheng Fan ignored it and continued to observe the dragon and phoenix, until the young girl closed her hand. She released her spiritual sense to observe. Then he saw a flash of surprise before his eyes. This was not an ordinary jade pendant at all, but an uncompromising spiritual jade. Within it, it contained the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The ki aura was so pure that it had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for at least 100 years. I didn't expect to come across a magic weapon on earth. Cheng Fan thought that although the grade was not high, it was just right for him now. With this spiritual jade, advancing the shadow-killing demon technique would be twice the effort. The old man didn't care much about Cheng Fan at first, until he kept blocking the road and refused to get out of the way. He frowned and questioned, young man, if you want to go up we can get out of the way. If you don't want to go up, get out of the way. It was better if the old man didn't say anything. Cheng Fan directly blocked the middle of the road. Pointing at the dragon and phoenix in the young girl's hand, he said, this jade, how much is willing to sell me? 43. Bartering. The old man was dissatisfied with Cheng Fan's attitude and waved his hand. We're not selling this jade pendant, so hurry up and get out of the way. And his granddaughter even glared at Cheng Fan, with much disdain in her eyes. She thought, what kind of status do you have? How could she easily give up her treasure to others? Cheng Fan actually had no malicious intent, but simply wanted to redeem the jade pendant. Nay, even after he explained the origin of this jade pendant, he was still unable to get the consent of the grandparents. The old man, in particular, frowned and said, such a good jade pendant, you pawned it for $200,000. This proves that you have no eyes. Even if I give it back to you, it's still a waste. Indeed, the Cheng Fan of the past did not deserve the dragon phoenix, but the current Cheng Fan was willing to discuss with the old man in a good voice. However, the young girl raised her eyebrows and laughed coldly. You can redeem it if you want to. I want $20 million. Can you afford it? The price of $20 million took the pawnshop owner by surprise. He had been in this business for decades, and had never done a $10 million sale. The old man smiled and stared at Cheng Fan. He knew that Xiaoya was trying to make the young man in front of him know what to do. Unexpectedly, Cheng Fan nodded his head without thinking. Yes. Without waiting for the crowd to react, he directly drew out the black gold card. Is it okay to swipe the card? This is. When he saw the Shang Long black gold card, there was a slight change in the old man's gaze. Soon after, he smiled calmly again. Young man, although the old man doesn't know the exact origin of this card of yours, but do you think that just because you have money, you can do whatever you want? From the beginning to the end, Cheng Fan acted casually. He didn't force to make sure that the other party gave him the jade pendant, but instead used to buy it. The price was also quoted by the other party, and now he wanted to back out. This made him a bit upset, so he lowered his voice and said, "Are you guys tricking me? I'm just fooling you, what's wrong with that?" The young girl didn't care about the angry Chung fan, and instead turned to laugh. There was also its grandfather, with a hint of condescension mixed on his face. The old man's full name was Bai Ling Dao, a member of the Bai family of the Su Hang martial sect. He had brought his granddaughter out this time only to relax so that he could get good grades in the martial sect grand exam a few days later. This jade pendant was considered a gift for his granddaughter. He didn't expect that he had just come out for a short while before he encountered a guy who didn't have a good time. Cheng Fan had already detected the aura emanating from the old man. He thought to himself that it turned out to be someone from the martial sect. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "Since we are all in the martial sect, how about exchanging things for things?" Cheng Fan was quite curious at first that this pair of grandparents and grandchildren actually didn't even want to give money. When he learned that they were from the martial sect, he was relieved. The status of the martial sect in Yanxia was very mysterious, and many powerful families couldn't even flatter them if they wanted to. How could they lack money? If it was a barter, it might raise their interest. Unbeknownst to them, the old man and his granddaughter's faces were shocked. "Are you a martial artist as well?" The young girl stared at Chung Fan in disbelief. From top to bottom, no matter which point she looked at, the guy in front of her didn't look like he was related to a martial artist. And the old man asked nonchalantly, "Young man, how do you want to exchange?" To know if the other party was from the martial sect, there was no need to use force directly. Let's first look at what the other party has taken out before saying anything. If they dared to fool around, it would not be too late to teach them a lesson. Cheng Fan immediately left the pawnshop. He then found a random stone on the ground. Not long after, he came back and spread out his right hand, saying, "I want to trade this with you." "A stone?" The young girl glared cross-eyed at Chung Fan. She felt like she was being teased and even treated like an idiot. On the contrary, the old man became furious. "Young man, do you know the consequences of messing with us?" "Forget it." Cheng Fan sighed lightly. "It seems that you don't deserve to be martial artists." Just as he was about to take it back, the old man suddenly said in a suspicious voice, "Wait." He reached out and held the stone in his hand, scrutinizing it for a moment, until a strong killing intent accompanied by a trace of amazing energy spread out from the inside out. Suddenly, he was too shocked to speak. This? He asked himself. He had never seen such a powerful stone. At first glance it was an ordinary pebble. In reality, it was a concealed weapon that contained a powerful killing intent, killing both with one strike. The old man is willing to exchange. Without waiting for his granddaughter to react, the old man directly took away the jade pendant and handed it over with both hands. When Cheng Fan saw this, he took the jade pendant with a smile and turned to leave. Afterward, the young girl reluctantly complained, "Grandpa, why did you just agree? This is clearly a broken stone." On the contrary, the old man showed scorn and reminded, "Xiao Ye, don't talk nonsense. The one who left just now was a high-grade Xuanwu powerhouse." "What? High-grade Xuanwu?" The young girl was suddenly stunned on the spot. The Bai family she belonged to was enough to rank in the top 5 in the Su Hang martial sect. However, there were only 3 Xuanwu in the large Bai family, and all of them were of low grade. Just now, that guy who was dressed in a rustic style, it was actually more powerful than the 3 elders of her family? 44. The Zhao family plans. Leaving the pawnshop, Cheng Fan held the jade pendant in his hand and sensitized himself. This was indeed a piece of spiritual jade. The spiritual qi emanating from within the jade was pure and flawless, and it was considered to be a top-grade item amongst the early-stage magic weapons. He suddenly began to wonder about Zhao Xinran's father's true identity. Previously, he had only heard that it seemed to be an archaeologist. Perhaps this jade pendant was its discovery during archaeology, but after thinking about it, this was after all his father-in-law's relic, so now he could finally take it back and return it to his wife. Zhao family villa. Old Mrs. Zhao was sitting side by side with old Master Zhao in the hall, and on the left and right sides of the hall, almost all of the Zhao family members were seated. From top to bottom, from big to small, those who should be here were basically here. Elder Master Zhao had not been in good health since the birthday banquet. Now that he had managed to recover almost, he overheard the news of Wang Lan and Chen Chen's car accident. This made him so enraged that he gathered all the Zhao family members together to discuss how to deal with Cheng Fan. After all, the evidence showed that both Wang Lan and Chen Chen died in Cheng Fan's car. In my opinion, it's better to leave it to the public security. Zhao Guiyang, the third oldest member of the Zhao family, was the first to speak. His wife, on the other hand, played with her freshly done manicure and sneered, "It's just 2 little losers. What's the need to get so worked up about it? Wouldn't it be easier to just spend money to hire killers and kill them?" "Nonsense," Zhao Guiyang chided from the side. As for Zhao Guofu, Wang Lan's husband, his expression looked a bit wooden. His wife, daughter, and grandson were all gone, leaving only his youngest daughter by his side. This blow was too heavy. Just as the Zhao family was arguing over this, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Fixed eyes to see, is sitting in a wheelchair Chang Wenbing. Behind him, in charge of pushing the cart, was a lean young man. Wenbing, aren't you in the hospital? The old lady looked at Chang Wenbing in surprise. Grandma, I decided to take revenge for you Ting in Shenzhen. Chang Wenbing used to be in the Zhao family, but he was actually just a tiny bit better than Cheng Fan. In the eyes of outsiders, he was a flunky. He was not treated well in anything he did, and could only spend his days as a loser. Now Yu Ting was in a coma, and Wang Lan and Chen Chen had died in a car accident, so the crowd looked at Chang Wenbing with more sympathy. After hearing this, the old lady sighed and said, I know that you hate Cheng Fan, and we are now trying to find a way. Grandma, look who I brought. Chang Wenbing said as he turned around and nodded towards the lean youth. Just as the Zhao family was curious about this, the lean youth suddenly rose up and stomped out a pit in the marble floor tiles. This kick was something that an ordinary person would never be able to do. That's why the old lady and the old master, their eyes lit up. Then they saw the lean young man condescendingly speak. I'm from the woman Chu family. The family head and the two Zhang Lao arrived later. The 4 words, martial sect Chu family, startled the 2 old men, who immediately got up and personally went to greet them. The younger generation of the Zhao family might not know the significance of the martial sect, but as old ones, they had still heard some rumors. They knew very well that the current Zhao family was not qualified to meet a martial artist at all, so it was even more curious. When did Chang Wenbing, the granddaughter-in-law of the incoming family, tie the knot and climb into a relationship with a martial artist? However, no matter what the reason was, there were martial artists on board. I don't believe that I still can't kill that Cheng kid. Senior, you sit first. The old lady addressed the lean youth as senior. Her attitude was pious and reverent. There was also old Master Zhao, who similarly didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. The lean youth, on the other hand, returned with an expressionless face. There's no need to sit. We only came over this time to kill Cheng Fan. As long as senior wants to, we can call Cheng Fan here any time. The old lady's reply satisfied the lean youth. On the contrary, Chang Wenbing was nearly obliterated by Chu Yincheng when he was in the hospital earlier. Anyway, his wife had become a vegetable and his son had died. He no longer had the motivation to live, just holding on to the idea of being killed. He bravely made a deal with Chu Yincheng. He would give Cheng Fan all the data and information, and the Chu family would be responsible for making the move. This plan seemed seamless to Chang Wenbing, so he tightly gripped the armrests of the wheelchair and said with a grim gaze, Cheng Fan, this time, even if the King of Heaven comes, you'll have to die all the same. As soon as the words fell, a familiar figure slowly emerged. The crowd turned around one after another, until they saw what the visitor looked like. They froze. Cheng Fan. Chang Wenbing roared in a rage after identifying the identity of the visitor. 45 But a mole cricket. The Zhao family was discussing together how to deal with Cheng Fan when the rightful owner suddenly walked in brightly. Everyone froze. Only Chang Wenbing's eyes were red. Cheng Fan, I will kill you. If he wasn't sitting in a wheelchair, Chang Wenbing might have really died with Cheng Fan. Kill me? Cheng Fan let out a cold laugh. What kind of a thing are you? He came over this time to fulfill his previous promise to settle the score with the Zhao family. Over the years, Shinran and Yun had suffered too much, even if he knew that the main reason for it was caused by him. But the Zhao family's desperation, he had seen it all in his eyes. There was also Wang Lan, who had been over and over again, first finding a killer, then creating a car accident to try to kill Shinran. You are Cheng Fan? The lean youth suddenly interjected. His gaze was a little suspicious. Probably didn't expect that this kid would take the initiative to come to the door. After determining that it was Cheng Fan himself, the corner of his mouth could not help but raise a cold smile. He thought to himself that he had really stepped through the iron shoes and found no place, but had not made any effort to get there. If Cheng Fan was killed here, when the family had arrived, he would definitely receive a commendation. Senior, he is Cheng Fan. Kill him. As long as I can kill him, even if it makes me pay any price. Hearing Chang Wenbing's request, the lean youth pressed his fingers to click. If you want to blame yourself for coming to the door and seeking death. The lean youth took a step and approached Cheng Fan. On the contrary, the surrounding Zhao family members held their breath, not daring to breathe. They knew that Cheng Fan was finally going to die. This dog that had caused the Zhao family to have no peace forever would finally be able to completely stop. Cheng Fan indifferently swept his eyes at the lean youth. But a mole cricket, you also want to kill me? What did you say? The lean youth became furious. He saw his veins rippling all over his body, and a white mist constantly wrapped around his hands. That was the chi energy that only martial artists could cultivate. And the lean youth was a 5th grade human martial artist. His strength was above Chu Tiannan. He let out a violent shout and rushed out with amazing speed. Then he clenched his fists with both hands and attacked Cheng Fan at the same time. He wanted to have a quick battle and kill Cheng Fan before the family head arrived, so there were no reservations. Bang! Bang! Two dull sounds resounded in the hall. With both hands, Cheng Fan easily caught the fist strength that the lean youth was most proud of, and wrapped around the latter's hands, and then heard a click sound. The bones of the skinny young man's hands were all shattered, then raised his right foot and kicked him from the hall to the courtyard 10 meters away. Silence. At this moment in the Zhao family's hall, no one dared to speak. To be precise, no one thought it was true. Cheng Fan had won, easily. That idle wastrel from the beginning had actually beaten the legendary martial artist. No way. This is impossible. Old Mrs. Zhao stared at Cheng Fan incredulously. That was a legendary martial artist. To actually lose? There was also old Mrs. Zhao, who began to doubt life. Right at this moment, in the hall that was so quiet that a pin could be heard, the sound of heavy footsteps slowly came. It was Cheng Fan who was continuously approaching the two old men in the upper seats. When he came close, he drew out the land deed of that year and said in a cold voice, "I don't know if the two old men can still remember this land deed?" This is. The old master's complexion suddenly changed. "Zhao family land deed? How come it's in your hands?" "That's a good question to ask." Cheng Fan turned around and swept his eyes at everyone in the Zhao family. Only one person appeared unusually tense emotionally. That person was none other than Zhao Guofu. Back then, he listened to Wang Lan's bull **** and mortgaged the land deed to invest in a business. In the end, he lost all his money, but didn't dare to tell the second old man about it. "From now on, if you guys want to live here again, the rent will be $200,000 a month. Just transfer it directly to Shinran's account." "Cheng Fan, you bully people too much," the old master immediately said angrily. "Don't think that there is no evidence on the public security side. The old man doesn't know that Wang Lan and Chen Chen are both harmed by you. It's fine. If you say I harmed them, then let's pretend that I did. But if you want to comment on reasoning, I will properly accompany you to count," Cheng Fan said, turning to face the trembling Chang Wenbing. Then he said with a sullen face, "Come on, tell the two old men what you and Wang Lan did properly." 46. The truth. Cheng Fan was well aware of Wang Lan's sinister and ruthless nature, but it was completely impossible to get her in touch with such things as hiring assassins on the dark net. Perhaps she didn't even know what the dark net was. So behind all these things, there must be another guy who planned for it. Zhao Yuding was already paralyzed, and Zhao Guofu was a hopeless case, so the only person behind it was Chang Wenbing, this extremely capable of stoicism, Zhao family flunky. He came directly in front of Chang Wenbing and yanked his hair to face the second old man and said in a cold voice, "Hurry up. I still have a lot of accounts left to settle." But Chang Wenbing wouldn't dare to reveal these things. "Cheng Fan, you shall not die." He looked at Cheng Fan, and only grief and anger remained in his eyes. Ever since the day he entered the gates of the Zhao family, he had felt like a wimp. Only in front of one person would he have a feeling of peace of mind. That person was Cheng Fan. He couldn't even be a son-in-law and was kicked out by the Zhao family. Now, 5 years later, the loser has turned into a legendary martial artist who was not afraid of him. This feeling was as if God had played a big joke on him. He swore that he would never tell the truth. Cheng Fan waited with some impatience, raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure you won't tell?" "I just won't say it. You have the ability to kill me." "Kill you?" Cheng Fan shook his head, feeling that it was too cheap for him. He saw a faint aura running in the palm of his hand, and then it didn't enter Chang Wenbing's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. At first, Chang Wenbing just felt some coolness in his belly. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, his body began to itch. He wanted to reach out to scratch, but found that his hands were not working. Then from the center of his feet to the top of his head, it seemed like there were thousands and thousands of ants crawling slowly. Every now and then, they would even bite, causing him to suffer greatly. This was just a little trick of Cheng Fan's, a basic tactic used to torture traitors when he was in the god-slaying temple before. How could an ordinary person in his place withstand it? Chang Wenbing's eyes were lax and despair was written all over his face. He mechanically looked up at Cheng Fan and said helplessly, "Cheng Fan, kill me. I beg you, kill me. It's easy to kill you, but you can't bring the truth into the coffin as well, right?" Chang Wenbing was sweating profusely, his body twitching non-stop, and this scene silenced the Zhao family as they watched. Although they couldn't empathize, they should know how painful it was with a guess. It had probably reached the limit of what could be endured. Chang Wenbing finally loosened up. "It's me and my mother-in-law. It was us who hired killers from the internet and wanted to assassinate Cheng Fan." Mentioning assassination, Zhao Guoyan's wife couldn't help but murmur, "I just casually said that, but someone actually did do this." Zhao Guoyang immediately glared at his wife when he heard this. She really didn't even have any eyesight. Old Mrs. Zhao was fine and seemed to have guessed that this day would come. On the contrary, the old master, in a rage, slammed the armrest and drank. Chang Wenbing, you really have a lot of guts. Even if the Zhao family was no better, they could never do anything illegal. This was his principle of being a man. Don't be anxious, there's more. Chang Fan patted Chang Wenbing's shoulder and said, continue. On the day of the car accident, we planned to use the news that our grandmother was seriously ill, to trick Zhao Xinran into rushing here, and then arranged for a car accident. When these words came out, the hall was in an uproar. They had thought that Cheng Fan and Zhao Xinran had designed and killed Wang Lan and Chen Chen. Now after learning the truth, they realized that there was absolutely no washing. There was also the old lady sitting on top, who seemed to have aged several years in an instant. She had always thought that the most ruthless person in the Zhao family was herself. Can be so desperate as to directly put her own granddaughter forever expelled from the family. Now that she thought about it, it was just too ridiculous. Compared to Wang Lan, she herself appeared too merciful instead. Cheng Fan looked at Chang Wenbing, who was already foaming at the mouth, and withdrew his aura and turned to look at the old master. There's still one more thing that I think your old man should not know. Your good granddaughter, Zhao Yuting, had teamed up with him and wanted to transplant Yunyun's heart into her son. This matter, how do you think it should be handled? Old Master Zhao's face had darkened to the extreme. He had been in poor health during this period of time and had been recuperating, leaving the affairs of the family to his old partner and Guofu to handle. But he didn't expect that in just over a month, so many shocking things had actually happened. If you don't pick them all up today, I'm afraid I won't even know when I'm in my coffin. Thinking about how to deal with these things, suddenly, an extremely domineering aura emanated from the Zhao family courtyard. Cheng Fan sensed something and turned to look at the door, and then said in a deep voice word by word, after waiting for so long, it's finally here. 47. Killing opportunities in all directions. Cheng Fan had come today when he was supposed to settle the score with the Zhao family, but he happened to bump into the Chu family. Since the Chu family was present, it meant that Chu Yincheng must be nearby. Thinking about the dragon-level quest that Ling Dancing Frost had given him, there was still the test that he hadn't been able to complete. It just so happened that they could be resolved together now. Cheng Fan, you dared to kill my son. Today, I will make sure that you will not be allowed to live for eternity. The domineering aura was getting closer and closer. Then he heard Chu Yincheng's voice before he arrived. That violent and loud voice enveloped the Zhao family's hall. It scared the Zhao family and made them tremble. Chang Wenbing also heard it and immediately smiled wryly towards Cheng Fan. Chu family master is here. Now I'll see if you're dead or not. So you still have the strength to talk. Snap. Cheng Fan directly slapped a loud slap. He saw Chang Wenbing tumble to the ground with his car. Keep your life first. Take a good look at the help you hired. How weak it is. As soon as the words fell, he saw a square-faced middle-aged man coming with a dragon's stride. The square-faced middle-aged man was officially the lord of the Chu family, Chu Yincheng. That unruffled aura, the white mist that surrounded his feet, it caused many juniors of the Zhao family to have the feeling that a god had descended to earth. Just ask a normal person, how could they do that? In addition to Chu Yincheng, the Chu family's first elder and second elder had also followed them. This was the strongest alliance of the Chu family. Even in the Suzhou Hangzhou martial sect world, it was one of the top combinations. Cheng Fan roughly observed that it was indeed much stronger than the martial artists he had seen in the past. To be precise, it was not at the same level at all. I didn't expect it to be such a skinny loser that killed Nan Nan, the Chu family's second elder said in a sinister manner. It was thought that Chu Tiannan had fallen prey to Cheng Fan's backstabbing. On the contrary, the Chu family's first elder carried his hands behind his back and held his head in disdain. So it really is a little doll. Only Chu Yincheng did not speak, but his anger was far higher than the two elders. After all, the one who was killed was the one he considered to be his best child. A manic aura began to erupt around Chu Yincheng, instantly covering his body and clenching his fists. The martial sect Chu clan was known for their fists. What they were best at was fist power, crushing their opponents with their powerful force. Chu Yincheng himself was a first-grade Xuanwu, and combined with his family's fist technique, directly in the Suzhou Hangzhou martial sect, he had fought his way to fame. Seeing that Big Brother had clenched his fist, the two elders consciously withdrew from the hall, because they knew that someone was definitely going to die. This is the head of the martial sect family? Elder Zhao, who was on the upper seat, had nothing but shock in his eyes. It was too terrifying. He had never imagined that such a terrifyingly high person beyond common sense would exist in Yanxia. No wonder he had heard in the past that the strongest members of the martial sect could go to the heavens and enter the earth and do everything. It turned out that these rumors were all true. You are Chu Yincheng? Cheng Fan looked at the square-faced middle-aged man in front of him. It was found that it was a little different from the photo on the bounty order. So before making a move, one had to make sure everything was in order. Chu Yincheng was first stunned at his words, and then frowned tightly. Spreading around, it was the majestic pressure he released. It was also known as martial might. It was a move that could only be comprehended by stepping into Xuanwu. Through the powerful aura gained from one's own cultivation, it mentally suppressed the opponent. What surprised him was Cheng Fan's current casualness. Could it be that the mighty pressure was useless to this brat? Cheng Fan suddenly pulled out his cell phone and pulled up the picture that Ling Wushuang had given him. Facing Chu Yincheng again, he asked, "This photo, is it you?" The middle-aged man in the photo still had a square face, only the hair was thick and full of Englishness, and there weren't that many wrinkles. On the contrary, the guy in front of him was bald, not to mention much older than in the photo. All in all, one looked like he was almost 40 while the other was in his 50s to say the least. This is. Chu Yincheng's complexion changed slightly. He saw the lower right corner of the photo, which was clearly imprinted with the word Ling. In addition to this photo, it was taken by him in his martial arts uniform. The proof should be in the Martial Artist Association. The Ling family? He suddenly grimaced. Ling family and you? What's the relationship? Cheng Fan turned to stare at the cell phone screen. Only then did he notice that there was actually a Ling character in the original photo. Since the employer's identity had been exposed, it seemed that it could only be eliminated forever. It was then that Cheng Fan sighed lightly and said, "We're not related. It's just that someone has issued a bounty in the assassin organization to buy your life." Killer? Chu Yincheng let out a cold laugh at his words. In front of martial artists, any related profession was just a joke. He suddenly raised his right hand high and violently swung the most domineering Chu family fist towards Cheng Fan. As soon as the fist came out, it actually carried a wind-breaking sound on its way. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Cheng Fan's eyes. Snap! Cheng Fan, however, was in front of the Chu family's first elder and second elder. He blocked Chu Yincheng's strongest fist with one hand. In an instant, Cheng Fan's eyes and breath changed at the same time, and Chu Yincheng trembled, only to feel killing opportunities all around him. 48. Repentance. As the killing chance surfaced in Cheng Fan's eyes, seeing Chu Yincheng's body, he involuntarily trembled slightly. His complexion suddenly changed, unable to believe that he would actually feel fear when facing a young man in his 20s. After coming to his senses, the force of his right hand began to continue to climb upwards. He did not believe that Cheng Fan could continue to hold on. As long as the slightest hint of a break was revealed, he would be able to kill him immediately. Chu Yincheng had long been in his mind, simulating 10,000 ways to kill Cheng Fan. However, he hadn't calculated how disparate the strength between the two was. Even though the force kept rising upwards, it still couldn't make Cheng Fan move the slightest bit. There wasn't even a drop of sweat as he blocked the fist force. Instead, Chu Yincheng's strength was about to reach its limit. Big brother, why bother continuing to tangle with this brat? Just kill him directly. The second elder of the Chu family reminded behind him. There was also the crowd of the Zhao family who were curious. Why was the lord of the Chu family hesitant to lay his hands on Cheng Fan? In particular, Chang Wenbing, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and glared at Cheng Fan. How he wished to witness Cheng Fan's death with his own eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yincheng's face had paled to the extreme. From the very beginning, he had laid down his killers. Nay, he was unable to cause any harm to Cheng Fan at all. Finally, he realized that the young man in front of him wasn't that simple. Could it be that has likewise stepped into the Xuanwu realm? Chu Yincheng was shocked in his heart and stared at Cheng Fan incredulously, until he saw the unhurried smile on Cheng Fan's face. The thought became stronger and stronger. You are a Xuanwu? These words were like a flat thunderbolt that blew up the two elders completely confused. That brat who looked no more than 20 years old was actually a Xuanwu as well? The youngest genius of the Su Hang martial sect was only a 6th grade human martial law. They suspected that their big brother had misread them. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Cheng Fan suddenly raised his other hand and grabbed Chu Yincheng's throat, not waiting for the crowd to react. With a click, Chu Yincheng died on the spot. The process was so fast that there wasn't even a chance to struggle. With the death of Chu Yincheng, the hearts of the two elders of the Chu clan set off shockwaves. The clan members on both sides of the Zhao family were also filled with fear. They had never thought that the unpopular trash would be a martial artist. As for the two elders in the upper seats, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. The martial artists that the Yanxia's powerful clans had fought over and wanted to appease were actually ousted by their own hands. What else could be more pathetic than this? As for Chang Wenbing, his eyes were dull as he slumped to the ground. As the saying goes, those who are pitiful will be hated. Originally, Cheng Fan wanted to wipe him out, but thinking about it, letting him live might be more painful than killing him. So he turned around and faced the two elders of the Chu family who had long been stunned. Plop! The second elder of the Chu family, without warning, knelt on the ground. He knew that the Chu family had kicked the iron plate this time, and only by begging for forgiveness could he survive. That's why he didn't even want his face. He only wanted to save his life. Elder Chang, it's because we have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai, I still hope that you can give us a chance, and from now on, we will never dare to appear in front of you again. Third brother, you, The Grand Elder never expected that the other party would actually kneel to an outsider, so he himself knelt on the ground and sighed. Senior, as long as you are willing to spare our lives, even if we work as oxen and horses in the future, we will never complain. Cheng Fan narrowed his eyes and stared indifferently at the two Chu family elders. It was said that there was gold under a man's knees. On them, Cheng Fan could not see even a trace of backbone. He suddenly stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand and forcefully struck the lower 2 centimeters of the lower side of the 2 men's abdomen. There was the dantian. Cultivators relied on the dantian to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Martial artists, on the other hand, also relied on their dantian to condense martial energy. Cheng Fan forcibly abolished the cultivation of the 2 men, causing them to roll on the ground in pain. For the god of killers, this was the greatest mercy. So the 2 also knew this, and even though they had too much resentment in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it. They were covered in cold sweat, forcing themselves to endure the pain and greet Cheng Fan respectfully. They fled with their asses in the air, leaving only the upper seat, the 2 old men who had long repented to their bones. 49. Source of bad luck. The 2 old men really regretted it now, and their eyes towards Cheng Fan were somewhat complicated. They understood that the debt owed to Cheng Fan's family of 3 had to be repaid after all. The surrounding Zhao family members were all silenced. No one present dared to pat themselves on the back and say that they had never bullied Zhao Xinran or Cheng Fan. If one went up to bully, someone else would follow and fall in line. That was why the Zhao family members present were all very weak, deeply afraid of being settled in the fall. Cheng Fan, we will make up for the rent we owe for these 5 years. Old Master Zhao was silent for a long time and finally spoke. 5 years of rent. According to 200,000 per month, that was more than $10 million. For the Zhao family, taking out this much money in one go wasn't enough to break their bones. If they could go through this money, to make up for each other's relationship, perhaps the ending wasn't that bad. It was just that Cheng Fan raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. 5 years? This house is the family property that my father-in-law left to Shinran more than 10 years ago. Now you want to get rid of us by giving 5 years of rent? Indeed. According to the time the land deed was purchased, a full 19 years had passed. After roughly doing the math, Cheng Fan then coldly said, plus what you 2 owe Zhao Xinran. I'm not asking for much. $100 million with interest. Hiss. When the surrounding people heard Cheng Fan's offer, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. I'm afraid that the entire assets of the Zhao family added up to just a little over $100 million. Cheng Fan asking for $100 million with his mouth open. What was it if it wasn't a lion's mouth? Is it true that if we pay $100 million, you will forgive us? Old Mrs. Zhao suddenly interjected. She naively thought that she could still mend the broken relationship with Cheng Fan. It was a pity that she had touched Cheng Fan's bottom line. It's not me you're asking for. It's Shinran and Yun Yun. Cheng Fan looked at old Mrs. Zhao with unusually cold eyes. Until now, she still hadn't been able to understand where she was wrong. Is it true that as long as we can get their forgiveness, you will forgive us? Old Mrs. Zhao asked urgently. Only unfortunately, Cheng Fan had already turned around and left. The assassination mission ended. Cheng Fan did not go home directly, but moved to the killer base. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and only scattered killers could be seen. The way they looked at Cheng Fan had changed. There was no more contempt from before. Some were just filled with awe. After all, he had killed 2 S-class killers in a row. Such a battle record was enough to make people tremble. Cheng Fan came directly to the counter and asked towards the bartender. Is Ling dancing cold in? Boss, I've missed you after not seeing you for a few days. Without waiting for the bartender to open his mouth, the horse-faced man suddenly appeared from the side and said excitedly, and he was wearing a flowery shirt with flowery pants. The taste was really not flattering to Cheng Fan. Boss, what did you just say? To find Ling dancing frost? The horse-faced man said in a suspicious voice. Seeing Cheng Fan nod his head, the horse-faced man suddenly sighed. It's a pity that such a cold beauty officially left the killer organization half a day ago. That's right, Ling Dancing Frost had already left the killer organization. On the contrary, Cheng Fan twitched his eyes. Detached? Yes, I heard that her family seems to be in an unusual situation, so she directly hit the road. Cheng Fan stared at the horse-faced man speechlessly. He suddenly wondered if this kid was the source of his bad luck. That time, Huo Qingxue left without a word halfway through. It resulted in him not getting the bounty. This time, Ling Dancing Frost also ran away. The key task was transferred to him by Ling Dancing Frost. The backstage wouldn't even recognize it if he wasn't there in person. Forget about it. Wouldn't it be a waste of so much time for nothing? Boss, your assessment should have ended a long time ago, right? Grade B? Grade A? I'll go. It shouldn't be directly. Scroll, Cheng Fan said with a cold face. Martial sect Ling family. Ling Dancing Frost was quite dissatisfied with the matter of being forced to be sent home by her father. It was not easy to go out for an adventure. I haven't even had enough fun yet and I'm back. she kept complaining towards her father. During the period when the two were alone, Ling's father was less majestic in front of outsiders. Laughing helplessly, he said, "Schwanger, you have to know that we are martial artists, different from those guys who only hide in the shadows and sneak up on us. We are based on our bright strength, while they will only cower in fear." "Dad," Ling Dancing Frost said anxiously, "I've already said that he's different from what you think. How different can it be?" Ling's father frowned slightly. "To put it bluntly, my father just doesn't want you to be brought down by a guy like that." Thud thud thud. The door to the room was suddenly knocked heavily. Seeing this, Ling's father showed a look of dissatisfaction. "Come in." The one who knocked on the door was none other than the Ling family's guest secretary, Niu Tiankue. He hurriedly entered the room and said something urgently in the Ling family master's ear. He saw the Ling family master stand up with a miso, and looked at his daughter with an odd expression, half speechless. 50. Save us. In the Suzhou Hangzhou martial sect, the Ling and Chu families had an irresolvable conflict. In the current Ling family, there was only one 10th grade human martial artist in charge. That person was Ling Dancing Frost's grandfather, the previous head of the Ling family. Plus among the younger generation, just Ling Dancing Frost's talent was quite good. However, compared to the juniors of the entire Su Hang martial sect, it could only be considered medium to high. There was no Xuanwu, plus the fact that the youth and yellows were not enough. The current Ling family was already in a state of turmoil, and would be stripped of the title of senior family by the association at any time. Without this title, the Ling family's status would plummet. The key rival Chu family, however, had risen. In addition to Chu Yincheng, who had broken into the Xuanwu in recent years, there was also Chu Tiannan, who had excelled among his peers. The gap between the two families was widening. However, Niu Tiankue entered at this time and told him that both Chu Yincheng and Chu Tiannan had been killed. There were also two elders from the Chu family who had their cultivation destroyed. Who was it? How dare he have the ability to kill Xuanwu and also abolish two 10th grade human martial arts? When he saw his daughter's puzzled gaze, a violent tremor ran through his heart. He remembered the young man named Cheng Fan from the outside world. Could it really be him? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, thinking that the possibility was slim to none. That young man, whom he had also seen, did not have a strong aura at all. After thinking about it, he suddenly asked, "Frost, that young man you're talking about, is he really strong? Really strong?" Seeing his daughter's resolute attitude, the Ling family lord suddenly coughed dryly twice. "Frost child, in fact, my father also feels that there are too many restraints on you. You can go back, but you must agree to one condition first." Learning that she could still return to the killer base, Ling Dancing Frost was instantly surprised. "What condition? After you leave, you are not allowed to continue being an assassin." "Ha?" Ling Dancing Frost wilted back. "Then what else can I do?" The Ling family master sniffed and only returned two words. "Martial arts school." "Alright, if you don't do it, you don't do it." Seeing his daughter agree, the Ling family lord then nodded in satisfaction. A few moments later, Ling Wushan left the room to pack her bags. Ling family master then whispered towards Niu Hakiai and reminded, "Follow Frost, and see if the one who killed Chu Yincheng is that little brat. If it is, there's no need to worry about what happened between him and Frost." "And if it isn't?" Niu Tiankue asked. "No?" The Ling family head's brows furrowed. "Do everything you can to not let them meet again." Killer base. Cheng Fan tried sending a WeChat to Ling Dancing Frost. However, he found that the other party had already blacked out. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Dancing Frost's cell phone had been confiscated long ago. Suspecting that he had been cheated, he could only continue to look for a suitable mission from the electronic panel, but she happened to see her bounty order, right in the center. It was marked as Grade A and the reward amount was already as high as 300 million. The horse-faced man also saw the list and suddenly cursed, "Son of A, let's see who the employer is first. How dare you even dare to mess with my big brother?" On the contrary, Cheng Fan did not pay attention. He had already guessed that the one who issued the bounty order was Qian Long in all probability. That time in the underground boxing ring had already spoiled the other party's layout. The assassination of Elder Hui in the hospital had ended in failure, and he had been personally approached by the Chu family. Before and after, he lost $700 to $800 million. How could he swallow this? But this did not mean that Cheng Fan would not take the initiative to find him. In the evening, failing to find a suitable order, Cheng Fan planned to go home on foot. Just after walking through the small park, he suddenly heard three strands of martial artist's aura, coming from the woods 100 meters away. Two auras were weaker, while the other was as unstoppable as a tiger descending a mountain. Cheng Fan turned around and glanced towards the grove, and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, a sinister figure from the woods violently rushed out. "Who can save us?" The Chinli figure held up her badly injured body and fell in front of Cheng Fan. At first, Cheng Fan just felt that the other party's looks were somewhat familiar. It wasn't until he got close enough to observe that he realized that this person was Ling Dancing Frost. 51. Dagger changes ownership. The one who collapsed in front of Cheng Fan was none other than Ling Wushang, who had come back from the martial sect. She prayed that there had to be someone outside the woods, no matter who it was, even if it was an ordinary person. Hopefully, the other party would find a way to save themselves in Grand Pagno in the forest. The opponent was really too strong. Killing them was but easy, until when he saw Cheng Fan standing in front of him, he suddenly fainted. On the contrary, Cheng Fan looked around and said in a doubtful voice, "Why is the duel between martial arts sects taking place here?" Thinking that the other party still owed him $500 million, he casually released an aura for him to save his life, and then he moved and walked into the woods without slowing down. At this time in the woods, there was a crane-haired old man with messy hair and blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Cheng Fan had seen the old man, Ling family's guest secretary Niu Tiankue. As for his opposite side, there was a majestic middle-aged man with outstanding temperament and starry eyes. The middle-aged man was wearing a loose black martial arts uniform. Simply standing there was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Xu Yinqing's death has nothing to do with our Ling family, and you, as a senior member of the association, broke the rules. Niu Tiankue covered his chest and spoke out with a pale face. He was now only hoping for his own young lady to escape. As long as she could escape, there was no harm even if she died. The murderer of the Chu family head has a photo that he took at the association, and underneath the photo, the Ling character of your Ling family is printed. What explanation should you give for this matter? The majestic middle-aged man droned in an overbearing manner. The Martial Sect Association was created to balance the relationship between the major lineages. As a senior member of the association, yet he privately left the Martial Sect to assassinate a member of a lineage family. This was a major taboo. If it was known by the association, one would definitely be expelled from the association by abolishing their cultivation. The reason why the middle-aged man dared to do this was because he had been favored by Chu Yincheng back then. Without Chu Yincheng, he would not be where he is today. Now Chu Yincheng was dead. The Chu family personally came to his door, hoping that he would do justice. All the evidence pointed to the Ling family, which was why he decided to personally come out to return the favor once and for all. Niu Tiankue stared at the middle-aged man in anger. He had already guessed that he, himself, was afraid of dying here, so even if he put everything he had into it, he had to drag the other party down. It was a pity that he, a 7th-grade human martial artist, was no match for a 2nd-grade Xian martial artist. Whether the murderer is a member of the Ling family or not, today, both you and Ling Jinzhong's daughter must die, the middle-aged man said directly from his waist, pulling out a black dagger. The dagger flashed with a gleam of coldness under the moonlight. On the contrary, Cheng Fan raised his eyebrows and became quite interested in the dagger. Gradually, the middle-aged man held the dagger across his chest while his body was surrounded by a white mist. He was ready to strike at any time. Niu Tiankue, on the other hand, was upset and roared with crimson eyes, "Wen Wu Chang, you shall not die." Facing the pursuit of a 2nd-grade Xuanwu, it was impossible to have any hope of survival. This was something that Niu Tiankue knew only too well. Nay, he, who had always been loyal to the Ling family, had failed to protect his young lady at the last moment. If he died like this, how could he stand up to the family head? On the contrary, when Wu Chang's gaze was slightly cold, "To be able to die in my hands, your life is enough. I observe that this dagger of yours is about to change hands." Just as when Wu Chang was about to strike, another voice suddenly came to his ears. His face changed greatly, and he immediately looked along the source of the voice. Only then did he realize that less than 5 meters apart, there was actually a person standing. As a Xuanwu, he was exceptionally sensitive to the scent of outsiders. Not to mention in this silent forest, if a third person appeared, how could he not sense it? "I advise you to mind your own business." When Wu Chang reacted, he reminded with a cold face. As for Niu Tiankue, who was standing opposite him, his pupils shrunk violently. Cheng Fan's figure had been exposed to his vision. Without thinking, he shouted out violently, "Don't mind me, take the lady to escape first." It couldn't be more fortunate to meet an acquaintance here, so the first order of business was to ensure the safety of his own young lady. "Want to escape?" When Wu Chang lowered his voice and said, "This cold moon of mine, I've been drinking too little blood lately. Since you're here, let's all stay." As soon as the words fell, he saw the cold moon stabbing at Niu Tiankue in an instant amidst the cold aura. Lang Yu's target was Eyebrow, not giving his opponent any way to live. Unexpectedly, he was struck by a stone that cut through the night sky and flew away on the spot. Cheng Fan was then seen passing between the two like a ghost. Crouching down again, he gently pulled out the dagger that had been inserted into the earth. "The grade is a bit low, but it's okay to use for now." 52. Drawing a car marker. Cheng Fan only used one stone to send the dagger in when Wu Chang's hand flying. Looking at it like a game, it shocked Niu Tiankue's heart. Was the scene just now a coincidence? Or Was it? Could it really be that, as Miss said, he was strong enough to decapitate Chu In-chung? Just as Niu Tiankui was pondering, when Wu Chang suddenly shot out explosively towards Chung Fan. What a joke! As a second-grade Xuan Wu, having his weapon knocked away undoubtedly seemed too humiliating, not to mention that he was from an assassination background. It was even less desirable. When Wu Chang was good at speed, and his figure flickered in the darkness, after an instant, he had appeared behind Cheng Fan. He raised his right hand, which was entwined with white mist, and transformed it into a hand knife to slash down at Cheng Fan's neck. The second-grade Xuan Wu's hand knife was as sharp as a blade. If he slashed down, he would be seriously injured without dying. Niu Tiankui's face suddenly changed. Just when he wanted to raise his voice to warn him, he saw Cheng Fan dodge slightly to the right. In what seemed like a careless movement, he managed to dodge the fatal blow. Seeing this, when Wu Chang continued his attack with a sullen face. However, every move and every style of his was easily dodged by Cheng Fan. The key Cheng Fan had his back to him throughout. This made Wu Chang more and more irritated, feeling like his dignity was being ruthlessly trampled on. In the midst of his rage, he roared, "Going against me is going against the entire Martial Sect Association. If you don't want to die, get lost." The Martial Sect Association was a relatively new existence to Cheng Fan. He had only heard of martial sect families before, but he had never thought that there was an association. On the contrary, when Wu Chang had always prided himself on being the strongest assassination king of the Su Hang martial sect, in the eyes of outsiders, he did deserve this title as well. But what he was facing at this moment was the immortal realm god of murder. It was clear which was stronger or weaker, the martial sect assassination king or the immortal realm god of murder. Seeing Cheng Fan's gaze chilling, he backhanded the cold moon into Wu Chang's solar plexus. The latter didn't even have a chance to resist and was instantly killed. Afterwards, Cheng Fan pulled out the cold moon again without slowing down. Through his aura, he cleaned up the blood on it. Dead. Dead? Niu Tiankui glanced at Wu Chang, who fell to the ground. After determining that he was dead, he sucked in a breath of cool air. The assassination king of the Su Hang martial sect had actually lost in his most skillful assassination aspect. Not only was he killed, even the dagger he had used for decades was robbed. He turned his gaze to Cheng Fan again. Stunned, he realized that the other party was crouching on the ground rubbing the blade of the dagger. The grinding sound that came one after another penetrated the slightest bit of coldness. It caused Niu Tiankui to shiver. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully clasped his fists and said, "Many thanks for saving your life, Senior." Now he could finally be certain that Chu In-chang was definitely killed by the young man in front of him. To be so young and to have such a terrifying cultivation like this, in the future that would be even better. It was good to know in advance instead of waiting until it was too late to regret the loss. "Elder, I don't know where Frost Child she is." On the bench at the back, Cheng Fan said in a cold voice without looking back. He didn't have a good impression of the lord of the Ling family and Niu Tiankui. If he wasn't thinking about Ling dancing Frost's $500 million, he would probably be almost home. Niu Tiankui bowed at his words before dashing out of the woods. Remembering the young lady, she had similarly received a slap from Wu Chang. If treatment is not carried out quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable. The more Niu Tiankui thought about it, the more anxious he became, and he quickly arrived in front of his young lady. He then froze in place. At this moment, Ling Dancing Frost was sleeping on a park bench, and the wounds on her body had long since healed at some point. Even the color of the chi was also a lot more rosy. This shouldn't Looking at the sleeping young lady, Niu Tiankui was full of fog, until he remembered Cheng Fan behind him. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Could it be that the one who cured the young lady's injuries is also him?" If that was really the case, such a high-ranking person had to be retained before he could do so. Then he saw Niu Tiankui returning to the woods. However, at the scene, Cheng Fan was long gone. Home, Zhao Xinran was cooking in the kitchen, while Yunyan picked up the blank A4 paper in her hand and fumed. The homework assigned by the teacher was for her to draw the car label of a private car, but she searched for half a day and couldn't find where the Mini's logo was. She could only see the various crystals encrusted on the car. If you look closely, you will find that there are all kinds of gifts placed around the dining table at home. There were food, useful things to eat and things to learn. All in all, the gifts add up to several tens of thousands of dollars, to say the least. When Cheng Fan had just returned, he saw Zhao Xinran unable to suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. "Back?" Cheng Fan nodded and said in a skeptical voice. "What are these?" He came in and noticed the gifts. "From grandparents." Zhao Xinran carried the dinner plate and said, "Both grandparents came today and brought a lot of gifts." They also accompanied Yun for a long time. During the time that Cheng Fan was heading to the killer organization, the two old men personally took a car and came to Fu Lane, again shushing and accompanying Yun to play. In short, it was the opposite of their previous attitude. "Oh, it seems like they finally figured it out." Yes, so that Yun Yun will receive more love as she grows up. As a mother, of course she wanted her child to grow up in a healthy and happy environment, even if the second old man had treated her badly in the past. Being able to take the initiative to come and visit Yun Yun today would also make the gap between them fade away. Chang Fan nodded. As long as his wife was happy, he was happy with her. Zhao Xinran even made him his favorite braised pork today. Even if Chang Fan didn't say anything, she knew that her grandparents' attitude could change, and it definitely had something to do with each other. Mom and Dad, what exactly does our car label look like? Looking at his daughter's aggrieved look, Chang Fan was a little confused. It was Zhao Xinran who explained. Today the kindergarten teacher gave an assignment to draw a car label. Drawing a car logo? Chang Fan frowned, not understanding the purpose of this kind of homework. The car label is very simple. Daddy will teach you. After saying this, he saw Chang Fan pick up a pen and paper and prepare to start drawing. However, he saw Yun Yun pouting, reluctant. Actually, I taught her a long time ago, but she refused to draw. Why won't you draw? Chang Fan asked towards his daughter. He saw Yun Yun arch into his arms, blinking her big eyes and smiling cheekily. Daddy, I still like the previous car label. The previous car label? Just as Chang Fan's words fell, he saw Zhao Xinran explain. She's talking about the previous red flag. The reason why Yun Yun liked it was because the car label looked like a red flag fluttering in the wind. Since we like it, let's draw a red flag. Chang Fan returned without thinking. 53. Ominous premonition. The next day, South District International Experimental Kindergarten. All the children had already come to the classroom to report on time. Yun Yun had also already carried her small school bag to her seat. The children of other families all had school bags that were worth more than $10,000. Only Yun Yun's school bag looked ordinary, a few $100s at most. A few moments later, the homeroom teacher came to the classroom and began to take roll call. After making sure that they were all there, she spoke. Children, have you completed the homework assigned to you yesterday? As soon as the words fell, the classroom resounded with neatly organized voices. Finished, the class teacher nodded with satisfaction. Then he saw all the children in the class start to pass the homework up from back to front. During the lunch break, the class teacher began to check the homework. She and the deputy class teacher observed one by one, from the initially labeled BMW 7 Series, to the specially labeled Mercedes S-Class, and then from Porsche to Ferrari. Each one looked over was a luxury car worth over $1 million. Midway through, they even saw Bentley, as well as Rolls-Royce car labels, truly worthy of being an aristocratic kindergarten. The vice class teacher couldn't help but marvel. These car labels, she had only seen them online in the past. Occasionally, when she saw them on the road, she avoided them, deeply afraid of scratching it. Then even if she lost her family's money, she couldn't afford to pay for it. Until she saw the last A4 paper with a red flag drawn on it, she suddenly froze. This red flag, really too eye-catching. Compared with the previous car label, it looks out of place. The homeroom teacher frowned at the sight and said, Chang Yun Yun, the new interloper who came yesterday? Seems like it. After school, the class teacher specially left Yun Yun behind. By the way, she brought Zhao Xinran in as well and said nonchalantly, I remember you are Yun Yun's mother, right? We want to cultivate our children's labor skills, so can I ask you to help clean up the classroom today? Faced with the class teacher's request, Zhao Xinran was initially a bit puzzled. Logically, this shouldn't be under the parents' purview to do, right? But thinking that the other party was Yun Yun's homeroom teacher, she nodded and smiled. Okay, just leave it to me. Thank you then, I'll come back later to check. After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, she turned around and left. Originally, she had planned to come back to check in half an hour. Unexpectedly, she answered a phone call halfway and forgot all about it, leaving early. On the contrary, Xinran swept and mopped the floor, plus wiped the table and cleaned the glass. In short, she did all the work she could. In the middle of the day, Yun Yun also followed to help. After all the work was done, she realized that it was already 7:30 p.m. In the kindergarten, there were basically no people in sight. However, Xinran didn't have the class teacher's phone number, so she didn't dare to leave directly. She sat in the classroom and accompanied Yun Yun to read. After another half an hour, night fell. Yun Yun looked out the window and asked in a small voice, Mom, when can we go back? Teacher Zhao said she'll come to inspect. If we leave and miss the teacher coming to inspect, we are not keeping our promise. Does Yun Yun want to be a child who doesn't keep her promises? Of course I don't want to, Yun Yun immediately said back. She just felt that the kindergarten at night was very uncomfortable. In addition to being terribly quiet, the cold wind would occasionally blow in through the cracks in the windows. Even Zhao Xinran couldn't help but shiver, thinking to herself that it was obviously summer. Why did it feel cool? Home. Chang Fan was on his bed in the living room, cultivating for a whole day. When he opened his eyes, he realized that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. By all rights, the mother and daughter should have returned long ago. Out of concern, he decided to send a Weibo message. 10 minutes passed, no one replied. Called the phone, prompted temporarily unable to connect, and it was like this for several consecutive calls. Gradually, an ominous premonition arose within Cheng Fan. 54. Abduction. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. The teachers and leaders of the Southern District International Experimental Kindergarten had all left one after another. Only the security guard at the entrance was left to prepare for the night shift. Zhao Xinran was worried that she would miss Yunyun's class teacher, so she simply tutored Yunyun in Chinese characters here. She had sent a WeChat to Cheng Fan halfway through, but didn't realize that the internet had long since been disconnected. The doors and windows were closed, but from time to time, a cold wind would blow in, causing Zhao Xinran's back to chill. She would occasionally look around, and all she could see was the dark corridor and the sky. Mom, will the teacher come back? Yunyun suddenly asked. A long time had passed since the end of school. If the homeroom teacher was really coming back, it shouldn't take so long, right? Also, Yunyun felt more and more uncomfortable. It was like there was a pair of eyes outside the corridor, staring straight at her, but there was clearly nothing there. Zhao Xinran raised her head and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Realizing that it was already so late, she thought that she could simply leave a note for the teacher. It was possible that the other party had really forgotten, was planning to get up. The lights in the classroom suddenly went out without warning. Yunyun is only 5 years old this year, and is usually the most afraid of the dark, so she must have an adult to accompany her when she sleeps. Now that the lights went out, she was so scared that she immediately hugged her head and shouted, "Mom, I'm scared." Zhao Xinran was equally a little nervous, but when she heard her daughter's call, she forgot everything. Directly touching the darkness, she came to her daughter's side and said, "Yunyun, don't be afraid. Mom is right here. Mom, let's go back." Yunyun was so scared that her little hands were cold and tears were rolling in her eye frames. From just now she felt that someone was staring at her. And now, this feeling became even stronger. Zhao Xinran took out her cell phone and turned on the flashlight function. It wasn't until there was light that Yunyun's mood got slightly better. Door guard room. The middle-aged security guard wearing a uniform was burying his head in brushing jitterbug. Not long after, looked up at the second floor and found that the last light had also gone out. Just assumed that everyone had left and ignored it. When he looked down again, a black shadow floated through the front door in a weird way and went straight up to the second floor. The black shadow came to the front of the classroom door and stared straight at Zhao Xinran and Yunyun through the door and window. Yunyun unintentionally turned her head and did not scream when she saw the black shadow outside the door. She slowly moved her feet and walked straight towards the black shadow. On the contrary, Zhao Xinran was ready to reach out when she realized that her daughter had actually disappeared. Yunyun? Yunyun, where are you? Zhao Xinran swept around with her cell phone and couldn't even spot Yunyun. Just assuming that her daughter was joking with her, she pretended to be angry and said, "If you keep doing this, Mom will get angry." But no matter what she said, there was no response. Gradually, she realized that something was wrong. Immediately, she moved to look one table at a time. Yunyun, don't scare Mommy. Whether it was the classroom or the corridor, all the lights wouldn't turn on. Zhao Xinran could only go from room to room in the dark, however never saw her daughter. She finally panicked, anxiously spinning in place, but did not know what to do. Late at night, the whole building is dark. Zhao Xinran had no choice but to squat on the ground, holding her head and hiding her face as she cried. The roof of the main kindergarten building, at this time, is standing a hunchback, and the eyes of the vulture old man. The old man's face is obscene. His features are ugly and his lips are sickly black. There were also sharp nails on 10 fingers, which were shocking to look at. Under the moonlight, the old man Jie laughed strangely. The natural colding body that I haven't found after searching for so many years will actually bump into here. TSK. It's really no effort to find it after stepping through iron shoes. As he spoke, he stared at the dull-eyed Yunyun in front of him. There was also a white-faced, red-cheeked paper figure in Yunyun's hand. The paper man was the black shadow that Yunyun saw at the door. At that time, the black shadow transformed into a small doll about the same age as her, squatting on the ground and crying. It was out of kindness that Yunyun went over and tried to help. Unbeknownst to her, this was all a trap deliberately set by the old man. Wait for the old man to refine this little doll of yours. With the help of the innate colding body's supreme yin chi, it won't be long before you can successfully break through. At that time, even if the Su Hang Martial Sect Association steps in, what can they do to me? 55. Evil art. Bring her here and walk into the formation. Your task is done, the old man said in a deep voice towards the paper man. He had long ago drawn the refinement grand formation from the evil art in the center of the rooftop. As long as Yunyun walked into the grand formation, she would immediately be refined into a puddle of blood mist, and the old man would only need to absorb the blood mist into his body, and his strength would soar. The paperman hesitated for a few seconds. Under the old man's grim gaze, the Yun that he was dragging went step by step to the center of the rooftop. As for the Yun at this moment, she was playing with her little friend in the illusion. Second floor corridor. Zhao Xinran was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. She ended up burying her head in crying, blaming herself for why she didn't watch over Yun. She was afraid that someone would sneak into the classroom and take her daughter away. Suddenly, Zhao Xinran's mind conjured up Chang Fan's appearance. Somehow, Chang Fan had become her greatest dependence. When she was thinking about making a call, she happened to see Chang Fan panting and rushing to ask, "You guys, are you okay?" Now was the most congested time in Su Hang. After realizing that his wife and daughter might be in trouble, Chang Fan went out and ran furiously all the way. Running from the North District to the South District only took more than 20 minutes. Seeing her husband appear, Zhao Xinran couldn't hold back her tears once again, grabbing his arms and said urgently, "What to do? What to do? I lost our daughter. I lost Yun. I'm so useless. I can't even take care of my daughter." Chang Fan had long been mentally prepared. Seeing his wife's panicked appearance, he held her in his arms and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Tell me what happened." When he came, Chang Fan had a premonition that something might happen to his wife and daughter, but he didn't panic and calmed his wife as much as possible. Then he saw Zhao Xinran sobbing as she detailed what had happened before. She suspected that her daughter might have been abducted by human traffickers. If it was true, she might not even have the courage to continue living. If it's a human trafficker, it's impossible to take Yun away from you silently. This was the most basic logical point. Unless Yun was taken away during her coma. Otherwise it would definitely have made a sound. Since there was no sound, it meant that it was probably an autonomous departure. Zhao Xinran's cries came to an abrupt end. Why did Yun leave on her own accord? Is it because I did something wrong? Could it be that she wanted to go home on her own? She suddenly remembered that her daughter had said several times midway that she wanted to go home, but she hadn't even paid attention to it. At the end of the corridor on the second floor, there was a sudden scream. Cheng Fan rushed over immediately with his wife, only to see the young woman hiding in the corner. It was Yun's class teacher, Ms. Zhao Jingzhao. She also remembered only after the date that she had left Yun and her mother to clean up the class earlier. After thinking about it, she finally decided to come over and take a look. Unexpectedly, she had just gone up to the second floor when she saw a pitch-black figure quickly float past in front of her eyes. Immediately afterward, he shouted, "Ghost! Ghost ah!" After Zhao Jing shouted so much, Cheng Fan realized that today's kindergarten looked extraordinarily gloomy. It was abnormal, like there were demons haunting the surroundings. After all, in the world where he initially cultivated, the term ghosts and monsters did exist, and in the cultivation system, in addition to human, devil, and demon cultivators, there were also ghost cultivators. He immediately followed Zhao Jing's gaze and looked towards the right side. He saw that there was indeed a floating black shadow in the aisle leading to the third floor. Cheng Fan was quick and came to the third floor in advance to block its way. The black shadow, on the other hand, seemed to be frightened. Trembling, she tried to escape, but realized that Cheng Fan's speed was faster than hers. "Say, where the hell is my daughter?" The black shadow was a young woman with her hair in a bun. Her face was very white, the bloodless kind. There were also eyes that only had the whites of the eyes in them. She immediately knelt on the ground and cried, "Lord Celestial Master, my daughter did not mean to do this. It was forced by someone. If I don't do it, let my soul fly away." Looking at the young female ghost who kept kneeling down and begging for mercy, Cheng Fan couldn't help but say with a cold face, "If you don't tell me where my daughter is, I can let your soul fly away right now." The main building only had 3 floors in total. When something went wrong with the third floor aisle, the old man at the top of the building naturally sensed it. He frowned slightly and said in a suspicious voice, "Strange, why hasn't that little brat returned by now?" Originally, he had planned to refine Yun and then use the technique of harvesting yin to replenish yang towards Zhao Xinran. The latter actually also belonged to the cold yin body. It was a pity that she was already a young woman, so even if she was refined, it wouldn't be of much use. It would be better to make up for one's own yang energy. What a waste, can't even catch a person. The old man grimaced and wanted to go down to observe the situation. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to open the door, he was knocked away on the spot by an overbearing external force. 56. Wait for me for 2 minutes. Cheng Fan had already learned from the female ghost that his daughter was actually going to be used as a refining tool. The last time, she was almost robbed of her heart, and now she will be refined into a blood mist. One disaster after another. Why did they all have to befall his own daughter? Why? Could it be that Yun she was destined to be born with many disasters? Cheng Fan's inner rage was hard to contain. At the same time, the temperature of the air around him instantly plummeted to below zero. This was the environmental impact brought about by the shadow-killing demon skill when it was activated, cultivated to a high level. It could instantly plunge the surroundings into an icy sky and snow. The old man ouched twice and rose from the ground. He then stared sinisterly at Cheng Fan, who had suddenly appeared. Just now, the old man was too careless and didn't think that there were still martial artists hidden in the small kindergarten. As he spoke, he directly threw out 2 paper figures and drank. Go, clean up that kid for me. The paper figures instantly transformed into 2 ghostly shadows and pounced on Cheng Fan. They carried a gust of ghostly aura all over their bodies. When they were about to come close, they dissipated in midair without any sign. To be precise, it was the soul that flew away. The old man's pupils shrunk violently before he said in a cold voice, I didn't expect it to be a tough one. On the contrary, when Cheng Fan saw Yun Yun, who had already gone to the center of the formation and was about to be refined, the body suddenly burst out in an instant. However, in the blink of an eye, Yun Yun was carried away and rejoined in front of the door by Cheng Fan. You, how dare you spoil my good deed? The old man became furious. He once again pulled out 3 paper figures from his arms. This time it was different, and the paper figures were still laced with energy that made people very uncomfortable. The old man has 3 king bombs here. Let's see how you kid dies. The old man snapped. As he spoke, the paper figures transformed into 3 ghost kings in midair, carrying an overwhelming ghostly aura. They once again pounced on Cheng Fan. This was the old man's bottom card. Ever since he had these 3 ghost kings, he had started to do wrong. Cheng Fan didn't look back, holding Yun Yun in his arms as he slowly walked down the stairs. Seeing that the ghost king was close, a little bit of complacency had surfaced in the old man's eyes. Unexpectedly, the next second, the smile hanging on his face instantly froze. The same picture appeared again. Before the 3 ghost kings could really get close, they had already dissipated. And at this time, Cheng Fan had already come to the 3rd floor corridor and sent Yun Yun into his wife's arms. Wait for me for 2 minutes. Don't come up. Zhao Xinran was originally a little worried. Until she looked up and saw Cheng Fan's chilling gaze, she subconsciously picked up her daughter. That gaze was cold, so cold that she couldn't help but start to doubt. The man in front of her was really Cheng Fan. Until she met him, she had never seen her husband show this kind of expression. Then, Cheng Fan re-entered the top floor, and at this time, the old man had already realized that it was not good, waving his hands backward and retreating. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. As he spoke, cold sweat broke out. One must know that even if Xuanwu personally stepped in, it would be impossible to easily defeat the Ghost King. I'll return the little doll to you as well. How about we just forget about it between the 2 of us? The old man's attitude made Cheng Fan even more irritated. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed it by the throat, sinking his face and not saying a word. If he hadn't arrived in time, Cheng Fan didn't dare to imagine the outcome of his daughter. Now that a sentence was returned, you want to forget about it? His hand became tighter and tighter, choking the old man nearly fainted. Then he turned around and slowly walked into the central grand formation. The old man probably guessed what was going on and struggled desperately with wide eyes. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free at all and was finally thrown into the big formation by Cheng Fan and urged a trace of aura. Then, the formation was successfully activated. The old man then turned into a puddle of blood mist in a desperate wail. 2 minutes had just passed when Cheng Fan re-entered the 3rd floor. Zhao Xinran immediately tensed at the sight. Cheng Fan, are you alright? I heard upstairs. There seems to be the sound of a fight? Cheng Fan had already retrieved the shadow-killing demon skill. Smiling gently, he said, it's you who heard it wrong. There's nothing upstairs. Really? Zhao Xinran asked. She was not a little cutie, knowing that something must have happened upstairs, but since her husband didn't want to say, she wouldn't ask more. Yun Yun had already woken up. After seeing Cheng Fan, she immediately rushed over and hugged his thigh. Only Zhao Jing, with her jaw dropped, stared at Cheng Fan. Then in his mind, Yun Yun's self-introduction yesterday came to mind, because it was already too late. Plus his wife and daughter were also tired. Cheng Fan was also too lazy to bother with Zhao Jing, the class teacher. He came closer and reminded word by word, I can let it go this time, but I won't let you off the hook the next time. In the face of Cheng Fan's threat, Zhao Jing nodded her head as if she were pounding garlic. However, just as the family of 3 was preparing to go home, Yun Yun actually let go of Xinran's hand once again. Turning around, she ran towards the top floor. 57, double happiness. Yun Yun suddenly let go of her hand and turned around to run towards the roof of the building. Zhao Xinran was so frightened that she rushed over to hold her daughter in her arms and said, Yun Yun, we're going home. However, Yun Yun shook her head and pointed towards the roof of the building. If I leave, Nuan Nuan will be lonely. Who is Nuan Nuan? Zhao Xinran said in a suspicious voice. Could it be her daughter in kindergarten? A newly made friend? But on second thought, it couldn't have appeared on the roof. On the contrary, Cheng Fan frowned, noticing that there was indeed a ghostly chi on the top that he hadn't been able to snuff out. Then he gently grabbed his wife's hand and said, "Let me do it." Zhao Xinran thought about it and finally let go. Then he saw Yunyun running very fast, and it didn't take long for her to arrive at the roof of the building. Chang Fan, who was following behind, then saw that there was still a paper figure floating in midair on the rooftop. When he was about to destroy it, Yunyun once again moved to embrace the paperman. However, the paperman was backing away. "Dad, Nuan, she's lonely. She's been kept in a cage and can't get out when she wants to, and often beaten." The Nuan in Ru's words was actually the child who had lured her to the top floor earlier. She died in 1937. During the war era, her soul wandered outside for several cities, and was finally captured in Suwon by an old man who practiced evil arts. Raised as his own brat, specializing in his work, because it was sealed, it could usually only appear in the form of a paper figure. Cheng Fan had originally planned to wipe it out, but seeing his daughter's stubborn little expression, sighing softly, he ran an aura from his right hand. When the aura enveloped the air above the paper person, it gradually turned into a childlike appearance. Again, it was a girl child, with round eyes paired with delicate and small features. If she could grow up, she would definitely be a great beauty. The girl was still wearing patched clothes, and her hair was also messy. All in all, it was pitiful to look at. After Nuan manifested her human form, she didn't go looking for Yun. Instead, it kept backing up until it stood in the center of the big formation. Seeing this, Cheng Fan raised his eyebrows, noticing that the other party seemed to be repenting, wanting to be in the same way as the old man. The soul was dispersed. However, Yun immediately stepped forward and held the other party in her arms, and tenderly patted the shredded paper chippings in Nuan's hair. "I almost harmed you just now. Are you not angry at all?" Nuan blamed herself. However, Yun smiled back. "You're willing to be my friend. I can't wait to be happy." But, without waiting for Nuan to open her mouth, Yun suddenly raised her head and looked at her father pitifully. Cheng Fan had already guessed his daughter's purpose. Turning around, he pretended not to see, but Yun held Nuan's hand and came close to hug his thigh. "Dad, do you think I'm not cute?" Facing his daughter's question, Cheng Fan was confused, but still nodded and said, "Cute, right?" Yun blinked her big eyes. "I think so too. Then with such a cute daughter, will daddy feel happy?" Cheng Fan always felt like he was going to be set up, but being stared at by his daughter's big watery eyes, it was really hard to refuse. Then he nodded and said, "Will, then won't daddy get double happiness if he takes Nuan in?" Sure enough, he was set up. Cheng Fan sweated in his heart. He really didn't know who his daughter's quirky personality resembled, so he dryly coughed twice and pointed at the door again. Leaning down, he quietly returned, "It's useless to ask me about this. You have to ask your mom." 58. More than one daughter. Cheng Fan actually saw that this little girl was quite pitiful, but adopting another daughter is not a small matter, and must first obtain Shinran's consent before doing so. Yun pouted, pouting, "Dad most love me. Dad will definitely convince mom, right?" Those eyes that flashed like an ocean were really hard to refuse when looking at Cheng Fan. Who would have thought that the immortal killing god in his previous life would also have a soft spot? On the contrary, Nuan lowered her head at the side and didn't dare to say anything. Being able to get a friend like Yun was her greatest fortune in this life. She hated herself for nearly getting the other party killed. So even if Cheng Fan didn't agree, it was still her fault. "Then let's make an agreement in advance," Cheng Fan said towards his daughter. "If you want dad to help, you can't tell mom about Nuan's identity. Can you do it?" "Can it?" Yun agreed without thinking. To know Nuan's real identity, she was a brat. So Cheng Fan didn't really want to let his wife be frightened. At this moment, Zhao Xinran was nervously waiting in the corridor. Zhao Jing was right next to her and didn't leave directly. Even her attitude had changed drastically from before. In short, in the future, she would no longer dare to dictate and ask the other party to do things. The door to the rooftop opened. Seeing that her husband and daughter had returned without incident, Zhao Xinran was finally able to feel at ease. Just when she was about to speak, she saw Nuan behind Cheng Fan. Nuan grabbed the corner of Cheng Fan's coat and cautiously poked out her little head. She had seen Yun's mother outside the classroom. Watching the other party's despair when she couldn't find her daughter made her feel even more guilty inside. At the same time, she felt happy for Yun. How happy it would be to have a mom by her side. Cheng Fan took a deep breath before exhaling slowly. He had already made plans to convince his wife, so he had to take a deep breath before that. There was also Yun, who was holding onto Cheng Fan's hand tightly. Unexpectedly, before they could say anything, Zhao Xinran said in surprise, "What a cute kid. Is he a classmate of Yun?" At the mention of a classmate, Zhao Jing next to her froze. She simply did not remember that in her class, there was such a little girl, and the way she was dressed, it was as if she was a waif who had traveled over from the 30s and 40s. Zhao Xinran came close, squatted down and asked with a smile, What's your name? I am called Nuan Nuan. Nuan Nuan. Listen to Yun Yun said you are good friends? Facing the inquiry, Nuan Nuan nervously nodded. Mom, actually, Chang Fan, you take Yun Yun back first. I have a lot of things I want to ask Nuan Nuan. Zhao Xinran directly interrupted her daughter's explanation and turned to look at Zhao Jing again. Before she could say anything, Zhao Jing consciously went downstairs. Nuan Nuan looked at Yun Yun helplessly, not knowing what to do. On the contrary, Yun Yun wanted to seek help from her father, but Nuan Cheng Fan shook his head and said, "It's better to wait until your mom is done asking questions." Cheng Fan did not know what his wife wanted to ask, but since she had already opened her mouth, she could only choose to agree. As she left, Yun Yun worried, "Dad, do you think mom will hate Nuan Nuan?" Hate? Cheng Fan thought for a moment and returned, "I don't think so. There weren't many people in his memory that his wife hated, and all of them were after being pushed, just like Zhao Yuding, Wang Lan and the previously unmotivated Cheng Fan. On the contrary, even if the two Zhao family members had treated her like that in the past, they couldn't make her truly hate them." Half an hour passed. Zhao Xinran brought Nuan Nuan and came in front of Cheng Fan. Her expression looked calm, without the slightest ripple. Nuan Nuan, who was next to her, lost her head. Cheng Fan secretly said that it was not good. He was afraid that the conversation between his wife and Nuan did not go well. While he was thinking of salvaging the situation, Zhao Xinran suddenly held Nuan Nuan's cold little hand and laughed. "Yun Yun, do you mind having more than one sister by your side?" "Don't mind. I don't mind at all." Yun Yun's nervousness was swept away and replaced by excitement, and Nuan Nuan's body trembled after hearing this. Then she looked up at Zhao Xinran in surprise. She had thought that she would be separated from Yun Yun forever, but she didn't expect that she would be taken in. Even Cheng Fan, who had already thought of various things to say, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "What is this situation?" On the way home, Yun Yun held Nuan Nuan's hand and walked in front. The two dolls were talking and laughing, together with the same big eyes and delicate features. One could not help but think that they were really real sisters. On the contrary, Cheng Fan walked at the back and asked in a low voice towards his wife, "What did you just ask?" Zhao Xinran sniffed and only returned two words, "Secret," but quickly worried. "Now that we have an extra daughter, we might really have to think about renting an apartment again." When it came to renting an apartment, Cheng Fan, on the other hand, didn't move and said back, "About the house, I actually bought it in the Southern District a long time ago." "Huh? Bought it? Or the Southern District?" Zhao Xinran looked at Cheng Fan in surprise. She suspected that she had heard wrong. It was because her husband was talking about having bought a house in the South District, which was known as the Rich District, instead of renting it. 59. Smashing the scene. Cheng Fan always wanted to find an opportunity to tell his wife about buying a house, but never found the chance. Now that there is an additional daughter, the one-room house in Fu Lane is simply not enough to live in, so it is also considered to be prepared in advance. By the way, and his wife agreed to go to see the new house in 2 days, and then discuss about the decoration. Because it was too late, the surrounding clothing stores were all closed. Zhao Xinran could only find a few pieces of Yun Yun's clothes from the closet and put them at the end of the bed. She also signaled Yun Yun to take her new sister to take a bath first. Nuan Nuan, who changed into clean clothes, was as beautiful as a ceramic doll. But to her, everything seemed like a dream. Not being able to get warmth in life, she had to be controlled by the old man after death. She who had thought that she could only drift in endless darkness forever suddenly had a glimmer of light in front of her eyes. Wasn't this what she, for a long time, had been most wishing for? In the middle of her rambling thoughts, a red envelope suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. "Nuan Nuan, for you." For Zhao Xinran, the sense of ceremony was especially important. In the past, even if the family was poor, the festivals that were due would be solemnly gone. Nuan for 5 years, but Cheng Fan couldn't even remember the anniversary of their marriage. Finding out that there was a red envelope, Yun Yun suddenly smiled cheekily and said, "Mom, sister all have red envelopes. What about mine?" This was not an ordinary red packet. What was wrapped inside was actually a rewording fee. But Zhao Xinran wouldn't force Nuan Nuan to change her words for sure. However, Nuan Nuan was smart enough to take the red packet and carefully shouted, "Thank you, Mom." Seeing that his wife actually wrapped the red packet in advance, Yun Yun and Nuan Nuan looked at themselves again at the same time. Cheng Fan sweated in his heart. Where did he prepare the red packet? While hesitating, Nuan Nuan suddenly smiled. "Thank you, Dad." "That, no need to thank." Cheng Fan returned slightly embarrassed. It wasn't long before Zhao Xinran started worrying about Nuan Nuan going to kindergarten. She thought of letting Nuan Nuan also go to the Southern District Experimental Kindergarten, but she didn't know if she could get a place. Cheng Fan heard this and hurriedly explained, "Let Nuan Nuan familiarize herself with the environment first, then it's not too late to go to kindergarten." Nuan Nuan was a ghost and would be afraid of sunlight, although Cheng Fan had a way to make her not afraid of sunlight. However, It was necessary to use the Dan furnace and a few herbs to refine an elixir called complementary Yuan Dan. After thinking about it, he decided to talk about it after arriving at his new home. In the middle of the night, Cheng Fan sat cross-legged on the bed and continued to cultivate. Nuan Nuan suddenly came in front of her, and then without warning, she knelt on the ground. She knew that if it wasn't for Cheng Fan, she would still be under the old man's control. "Dad, thank you for being willing to take me in." Cheng Fan opened his eyes and looked at his adopted second daughter. He then drew a talismanic seal with his aura in midair and didn't enter the other party's body. When it entered the body, Nuan could clearly feel a trace of coldness. Then it turned into warmth and flowed into the dantian. This seal can help you cultivate and keep your soul intact. This was the red packet that Cheng Fan gave to Nuan Nuan. He had long realized that there was an evil gas in the other party's body. It must have been the old man's doing, using it to threaten her to do something. As long as the evil gas was still there, even if the old man was dead, he would still be bound. Nuan Nuan looked at Cheng Fan in surprise. At her age, she looked only 5 years old, but after so many years of wandering, her mind was much higher than a normal child, deeply knowing how difficult it was to dissolve the bindings within her body. At the same time, she was shocked at Cheng Fan's strength. "I didn't realize that there was such an unfathomable person in the world." Cheng Fan retracted his right hand and continued. "Yun Yun treats you with all her heart, and is gladly willing to treat you as her own daughter. I only hope that you don't let down their sincerity." The next day, unusually, Zhao Xinran's first thing after waking up was to go pull the curtains. Today, however, she did not, and instead headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Cheng Fan was about to go help when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a text message. The text message was from a staff member of the killer organization. As for the content, it caused Cheng Fan's complexion to change slightly. Just half an hour ago, someone suddenly forced their way forward to smash the venue, and asked to see him by name. 60. Desperate. Suwon Yunshan Advanced Entertainment Club. The underground boxing ring was directly overturned by the sudden arrival of several thugs. Luckily, it was morning, and only a few staff and security guards were injured. As for the gate of the killer base, it was easily destroyed by one of the thugs. The one who destroyed the gate was an old man in a tang suit. His face looked quite amiable, and he carried a majestic aura between his hands and feet. Behind him stood a middle-aged man in a suit and 4 blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. The foreigners were holding machine guns and began to shoot madly. At the scene, it was a mess. 3 of the killers could not dodge in time and were nearly killed by bullets. The rest though hid in time. But this is not a long-term solution. As the 4 foreigners finished all their bullets, they pulled out their pistols from their waists and continued to aim. They were like madmen. They came in and started attacking indiscriminately, not giving anyone a chance to speak at all. Only after the bullets and the pistol were gone did one of the short, stocky, bald foreigners finally speak. He spoke Italian and had an unusually bad attitude. As an assassin, knowing the language of another country was a necessary skill, so almost all the killers present could understand what he was saying. In just a few seconds, the faces of individual killers couldn't help but show their anger. "I hope you guys can understand that a trash organization like yours shouldn't come out to disgrace yourselves anymore. If you are sensible, just hand over the brat named Cheng Fan." The middle-aged man in the suit took the words of the foreigner and translated them. The bald foreigner was the boss in this team. His main purpose of coming over this time was to kill Cheng Fan. It was because Cheng Fan had captured his good brother, Graves, half a month earlier. While investigating afterward, Graves mysteriously disappeared, and killer organizations were not the only ones that existed in Yanxia. In the rest of the various countries, there will be branches. The more harmonious the country, the weaker the overall strength of the organization. The opposite is true. The bald old man was born in Italy, but in reality, he is an S-class killer in the South American camp. The dead souls under his gun have been too many to count. As the bald old foreigner screamed, the third door on the left suddenly opened. Among them, a lean middle-aged man walked towards this side with large strides. When the killer's presence saw this, their hanging hearts finally fell. The skinny middle-aged man was called Desperate Life, the 4th-ranked S-ranked assassin of the Yanxia Assassin Organization. At this moment, it was possible for an S-ranked killer to step forward. For other levels of killers, it was equivalent to a tranquilizer pill. Especially after hearing the humiliation of the foreigner. They hoped even more that Jedi would kill these foreigners without leaving a single piece of armor. There were also those staff members. Even if they didn't have killer-level strength, they didn't want the organization they worked for to be humiliated by the foreigners. "You're saying that our Yanxia's assassin organization is trash?" Jedi asked back with a hostile face. He was known for killing people invisibly. Yanxia was proficient in almost all of the concealed weapons from ancient times. After the middle-aged man in the suit finished translating, he saw that the bald foreigner's face had more than a hint of a playful smile. The ranking of the world's killer organizations, Yanxia was the 3rd from the bottom. This could side by side prove that Yen Xia's safety factor was high, but just based on this, it in no way meant that the killers here were weak. Upon seeing the foreigner's contemptuous smile, Desperate's right hand gently shook. In an instant, the sharp flying dagger brushed past the foreigner's ear. It was inserted into the wall, causing the wall to crack on the spot. That was the willow leaf blade of concealed weapons, known for being shaped like a willow leaf and small enough to hide. With a cold face, Jedi said in a deep voice, "If it wasn't for me being merciful, you would have already been vaporized." When these words came out, all the killers present had their blood boiling. The bald foreigner was greatly shocked in his heart. However, on the surface, he pretended to say something as if nothing had happened. The middle-aged man in the suit sniffed and immediately translated. "In your Yen Xia words, this is a small carving skill. In front of bullets, your concealed weapons are a joke." Jedi sniffed and glared angrily at the bald foreigner, but tried his best to suppress the grumpy emotions. "You say my concealed weapons are a joke. Have the guts to let's have a match?" "Yes, you say how to compete," the suited middle-aged translator said. "You use a gun, I use a concealed weapon. Whoever dies first, loses." Hiss. Desperate life. The person was as his name suggests. If you don't die by extinction, you won't stop. The killers present all sucked in a breath of cold air. On the contrary, the bald old man's face showed a sneer, but he agreed. Before the match officially started, a tall geezer behind him suddenly pulled out a pistol from his arms. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and Desperado fell down in response. 61. My boss, stronger than you guys. Looking at Jedi, who had fallen into a pool of blood in response, the surrounding killers were completely red-eyed. "Damn, you bunch of shameless." The horse-faced man hiding under the bar counter couldn't hold back his curses. It was clear that they had agreed to a one-on-one, but it turned out that the other party had struck early, and all 3 bullets hit Desperate. Whether he was dead or alive now was unknown. There were also other killers who had clenched their fists, already on the verge of not being able to contain their inner rage. However, the geezer who had fired the shots licked his lips to reveal a wry smile. As for the bald geezer, he had no intention of following the rules from the start. In his eyes, killers didn't need rules at all. The middle-aged man in the suit listened to the bald geezer's words and translated from the sidelines. "From the moment I agreed, it was already equivalent to the start of the match, so I've given him a few seconds. Losing only means that he is too weak." The translator's words echoed throughout the hall. Suddenly, the horse-faced man hiding behind the bar counter directly pulled out a pistol from his arms. Just as he was about to aim at the bald foreigner, he was sent flying with a slap from the immortal old man. The old man was too fast and appeared in front of the horse-faced man in the blink of an eye. The key to his right hand when he attacked was actually surrounded by martial chi. It was obvious that he was from the martial sect. The tall foreigner had a gloomy face and raised his pistol again, about to aim at the horse-faced man. However, the old man's fist hit the horse-faced man squarely in the face. The latter spat out blood and fell to the ground. The old man then swept his eyes around. His eyes were sharp and his body erupted with a strong power. The faces of the individual killers changed drastically. They had already realized that the old man was an uncompromising martial artist. "Why are you helping a bunch of foreigners against our own people?" a killer said angrily. They couldn't figure out why the old man was doing this. On the contrary, the old man did not pay any attention and turned around to go back behind the bald geezer. The atmosphere of the scene was already not quite right when Desperado fell. Now there was actually an additional martial artist in the enemy's camp. This made the assassins present angry and at the same time feel despair. There were 3 killers who were stronger than Desperate. 2 were out on a mission, and 1 had already withdrawn. With this, it became utterly impossible to win. All of you deserve to die." The horse-faced man forced himself not to faint. He picked at the counter and cursed breathlessly. "My boss, he's too much better than you bunch of trash. If he were here, killing you would be nothing but easy." The middle-aged man in the suit translated the horse-faced man's words to the bald foreigner. The latter sniffed and his forehead veins popped up. On the contrary, the old man of the martial sect couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. "The old man has already given you a chance to live. Nay, it is you yourself who do not know how to cherish it." Then he saw the tall youth pull out his pistol once again, aiming at the horse-faced man and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet burst out from the black hole of the gun. The hearts of the killers present trembled slightly. They were furious, yet they knew that it was impossible for them to be a martial artist's opponent. Everyone thought that the horse-faced man would surely die. This was because the muzzle of that gun was aimed precisely between his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, a young figure suddenly appeared in front of the horse-faced man. That person was Cheng Fan, who caught the bullet with his bare hands. It was him. The assassins present all looked at Cheng Fan with dumbfounded eyes. They remembered that the other party was the newly promoted killer who had consecutively killed 2 S-rank killers, although he hadn't been officially ranked until now. However, his strength could not be underestimated. As for the old man standing behind the bald foreigner, his pupils trembled violently. Catching bullets with his bare hands? At this point, I'm afraid that only Xuanwu above the 5th grade can do it. Is it a coincidence? Or, not waiting for the bald foreigner to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 slender silver needles quickly burst out from Chung Fan's fingers, except for the bald and the tall geezer. The eyebrows of the remaining 3 geezers collapsed and died after a drop of blood spilled out. 62. Walking in, cupping out. Cheng Fan struck extremely fast, and the silver needles flew out at a speed no slower than bullets. In an instant, the 3 foreigners fell to the ground and died. Looking at the sudden death of his companions, the bald foreigner's mouth couldn't help but curse. He had no idea what had just happened. He didn't even know how his companions died. After a short period of shock, he immediately gave the tall geezer a wink. He saw the latter raise his right hand and silently move it behind him. There was also a spare pistol. Seeing that the pistol was about to be pulled out, the tall foreigner suddenly raised his right hand that had been inserted by the silver needle and wailed miserably. The silver needle appeared to be slender and ordinary, but the surface was wrapped with a faint spiritual chi. The moment it was inserted into the back of the tall foreigner's hand, it meant that it would never be possible to hold a gun again. Of course, Cheng Fan did not intend to give him another chance to hold a gun. He didn't kill him, he just felt that it wasn't the right time yet. Beside the bald foreigner, only the middle-aged interpreter and the immortal Wushu sect old man remained. He uttered a growl at the old man, while the translator told him to strike immediately. Nay, the old man was unmoved. He had seen Cheng Fan's strikes in his eyes. It was by no means something an ordinary person could do. There was also the image of catching a bullet with his bare hands just now, which caused him to feel a bit of scorn. Boss, you're finally here. The horse-faced man nearly cried out when he saw Cheng Fan's face. Before a person was about to die, he or she would more or less develop some fear. As for the degree of fear, it varied from person to person. Just now, the horse-faced man had guessed that he would be killed, and his entire body was trembling, but now he was not afraid. Because of Cheng Fan's arrival, there was only excitement in his eyes. The surrounding killers had also finally come out of the haze they had just been in, and one by one, their blood boiled. It was as if they had seen hope again. Keep hiding, Cheng Fan reminded indifferently. After saying this, he walked in the direction of Desperado. The bullets did not injure the vital organs in the other party's body, and the third bullet aimed at the heart happened to be blocked by the money dart in his arms. It was kind of living up to this life's unique love of concealed weapons, but the blood loss was a bit much. People thought that desperate life was hopeless. Who would have thought that Cheng Fan squatted beside him and lifted his right hand, running a silk heaven and earth aura in his body? Not long after, a miracle happened. The heavily injured and unconscious desperate life actually slowly opened his eyes. Even the wounds on his body were recovering at a slow pace. The crowd had watched as the Jedi collapsed in a pool of blood. With this amount of bloodshed, an ordinary person would have died long ago, but Jedi had held on hard until now, and was considered to have recovered a life. Thanks a lot. Extinct life was not good with words. Knowing that it was Cheng Fan who saved him, he returned 2 words in a concise manner. Cheng Fan did not mind much. From his bosom, he took out the money dart and asked, "Can you lend it to me?" Without thinking, Jedi nodded and said, "Feel free to use it." Among the 12 types of concealed weapons he had mastered, the money dart was the least powerful. Mostly, it was used for group attacks. Right now, Cheng Fan had only taken one, and it was the one that had been hit by a bullet. There was a dent in the center. Busy reminding, "I still have more here." Only Cheng Fan had already gotten up and turned to face the bald foreigner not far away. A concealed weapon is not a carving skill. As he spoke, the bald foreigner directly pulled out his pistol and violently shot at Cheng Fan. It just so happened that the money dart in Cheng Fan's hand was also shot out at the same time. Clang! The money dart and the bullet produced a precise impact in midair. It then bounced it off and aimed at the bald foreigner's right hand, sending the pistol flying instantly. Who said that Yen Xia's concealed weapons are inferior to bullets? The scene in front of him caused Jedi to tremble as he watched. He asked himself that he had practiced the way of concealed weapons for more than 30 years. But in the end, it was just a joke. It turned out that in this world, there were still masters who were more proficient in concealed weapons than him. As for the surrounding killers, one by one, their scalps went numb. They only felt that the negative emotions that had been suppressed within them were finally released. The bald foreigner had a gloomy face and asked the middle-aged to help translate. "If you dare to kill me here, the South American side will never let you go. So be sensible and let me leave here." After listening to the translation, Cheng Fan sneered twice. Then he pointed at his feet and said in a deep voice, "This is Yen Xia. Facing friends, we shake hands and welcome. Facing enemies, walk in and hold out. I'll have our people afterward help you send the ashes back." 63. Bitterness. Walking in, holding out. These words were too shocking to hear in the ears of the Yanxia killers. It was thought that the bald foreigner and the martial arts store's outburst would lead to the complete destruction of the Yanxia killer organization. Unexpectedly, it was only because of the appearance of one person that the tide was turned and the battle situation changed. The wind and water had turned, and now it was the turn of the Yanxia killer organization to raise their eyebrows. After listening to the translator's words, the bald foreigner was furious and soaked in profanity. He had never imagined this would be the end. The accomplices he brought with him, 3 of them were killed and 1 of them was disabled. The strong martial arts practitioner that he had deliberately spent a lot of money to hire also dropped the ball at a critical moment. He suddenly turned his head to look at the translator. Without waiting for the latter to react, he directly pulled out a sharp dagger from his waist, smoothly wrapping his arms around the translator. He again placed the dagger across the front of his neck. Forced by the situation, he could only seek self-preservation in this way, and this method was tried and true for him. With the hostage in hand, the bald foreigner forced the interpreter to warn Changfan not to act rashly before he left, or else kill the interpreter. The interpreter translated the words, one by one, to Changfan with fear and trepidation. I thought the plan was seamless. Unexpectedly, just after moving half a step, blood spilled from the corner of the bald foreigner's mouth. On his back, a willow leaf knife was inserted at some point. An incredulous look appeared in the eyes of the bald foreigner. As the best in the South American assassin organization, he came to Yanxia to avenge his best friend. In the end, not a single person was killed. He was thinking of killing the translator before leaving. Then he was shocked to find that he couldn't move his right hand at all. Unbeknownst to him, Changfan had released his aura to imprison his right hand a second before. In the end, he could only fall down in endless unwillingness. On the other hand, the old man standing on the left-hand side of the bald foreigner, his heart had already set off shocking waves. What did he just see? Behind the bald old foreigner's heart position, unknowingly inserted a willow leaf knife, and that lancet looked familiar. It was not until he turned around and saw that the flying knife that was originally inserted into the wall disappeared. Only then realized that the young man in front of him was already so powerful that he was able to control objects in space. What kind of concept is that? In the martial sect, only a high-grade Xuanwu could possibly touch the threshold of the ability to defend objects in the air. But it was only a threshold, at most manipulating objects to move slowly at close range. But the youth in front of him was able to utilize the air-spacing imperious object in a pure manner. By inserting a willow leaf blade into the wall, he decapitated the bald old foreigner. What kind of terrifying strength must this be to be able to do this? I'm afraid that the huge Suhang martial sect wouldn't be able to find a few martial artists who could do this. In the end, only the tall foreigner in shock and despair remained. Changfan purposely saved him for the end, and turned towards desperate life and smiled blandly, sending you the chance to give revenge. No need to thank me. After saying that, he waved his hand towards the old man, who was frozen in place. He signaled the old man to go to Desperate Order's VIP lounge to talk more. When he turned around, he heard the sound of breaking wind. The peacock plume, like a peacock opening its screen, plunged straight into the old man's aorta. Changfan was the first to walk into the lounge. First, he surveyed the surroundings, then muttered, "The environment is really good. No wonder the killers are all scrambling to get promoted to S. Not to mention the elegant environment. All kinds of guns and concealed weapons including cold weapons were available. There was even a rocket launcher in the corner." Changfan quickly sat on the sofa and smiled at the old man who was sitting uncomfortably in front of the door. "There's no need to be nervous. Have a seat." Having said that, the old man never dared to go and sit down. After all, Changfan's terrifying strength, he had seen it all in his eyes. It was the greatest honor in his life to be able to see a spaced-out rogue. But along with that, it was highly likely that he would fall in this way. He was shocked, not knowing that there was such an unfathomably strong person in the outside killer organization. At the same time, he regretted going to help the bald foreigner. In short, in just a few seconds, he thought too much. "What are you afraid of? Sit," Changfan reminded again. He didn't have the idea of killing the old man at all. Otherwise, with his means, he could have 10,000 ways to make him die just after entering the door. The old man nodded and came across to Changfan as if he was sitting on a needle. "You saved my brother, so I won't kill you." Changfan opened the door and said. It was the old man in front of him who had put the horse-faced man down with a single punch that prevented the shooting. He knew all of these. It was just curiosity. Since the other party didn't want his compatriots to be killed, why did he side with the foreigner? I have no choice but to do this. The old man did a long mental struggle. In the end, he knelt in front of Changfan and said excitedly, "Senior, I really did it because I was momentarily obsessed with wealth." "Financial obsession?" Changfan said in a skeptical voice. "As a martial artist, would you still lack money?" "Lack?" The old man sighed helplessly. "As the head of the Ma family, I can't even come up with the entry fee for the martial competition. This is my Ma clan's last chance to turn around. How many juniors in the clan have been cultivating day and night for this day? If I can't even enroll in the end, I'm not willing. The martial competition. Cheng Fan seemed to have heard of it somewhere before. However, he was curious about just how much the entry fee was going to be that would drive the head of a martial arts family to such a state. Cheng Fan got up and received a glass of water and asked, "How much does the entry fee need to be?" $5 billion. Put. Cough. 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 The water that had just entered his mouth was sprayed all over the old man's face by Cheng Fan. He then proceeded to cough a few times. He really didn't expect that it would take $5 billion just to make a name. 64. Formal takeover. 5 billion. This was by no means a small amount for Cheng Fan. Like the Yi family, which was one of the most powerful families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the total assets were only just over $50 billion. To enroll, you have to siphon off a tenth of the assets. But if you think about it, this might just be a number to the martial arts sect. After all, it was really simple for martial artists to make money. There were plenty of powerful sects in Yanxia that flattered them. If they casually found a family as a guest, they could earn anywhere from tens of millions to hundreds of millions in minutes. The more the old man spoke, the more agitated he became. "Elder, please let me gather the rest of the money, and it won't be too late for you to kill me after I report my name." The Ma family's position in the Suzhou-Hangzhou martial sect world was not even as good as the Stormy Ling family. Any family could bully them. Even the matter of making money had to be taken up by the family head himself. The old man didn't ask for anything right now. He only asked for enough money to allow his junior to participate in the martial arts competition. Even if they were all wiped out right after they took the field, they would no longer have any complaints. At least he had fought hard for it. "Wipe your face first." Cheng Fan drew 2 paper towels and handed them to the old man. "The entry fee, how much is still missing?" The old man was slightly puzzled, not understanding Cheng Fan's intentions, but after thinking about it, he still returned, "Together with the deposit that I got, I've already earned 300 million. I said all," Cheng Fan reminded. However, the old man returned rather awkwardly. "These are actually the entire assets of my Ma family. All of the assets added up to only $300 million? This is also called a martial sect family?" It was estimated that any random ragpicker in the martial sect would be richer than their family. After hesitating for a moment, Cheng Fan pulled out the black gold card from his pants pocket. "Take it, and return it to me after enrolling." The black gold card Yi Lon Yang gifted him was unlimited, so the remaining 7 billion was completely replenished. It was just that the old man's figure trembled slightly when he saw this. He stared at the black gold card in shock, and then looked at the young powerhouse in front of him. Couldn't figure it out. He had clearly done something he shouldn't have done. Why did the other parties still help him? Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Fan had thought about cultivating eyes and ears a long time ago. Recently, he had killed more martial artists, and there were also high-ranking people from the Martial Sect Association. The Ma family in front of him, why wasn't it the best choice? The old man's eyes reddened slightly as he deliberately lowered his head and clasped his hands. "Senior's great kindness is something that I will never forget for the rest of my life. When the martial arts fight is over, I'll leave it at Senior's disposal." The conversation ended and Cheng Fan came out from the restroom. He first looked at the horse-faced man and was a little amused when he saw his nose, face and face. However, the horse-faced man was full of admiration. "Boss, you are simply too handsome." As a junior brother, the horse-faced man only knew that his boss had strength comparable to a martial artist, but he didn't realize that the other party was even stronger than a martial artist. Wasn't the old man just now scared into a shrinking turtle? At the same time, the killers scattered around the hall, very tacit understanding at the same time towards this side to gather. They also included Jedi, who had recovered from his injuries. Just as Cheng Fan was puzzled by this, Jedi life suddenly bowed deeply. Then, in place of the hearts of all the killers on the scene, Cheng said solemnly, "From now on, you are the boss of our Yanxia killer organization." This was the result of all the killers present, discussing together. Cheng Fan's strikes were earth-shattering. It could kill and save people at the same time. The Yanxia killer organization had been created for 100 years. Until now, the group was leaderless. Even the staff members had rushed over, looking at Cheng Fan with awe. From the bottom of their hearts, they hoped that Cheng Fan would officially take over this place, and restart the ranking of the Yanxia killer organization in the world. This matter could be said to be completely out of Cheng Fan's expectation. But again, it was reasonable. He did not push back and asked with a serious face, "Are you guys sure you want me to take over?" Jedi returned respectfully, "There is no other choice but you." "It can be." Cheng Fan no longer pushed back. From within his body, a cold killing intent that chilled everyone instantly erupted. "From now on, this place will be renamed the Killing God Temple." 65. Exclusive advertising space. In the immortal realm, the force that Cheng Fan created was called the Killing God Palace. From being a small power that was not even favored at first, it eventually sat on the peak throne of the immortal realm. Now, he wanted to continue the once killing god palace in another way. On the contrary, Extinction and the others did not have any objections. Right now, Cheng Fan was the boss here, so whatever he said or did was justified. But there was still a potentially unsettling factor. That was how to convince the first and second ranked S-ranked killers. After all, up until now, Cheng Fan had never really come into contact with them. Yi family villa, Yi Longyang and Yi Rushuan, a pair of grandparents and grandchildren, were rarely lying in the backyard leisurely enjoying their time. During this period of time, the Yi family had experienced too much, and the enemies targeting the Yi family hadn't surfaced until now. So Yi Longyang wanted to give himself this granddaughter a good vacation. As for the company side of things, has been fully handed over to its father to do. The two of them were conversing leisurely while basking in the sun. The content, on the other hand, was about Cheng Fan, the high man. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Longyang thought of taking another time to go to Fuxian to pay a visit to Cheng Fan. Just then, he saw the housekeeper rushing in a hurry. "Master, there is a very important matter to confirm with you." Flustered, "Say it. It's like this." The butler calmed his emotions and then said, 10 minutes ago, the bank account showed that your Shanglong black gold card, master, had been used." "Oh," Yi Longyang jolted up and said in surprise, "that's a good thing." He knew very well that the black gold card was in Cheng Fan's hands, so he wasn't afraid of Cheng Fan spending money. What he was afraid of was that the black gold card never moved. How much money was swiped? Next to him, Yi Rushuan asked curiously. The housekeeper hesitated and returned not too sure. "According to the bank account, brushed for 7 billion. What? For 7 billion? After hearing this, the old master nearly fainted with two black eyes. This was 10% of the Yi family's assets. What on earth had been done to be able to swipe for 7 billion in one go? Yi Rushuan, after making sure again and again, said in shock. He went to the center area and bought an entire office building? Elder Yi, who had slowed down, immediately got up. He wasn't going to take any more time off and was going to personally go to Fu Lane now. Fu Lane. Cheng Fan went straight home after dealing with the matters of the god-killing temple, and having been back for a while, he was thinking about where to go to get a Dan furnace back. Even though his wife didn't say anything, he knew that the other party wanted Nuan to go to kindergarten earlier. There was also Yun Yun, who from time to time would also pout over this matter. It was now 3 in the afternoon. Shinran took Yun Yun out and went to the supermarket and clothing store to shop, intending to buy Nuan more new clothes, and all sorts of daily necessities. On the contrary, Nuan stayed at home and watched Piggy Peach on TV with great interest. Although she has been drifting for many years, her mind is obviously beyond her age. But in the end, she is still a child. Knock. Dang. Knock. The main door was suddenly knocked at this time. Cheng Fan raised an eyebrow, got up and realized through his spiritual sense that it turned out to be Yi Lao, and also probably guessed that the purpose of the other party to come this time. When he opened the door, he saw his secretary Li Ku carrying various gifts in large bags. "Hey, senior, long time no see ah." Yi Longyang was right next to him, his smile looking worse than crying. 7 billion ah. In his mind, from time to time, the news that 10% of the family fortune was gone echoed. Although the old man was not angry, his heart was dripping blood. Yi Rushuan also came, the first time she officially came to the house as a guest. Even though she had prepared for it, she still felt incredible when she saw Cheng Fan's living environment. After all, in the past, she had always thought that this kind of place was for beggars. Cheng Fan invited the three to come in as guests. At the same time, he signaled Nuan to pour tea. Nuan knew how to press the pause button and ran to the water fountain to take disposable cups and receive 3 cups of water. This is, Elder Yi remembered that Cheng Fan only had one daughter, which he had seen in photos. This sudden extra little girl child made him suspicious, until when he realized that Nuan couldn't wait to watch the cartoon, so he almost used to float back to the sofa. The smile on his face instantly froze. He shook his head and thought it was the 7 billion that caused him to be bewitched. Only when Cheng Fan explained that it was the adopted little daughter did he nod in a daze. Then, Yi Longyang turned on the pleasantries. Cheng Fan quickly reached out to stop. "Elder Yi, there's no need to be polite between us. If you have something to say, you can say it directly. This, that." Elder Yi stammered, just unable to open his mouth. In theory, he shouldn't have had any complaints about Cheng Fan's one-time swipe of $7 billion. The card was sent by him personally, and when he sent it, he also said that he could spend it at will. This time, he came here because he wanted to know the exact reason. Yi Rushuan was in a hurry and interjected, "It's like this, we want to know why you swiped for 7 billion in one go?" Unlike the old master, Yi Rushuan looked a bit like she had come to raise an offense, although she admitted that Cheng Fan was strong and had saved her life. However, The last conversation in the building outside the building had already caused her to have a grudge. Now, she had swiped away $7 billion without saying a word. There was more or less some internal dissatisfaction. In this regard, Chang Fan is actually quite vain. At that time, it was also a moment of impulse, so he gave the card to the Ma family lord. Now that I think about it, I regret it a bit. 7 billion spending it on himself and his family, doesn't it smell good? But on second thought, he lowered his voice and said, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. The Martial Fighting Assembly? Martial Arts Competition? Yi Longyang immediately sat up straight after hearing this. I have heard of it. I remember that it seems to be a martial arts competition that the martial sect only organizes once every 4 years. The opening of the Martial Competition Conference was not only significant to the martial sect, it was equally significant to the outside world. Every 4 years, a 3-day blockade would take place at the top of Mount Tai. Outsiders thought that there were important leaders patronizing the mountain, and that was why it was sealed off. In actuality, it was because the martial sect was going to be there, hosting the martial competition. Chang Fan nodded and explained without moving. $7 billion to buy 3 days of exclusive advertising space for the martial arts competition, and then give you 2 extra VIP live viewing tickets. This deal, do you guys think it's worth it? 66. Selling stones. The 3 days of exclusive advertising space and the 2 VIP live viewing tickets were all thought up by Chung Fan on the fly. Where could he get these? As for letting 2 ordinary people go to watch a martial artist match, that was even more nonsense. Mainly Chang Fan was still a bit weak. On the contrary, Elder Yi only felt his heart pounding when he heard it. To be able to make the acquaintance of a martial artist was already a great honor for ordinary people like them. If they could go directly to the scene to watch the match, in the future, there would be enough to brag for a lifetime in the Yanxia Mansion circle. The old man was busy nodding his head. Worth it, very worth it. On the contrary, Yi Rushuan next to him frowned slightly. 3 days of exclusive advertising space? Chang Fan nodded. That's right. Are there any problems? The mountain will be closed during the martial arts competition, and there won't be any broadcasts to the outside world. We want the exclusive advertising space for these 3 days. Useful? Yi Rushuan thought that she almost fell into the other party's trap. Yi Clan Group was involved in many fields. One of the most familiar ones was skin care products. This kind of skin care products focus on the price of the people, and the effect is good. At least not lose the market those big hundreds of products. Even if you want to advertise, it is also to find the major TV stations or major video sites to negotiate. Spend 7 billion to buy a world cannot see the advertising space. That is the behavior of the wrongdoer. Elder Yi hurriedly whispered from the side. Xianer, this is a good thing for our Yi family. We need to take a long-term perspective and cooperate with Elder Chang. Yi Lao, who had been in the business world for most of his life, would not even understand this. He was just considering Senior Chang's idea from a deeper perspective. The $7 billion in advertising fees was considered a good relationship, and the 2 live viewing tickets already belonged to an extra gift from his predecessor. If you don't appreciate it anymore, isn't that waiting to make a bad relationship? At that time, 7 billion is gone, not to mention, and then the relationship with the seniors deteriorated. It would really be a loss of a wife and a soldier. Yi Rushuan bit her lip and seemed to want to speak. However, she was pushed back by the senior's eyes. Looking at the twisted Yi Rushuan, Chang Fan couldn't help but say in a suspicious voice, You're suspecting that I'm taking this kind of thing to deliberately perfume you guys? No, absolutely not. Master Ye's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly waved his hands. We feel that this deal is very cost-effective, but you guys give me the feeling as if you've been shortchanged, isn't it? Yi Rushuan suddenly interjected. She stared expressionlessly at Chung Fan. From the beginning to the end, she felt like the Yi family was being led by the nose by the other party. A martial artist is really marvelous, so that they can do whatever they want to the point that they can just go and swipe billions of dollars with other people's cards? Even if our Yi family is one of the most powerful families in Suzhou Hangzhou, money doesn't just trickle in from the big water. Yi Rushuan really couldn't bear it. She wouldn't follow her grandfather's example and cower at the sight of a martial artist. What was there to fear about martial artists? Everyone was a human being. It's broad daylight and a clear sky. I don't believe he dares to kill someone on the street. Chang Fan stared at Yi Rushuan in shock. He really didn't expect that this woman actually held such a big grievance in her heart. Perhaps what he did was indeed a bit excessive. Then he thought of a more reliable decision. Who said that advertisements must be played for the world to see? We can advertise to martial artists. Ha! Yi Rushuan sneered. A martial artist would go and buy our family's skincare products? At this point, Yi Rushuan was still relatively self-aware. Although Ye's products had outstanding effects, they were low-end products in terms of price point. She didn't believe that there would be martial artists that would actually be willing to buy it. Since no one would buy it, there was no point. We can change it and not sell skincare products. Chang Fan unhurriedly returned. What do we sell without selling skincare products? Sell stones, Chang Fan said and picked up a stone from the ground. This was the pebble Yun Yun picked up when she came back yesterday. Because it was pretty, it was decided to collect it. Looking at the mediocre stone in Chang Fan's hand, Yi Rushuan's beautiful eyes had more than a hint of disdain. It seemed that the Yi family was truly treated as an ATM. Then you tell me what this stone can do? Yi Rushuan was hopeless and asked helplessly. I want to publicize the stone I made at the martial arts competition. The price doesn't have to be too high. An average price of 10 million per piece is fine. 10 million? Elder Yi looked at Chang Fan in shock. Wasn't that just an ordinary pebble? It wasn't even gold. Besides, even if it was pure gold, one of them wouldn't sell for 10 million And Yi Rushuan's mockery intensified. She didn't want to continue wasting her words, so she quietly watched Chang Fan bragging. After the martial arts competition is over, there should be many martial artists clamoring for it. It's also possible for the world families to purchase in large quantities. At that time, as long as we sell out 500 of them, we will be able to return our capital. Chang Fan thought about how the spirit stones that he had casually crafted at the pawnshop before could be treated as treasures by that pair of grandparents and grandchildren. It was definitely not expensive if it was sold for 10 million. But Yi Rushuan, who was sitting across from him, really couldn't listen. He rose and said with a cold face, we won't recover the 4.7 billion, and we don't want the advertisement space and viewing tickets. I also hope that you will not treat us like monkeys from now on. After saying this, Yi Rushuan was about to turn around and leave. Just before reaching the door, Chang Fan suddenly lowered his voice and said, 5 billion in 7 days. If we don't earn 5 billion in 7 days, we will compensate you 10 billion with interest. 67. Class reunion. 5 billion in 7 days. Whimsical. Yi Rushuan didn't think Chang Fan could do this at all. If money was so easy to earn, there wouldn't be so many losing deals in the world. However, when she saw Chang Fan's certain gaze, she also turned around and said back unwillingly, okay, if you do it, from now on, I can grant you any request you have. Seeing that between the two young men, there was a flavor of a sword drawn, Elder Yi was busy advising, Xianer, it's not good to be impulsive. Grandpa, I'm not impulsive. Yi Rushuan's mood was already much better, because she felt that she was bound to win this bet. Not only would she be able to recover the money, but she would also be able to destroy the other party's prestige at the same time. Why not be happy about it? After saying that, she turned around and went to the car first. Seeing this, Yi Lao sighed. Senior, you must not blame my granddaughter. She was spoiled by me since she was a child. Chang Fan waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, I won't blame her. Being young and wild isn't a bad thing, but sometimes it's necessary to pour a pot of cool water on her head to sober her up. Ha! Yi Lao was suddenly stunned. Yi old man and his granddaughter had already left. Nuan Nuan, who was sitting on the sofa watching Peichi the piglet, turned back to observe Chang Fan from time to time, then curiously said, Dad, I think they are so ignorant. Why? Chang Fan turned his head to look at Nuan. As long as a stone is touched by Daddy, it will become a treasure, but they don't even understand that. Nuan finished picking up the pebbles on the ground. Seeing the originally plain and ordinary stone, it was already emitting a blue mist under Chang Fan's touch. It was aura, and the stone itself had turned into a spirit stone. Chang Fan smiled and did not reply. He wasn't worried about not being able to sell the spirit stone. It was just that he didn't know how to go about asking for the advertising space for the 3 days and the 2 live viewing tickets. Looking for the Ma family head, Ling Wushang, or directly to the association? Yeah, isn't this our big school beauty Shinran? A sharp voice suddenly came from the corridor outside the room. Chang Fan got up and looked through the curtains, only to find that his wife and daughter had already returned. In front of them, there was also a tall woman standing. Shinran, we haven't seen each other for a long time, right? The woman's attitude appeared enthusiastic, but Zhao Shinran was a bit confused and obviously couldn't remember who the other party was. It was only after the tall woman introduced herself that it dawned on her that she was a junior high school classmate. Nyo Jasmine. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed, and the original classmate has changed a lot. From that small dwarf who was bullied every day, she has grown into a big beautiful woman. In Zhao Shinran's opinion, this is still relatively gratifying. Just about to open her mouth, unexpectedly Neo Jasmine pointed to the bungalow next to her and asked, Shinran, this shouldn't be your home, right? I remember that your family used to be quite rich, now why do you live so shabby? Zhao Shinran's complexion changed slightly, her face barely squeezed out a smile. I think it's quite good to live here. Alas, you say it's fine. This place is like a garbage dump. If I were to live here, I definitely wouldn't be able to live here. Neo Jasmine flung her hand, then said, by the way, tomorrow's class reunion, you received a notice yet? The same, classmate reunion? Zhao Xinran had long since severed, and all relationships from her childhood. At most, she would meet her college girlfriends. Now all of a sudden, she said that she wanted to attend a middle school classmate reunion. It must be awkward to go, so she politely refused. I'd better forget about it. I still have to look after the child at home tomorrow. This is your child? Nyo Jasmine was shocked. My goodness, your child is this big? But it's okay, tomorrow we'll go to the outside building for a get-together. The service there is top-notch, and there's a special place for babysitting, too. Outside the building? Zhao Xinran was surprised. Only her surprise was taken by Nyo Jasmine as not having seen the world. Smugly, she said, remember back then, our class president Su Kaidi? He's now an unapologetically rich second generation. He's the one who said he wanted to start a class reunion, and even invited us to Lu Wai Lu. Mentioning the class president, Zhao Xinran's mind suddenly conjured up the other party's appearance. Square glasses, small plus naive. I really didn't think that the classmates back then, one by one, had changed amazingly. Xinran, if you refuse again, you're not giving face to our old classmates. Nyo Jasmine pretended to be angry and said. In reality, her eyes were full of teasing. I really don't have time, if I go. Not waiting for Zhao Xinran to finish her sentence, the door of the house suddenly opened. He saw Cheng Fan standing in the doorway, smiling gently at his wife. It's not easy to relax and unwind. Go, leave the child in my care tomorrow. 68. Design. 5 years ago, during the time of passionate love with Zhao Xinran, Cheng Fan learned that the original other party had a memory that he did not want to mention. In the first year of junior high school, Zhao Xinran, because she didn't get along with certain students in her class, often get bullied. The light is the table hole put cockroach caterpillar. Heavy was once blocked outside the school beating. It was also known as school bullying. At that time, Cheng Fan was just bent on climbing into a rich family, so he didn't take these words to heart at all. At most, he was just being a confidant and occasionally comforted a couple of sentences. Now, his wife's junior high school classmates had reappeared and were going to the party together. How could he miss such a good opportunity for revenge? He wanted to make the group of guys who had bullied his wife at the beginning pay the price. Only Zhao Xinran still looked hesitant after hearing this. Xinran, he can't be your husband, right? Nyo Jasmine looked Cheng Fan up and down and laughed. By the way, there are still 2 unmarried males in our class. When you go tomorrow, do you want me to introduce you to them? This was nakedly treating Cheng Fan as heir, and when Zhao Xinran heard this, she was so scared that she hurriedly said back, Jasmine, don't talk nonsense. I have a husband and child now. He. I'm just kidding, Nyo Jasmine said and then whispered a reminder. But with your current figure and looks, the number of males chasing after you will definitely not be small. Anyway, tomorrow at 6 p.m. outside the building. Don't forget. Back at home, Zhao Xinran's emotions were a bit complicated. She didn't even want to go over to the class reunion, so she didn't know why Cheng Fan agreed for her. Cheng Fan, do you really want me to go to the middle school reunion? Facing his wife's solemn inquiry, Cheng Fan laughed. It's only once in a while, all as a way to relax. Then have you forgotten what I once told you? The shadow from middle school always lingered. Said what? Cheng Fan said in a skeptical voice, looking at her husband who was full of confusion. A slight disappointment surfaced on Zhao Xinran's face. Yes, so many years had passed. How could he still remember the words that I poured out at the beginning? It's nothing. Zhao Xinran shook her head and then said, since you want me to go so much, then I'll go tomorrow. It's really okay to leave Yun Yun and Wan to you? Looking at his daughter sitting on the sofa watching TV, the picture was so cozy. No problem. Cheng Fan immediately said back. In response, Zhao Xinran always felt as if her husband was hiding something from her, but after thinking about it, she never asked. 11 p.m. Seeing that his wife had already gone to sleep with his 2 daughters, Cheng Fan immediately issued an order through the special cell phone of the killer organization. In the shortest possible time, help him investigate all the information of his wife's junior high school classmates. Listening Wind Club, Box 388. Nyo Jasmine was currently being embraced by a suited youth. In her arms, the youth held a highball cup in his left hand, and after drinking the red wine, he asked with a smile, you said that it was her husband who agreed to participate in the class reunion? The suited youth was none other than the class president in Zhao Xinran's junior high school class, Su Kaidi. He had investigated Zhao Xinran's current living environment as well as her background 2 days ago. When he first learned about it, it was still a bit unbelievable. At the beginning of that rich girl, now will actually be down to live in low-cost housing. After that, he arranged for Nyo Jasmine to purposely approach Zhao Xinran. TSK, originally thought it would fail. I guess that husband of hers is a wimp, actually giving Xinran up with his own hands. On Su Kaidi's left side, there was also a young model with yellow hair and curly hair. The young model's name was Lu Ning, one of the girls who bullied Zhao Xinran in junior high school. Don't worry about it, young Su, we will definitely cooperate fully to help you get that little girl. Saying that, he bent his waist and helped Sukaiti undo his belt. In response, Sukaiti looked extremely enjoyable. Over the years as his family's business grew bigger and bigger, all kinds of women he had tried. Only Zhao Xinran, he could never forget. 69. Martial Arts Sect Meeting. The next morning, Zhao Xinran woke up as usual and looked at her husband in bed. She wanted to say something several times but didn't know how to go about it. In the end, she sighed and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. When breakfast was over, she directly moved to send Yun Yun to kindergarten. On the contrary, Cheng Fan's cell phone would send messages from time to time. Because there were more than a dozen killers investigating the information, there were a large number of duplicates midway through, but Cheng Fan was still able to see it. One of them, named Su Kaiti, had once actually received funding from Shinran. During the day, Cheng Fan purposely went to the nearby antique market, thinking to see if he could pluck a Dan furnace back. Recently, his cultivation had hit a bit of a bottleneck, and he had to need to take an elixir of a supplementary nature. Unfortunately, all the stoves that he saw in the middle of the journey were fake. To be precise, they were the ornamental kind. If one really wanted to make an elixir, one would probably blow up the furnace very quickly. However, on the way back, he did go to the pharmacy in the Hudong and grabbed a few herbs. It can't be alchemized. Boiling is fine. It's just that the medicinal effect is a bit worse. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5 p.m. Zhao Xinran sat in front of the dresser and casually dressed up. Her idea was simple. It was just a matter of going to make up a crowd, so there was no need to dress up elaborately. The key was that even if she dressed casually, it was enough to make people feel stunning. I'm going out, Zhao Xinran reminded towards Cheng Fan on the sofa. Yun Yun and Nuan Nuan are in your hands. The evening meal has already been prepared. Just heat it up at mealtime. And I came back too late. Remember to tell your daughters a story so they can sleep in peace. Zhao Xinran explained a lot. She had actually been waiting, hoping that Cheng Fan would regret it. Nay, Cheng Fan just smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I will take care of them. By the way, I wish you a happy time. Will it really be fun? Zhao Xinran mumbled as she went out. His wife had just left. Cheng Fan left to pull back the curtains, until he was sure that he had gone far away and was about to turn around. Yun Yun and Nuan Nuan suddenly ran over from the sofa. Dad, when are we leaving? Yun Yun couldn't wait to ask. Go where? Cheng Fan froze slightly. Of course it's to follow Mom. Yun Yun explained. Nuan Nuan all told me that Dad only agreed to Mom attending the reunion because he wanted to avenge Mom's death. Cheng Fan stared at Nuan Nuan speechlessly, feeling that with an extra brat in the house, there was suddenly no privacy to speak of. But Nuan guessed right. Cheng Fan did plan to take them out, but instead of stalking, he was heading to Luo Lu openly and honestly, and he had already booked a private room at outside the building. As for the location, it was right next door to Zhao Xinran's party box, because it was still not completely dark. Cheng Fan reinforced a short-lived talisman seal on Nuan Nuan's body. It could ensure that the other party would not be afraid of sunlight for 1 hour. When everything was safe, he directly drove the Mini on the road. Beyond the mountains, beyond the green mountains, beyond the buildings, when will the Westlake songs and dances stop? I heard that this restaurant is quite famous in the city of Suzhou and Hangzhou. In the small park in front of the building outside the building, an old man in martial arts clothes slowly said, Che, no matter how famous it is, it can't be compared to the Huangshanju in our martial arts sect. Beside the old man, there was a small beauty in sportswear, and they were the same pair of grandparents and grandchildren who had exchanged spirit stones with Cheng Fan earlier. Today was an internal meeting of the Suzhou-Hangzhou martial sect community. The Martial Sect Association had specially invited the top management of the 16-seat world families to come and discuss in detail the matters of the martial fighting conference. There would be more than 16 martial artists present. Grandpa, I've never understood that our Bai family is a super family. Obviously, we can just send anyone over to deal with it. Why do you have to be there in person? The Bai family, the true super family of the Su Hang martial sect realm, it was by no means comparable to the Ling family or the Ma family. Even the former Chu family was not good enough in front of it. Bai Lingdao sniffed and laughed. Xiao Ya, you have to know that we have too many capable people in Yanxia. This time when I come, I might be able to gain something. Capable dwellers? Xiao Ya shook her head, not agreeing with this. Right at this moment, Bai Lingdao's eyes lit up, staring at Cheng Fan, who had gotten down from the car not far away. He laughed with joy. See, Grandpa has said that there will definitely be a harvest. 70. He can fly. It's him? Could it be that he was also invited by the association? After the last pawnshop, Xiaoya thoroughly remembered this guy who robbed her jade pendant, although she got a better treasure afterward, but she still preferred the dragon and phoenix, the finely crafted jade pendant. It was just that when the two of them followed their gaze to the car driven by Cheng Fan, their expressions looked a bit strange. No matter how one looked at it, It didn't look like a car that a man would drive. Just see Xiaoya rolled her eyes and said, "This man's taste, it's really bad enough." Bai Lingdao didn't know how to respond. He was merely trying to learn Cheng Fan's exact identity, as well as the other party's purpose for coming this time. If it was really invited by the association, which young master from which family would it be? Or, was it from the martial sect association itself? Just as he was thinking, he saw two little girls slowly coming down from the car. The initial Yun looked relatively normal, holding Cheng Fan's hand, smiling and looking cute. It wasn't until Nuan got out of the car that Bai Lingdao's eyes suddenly flashed with gleams of essence. He frowned and carefully surveyed Nuan. When he found that the other party was indeed footloose, his heart couldn't help but feel a hint of horror. It seems like he didn't intend to enter the building outside the building? Xiaoya quickly realized that the man in her gaze was not heading to the front door. Instead, he brought the two little girls with him, sneaking around to the side. Could he? Thinking of the perverts who had pedophiles in the news that she had seen before, Xiaoya was instantly on fire, ready to chase after them. Just as he was about to move, he was stopped by Lingdao, who reminded him, "Xiaoya, we can't just venture after him. Not to mention that with Senior's face, he shouldn't be that kind of person. Then what is he going to do?" Xiaoya exasperatedly said, bringing two little girls to an unoccupied corner. What other purpose could he have? This, Bai Lingdao didn't know how to explain. After thinking about it for a while, he eventually planned to sneak behind him to see clearly before saying anything. "Grandpa can promise you, if he is really the kind you said, even if I spell out my old life, I will bring him to justice." The grandfather and grandson reached an agreement. They were seen taking slight steps and similarly going around to the right side of the building outside the building. The sky was getting dark. The grove looked a little dim as well. Where could Cheng Fan's figure still be seen? Bai Lingdao was planning to go in to search in the dark when he heard some sudden movement from the front. Sure enough, it's a pervert. Xiaoya could no longer hold back. She was just about to rush up, when she saw a figure suddenly rush out from the grove in front of her. To be precise, a figure flew out. The two of them, she and Bai Lingdao, watched as Cheng Fan carried Yun on his back and easily reached the edge of the second floor window. It was important to know that the distance between the first floor and second floor window edge was at least 5 meters. "Grandpa, he can fly?" Xiaoya stared dumbfounded at Cheng Fan on the window edge. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she saw Nuan floating in the air to Cheng Fan's side. The grandparents and grandchildren looked at each other when they saw it. The hall outside the building. Those who could come here to dine were either rich or noble, so everyone was dressed formally. Only Zhao Xinran was dressed in ordinary clothes, and she also appeared to be eye-catching in the crowd. However, because she had been here before, she didn't seem that nervous. She was standing in the rest area in the corner. Not long after, she saw Nyo Jasmine and a few girls come together. One of them, a tall beauty with big waves, first swept her eyes at Zhao Xinran. Then she giggled. "You're Zhao Xinran? I didn't expect The school flower at the beginning has turned into a joke 10 years later." From top to bottom, Zhao Xinran's dress was ordinary. It added up to 300 or 400 at most. This wasn't even as good as a waitress in a building outside the building. There was also the makeup on her face that looked cheap. The person who opened his mouth was Lu Ning, who had bullied Zhao Xinran in the beginning. Zhao Xinran has long been accustomed to the current ordinary life, and will not compare with other girls. When she saw Lu Ning, there was a hint of complexity in her eyes, but she only nodded with a forced smile and didn't answer. Lu Ning looked a little embarrassed. A touch of gloom flashed in her eyes. Then she mocked. "I didn't believe it when Nyo Jasmine said that you lived in Fu Lane. That place is a notorious slum. In hindsight, I'm really not surprised that you would live there at all." When he finished speaking, he saw the three women behind him, laughing their asses off. They were all classmates who had bullied Zhao Xinran back then. Now one by one, they were wearing revealing evening gowns just to be able to attract other people's attention. "Forget it, standing with people like you, I'm afraid of falling together. Let's go." Lu Ning coldly laughed. However, just as they were about to move, a youth in a 6-digit designer suit walked in the doorway. The youth swept his eyes around, until he saw Zhao Xinran in the corner. Immediately stepping forward, he respectfully smiled and said, "Miss, your clothes have arrived." 71. Phoenix. The gazes of Nyo Jasmine and Lu Ning and the others were all successfully attracted by the youth. The youth could only be described in 2 words, too handsome. However, they didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come in front of Zhao Xinran and address him as Miss. Even Zhao Xinran herself was a bit confused, thinking that the other party recognized the wrong person. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she saw a note left on her clothes, and above the note, Cheng Fan's name was clearly written. She was slightly stunned and gradually guessed that this might be her husband's special arrangement. On the contrary, the youth had a silver brooch pinned on his chest, and the way he looked at Lu Ning and the others, his eyes flashed with gusts of killing intent. The youth's surname was Wang and his name was Hai Chang. a member of the Killing God Temple. The silver brooch represented that he was C rank. Ah, this. Nyo Jasmine suddenly covered her mouth and screamed after she unintentionally saw the model of the clothes. This Cheongsam isn't the phoenix that was auctioned in the country some time ago? It could be seen upon closer inspection. The one that Zhao Xinran had taken over was a rare Cheongsam that had been auctioned off in Suzhou and Hangzhou last week. Its bidding price had been as high as $30 million. However, it was just a Cheongsam, and the price of $30 million was definitely a sky-high price. The key is that this is still a dress that all celebrities can only dream of and want to get. If they could wear it on themselves, they thought it would be very beautiful. No one expected that the Cheongsam worth $30 million would actually appear here. Zhao Xinran had also heard of Phoenix, learned that is their hands this, scared busy to return to Wang Haicheng. Still, Wang Haicheng had a bright idea and explained in a low voice. Sister-in-law, this is a fake. A fake? Fake? Zhao Xinran looked at the Cheongsam. She then thought that if it was a fake, it wouldn't hurt too much to wear it. Unbeknownst to her, this was indeed the real thing, and it was last week, auctioned off by a certain executive of the Killing God Palace to be collected. Last night after learning of the temple master's plan, without hesitation, it will contribute this precious Cheongsam. On the contrary, Cheng Fan on the edge of the window was secretly staggered after learning the price. $30 million for a dress? It's too extravagant. And Yun curiously asked from the side, Dad, did you arrange all these? Although she didn't know what exactly her dad's job was, but through this period of time, she realized that she had a very powerful dad, especially from Nuan here. It would be better to explain everything. Ahem, sort of. Cheng Fan and his two daughters were peeking over the edge of the window. Bai Lingdao and his granddaughter were hiding down below to observe. They had even forgotten all about the association's invitation. As a result, the martial sect meeting in the luxurious box at the end of the top floor was never formalized. Does anyone here know if the White family has arrived? The gray-haired old man with a goatee sitting right in front of him said in a suspicious voice. The old man's name was Yuan Chang, and he was the vice president of the Suzhou Hangzhou Martial Sect Association. This time, he had come here specifically to convene the martial sect meeting. Nay, the time had long passed, but he found that the Bai family was slow to show up. This is not really known. The tiger-backed Lian family's lord by his right hand wrapped his arms around him and said, Vice President Yuan, just tell us, what exactly is the purpose of inviting us over this time? To say that the matter of discussing the martial arts competition was actually a front. The martial fighting conference was held every 4 years. The rules of the process were the same every time it was held, and there was no need to discuss it at all, with the Lian family head being the first to open his mouth, one after another. The senior members of the lineages nodded their heads one after another. Seeing this, Vice President Yuan sighed lightly and said, Actually, the old man has asked you all to come here to ask for one thing. Oh, what could be so difficult for the Martial Sect Association? The Lian family head said in a skeptical voice. On the contrary, the surrounding martial artists were also surprised. The Martial Sect Association, to put it bluntly, was the true gathering place for strong martial artists. It was even the goal of all young martial artists. Joining the association would mean that one's status was climbing upwards. Just 2 days ago, the hall master of the association's discipline hall, Wen Wu Chang, was obliterated. Hiss, the martial artists present almost simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. Who didn't know that the association discipline hall's hall master, Wen Wu Chang, was a second-grade Xuanwu? How had he been killed? According to the investigation, it was obliterated in Suwang City. Vice President Yuan looked at his gaze calmly, without the slightest ripple. However, he continuously scanned all the martial artists present. He realized that among the 18 martial artists present, only 2 of them had their gazes averted. That was the Ling family master, and his second brother. Originally, it should have been Niu Tiankue, who accompanied the family master. However, because he was severely injured by Wen Wu Chang last time, he could only recuperate at home. Ling family lord, I wonder what your opinion is. Just as the Ling family head was sitting still, unexpectedly, Vice President Yuan suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked. In an instant, everyone turned their gazes in unison towards the Ling family master, so much so that the latter's face became even more unsightly. 72. The first, Zhao Xinran had already headed to the restaurant's separate changing room. Changing into Phoenix, she always felt that something wasn't quite right. It wasn't that the clothes were inappropriate. Rather, this Cheongsam was superb in both fabric and workmanship. Even if she had never worn a Cheongsam before, she would know some theoretical knowledge. This one on her own, is it really just as simple as a fake? But think carefully, and think that Cheng Fan would not go and spend $30 million for a piece of clothing for no reason. If it was real, then beat him to death. Soon, Zhao Xinran slowly walked out from the changing room. His appearance instantly stunned everyone passing by the scene, no matter if it was men, women, children, or all the staff in the hotel, including people like Neo Jasmine and Lu Ning. All of them couldn't help but open their mouths. The Zhao Xinran at this moment was simply so beautiful that it left people speechless, especially the curves that were perfectly wrapped in the cheongsam. Coupled with the light makeup, it was gorgeous without looking too abrupt. Wow, mom is so beautiful. Yun Yun stood at the edge of the window, clapping her little hands vigorously. It was the first time she had seen such a mom. There was also Nuan Nuan, who also followed with excitement. Yes, mommy is so beautiful. Daddy, isn't mommy pretty? Cheng Fan hadn't said anything, so Yun Yun directly asked. Unbeknownst to him, at this time, Cheng Fan had been completely dumbfounded. He was used to seeing all kinds of fairies in the immortal world before, but now he was completely mesmerized by Zhao Xinran's cheongsam outfit. After the short period of disorientation, Lu Ning grimaced and stared dead at Zhao Xinran. Just like the year when junior high school started, everyone's eyes would gather on the other party. She, on the other hand, could only ever be a companion next to the other party. Therefore she held a grudge and would bully Zhao Xinran every other day. It was like this back then, and it was still like this now. She was not willing to do so. While Zhao Xinran was still arranging her collar, she obediently took a pot of boiled white water from the side. This was a whole pot of boiling water. If it was splashed onto a person's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that Lu Ning was about to come close, the moment she lifted the kettle smoothly, she was suddenly stopped on the spot by Wang Haicheng, and then dragged it into the changing room. In just 2 minutes, Wang Haicheng walked out as if he was nothing. If you look closely, its cuff seemed to be stained with a touch of blood red. Seeing Wang Haicheng who had already come out, the corner of Cheng Fan's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. In his opinion, this was the first, but by no means the last. Xinran, you are simply beautiful. Neo Jasmine finally came to her senses and couldn't help but admire as she came closer, but soon asked strangely, have any of you seen Lu Ning? The rest of them shook their heads one after another, all saying that they didn't see it. Strange, did she go up first? Thinking that class president Su Kaidi was still waiting on the top floor, Neo Jasmine then took Zhao Xinran's arm and laughed. Let's go to the box. If the other students in the class see this, they will definitely be amazed by your outfit. Zhao Xinran then smiled awkwardly. Ever since she was a child, she never wanted to be the center of attention. Wang Haicheng had a follow-up to deal with. He saw another short-haired beauty in a tuxedo walking quickly towards this side. When she reached Zhao Xinran's nearness, she respectfully said, Miss, I will be serving you throughout the entire process next. On the chest of the short-haired beauty, she was also wearing a silver brooch, and compared to Wang Haicheng, her speech and demeanor were more competent. At the same time, she gave people a feeling that it was hard to get close to her. Cheng Fan watched the entire time, until he realized that someone had taken over for Wang Haicheng. He turned around and smiled. You two wait for a while, Dad will be right back after handling something. When his daughters nodded their heads, Cheng Fan then returned to the ground as light as a swallow. On the contrary, Bai Lingdao's face was shocked and he just wanted to leave with his granddaughters. Turning around, he actually saw Cheng Fan standing behind him unknowingly. Cheng Fan took out his cell phone and looked at the time. Then he asked with a smile or not, the meeting has started long ago. Are you guys still not going to go up? 73. I heard that you were looking for me? When he launched the Killing God Temple to investigate the information last night, he incidentally found out that the 16 world families of the martial sect were conducting a meeting today. This was a good thing in Cheng Fan's opinion. He had been worried about how to get 3 days of advertising space and live viewing tickets. Since they were all here, how could he let go of this great opportunity? On the contrary, the grandparents and grandchildren in front of him didn't dare to speak the entire time. Originally, Bai Lingdao was only curious about this young man, Cheng Fan. Last time, he suspected that the other party was a high-grade Xuanwu, but in hindsight, he felt that it was unlikely. In the world, how could such a young high-grade Xuanwu exist? It was simply nonsense. However, Cheng Fan's means of flying into the sky just now made him doubt again. He was aware of the 3 Xuanwu elders of the Bai family. There was no way they could easily jump to a height of 5 meters. Also, the young man in front of him had clearly just come down 1 second and appeared in front of him the next. That's a distance of 10 meters in the middle. Bai Lingdao suddenly had some regrets. He shouldn't have brought his granddaughter along. He couldn't figure out Cheng Fan's bottom and didn't know if it would end up in a big fight. Seeing that neither the old nor the young opened their mouths, Cheng Fan reminded, Forgot? Last time at the pawn shop, bartering for things. Remember? Of course I remember. Bai Lingdao hurriedly smiled back. If they had forgotten, they wouldn't have been able to keep track until now. I heard that the association is going to hold a meeting of the martial sect today. At the outer building? Cheng Fan had thought about it all before. If he really couldn't, he would force his way in. Since he had run into this old man and young man, perhaps things would become much simpler. Bai Lao immediately nodded his head, but soon realized something. Slightly puzzled, he asked, "Senior, you are not from our martial sect? Cut the crap. I want you guys to do me a favor." Cheng Fan's gulp scared Bai Ling Dao into immediately shutting up. He was afraid not because of himself, but because he was worried about getting his granddaughter involved as well. The box at the end of the top floor. The Ling family lord who was named subconsciously gulped. Of course he knew the whole story, but didn't dare to open his mouth at all. He knew that if he told the truth, the Ling family would go up in smoke in minutes. "I'm afraid." Nervously, some of the senior members of the world family around him looked at Vice President Yuan in disbelief. "Elder Yuan, you don't mean to say that it was the Ling family master who killed Hall Master Wen, do you?" This was something that I was afraid no one would believe at all. The Ling family lord was merely a high-grade human martial artist. It was difficult to even think about getting close, let alone killing. This truth, Vice President Yuan was also well aware of. However, on the day of the incident, he had heard that when Wu Chang was going to ask for an explanation on behalf of the slain Chu family lord, even if it wasn't the Ling family's doing, it must be unrelated to the Ling family. Seeing that the Ling family head was hesitant to speak up, Vice President Yuan asked in an aside, "Ling family master doesn't need to be nervous. I know that there is a conflict between the Ling family and the Chu family, but even if the conflict is deep, there's no need to kill my people, right? Yuan, elder, I don't know what you're talking about." The Ling family lord forced down the fear within him. He knew that if he failed to hold on now, the Ling family would be completely finished. "Don't know?" Elder Yuan narrowed his eyes and laughed. As for the scene, it was quiet to the point where a pin could be heard. The rest of the world family executives had already more or less seen that this matter had something to do with the Ling family. Therefore, they all kept their mouths shut, unwilling to touch the bad luck. Suddenly, there was a pop on the scene. Yuan Lao slapped the desktop, got up and shouted, "Your Ling family hired someone to kill the Chu family's lord. Is there such a thing? There are grudges to be avenged, and there are grudges to be avenged. By virtue of one's own strength, one would not leave gossip for others. However, hiring a murderer to kill, this was a major taboo in the martial sect. When caught, the consequences would be extremely serious." At the same time, a gust of might suddenly erupted from within the patriarch's body. It forced the Ling family master and his second brother to break out in a cold sweat. Finally, the Ling family's second brother was the first to be unable to carry on. He was seen trembling and said, I'll say it. As long as Elder Yuan doesn't kill me, I can tell you all the truth." "Second brother, you?" The Ling family had never expected that his brother would actually say such words. He wanted to stop it, but unfortunately, it was already too late. He saw the Ling family's second brother with red eyes, excitedly saying, "It's Cheng Fan. It's a young man named Cheng Fan who killed family head Chu and then Hall Master Wen." Hearing that it was a young man, a clamor erupted at the scene. The Chu family master and Hall Master Wen Wu Chang, those were both genuine Xuanwu. How could they be killed so easily? The key was still a young man? The elder Yuan sniffed and said in a deep voice with a black face, "Word for word, you said, his name is Cheng Fan, right?" There was also an old man on the scene whose complexion looked more worried. This person was none other than the Ma family head of the Su Hang martial sect. He had benefited from Cheng Fan and was thinking about whether or not to intervene to persuade him. Just then, he saw the door of the box suddenly open. The first ones to enter were Bai Ling Dao and his granddaughter. Next was a young man with a fresh face, who appeared in the sight of all the martial artists. He sat down nonchalantly across from the patriarch, crossing his legs and saying, "I heard that you're looking for me?" At the same time, Zhao Xinran was accompanied by a short-haired beauty. She walked into the other box. As for the atmosphere of the two boxes, it was surprisingly consistent. Quiet, deathly silence. 74. Confrontation. Cheng Fan casually found a chair and sat down, crossing his legs to face Vice President Yuan. When he was at the door just now, he had already heard all the conversation. Since he had already been betrayed by the Ling family, he simply stood up for himself. The surrounding family executives froze. They hadn't thought at all that the party called Cheng Fan would actually strut in. The Key's arrogant attitude looked quite unpleasant to them. The head of the Lian family sitting on the right side frowned deeply. "Young man, do you know what you're saying?" The top management of the 16-seat family of the Su Hang martial sect were all assembled here, not to mention the high-grade human martial arts. Even those who had successfully stepped into Xuanwu, there were at least 5 of them. Those who dared to make trouble here, unless they had eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall. Facing the challenge, Cheng Fan smiled blandly. "Of course I know what I'm talking about, and I'd like to ask you guys what you plan to do with me." "Noisy!" Vice President Yuan shouted angrily. He finally reacted and glared angrily at Cheng Fan. He then looked in the direction of the Ling family lord and said in a suspicious voice, "The Cheng Fan you guys are talking about, is it him?" If it was, then Vice President Yuan would definitely spare no effort to wipe him out. By the way, It would let all the martial arts families in Suhang know that the association was not just a fancy one. The second elder of the Ling family sized up Chung Fan. After a good half a second, he shook his head and said, I just heard about it. I haven't seen Cheng Fan's exact looks. When these words came out, the senior members of the martial sect present were speechless. Then why are you still looking at it for so long? Looking for a fight? The head of the Lian family droned from the side. The Lian family was likewise a superfamily in the Suhang martial sect. That's why the Ling family's second oldest immediately shrunk his head and said in fear, my big brother has seen it. My big brother has definitely seen Cheng Fan. Next to him, the Ling family head's face had darkened to the extreme. He regretted that he shouldn't have brought this indisputable thing over. Now it was good. The Ling family was going to be completely finished. As for the Ma family lord sitting in the corner, he stared at Cheng Fan in shock. At first, he thought it was his eyesight. Until he was sure, his face immediately became worried. He knew that Cheng Fan was very strong. But how could the strongest martial artist possibly be able to fight the entire Suhang martial sect world? Ling family master, aren't you going to help recognize him? Vice President Yuan suddenly asked. He looked sad and joyless, yet he surrounded his body with the might of the Xuanwu. In the room, only Vice President Yuan had managed to step into the 4th grade Xuanwu. The rest, including family head Lian and Bai Lingdao, were only at 3rd grade Xuanwu, not to mention the others. Within a short period of time, it became difficult for the Ling family lord to even breathe. His face was pale and his lips were blue. There was also a forehead that was already covered in cold sweat. Even so he was still enduring, determined not to give Cheng Fan up. Not saying anything was not to preserve Cheng Fan. It was just a simple belief that by dragging it out, he would be able to offset the fault through his excellent results in the martial arts competition. However, he was also furious that this young man did not come sooner or later. He chose to show up at this juncture. Wasn't this intentionally putting the Ling family in danger? Not saying? Vice President Yuan sighed softly and said, actually, I didn't intend to use lynching, but nah, your Ling family brought it on themselves. Looking at Vice President Yuan who had been targeting the Ling family, Cheng Fan suddenly slapped the desktop. Told you I am Cheng Fan. Don't you believe me? It wasn't that Vice President Yuan didn't believe it, but it was because no one thought that the murderer would be bold enough to come here. There was also a small portion of martial artists who took Cheng Fan as a cutie. Cheng Fan was brought by Bai Lingdao. He saw Vice President Yuan turn to look at Bai Lingdao and said in a suspicious voice, Brother Bai, you know each other? Bai Lingdao was slightly distressed, not knowing how to explain. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he was interrupted by Cheng Fan. My people are here, and I'm giving you the chance to ask for your offense. If you don't do it again, I'm going to do it first. Cheng Fan's words caused a small-scale commotion at the scene. However, the eyes of the vast majority of martial artists were mostly disdainful. Alas, Cheng Fan sighed lightly. Then a hint of killing intent surged out, pushing straight at Vice President Yuan. Vice President Yuan, who didn't take it seriously at first, suddenly changed his face. He only felt his body, like it was bound by some kind of terrifying power, unable to move. He couldn't even speak. And when he looked at Cheng Fan again, a trace of horror gradually grew in his eyes. 75. Suffocated. Vice President Yuan had thought that he could easily subdue the brat opposite him. Unexpectedly, just the killing intent released from Cheng Fan's body caused him to feel an unprecedented fear. He subconsciously trembled and nearly fell off his chair. Seeing that Vice President Yuan's face did not look right, the closest Lian family head said in a suspicious voice, Elder Yuan, what are you doing? Unbeknownst to him, the current Vice President Yuan was unable to open his mouth at all. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, drop by drop. The clothes behind him, too, had long been soaked through. If this wasn't a dream, what realm had the young man in front of him stepped into? He didn't dare to think about it, worried that he would become a joke. What to do? When Wu Chang that kid, what kind of monster did he provoke? As he was ruminating, Cheng Fan suddenly grinned and said, Vice President Yuan, I wonder if I can take a step to have a chat. As he spoke, the killing intent had dissipated. As an immortal realm killing god, Cheng Fan had long since perfected the manipulation of killing intent. Who he wanted to target, who he didn't want to target. Wasn't it a breeze? Vice President Yuan's face finally eased. He held his breath as long as he could and nodded his head without moving. Since you said so, then let's take a step to talk. At these words, the entire room was in an uproar. To be precise, most people were already confused, completely confused as to what was going on right now. The two of them got up almost simultaneously and walked towards the door. When Vice President Yuan had just left the door with his front foot, he began to pant heavily. For a moment just now, he thought he was going to meet the King of Hell. It was too terrifying. On the contrary, the people in the box looked at each other. Vice President Yuan followed Cheng Fan's footsteps to the end. On his way, Cheng Fan also glanced at his daughters who were in the next box, dining. Seeing that they were fine, only then did he turn around and smile without moving. Should I call you Elder Yuan? Or, it's too rusty, just call me Old Yuan directly. Now Vice President Yuan, where is the previous stability? He looked like a small follower who had met the leader. It couldn't be helped. The killing intent that Chung Fan had just displayed was beyond what he could recognize. Therefore, he suspected that the young man in front of him was afraid that he was a 5th grade or above Xinwu, the huge Suong martial sect. There were only a handful of 5th grade Xuanwu that could be found. What exactly was the young man in front of him? Old Yuan? Cheng Fan couldn't help but laugh at this. I didn't come here to make an enemy of your association. Understood. Vice President Yuan immediately replied back. No matter who the other party was, now was never the time to contradict. Frankly speaking, I want to cooperate. Cooperation? Vice President Yuan was slightly stunned. That's right. I want 3 days worth of advertising space for your martial arts competition, and 2 viewing tickets. Learning the purpose of Cheng Fan's visit, Vice President Yuan was relieved and at the same time looked a little embarrassed. There was no precedent of advertising in the martial arts competition throughout the years, not to mention, preparing spectator seats for 2 ordinary people. If the president knew about this, he would be furious, but if he didn't agree, he was afraid that Cheng Fan would be angry, so with a bright idea, he laughed and said, Brother Cheng you also know that we don't have this precedent in the martial arts competition. It's not that I'm not willing to agree to you, after all, who wouldn't want to make money? It's mainly this rule, it can't be broken just because you want to. If it can be broken, I would definitely be the first to break him and work with you. Brother Chang, hearing Vice President Yuan's explanation, Cheng Fan nodded and said, well said, it's just like farting. After talking for half a day, a bunch of bull ********. All he wanted was just one sentence, yes or no. As the killing intent surfaced again, Vice President Yuan's tiger body trembled, and he was busy waving his hand. Don't. How about this? How about one days of advertising space? As for the spectator tickets, I am really not able to approve them. Thinking about the martial arts competition, the number of participants was already small, and as Yi Rushuan said, there was no need to broadcast it to the public, so whether it's 1 day or 3 days, the effect is the same. It's just that this spectator ticket. After thinking about it, Cheng Fan replied back, it's fine if we don't give the viewing tickets. I'll personally take them there at that time. This isn't quite right, is it? The martial arts competition, a grand event that could only be held every 4 years in the Suhang martial arts sect world. Now that it was being messed up by Cheng Fan, it seemed like it had turned into a family game. No, Cheng Fan frowned, I'm giving you, Old Yuan, enough face, since you refuse to appreciate it, forget it. Saying this, Cheng Fan was about to go back. Seeing this, Vice President Yuan shivered in fear. Don't, I promise, I promise still not. Vice President Yuan returned without tears. He was aggrieved. The vice president of the Suhang Martial Sect Association, a 4th grade Xuanwu. Now he was actually flattering a young man whose name was unknown. If it wasn't for his poor strength, I'm afraid that he would have dismantled the young man in front of him. Snap! Right at this moment, the next box next door, suddenly came a crunching sound, as if the glass, heavy fall on the ground. Then a woman was heard cursing angrily, to be able to let you attend the party, that's because Su Xiao gave you face. What a cheeky thing to give face to. 76. Truth or Dare. There were 53 students in Zhao Xinran's middle school class. However, not even half of them were present this time, and many of them had no impression. Only Kaidi Su, Jasmine Niu and individual classmates could remember. The woman who angrily slammed her wineglass was named Yang Fong, also one of the classmates who bullied Zhao Xinran back then. Su Kaidi gave her a wink. Taking advantage of Zhao Xinran's lack of attention, she tampered with her drink. In fact, there were less than 10 classmates who actually came to the party this time. These are the accomplices that Kaidi Su paid to help him get Zhao Xinran into his hands. As for the others, most of them were non-wealthy or noble sons. Some were even super rich second generation from Lin City, the kind whose family assets exceeded $10 billion. The moment Zhao Xinran entered, they were completely mesmerized. In their minds, filthy thoughts kept surfacing. Anyway, the effects of the drug could last for a long time, so Su Kaidi decided to finish solving it himself before letting it go to the other gentry. Seeing that the plan was about to succeed, the short-haired beauty standing next to him suddenly took the cup and poured it out on the spot. Yang Fong was completely enraged, then scolded. What is he like now? He does not know? Wearing a few $100s of fakes. Hire a temporary worker really think now or $1,000 of miss? Looking at the angry Yang Fong, Zhao Xinran, on the other hand, looked at the short-haired beauty suspiciously. The latter didn't say a word, and her gaze looked straight at Yang Fong, making the latter feel uncomfortable. It was as if she was being treated like prey. She lowered her voice and said in dissatisfaction, "What bad luck! I'm going to the restroom." As Yang Fong went out, the short-haired beauty also left on the pretext of going to the restroom. She first scanned the surroundings, until she saw Cheng Fan. She nodded respectfully, then she went into the restroom. In the box, Class President Su and the rich gentleman looked overly disappointed. They were about to succeed, but were sabotaged at the critical moment. With the atmosphere a bit depressing, Nyo Jasmine busily got up and interjected, "How about we play truth or dare?" "Good idea," Su Kaidi immediately seconded. There were also the surrounding girls as well as the males, all of whom agreed. Only Zhao Xinran nervously said, I'd better forget it. "Xinran, you're too much of a spoilsport, aren't you? It's just a game of truth or dare. Can't this even work?" Nyo Jasmine advised from the side. There were also other girls in the class who followed suit and urged Zhao Xinran to play alone. There was no way around it. Zhao Xinran could only reluctantly agree. After all, it was just playing a truth or dare. It should be nothing. Soon, it was seen that Nyo Jasmine was the first to be drawn. The one who asked him was a yellow-haired male sitting on the left side. He smiled lewdly and asked, "What color are you wearing today?" Before Zhao Xinran could react, Nyo Jasmine then laughed with desire. Feng Xiao is really bad. Is Feng Xiao asking about the top, or the bottom?" When these words came out, Zhao Xinran suddenly blushed in shame. Where did she think that there would actually be this kind of question? Nyo Jasmine's performance also gradually made her feel devastated. Lower side. Yellow hair gave a bad smile. Nyo Jasmine sniffed and ambiguously returned. Purple. Transparent. Lace edge. Next, it was Nyo Jasmine's turn to ask Class President Su Kaidi. She first glanced at Zhao Xinran, then asked, "Class President, how much did this reunion cost in total?" "Just 5 million, a small amount." Su Kaidi was quite satisfied with this question. He had long ago checked that Zhao Xinran had already been expelled from the Zhao family. She was now living in Fu Lane with a penniless white boy. Once a rich girl, she suddenly lived in the slums and had to worry about food, rice, oil and salt. Who could stand this kind of life? However, Zhao Xinran's face did not have the slightest ripple, not to mention the fact that the current Cheng Fan already knew how to get ahead. With the money he earns, he can afford to send his daughter to an aristocratic kindergarten. Even if he can't, he has long gotten used to an ordinary life. Seeing that he didn't take the bait, Su Kaidi's face was slightly gloomy. But next it was his turn to ask Zhao Xinran, so he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Xinran, if you were to choose your husband again in our box, who would you pick?" "First things first, it has to be the man in our box." "Huh?" Zhao Xinran was confused on the spot. How could she not expect to be asked this kind of question? Cheng Fan's face lingered in her mind. Then without thinking, she returned, "I would still choose my current husband, Cheng Fan." "No, it has to be our private room." Su Kaidi was unforgiving. Nyo Jasmine, on the other hand, laughed from the side. Xinran, we're just having fun. Your husband can't come to a place like this anyway." Zhao Xinran's face was red with anxiety, and she was forced to say, "I'm still picking Dare." Unexpectedly after drawing the lot and handing it over to Nyo Jasmine, the latter, however, was quick to move her hand, and according to the content, smiled cheekily and said, "Close the door and lights of the box, and then find a male present to kiss." After saying that, the scene instantly boiled over. 77. You're scaring my wife. When she found out what the dare was about, Zhao Xinran instantly broke down. She looked at Nyo Jasmine helplessly hoping that the other party could help her. Unexpectedly, Nyo Jasmine pretended not to see and got up and laughed. "Why are we girls still sitting here? Quickly make room for Xinran so she can see where the handsome guys are first." As soon as the words fell, they saw the girls in the box as if they had arranged it in advance. At the same time, they got up and walked towards the door. Zhao Xinran reached out to grab Nyo Jasmine, but the latter obediently dodged to the side. Pretending not to see anything, she opened the door to the box. As she looked at the large box with only one girl left in it, Zhao Xinran also thought about turning around and leaving. Just as she reached the door, she was blocked by yellow hair. "Beauty, the dare is not over yet. Are you going to turn off the lights yourself, or am I going to do it for you?" Yellow hair himself had a thieving look. Smiling only made people feel even more lewd. Su Kaidi, on the other hand, got up and said, "Xinran, as the class president, I don't approve of this kind of thing. It's a bit hurtful after all, and it's not fair to you girls." Zhao Xinran sniffed and nodded gratefully. She thought she could be saved. Unexpectedly, Su Kaidi's words changed and said, "But since we've already started, it wouldn't be too good if we stopped halfway." After saying that, he suddenly snapped his fingers towards yellow hair. The box, on the other hand, went black to the point of reaching out in an instant. Zhao Xinran desperately wanted to escape. Unfortunately, the door was blocked by yellow hair, leaving not a single gap. She tried to open her cell phone, but it was snatched away by someone in the dimness. Afterwards, the yellow hairs were seen starting to get up in the box, dancing and screaming at the same time, and Su Kaiti, who was originally sitting in the center, had quietly gotten up and walked towards the door. They had discussed the order long before they entered the box. Suddenly, Zhao Xinran was forcefully wrapped in the arms of one of the people in the box. She wanted to scream, but unexpectedly her mouth was blocked, so she couldn't scream. She had no choice but to cry and slap the other person's body. However, her strength was too small, and she could not break free at all. She was desperate, thinking about just attending a class reunion. Why would it turn into this? Sorry Chang Fan, tears. Along the iframe a drop slipped down. The next second, but saw the door of the box suddenly opened, with the bright lights appearing. What Zhao Xinran saw was a face that was so familiar that it couldn't be any more familiar. Was it Chang Fan? Looking at Chang Fan in front of her, Zhao Xinran's panic instantly disappeared. If it was her husband, it didn't matter if she kissed him many times. On the contrary, Nyo Jasmine and the other women were all dumbfounded. It took her a good half a second to react and said in shock, "Isn't that Xinran's loser husband? Why is he here?" Chang Fan loosened his lips and laughed softly. Surprised? Surprised? However, Zhao Xinran couldn't say a word. She was really frightened just now. If what was in front of her was not Chang Fan, she even had thoughts of suicide. Coming to the next box, Zhao Xinran was even more surprised. She saw Yun Yun and Wan Wan, who were currently eating dessert with a small spoon. The two little girls then raised their heads in unison and shouted obediently, "Mom, wait here for me. I'll go next door to settle something." "Don't!" Zhao Xinran hurriedly pulled Chang Fan's arm. She knew that Su Kaiti was now worth an extraordinary amount of money. The other men in the box were all dressed as non-rich or expensive types as well. "Don't worry, when have you seen me in trouble?" Chang Fan's smile always gave Zhao Xinran an inexplicable sense of security. He let go of his wife's hand and turned around to head to the next box. Just as he entered, he saw Su Kaiti being the first to curse. "Damn you! Who are you? How dare you badmouth the old man, Yellow Hair and the other eunuchs?" Too, all glared at Chang Fan in annoyance. "Damn, I'll waste you today," Yellow Hair cursed as he was about to make a move. Bang! The door of the box was suddenly kicked open from outside. 6 killers dressed in suits and wearing brooches were seen surrounding Chang Fan. They were athletic and decisively pulled out pistols from their arms. The 6 blackened muzzles were also aimed at the 6 rich young men's heads in an instant. On the contrary, Chang Fan surveyed Su Kaiti, who had long been scared to death. Then he moved to come in front of him and leaned down to say with a sullen face, "You scared my wife, do you know that? 78. Atone for your sins." Chang Fan had been waiting, sending the assassins from the killing temple to investigate those accomplices who had bullied his wife back then. According to what Xinran said back then, there were 5 people. With only 2 people killed so far, Chang Fan couldn't wait any longer. "This group of fops in the box is too much." He leaned over and stared thoughtfully at Su Kaiti. "I heard that you were in charge of organizing this class reunion?" Although he wasn't able to find out all the list of bullying wives, but according to the Killing God Palace, the Intelligence Department's report, this class reunion was an outright conspiracy. From the very beginning, they class president Su had targeted Zhao Xinran. Su Kaiti trembled and desperately shook his head. He also investigated Chang Fan's identity background, which was that of a small white boy who ate soft food. But a little white boy, how could he have access to a gun? There were also these guys in suits around. Just looking at them made people balk. "No, not me. I don't know anything." To put it bluntly, Su Kaiti's family is a thug. It was also only in recent years that the business was done well. Where has he seen this battle? Not directly fainted in fear, already rare, as well as the surrounding gentlemen. They all stood in place trembling. Originally, it was just to enjoy a beautiful woman. Unexpectedly, they could lose their lives here at any time. Just saw the Yellow Hair couldn't bear it and roared. You actually dare to do this to me? You know who I am?" Chang Fan turned to look at Yellow Hair and then turned to Wang Haichang. The latter took out his cell phone from his pocket and roughly scanned it. Unhurriedly, he said, "Zhang Shua, a member of the Zhang family who owns tens of billions of assets in Tianhai, ranked as the youngest among his peers, drugged and dazed 28 young women, hired a murderer to beat others resulting in serious injuries 5 times, hit and run 3 times, 2 firearms in private possession." These were all the information that the Killing God's Palace had investigated in just less than half an hour. With every incriminating evidence Wang Haichang uttered, Zhang Shua's pupils trembled along with it. Finally staggering back 2 steps, he said in horror, "Who the hell are you? You guys? You don't need to care who we are first." Chang Fan laughed coldly. "All these things, picking any one of them would be enough for you to sit through the bottom of the jail." Indeed, what Zhang Shua had done could only be described as the wrath of the heavens, but it was not without reason that he dared to do so. Behind him was an unidentified brother. I heard that all of these matters were all helped out by his brother. Regarding his identity, even the god-killing temple had no way to directly find out. So Cheng Fan asked rather curiously, are you trying to say that you still have a powerful brother? How do you know? Zhang Shuo was shocked, but thinking of his brother's omnipotence. Then he forcefully suppressed his fear and cursed, if you have the guts, you'll let me call him over. When he comes, all of you will die. What's your brother's name? Cheng Fan asked. Zhang Chen, are you scared? Zhang Shuo had thought that using Zhang Chen as a shield was tried and true. The other party helped wipe his ass every time anyway. However, Cheng Fan next to him nodded and turned towards Wang Haicheng and gave him a wink. Bang! In the next second, Zhang Shuo was shot in the head on the spot. Of course, this was a public place, couldn't cause too much of an impact. That's why on the barrel of each killer's gun, there were silencers installed. With his head being penetrated, Zhang Shuo's blood splattered on the spot to the rest of the public men. They were so scared that they wanted to scream but didn't dare, so they could only hug and cry. On the contrary, Su Kaidi's entire body was confused. Dead. The young master of the Zhang family, whom he had specially invited from Tianhai, had died just like this. If the family knew, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, there were too many business dealings between the Su family and the Zhang family, and the Zhang family took care of the Su family quite well on weekdays. You're finished. No, it's us who are all finished. Su Kaidi stared at Cheng Fan with a face like death. He said that he suddenly got up and tried to grab Cheng Fan's shoulder. Cheng Fan took the pistol from the nearest Wang Haicheng with a bang. He directly shot Su Kaidi's lower body. Blood instantly stained the crotch of his pants, and Su Kaidi hissed and wailed. At any time may pass out. He was now completely wasted. As for Nyo Jasmine outside the box, she couldn't help but shiver. Intuition told her that it might be bad luck if she didn't leave. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to move, she was stopped on the spot by the short-haired beauty. If you don't want to die, come with me. Having no choice but to despair, Nyo Jasmine could only be taken away by the short-haired beauty. Afterwards, 3 more young women disappeared from the corridor. As for Nyo Jasmine, although she was still alive, but when she learned that all of her classmates who had bullied Zhao Xinran had disappeared overnight, the whole person's mental state also had problems. Of course, these are all afterthoughts. Now Cheng Fan was staring at Su Kaidi's lower body and said in a deep voice, that thing of yours is also a scourge to innocent women when you let it out. Abolish it as atonement for your own sins. 79. Association Sanctions. Su Kaidi covered his lower body and rolled around on the ground. As for the remaining 5 rich gentlemen, there was only fear in their hearts. They were afraid that they would be next, so they knelt on the ground and begged Cheng Fan for mercy. It was good that Cheng Fan didn't intend to lay his hands on them. It was always a bad influence if too many people were killed tonight. As long as he could take care of the female classmates who bullied his wife back then, it was already enough. To waste Su Kaidi, it would definitely be more painful than killing him, being directly shot through with a bullet, and then helping to stop the bleeding through aura to keep him alive. In this life, he can only be a complete invalid. As for the yellow-haired Zhang Shuo, it was considered to be an act of justice for heaven. Cheng Fan turned around and left, leaving the follow-up work to Wang Haicheng and the short-haired beauty. When he came to the corridor, the crowd had long been evacuated. As for the evacuation is precisely the last time we met. The lobby manager of the building outside the building, Vice President Yuan, on the other hand, stood in place and never left. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't dare. The two were in the middle of their exchange when Cheng Fan left without even saying hello. How could he know the other party's purpose? It wasn't until Cheng Fan reappeared that he bumbled forward and asked, Brother Cheng, I wonder if I can help. No need. It's already taken care of. Sigh. That's such a shame. Vice President Yuan couldn't stop shaking his head. If Brother Cheng had asked earlier, brother, I would definitely be obliged. Listening to an old man call out brother in every breath, Cheng Fan was speechless, but on second thought, there was nothing wrong with shouting like that. To be precise, his age was actually much older than the other party, so he didn't say anything. However, the ability of this horse's hindquarters is really a masterpiece. Cheng Fan was too lazy to pick up on it and directly changed the topic. I won't embarrass you too much, and you shouldn't make it too difficult for me. Remember what you promised me, that's for sure. Vice President Yuan was busy punching the air, and returned, Brother Cheng is a great master in martial arts. We voluntarily bow down to him. So Brother Cheng, your request. Someone Yuan will take it upon himself to cut the crap. Don't make things difficult for the Ling family when you return. Cheng Fan couldn't help but interrupt and continued. As for Wen Wu Chang's death, that was his own fault. Yes, someone Yuan will definitely do as he says. Vice President Yuan said good on his lips. In reality, in his heart, he had already cursed Cheng Fan's ancestors all over again. When he returned, he would report this matter to the president. There were also 6 Xian kings in the association. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you will be chopped up. Vice President Yuan re-entered the box. He first swept the scene and looked at the crowd of dumbfounded lineage executives, dryly coughing twice. He explained, after this discussion, the old man feels that little is still a bit of use, so the matter of killing him can be pushed back a bit. Elder Yuan, what about the Ling family? The Lian family lord really is not mentioning which pot is which. It doesn't matter if you say you'll bring it up after the fact. Now that Cheng Fan was right next door and hadn't left yet, would Vice President Yuan dare to continue picking a fight? However, facing the gazes of all the senior members of the family, he had to address it again. After a moment of silence, he said, Ling family master, you hired a murderer to kill a senior member of my martial sect association. Do you have any objections to this matter? I do not. The Ling family master's complexion was bleak, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He knew that things had already come to this point, and saying any more would be sophistry. He only hated that he was too weak and had no say. Even more, he hated the oldest two beside him for being too unyielding. If he could hold back a little longer, perhaps the result would be different again. Alas, it seems that the Ling family's 100-year foundation will eventually be destroyed in my hands. Since you are meaningless, you will be subject to the association's sanctions. Vice President Yuan crossed his eyes, his aura rising, until it reached its peak. Snapping, he slapped at the desktop and shouted sternly, effective immediately. Punish all members of your Ling family, grounded for half a day. 80. The person who should be most thankful. The Ling family head was confused. His second brother was confused. The Lian family head was confused. And all of the executives of the martial sect families present were confused. The matter of hiring a murderer to kill a senior member of the association had an extremely bad impact. However, the final result of the sanction was only a half-day ban. If not for what they had heard, they would have thought that they were hallucinating. Originally, the Ling family head was already prepared to be deprived of the qualifications of a family seat. He was even permanently expelled from the martial sect realm. Now, when he heard the sanction of being grounded for half a day, he immediately raised his head and looked at Vice President Yuan in confusion. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw the latter righteously say, "What? Could it be that you have an objection to the sanction?" Learning that this was actually true, the Ling family head held back his excitement and busily bowed solemnly towards Vice President Yuan. Yes, Vice President Yuan, we, the Ling family, have absolutely no objections. The meeting was dissolved. With puzzlement, the senior members of the numerous world families left the outer floor one after another. The Ling family head hesitantly wanted to wait for the people to disperse and find Vice President Yuan alone to speak out his thanks. He knew that this sanctioned outcome was giving him a heavenly face. And what virtue could the current Ling family have? Just as he was about to move, Bai Lingdao slowly came closer smiling. Brother Ling, congratulations indeed. Seeing that it was the lord of the Bai family, personally coming to greet him, immediately, the Ling family lord was flattered as he arched his hand and said, "Many thanks to Senior Bai." "Thanks," Bai Lingdao said back in a meaningful manner. "You shouldn't thank me. If you want to thank, you should thank the benefactor who helped your Ling family." "Benefactor?" The Ling family head was puzzled. "Elder Bai, what do you mean? Old me is quite jealous of you. Being able to have a high person behind you to appreciate you Without waiting for the Ling family master to open his mouth, Bai Lingdao turned around and left with his granddaughter. A high person? The Ling family master was slightly stunned, until Chung Fan's looks flashed through his mind. He immediately said in horror, could it be him? Given the Ling family's current situation, he is the only one most likely to step in to help. And then associating it with the fact that Chung Fan had the ability to get Vice President Yuan to accompany him out for a private chat. If not him, who else could it be? Thinking of this, the Ling family head immediately left the box in a hurry. I'm confused. There's obviously a person of unfathomable strength right next to me, but he always treats him as the source of the Ling family's bad luck. Through inquiry, he learned that Cheng Fan was in the next box, immediately knocked on the door and entered. Nay, Cheng Fan's family of 4 had long since left. On a summer night, it was a great pleasure to have a cool breeze blowing. Cheng Fan was holding Yun Yun, Zhao Xinran was holding Wan Wan. The family of 4 was walking slowly towards the mini. Zhao Xinran walked at the back, and from time to time, she would look at Cheng Fan's back. It was already hard to remember how many times, again, she was saved by the other party. It was hard to imagine that the man at that time wasn't him, and what overreaction she would have done. But she was curious again. When they left, where did all the students in the next box go? Did they all go home individually? Dad, when will we be able to eat here again? I feel like the service here is good, and there's an uncle with glasses who reads stories to Nuan and I alone. Oh, Cheng Fan was stunned. Wearing glasses? Could it be that lobby manager? Yes, Nuan continued. He also gave my sister and I each a VIP lifetime free card for the amusement park. Cheng Fan stared speechlessly at the card in Nuan's hand. Even in the darkness of the night, it still flashed with a bright golden light. It's probably one of those dozens-in-one cottage cards, Chang Fan said casually, but Zhao Xinran looked at the golden card and exclaimed, This is actually real. It also says on it that all the rides are directly experienced without having to line up. Really? Yun Yun immediately said in surprise, then when are we going to play this? Zhao Xinran looked at Cheng Fan. Since Yun Yun grew up, she had never experienced the entertainment facilities that children of her age should have. For example, the amusement park, aquarium, including the zoo had never been there, so she quite wanted to make it up to Yun Yun. Plus there was the addition of Nuan Nuan. Thinking about a family going to an amusement park, it should be very cozy. On the contrary, Cheng Fan scratched the back of his head. You guys can go whenever you want. Wow. Thanks Dad. Then wait for kindergarten vacation. I want to play a few more times. Martial Sect Association. Vice President Yuan hurried back quickly. When he arrived at the door of the association, he humbly invited all 6 Xian kings into the conference room. The so-called 6 great Xian kings were special existences that were not controlled by the association. In layman's terms, they were honorary members. And because the 6 were powerful, each of them had surpassed the 5th grade Xuanwu. That's why they are called Xian kings. Normally, if one wanted to gather all 6 Xian kings, it would be as hard as heaven. Today, all of them happened to be here, causing Vice President Yuan to be more surprised. Only after asking did he realize. It turns out that this time the martial arts competition has been changed from the city to the provincial martial arts ranking competition. This can be Yuan. Vice President was startled. On the contrary, one of them, a middle-aged man with broken hair wearing a black cloak, frowned and said, Old Yuan, what exactly do you want to say by calling us here? Upon hearing this, Vice President Yuan recounted in detail what had happened today, learning that there was actually a young man in Suhang City who was able to single-handedly kill Wen Wuchang. The 6 Xian kings looked quite surprised. However, the broken-haired middle-aged man quickly sneered. So what? I'll step in and exterminate him with just one finger. 81. New residents. That night, Cheng Fan took advantage of the fact that his wife and daughter were already asleep, so he took out the dragon and phoenix for a closer look. He found that the jade pendant was indeed extraordinary, harboring pure spiritual qi. In the immortal world, this was an extremely rare treasure. Now that he had traveled across the earth, although he still retained some cultivation, but that was not enough after all. Facing a weaker martial artist, it was nothing. But what if he faced a strong person? If he didn't try to improve his cultivation, what would he take to protect his wife and daughter? The shadow-killing demon skill has been successfully cultivated to the first heaven. I believe that as long as there are pills to supplement it, it won't be long before I can break into the second heaven. The next day, Cheng Fan and his wife agreed to go see the new house. After all, the house had been bought for so many days. It was always time to go over and see what needed to be prepared. On the way, Zhao Xinran asked about the location and the name of the neighborhood. She didn't know that Cheng Fan had bought a villa, and that he had bought 3 connected sets, until they appeared at the entrance of the villa area of Zijing Mingyuan. Zhao Xinran's beautiful eyes surfaced a trace of incomprehension, but soon tugged on Cheng Fan's sleeve again. Cheng Fan, stop joking, we simply can't afford a house here. Facing his wife's first words when she came to the door of his own neighborhood for the first time, Cheng Fan expressed helplessness, until the security guard identified Cheng Fan's identity. After being polite and enthusiastic throughout and guiding the location of the villa, Cheng Fan drove on. On the contrary, Zhao Xinran, who was next to him, had a shocked face the whole time. Not long after, the Mini stopped in front of the only villa at the top of the hill. It looks pretty good. The first thing Cheng Fan observed was not the villa itself. Rather, it was the environment around the villa. Just like the image shown on the sand tray, the greenery and high and large courtyard, the key surroundings were also quiet. Cheng Fan liked quietness, the kind that was not disturbed when he was practicing. This place was the best choice for both the front and backyard. It was just that Zhao Xinran, who was next to him, was a bit confused. She suspected that she was dreaming. Zijing Mingyuan, a single luxury villa at the top of the hill? It was hard to buy this without $100 million, right? Cheng Fan, what the hell is he doing lately? Even if he took the money to speculate on stocks, it would be impossible to earn $100 million in such a short period of time, right? Not to mention, there was also the cost of going to kindergarten and all sorts of miscellaneous expenses. Not going in to take a look? Cheng Fan pulled out the key to the gate and reminded with a smile. Zhao Xinran then came to her senses, so she took the key and carefully came to the door. Soon, the door to the room opened. What met his eyes was actually the hall that had been luxuriously decorated. Whether it was soft or hard furnishings, everything that should be there was there. Even what ordinary people could not think of, there was also here. Happily, the decoration style was not of the gilded type. It was more on the ancient style. Even Zhao Xinran couldn't help but exclaim at the first glance, "It's so beautiful." The ancient style, in its light and chic, revealed a faint understatement. Cheng Fan thought that since he had already decorated, it would save him a lot of work. Then he looked at his wife and smiled. "As long as you like it. There's also Yun Yun and Nuan Nuan. We can live in any time. 5 whole years." Letting his wife and daughter live in the kind of house that was cold in the winter and hot in the summer, and would leak when it rained. It was the most intolerable thing for him, and at this moment, he could finally say goodbye to his 5-year renting career. According to the custom, housewarming naturally need to invite friends and relatives to the scene. Originally, Zhao Xinran thought of inviting her grandparents, Huo Qingxue, and her best girlfriends to be her guests. Unexpectedly, the rumor spreads. More and more people know that Cheng Fan's family is moving to a new home. On the way back, Cheng Fan saw a strange young figure at the entrance outside the neighborhood. Black clothes and black pants plus black shoes. Even the duck tongue cap on his head was black, staying until they brushed past each other. In the rearview mirror, Cheng Fan could clearly see the youth's gloomy gaze. Raising his hands, he made a sniper shot. After that, the image flashed and disappeared. 82. Assassination. The black-clothed youth stared at the departing Minnie and turned into the villa area. It didn't take long to appear in the single-family villa near the foot of the mountain. He took out the key and opened the door to his room, and the first thing he did inside was to pull the curtains all the way up, determining that no one was around. He opened the bedroom's secret door again. In a flash, dozens of hot weapons appeared in front of him, from pistols to machine guns, and from sniper rifles to rocket launchers. In short, the types that should be there were all here. The youth swept his eyes and finally took out the Barrett and caressed it. "Old friend, we're teaming up again." Driving on the road, Cheng Fan always frowned, pondering the black-clothed youth at the intersection. He had never seen the other party before, but that was clearly a sniping maneuver. Could it have been rewarded? Back home, Zhao Xinran started preparing lunch. On the contrary, Cheng Fan immediately pulled out his cell phone and scanned the bounty panel in the screen. Determining that there was no bounty for himself or his family, he became even more confused. At the end of lunch, Zhao Xinran wanted to go to the mall. After all, with a new home, the daily necessities basically had to be replaced. "Want me to accompany you?" Cheng Fan was just about to get up when he saw Zhao Xinran waving her hand. "These few days are already tiring. You'll rest more at home." I promised Qingxue that I would accompany her shopping, by the way. Only when Qingxue was mentioned did Cheng Fan feel relieved. Huo Qingxue was the Hua family's daughter, and she had 5 or 6 bodyguards to protect her when she went out. In addition, after the last accident, Master Hua made a readjustment. In the Hua family's bodyguards, there is no lack of individual half-assed martial artists. It's not a problem to deal with emergencies. The key was that he had also arranged for 2 assassins from the god-slaying temple to protect at all times. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "If there's a problem, feel free to call me." "Right, I'll pick up on Yunyun's side." 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Fan decided to make a trip to the god-killing temple to investigate the true identity of the black-clothed youth. On the contrary, Zhao Xinran and Huo Qingxue had already met at the main entrance of Wanda. The two agreed to go shopping and buy things. Huo Qinjin was purely to buy clothes. Zhao Xinran, on the other hand, had come over to see if there were any decorations that could add to her new home. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't excited. After all, for the first time, there's a home that belongs to you. Definitely would want to prepare more. "Sister Ran, let me know what your new home lacks. No need to care about money for me. Huo Qinjin doesn't make friends easily, but where friends are made, they are definitely the type that emphasize love and righteousness." As for money, it was just a number in her opinion. Zhao Xinran smiled and waved her hand. "No need, the new home is well decorated, and all the furniture that should be there is there. Then, if there's anything you need, just mention it," Huo Qinjin said as she took Zhao Xinran's arm and slowly walked into the mall. In contrast, behind them, the 5 suited bodyguards were less than 3 meters apart. They were looking around the entire time, deeply afraid that something would happen to the young lady. After shopping for a whole afternoon, the 2 beauties merely went to eat dessert. There was no way to do it, and never saw any favorite decorations. It was now 5 p.m. The 2 sisters were ready to leave. When they reached the door, Huo Qingxue wanted to send Zhao Xinran back first. It didn't matter to herself. She could go back whenever she wanted. In response, Zhao Xinran nodded her thanks. Going back at this point now, even the subway would be crowded. "I'm afraid, miss, be careful." Suddenly, a woman in a suit rushed out from the right side. Her eyes were quick and she directly pounced on Zhao Xinran. In the process, she was struck in the chest by a bullet that came from a high place, and blood flowed out. With the woman in the suit injured, the 3 bodyguards were the first to react, stepping forward to try to protect Zhao Xinran. Unexpectedly, all 3 bodyguards were shot in the head and fell in a pool of blood. With a commotion at the scene, the dark shadow in the room on the middle floor of the office building next door exploded, and then retrieved the sniper and left with a quick step. Is it you? Zhao Xinran had experienced too much these days, so it was much braver than before. She had already seen the face of the woman in the suit, and it was the short-haired beauty in the building outside the building. Hurry! Zhao Xinran immediately shouted towards Hu Qingshuet in the car. Quickly call 120. On the contrary, the woman in the suit turned pale. She stood up in a far-fetched manner and continued to protect Zhao Xinran behind her, until she was sure it was safe. Just as she heard a bang, she fell to the ground. 83. Reward and Punishment. Cheng Fan came to the Killing God Temple and described the appearance of the youth he saw today to the intelligence department. The one in charge of the intelligence department was a talkative glasses man. Unlike the reaction of other members when they saw Cheng Fan, he always liked to ask questions halfway through. However, it was because he knew the intelligence system like the back of his hand that no one dared to underestimate him. Boss, according to your narration, there's news? Cheng Fan immediately asked. The man with glasses nodded. The person you are talking about should be Zhang Chen, the second-ranked S-ranked assassin of the Killing God Palace. He is codenamed Sniping God due to the fact that he has no false strings in 100 shots. The bounty orders taken over by him have never failed. Zhang Chen, ranked second in S-class? Cheng Fan always felt as if he had heard this name somewhere, until he recalled what happened last night outside the building, and the yellow hair who was screaming in the box. It instantly dawned on him and lowered his voice. I didn't think it was actually him. No wonder yellow hair dared to be so rampant. It turned out that behind him, there was an S-ranked assassin brother, and the key ranking wasn't low. It could even be ranked before Ling Dancing Frost, although he didn't know what the ranking was based on. But being able to get this ranking, it was enough to prove that the strength was extraordinary. Boss, could it be that there is a grudge between you and Sniping God? The man with glasses suddenly asked. If so, then you have to be careful. Is there a problem? Cheng Fan raised his eyebrows staring at the glasses man. There's not much of a problem. It's just that this guy is more cautious. The man with glasses turned around and pressed the enter key, pointing to the information in the screen. Unscrupulous and vindictive. I heard that he hates it when people move his family, especially his brother. If moved, it will definitely be returned tenfold and 100-fold. Cheng Fan came closer and carefully examined the photo in the screen. Yes, it was indeed him. When looking at the other party's character as well as his cruel methods, Cheng Fan suddenly had no bottom inside. He immediately came to the corridor and was just about to call his wife. Just then, he heard the waiter at the bar counter, whispering, have you heard? Sniper God has struck again. Wanda main entrance. 3 dead and 1 seriously injured. Cheng Fan sniffed and immediately rushed over and asked, when was the news? The dead and the injured. Are there any details? The bartender was startled to see that it was the boss. Hastily and respectfully returned. I also just heard the news. The specific information has not been passed over. Cheng Fan remembered that his wife seemed to have said before she left the house, to accompany the Hua family's daughter to stroll around Wanda. After associating Zhang Chen's every move today, it's coming. The information has been sent. The bartender looked at the screen. Just as he wanted to read it, his face suddenly changed. He was slightly stunned, and then mumbled, the deceased are 3 bodyguards, and the seriously injured are blood roses. The moment these words came out, the killers present froze. There were a total of 3 female killers in the Temple of the Killing God. They were Ling Dancing Frost, who was ranked as the 3rd of the S-class killers and had quit. Nightingale, who was ranked at the end of the A-rank killers, was out on a mission. And Blood Rose, who was ranked in the middle of the C-rank killers. Ling Dancing Frost didn't need to be mentioned. Even if she was still in the killer organization, she never approached others easily. And Nightingale hardly ever showed up, occasionally appearing. It was also the case that she came back to hand over the mission and then quickly left after retaking the bounty. So only Blood Rose was treated as the only opposite sex. Plus, she had just joined the killer organization not long ago. Now that something suddenly happened, it would naturally make the surrounding killers more attentive. Nothing? Cheng Fan's only concern now was his wife, Zhao Xinran. Only after determining that there were no more other victims at the scene did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, his eyes became unusually sharp. At this time, the door to the Desperate Lounge suddenly opened. However, the first one to come out was not desperate. It was Wang Haicheng, the young man who had helped Cheng Fan yesterday at the outside building. He had also just joined the assassin organization not long ago, because he likes to study the hidden weapons of the ancient times of Yinxia. He was spotted by Jedi and accepted as his disciple. Boss, Wang Haicheng bowed respectfully after seeing Cheng Fan. On the contrary, Jedi followed him out and nodded towards Cheng Fan. In fact, with his character, there was no way he would ever condescend to others. But Cheng Fan had saved his life, and that pure use of concealed weapons also made him unconvinced. Cheng Fan seemed to have thought of something. Coming to Wang Haicheng, he said, You performed well last night. It was a great honor for Wang Haicheng to be praised by his boss. He was flattered and replied, if boss has another mission in the future, you can give it to me at any time. Cheng Fan sniffed and pulled out something from his pocket and handed it over. This is as a reward for your successful completion of the mission. Ah, I still have a reward? Wang Haicheng was a bit surprised. At this moment, in Cheng Fan's hand, he was clearly holding the willow leaf blade that beheaded the bald foreigner. It was collected before leaving last time. After it had gone through the double baptism of spiritual qi and killing qi, it became indestructible. As long as it was utilized properly, one could even be an ordinary killer and obliterate a mid-grade human martial art. However, the first one to receive the willow leaf blade was Jedi. He could feel that this willow leaf blade had completely changed. From being an ordinary concealed weapon before, it had turned into a super killer. Why don't you thank the boss? Desperado was genuinely happy for Wang Haicheng. The latter was very smart and was busy saying excitedly, thank you boss for the promotion. Carrying on doesn't count. Keep up the good work in the future. After that Cheng Fan smiled meaningfully and said, I'm a person who distinguishes between reward and punishment. Those who are meritorious will be rewarded. Those who betray, there is a road to death. As he spoke, killing intent instantly enveloped the entire Killing God Hall. The killers present envied Wang Haicheng. In the face of the killing intent, only awe remained within. 84. Homosexuality. The next 2 days, Cheng Fan had been investigating Sniper God's movements through the Temple of the God of Killers. The other party was worthy of being a former assassin organization with the second highest S-class ranking. In terms of hiding their tracks, it was nearly perfect. Since it was the weekend, Cheng Fan had been staying by his wife and daughter's side. He couldn't be sure when Sniper God would make another move. As for the Blood Rose side, it had also been visited. By the way, through his aura, he quietly helped to recover the wound. The bullet, just less than 1 centimeter away from the heart. Just as Cheng Fan had said earlier in the Killing God Temple, he would definitely give rewards to those who were meritorious. And the reward that Blood Rose received definitely exceeded Wang Haicheng's lancet. The weekend ended quickly. Until the third day, Sniper God still hadn't made any movements. With no choice, Cheng Fan could only ask for a vacation from the kindergarten side. However, he would never sit around and wait for death. Deciding to bring his wife and daughter, he moved precisely to his new residence. It was less than 9 o'clock in the morning. In front of the villa, there were already guests. The first to arrive were Yi Lao and his granddaughter Yi Rushuan. See the Bentley Continental, slowly parked in the mid-levels. Originally, Yi Rushuan did not want to come. She suspected that the money for this villa was deducted from that 4.7 billion. Grandpa, why do we still need to flatter that kind of person? Making 5 billion in 7 days. Go dream of his spring and fall. Yi Rushuan uttered a complaint. Yi Longyang, on the other hand, immediately reminded, Xianer, in the future, this kind of talk can't be repeated. Anyway, there's no one here. What are you afraid of? As soon as Yi Rushuan's words fell, she saw a beautiful figure slowly appear in the backyard of the villa. Who said there's no one? The visitor is none other than Hua Qianjin. Because Elder Hua is still recuperating, let her daughter drop by to congratulate him on his behalf. What she disliked the most was the kind of guy who liked to gossip behind his back, especially gossiping about their friends behind their backs. As the saying goes, the same sex repels each other. Yi Rushuan frowned slightly and said unhappily, don't you think that eavesdropping on other people's conversations is very impolite behavior? Eavesdropping? Hua Qingxue lets out a light laugh. What kind of status does this young lady have that she needs to eavesdrop on you guys? This young lady? Yi Rushuan felt disdain for this. Just how dare you call yourself this miss in front of me? The words just fell. Halfway up the mountainside slowly stopped a black Cullinan. Immediately after, a thug in a suit with a scar on his face walked out of the car. The scar extended from his eyebrows down to the corner of his mouth, making people feel shocked just by looking at it. The suited thug quickly arrived on the hill and respectfully bowed towards Hua Qingxue. Miss, your car is parked. Hua Qingxue then waved her hand. All right, you can go. Yes, miss. The suited thug sniffed and prepared to leave. Only when he turned around he viciously glared at Yi Rushuan. That look scared Yi Rushuan, and Yi Longyang couldn't help but shiver. That car, is it yours? Seeing that the grandparents and grandchildren in front of her were both frightened, Hua Qingxue then said, but it's just a broken Continental. I have enough cars to buy 7 or 8 of you. A Bentley Continental, even if it was cheaper, would still cost $3 to $4 million. But Hua Qingxue wasn't wrong. His Cullinan was modified, and the modified parts were enough to buy 3 more of the same model. Yi Rushuan smelled angry, half dead. Not just a broken car. Who cares? But in the way of the fierce scarred man, and grandfather's reminder, only have to put this breath, swallowed in the stomach. In this regard, Hua Qingxue corner of the mouth slightly raised. That is a smug. Just at this moment, halfway up the mountainside, Another luxury car of great value attracted everyone's attention. It was a Mercedes-Benz S600, an out-of-print model. Immediately after, a serious-looking middle-aged man walked out of the car. He first nervously swept his eyes around, until his eyes met with Yi Longyang and the others. He couldn't help but dryly cough twice. There was also a young beauty around 20 in the car. "Dad, would it be too bad for me to come here without even saying hello?" The young beauty was none other than Ling Dancing Frost. On the contrary, the serious middle-aged man was the head of the Ling family. He saw Father Ling explain, "Invitation or not, we have to come to congratulate Senior Chang on his housewarming." Saying that, he took out another slender object wrapped in white cloth from the car. "I hope that Senior Chang will be satisfied with the congratulatory gift I prepared for him." 85. The woman in the wheelchair. There were quite a few on the martial sect side who knew the news. In addition to the Ling family, the Bai family and the Ma family all felt it one after another. They are also familiar with each other, so like a layer of unseen and unnoticeable aura. With the others, they seemed out of place. The content of the three families' chat naturally could not be separated from Chung Fan and the martial sect. On the contrary, Yi Longyang's face was shocked after listening. Legendary martial artists. It was actually possible to see so many of them here at once. There was also Yi Rushuan and Huo Qingxue, their eyes filled with astonishment. However, there was actually another person in the martial sect who knew about Cheng Fan's move, but he didn't come. That person was none other than the association's vice president Yuan. After the last farewell, he was so angry that he almost suffocated. How could he really flatter Cheng Fan? Instead, he secretly sent a Xian king to find a way to obliterate him. It wasn't until the Zhao family arrived that they were completely confused when they looked at one of the extraordinary airy existences in the courtyard. "Mom, that isn't the head of the Yi family, Yi Longyang? And the Hua family's daughter actually came as well. Isn't that the Qian family lord? Why is he here as well?" Just as Zhao Guofu was looking at the arriving guests in surprise, but a phantom drove down the mountain. He remembered the 5-2 license plate. It was the exclusive car of the lord of the Qian family, Qian Long. If he remembered correctly, the Qian family and the Hua family had been world enemies before. Old Mrs. Zhao sees this and feels equally strange. But more than that, she was shocked at the guests here, and all the luxury cars halfway up the mountain, ranging from $1 million to $10 million in value. It was simply a luxury car feast. The key to this was that the total price of these luxury cars even exceeded the total assets of the Zhao family. Thinking about it now, the two old men only felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they reacted in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that they could only watch with bated breath. Finally, Cheng Fan drove his wife and daughter to the villa area of Zijingming Yuan. Just as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he had already realized that something was not quite right. Several martial artist auras were hovering at the top of the hill. Could it be an enemy coming to the door? However, when he saw the countless luxury cars halfway up the hill, he felt that it didn't quite look like it. On the contrary, Zhao Xinran was first shocked, then pointed at Cullinan and said, "Qingxue seems to have arrived. There's also Xiaoran and the two old men." Lu Xiaoran, as the best friend who took care of Zhao Xinran the most during college. Naturally, she would be invited over as a guest. Originally, Lu Xiaoran wanted to politely decline. It was because she gradually realized that she was no longer a kindred spirit between herself and Xinran. But in the end, she decided to come over to say congratulations, but realized that her Volkswagen CC and the luxury cars here seemed out of place. Even coming to the courtyard, it was hard to fit into this environment. Fortunately, Zhao Xinran was the first to spot her and went forward to diffuse the awkwardness. With the sound of congratulations from the crowd, Cheng Fan opened the door of the villa and invited everyone in as guests. At the same time, opposite the villa area of the Purple Gold Villa, that is, the rooftop of the top floor of the Tianhong commercial building, there was a lean youth in a black hoodie lying on his back. He had long been waiting for an opportunity here for a long time. Last time in Wanda, he tried the taste of failure for the first time, so he swore that this assassination, only success, no failure. With the appearance of Cheng Fan in the sights, Zhang Chen's finger was already on the trigger, ready to strike. However, he was soon surprised to find out, halfway up the mountainside of the villa, a long-haired woman in a wheelchair was slowly appearing. The woman had been paralyzed and could only walk through the wheelchair. And in the sights, the woman's eyes look extraordinarily cold. It actually made Zhang Chen feel shivering. 86. Sympathy. At this time in the villa's hall, the people could be described as lively. No one expected that an unholy figure would appear in the courtyard. Her hair was messy, her face was yellow and she was wearing a hospital gown. The woman's expression looked a little weird, especially when she looked at the villa hall with her head half lowered. Her mouth also let out creepy laughter from time to time. What a beautiful new home. It should have cost a lot of money, right? The woman's voice was cold. Just as she opened her mouth, the cacophony of the scene disappeared without a trace. Almost everyone turned and looked towards the woman in the wheelchair. There were doubts, dissatisfaction, and of course, shock. Zhao Guofu incredulously exclaimed, "Xiao Ting, how did you come?" The woman sitting on the wheelchair was none other than Zhao Yuting, who had fallen down the stairs in the first place. As Chung Fan thought, even if she woke up, she was afraid that she would be paralyzed. Actually, Zhao Yuting woke up 4 days ago. It was just hard to accept the news of her mother and child's death after waking up. Me? Zhao Yuting gradually hooked up the corners of her mouth. Of course I'm here to congratulate my sister and brother-in-law and move into a new home. This was normal if it came from any other person, but coming from Zhao Yuting's mouth, it would inevitably make the Zhao family feel very uncomfortable. Who didn't know that Wang Lan and Chen Chen's deaths were more or less related to Cheng Fan? It was only in the way of Cheng Fan's current position. The Zhao family had to bow down. Now that the relationship had hardly eased, the old lady would not let Zhao Yuting come and destroy it easily, so she went forward and smiled. "Yuting, don't run around if your injuries aren't healed yet." Saying that, she also signaled Zhao Guofu to send him back to the hospital. However, Zhao Yuting shook her head. "Grandma, my sister and brother-in-law moving to a new home is a happy event. I can't come and bless them?" If it was truly a blessing, it would be fine, but the crowd had already noticed that the woman sitting in the wheelchair was very out of place. "Nonsense!" The old master immediately chimed in from the sidelines. He gave Zhao Guofu a look, signaling the other party to hurry up and send the person back. On the contrary, Zhao Xinran, who was next to Cheng Fan, hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't we just stay?" The current Zhao Yuting caused her to feel a trace of pity. It should be nothing even if they were to be left behind, right? She turned to look at Cheng Fan. Only after seeing the other party nod, did she gradually feel relieved. It was Hu Qianjin who asked in a low voice from the side, "Sister Xinran, who is she?" When Zhao Xinran finished explaining Zhao Yuting's identity, Hu Qianjin couldn't help but frown. "This kind of woman is something I would have whisked away long ago. When she says this, it's actually considered good. The normal way to handle the situation. It should be that just after tonight, the other party disappeared without a trace." "You're sympathizing with me?" In Zhao Yuting's eyes, a flash of hostility suddenly flashed through. She stared deathly at Zhao Xinran and said in a deep voice, "Word for word, what qualifications do you have to sympathize with me? You're just a cheap bastard that no one wants." Zhao Yuting's voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the hall. The Zhao family members were startled and wanted to stop it. They heard Zhao Yuting then roar, "Hurry up and give me your daughter's heart. Chen Chen is still waiting for me." When these words came out, the Zhao family looked at each other in disbelief. Chen Chen had died a long time ago, and Zhao Yuting's words and behavior seemed too frightening. "Mom, we said that the family of 4 was going to travel. We're going to take Chen Chen and travel around the world. Dad, where's Tatsu? Where's my mom?" Zhao Yuting suddenly raised her head and stared at Zhao Guofu with grim eyes. The latter shivered, not knowing how to explain. It was obvious that in everyone's eyes Zhao Yuting had become insane. From time to time, she had memories, and from time to time, she didn't. Moving to a new home and having such a person appear would always make people feel more bad luck. The old lady was as desperate as ever. Directly towards Zhao Guofu, she said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Send your daughter back." Okay, I'll go. Now, Zhao Guofu wanted to push the wheelchair. Zhao Xinran, who was standing behind him, couldn't watch. Perhaps remembering the kinship, came to Zhao Yuting, gently touched the other party's legs that had long been unconscious. The image of Yun Yun was taken away, vivid in my mind. That was the darkest and most helpless moment in her life, but all that was behind her. Now she has a husband who loves her and knows how to work hard to get ahead. She has a well-behaved daughter who doesn't need to be distressed every day. She also has Nuan Nuan, a little cutie, by her side. Now, the family of 4 has also moved into this luxurious villa from the low-cost housing at the beginning. What else can't be satisfied? And then look at the cousin in front of her. The family has long been broken. Sister, what was once let it pass. You need to heal well and strive to be able to leave the hospital soon. Zhao Xinran squatted down to comfort. She wanted to untie the other party's heart. As for Zhao Guofu and the old lady and other members of the Zhao family, they were quite relieved. After all, Zhao Yuting, who treated her so well in the past. In the past? Zhao Yuting heatedly smiled thoughtfully. Yes, it's all in the past. That's right, we can Zhao Xinran thought that her cousin had figured it out. Just halfway through her words, Zhao Yuting suddenly pulled out a scalpel from under her butt. It violently stabbed forward. 87. Sorrow. The direction the scalpel stabbed was exactly Zhao Xinran's eyes. She was regretful, but what she regretted was why she hadn't dug out Yunyun's heart earlier. That way Cinnabar would have gotten a new life sooner. At the same time, she was filled with hatred. Even if she died, she would still pull Zhao Xinran as a cushion, because it was so sudden. The Zhao family members next to them didn't have time to react. Only by Ling Dao and the other martial artists standing not far away had their complexion changed slightly. They subconsciously prepared to strike, although the distance was still several meters away. But as long as they sped up, it shouldn't be difficult to stop this tragedy. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to move, Cheng Fan had already appeared beside his wife. He grabbed Zhao Yuding's wrist, and then staring at the sharp scalpel, he said in a deep voice, "If you want to die, I'll give you the chance." He had thought that after the last time, the woman in front of him would be able to subside for a while. He was wrong. Wicked women always only have a wicked heart. Take your dirty hands away. Seeing that her plan didn't work, Zhao Yuding yelled hysterically at Cheng Fan. Even though the looks were beautiful, those twisted and hideous features didn't make people the least bit interested. Even by Ling Dao, the head of the white family of the martial sect, couldn't help but say in a cold voice, "This girl child, too poisonous. You guys give Chen Chen back to me. Give it back to me." Zhao Yuding fought to twist her body, trying to pull her hand back. Nay, with her strength, how could she be as strong as Process Fan? "Your son is dead, and your mom is also dead," Cheng Fan said in a deep voice word by word. "You can see them. I'll send you down." When these words came out, the Zhao family members couldn't help but shiver. They didn't doubt for a second that Cheng Fan would make a move to kill someone. Even Zhao Guofu was trembling in fear and didn't dare to fart. Good. Zhao Yuding didn't have the slightest fear. When she came, she was already as if her heart was dead. It didn't even occur to her that she could still leave alive. If she didn't manage to take a cushion with her before she died, it was enough to disgust Cheng Fan's family. "Just kill me. I want to go see Chen Chen quickly." As Zhao Yuding's words fell, the killing intent within Cheng Fan's body was instantly in full swing. He reached his left hand into his bosom as there was a sharp dagger in it. With one strike, Zhao Yuding would die on the spot. "Cheng Fan, don't!" Zhao Yuding finally came to her senses. She immediately shouted, not wanting her husband to make a move to kill someone. One had to know that killing someone was against the law. Not to mention that Yun Yun and Wan Wan were still here. Never allow her husband to do something stupid. Cheng Fan's eyes, however, were red. It was evident that he could no longer tolerate it. Zhao Yuding had touched his bottom line time and time again, pushing herself into the abyss over and over again. Enough! Suddenly, another figure appeared in front of the villa door. The crowd turned their heads and saw Chang Wenbing slowly walk into the hall on his crutches. Compared to the last time they met at the Zhao family, Chang Wenbing had become even more haggard. With a face full of broken scruff, he came to his wife with difficulty. "Ting Ting, have you made enough of a scene or not?" He looked at Zhao Yuding, his wife, with heartache. What was once a home had been shattered. It wasn't like he hadn't done anything to take revenge. It was also after that time that he realized that he and Cheng Fan were not the same kind of people at all. He was tired and didn't want to be haunted by hatred every day. "Although Cheng Fan is gone, you still have me. I love you no matter what you become. But I really don't want to see you become like this." After Chang Wenbing finished speaking, he threw away his crutches and knelt in front of Cheng Fan. He kowtowed heavily. Dang, dang, thud. The sound was heavy, one after another without stopping, until he was bruised. Then his head was broken and bleeding. Only then did he finally speak. "Cheng Fan, I beg you to spare Ting Ting this time. If you can't swallow this, you can take my life anytime." Chang Wenbing raised his head and looked at Cheng Fan with a firm gaze. He was the same as Zhao Yuting since he came over. He never thought of going back alive again. Chang Wenbing, get lost. Zhao Yuting only had anger in her eyes. In her opinion, if her husband wasn't so wasted, how could Chen Chen have gotten into a car accident? In the end, it was still marrying a loser. Chang Wenbing ignored this and continued to kowtow towards Cheng Fan. "Cheng Fan, how about letting it go?" Zhao Xinran advised from the side. She had never thought about it. If she hadn't forgiven the other party over and over again, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. But since Cheng Fan listened to his wife, he nodded and said, "If you say forget it, then we'll forget it. Thank you, thank you." Chang Wenbing was so excited that tears came to his eyes. All he wanted now was to accompany his wife and find an unfamiliar environment to start over. "You guys can rest assured. From now on, we will never set foot in Suhang half a step again." Chang Wenbing picked up his crutches and got up to push his wheelchair with one hand and said. In response, a trace of sadness surfaced in Cheng Fan's eyes, putting his heart in the right place. If it were him, there would never be any more involvement with an outlaw woman like Zhao Yuting. So in this regard, he admired the other party from the bottom of his heart. Halfway up the mountainside, Zhao Yuting was still insulting Chang Wenbing non-stop, calling him a waste, calling him a wimp, calling him useless, but none of these were important. What mattered was that Chang Wenbing only wanted to spend his life with her. Just giggling, he returned, "If scolding me can make you comfortable, you can scold me however you want." Helplessly, Zhao Yuting glared at her husband without any good reason. "I am too lazy to scold you," As soon as the words fell, Chang Wenbing collapsed straight down in her gaze. Zhao Yuding's pupils shrunk. Just as she wanted to speak, she was penetrated by another bullet through her temple. The rooftop of the Tianhong commercial building. Zhang Chen's gaze was icy cold as he said with a sullen face, "What a pair of dogs, delaying old me for such a long time." 88. Executing orders. Zhao Yuting and Chang Wenbing fell down due to inertia and landed in the woods, so it was really hard for the bodies to be discovered. On the contrary, in the villa, Cheng Fan and Bai Lingdao and other martial artists immediately frowned. There was also Ling Dancing Frost, who was particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. She frowned slightly and came to Cheng Fan's side and smiled. "Sister-in-law, can I borrow my brother for a few words alone?" Ling Wushan's voice, "Sister-in-law," shouted Zhao Xinran, who was caught off guard, completely unaware that Cheng Fan had a sister in Su Hang. On the contrary, Cheng Fan couldn't help but explain. "Colleague relationship. Wow, then you guys chat first." What happened just now was all seen by Yun Yun and Nuan Nuan. That's why Zhao Xinran wanted to go over and pacify them first. Seeing her sister-in-law leave, Ling Wushang suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Did you notice that there was a bloody odor floating by just now?" Cheng Fan sniffed and raised his head to direct his gaze at the top floor of the Tianhong commercial building. At the same time, Zheng Chen was startled in his heart. He violently dodged to the side and said sheepishly, "What am I afraid of? At this distance, even with binoculars, you may not be able to see clearly." In the lens of the scope, he realized that he seemed to have locked eyes with Cheng Fan. He also saw the corner of the other party's mouth, a slightly upturned smile. That smile made him think carefully, but when he thought about it, he felt that it was purely coincidental, so he aimed at the villa again, but was shocked to find Cheng Fan's figure had long disappeared. He quickly shifted his eyes and searched all around, but in the camera, Cheng Fan was never seen. Could it be, went into the house? Zhang Chen thought that there was only one possibility for Cheng Fan to disappear, leaving the hall and entering another room. From the time he left aiming to re-aiming, it was only 5 seconds. May I ask what can be done in 5 seconds? Or did he really see me just now? The more Zhang Chen thought about it, the more wrong he felt. He wouldn't choose to hang himself on the same tree, and decisively got up and prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, he saw 3 figures standing behind him unknowingly. "It's you guys?" After a short period of surprise, Zhang Chen said in a skeptical voice. The ones standing in front of him at this moment were Jedi, Wang Haicheng, and the horse-faced man. They had long received Cheng Fan's order to come here and stand by. "What are you doing here with me if you don't go and make a few more orders?" Zhang Chen's gaze was grim as he stared at desperate order. Only desperate life could get into his eyes. As for Wang Haicheng and the horse-faced man, 1C grade and 1D grade, purely indiscriminate. "I'm on a mission." "On a mission?" Zhang Chen stared at Jedi suspiciously. He hadn't been back to the assassin organization recently, so he had no idea about the big events happening in the organization. Could it be that I'm being offered a bounty? This was the only possibility that Zhang Chen thought of, but the eyes that looked at Jedi were filled with contempt. "You're fourth and I'm second. You actually have the courage to take my bounty?" "I was merely carrying out an order." As soon as the words fell, he saw Jedi suddenly pull out the willow leaf blade from his pocket. On the contrary, Zhang Chen sneered and pulled out a pistol from his arms. The speed at which he pulled out the gun and the speed at which he pulled the trigger was significantly faster. It was only with a gunshot. The bullet did not hit Desperate. Instead, his own right leg, the knee, was penetrated by the lancet on the spot. Zhang Chen's complexion suddenly changed, staring incredulously at the bullet that had been split in half on the ground. From memory, the guy in front of him could never have this ability. Could it be that the concealed weapon moved? At the same time, Cheng Fan's figure slowly appeared from the entrance door, and whenever Cheng Fan took a step forward, Zhang Chen's heart would follow and tremble once. It was as if it was being pressurized by an invisible energy, so much so that even his breathing began to become short. 89. Never stopping the danger. If the appearance of desperate life surprised Zhang Chen, then Cheng Fan's appearance was panic. Although the rooftop of the Tianhong commercial building and the hilltop villa were only 800 meters away in a straight line, but there were too many winding roads in the middle, so it's impossible for someone to reach here from the peak villa in 5 minutes. But Cheng Fan did it, standing right in front of him. There was also the most terrifying killing aura he had ever seen in his life that was shrouded around him. Even Jedi was involuntarily sweating coldly. Finally, Cheng Fan arrived in front of Zhang Chen. The latter, however, was already so deflated that he might pass out at any time. "Yesterday at the entrance of the villa, your actions are still fresh in my mind. And that attack at Wanda, was it you too?" Cheng Fan's voice sounded less angry. It was like the feeling of a first conversation between two strangers. However, it was this feeling. It caused Zhang Chen's heart to be consumed by fear. Wanting to escape, his body couldn't move at all. Even the strength to pull the trigger was not there. "You're from a killer organization too?" he finally realized that Cheng Fan's identity was not simple. Just without waiting for Cheng Fan to speak, the horse-faced man explained from the sidelines, "The killer organization has long ceased to exist." "What do you mean?" Zhang Chen couldn't understand and turned to the horse-faced man. What did it mean that the killer organization no longer existed? Just last week, he had even gone back and taken on a bounty mission. The Yanxia Assassin Organization has officially changed its name to the Killing God Palace. As for the head of the Killing God Palace, it's my boss, that is, the one standing in front of you. Hearing the horse-faced man's explanation, Zhang Chen only felt a loud buzz in his head. The entire person had also fallen into a state of shock. The killer organization was gone? Renamed the Killing God Temple? The leader was actually the person who killed his brother? This was too much information for him to digest. However, Process Fan instead laughed meaningfully. "Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. It was you who killed for me the two people I wanted to kill, but couldn't. You already knew that I ambushed here?" Zhang Chen's mind completely collapsed. If that was the case, it meant that he had been played from start to finish. "Otherwise, I actually didn't think that you would actually kill them," Cheng Fan said expressionlessly, "but I do have to thank you for eliminating future troubles for me forever." Zhao Yuting, would she really stop there? Even if it would, with Cheng Fan's character in his previous life, there was no way he would leave any scourge for himself. Otherwise, why would he have become the immortal world's god of killing? Being counted. From the very beginning, he had jumped into the other party's trap. Looking at Cheng Fan in front of him, he also looked at Jedi and the others. Zhang Chen's gaze gradually dimmed. How could he have never imagined his own brother would actually mess with such a terrifying monster? Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, Zhang Chen spoke, "As long as you are willing to give me a chance, I am willing to be used by the Killing God Palace from now on. If you kill me, the Killing God Palace's ranking in the world's assassin organizations will fall even more." This was the truth. Being able to make a sniper god like Zhang Chen, who was ranked second in the S-class rankings, officially join, it was definitely like adding wings to the god-killing temple. Cheng Fan sniffed and nodded thoughtfully. "You agree?" Zhang Chen's face was delighted. Unexpectedly, in the moment Cheng Fan turned around, the aorta of Zhang Chen's neck was cut out in blood by the sudden diamond-shaped dart. Blood gushed out. Cheng Fan, on the other hand, shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Without you, the Killing God Palace can still top the world." After resolving Zhang Chen, Cheng Fan signaled Jedi and the others to deal with the scene. Instead, he left the rooftop and prepared to take the elevator down. Not long after, the elevator door opened. Just as he entered with his front foot, he saw a middle-aged man with broken hair clad in a cloak on his back foot. It appeared in the other elevator that opened. 90. Infatuation Seed. When Cheng Fan entered the elevator, there was a flash of a martial artist's aura. He frowned and thought it was an illusion and didn't pay much attention to it. As for the cloaked man who came out of the other elevator, his knuckles clicked. Desperate, Wang Haicheng and the horse-faced man were handling Zhang Chen's body. As professional killers, each of them carries dissolving water. With just a few drops, they could dissolve the corpse into a puddle of water. The horse-faced man opened the cap of the bottle on Zhang Chen's corpse and gently dripped 2 drops and said, "Dissolve it quickly so that I can hurry to see what the boss's new home is really like." The 3 of them had been here on standby since 8 o'clock in the morning. Until now there was no chance to go forward to be a guest. Wang Haicheng sniffed and solemnly replied back, "Boss trusted us to give us the mission. That's why we have to make sure that nothing goes wrong and we can't give the boss any trouble." The horse-faced man was successfully amused. He had always felt that he had reached the point of excellence when it came to kissing ass. He didn't expect to meet his match this time. All cut the crap and grab the time to deal with it. Jedi suddenly lowered his voice. He was the highest-ranked assassin among the 3. In terms of experience in this area, he was definitely much higher than the remaining 2. However, after saying that, he suddenly turned around and alertly looked towards the exit. As an S-class assassin, the ability to sense danger was very accurate. He vaguely sensed that there seemed to be someone who was slowly walking towards the side. Could it be the chief? As the footsteps became clearer and clearer, Wang Haicheng and the horse-faced man also turned around one after another. At the same time, from their arms, they pulled out their pistols and aimed at the gate. If the one who came out was not Cheng Fan, perhaps he would have directly pulled the trigger. Then he saw a middle-aged man with broken hair wearing a cloak, unhurriedly stepping over the threshold to the rooftop, facing 2 black hole gun muzzles. The middle-aged man had no fear, instead grinning, this way of greeting, quite special. "Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to the rooftop?" Desperate stared at the middle-aged with a grave expression. Intuition told him that the other party was not easy to deal with. The broken-haired middle-aged man did not explain, but instead asked back towards the Jedi, "You are Cheng Fan?" At the mention of Cheng Fan, the willow leaf blade hidden in Desperate Life's hand shot out explosively. Coming here to look for the chief. The motives were definitely impure. Seeing that the willow leaf blade was about to stab the middle-aged man's chest, it was actually easily caught by the latter with 2 fingers, although it was successfully caught, but the middle-aged man's heart, but more or less some surprise. This was because the willow leaf blade had been improved by the hands of Process Fan. It was definitely different from ordinary concealed weapons. Somewhat interesting. The broken-haired middle-aged man held the willow leaf blade and played with it for a moment. In the end, he actually stuffed it into his arms and said, "This concealed weapon is good. I like it. So it's mine." "By what right?" Wang Haicheng suddenly roared. That was the reward Cheng Fan had given him. It would never be easily given away to someone else. Infuriated, he pulled the trigger and fired 4 consecutive shots at the middle-aged man. Bang 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 bang. The 4 bullets were aimed at both arms and both knees. The aim was to block the action. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged easily dodged all 4 bullets, and a flash pounced on Wang Haicheng. Immediately afterward, Wang Haicheng was kicked off. The horse-faced man was shocked and tried to go forward to help. Before he could run a few steps, he was punched down by the middle-aged man who also dodged to the front. In 2 moves, Wang Haicheng and the horse-faced man were all unconscious. "You're all that's left." The broken-haired middle-aged man looked at Jedi with interest. "Of the 3 losers, you're the only one with slightly better strength. But compared to us martial artists, you are still like an ant." At the mention of martial artists, the corner of Jedi's eyes involuntarily twitched. He had actually guessed that the other party might be a martial artist. Now it was also confirmed. "If you are willing to tell me where Cheng Fan is, I might consider letting you off the hook," the middle-aged man said calmly. "On the contrary," Desperate's gaze chilled, "even if you kill me, you'll never want to get information from me." Not to mention the fact that Desperate life had been favored by Process Fan. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't allow himself to betray the chief. But the middle-aged man didn't get angry after hearing this and instead nodded in recognition. He was still more appreciative of people who were sentimental and righteous. Unfortunately, the other party was on the wrong side. Cheng Fan did not go home directly. He came to the woods at the foot of the mountain and felt his way forward through the scent of blood. Eventually, he found the 2 corpses that had fallen down the cliff. And Zhao Yuding and Chang Wenbing were lying in front of Cheng Fan at this moment. In order not to affect the environment and prevent the corpse odor from spreading around, directly raising his hand, he summoned a spiritual fire to cremate the 2 corpses on the spot. In a few seconds, the 2 corpses completely disappeared. Just as Cheng Fan was about to leave, the corner of his eye swept a strange seed. It was purple-red in color and diamond-shaped. The inside of the seed seemed to faintly emit a faint spiritual chi. When Cheng Fan bent down to pick it up, he observed it for a while. Suddenly, he was surprised. Could this be the legendary infatuation seed? In the immortal realm, there were always rumors about the infatuation seed. When an infatuated person fell and was burned by the flames, there was a 1 in 10,000 probability that the infatuation seed would coalesce. The 1 in 10,000 probability wasn't difficult. What was difficult was the infatuated person. Even among the 10 million people, it is difficult to find one person. An infatuation seed may be half a year results, may be a year results, maybe 10 years are not necessarily results, but if once the result, must be the world rare immortal medicine. 91. Returning the gift. Cheng Fan thoughtfully surveyed the infatuation seed. In the past, he had searched for a whole 1,000 years in the immortal world without ever obtaining this kind of thing. He had never thought that he would finally get it on Earth, and it had coalesced from his enemy's body. He didn't know whether this was good karma or bad karma. Anyway, in Cheng Fan's eyes, this was definitely a treasure. As long as you can successfully produce the elixir, a small mouthful is 1,000 years of life. In terms of cultivation, it can also increase the efficiency by several times. Back to the villa, he saw Ling Dancing Frost immediately come close and asked in a low voice, "What exactly is the situation outside?" She had always been able to smell outside the villa. There was a very heavy odor of blood, but just a moment ago, the bloody odor suddenly disappeared into thin air. What should be resolved, is resolved. Cheng Fan did not intend to explain positively. In his opinion, the other party no longer belonged to the god-killing temple. On the contrary, Ling Dancing Frost was quite discerning and did not ask more questions. Right at this moment, Father Ling slowly held a slender object wrapped in white cloth and walked towards the side. He arched his hand and smiled. "Senior Chang, this is a small congratulatory gift prepared by my Ling family. I still hope you can accept it." Congratulatory gift? In fact, none of the martial sect members present were invited by him on his own initiative. All of them came uninvited and didn't treat themselves as outsiders at all. Especially the pair of grandparents and grandsons from the Bai clan, who had even approached Zhao Xinran for a chat halfway through. Of course, the chat was all about parents. Looking at the congratulatory gift presented by the Ling family's master, Cheng Fan couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" At the same time, both Bai Ling Dao and elder family Lord Ma were looking this way. They had felt a few curiosities about the item in the Ling family lord's hand from the very beginning. Senior Chang will know once he unwraps it. Facing the invitation from the Ling family lord, Cheng Fan then casually unwrapped it. In an instant, a sharp sword with an azure blue color appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Good sword. Bai Ling Dao was the first to speak. After seeing it, the Ma family master was also shocked by it. A cold aura was floating on the surface of this azure blue sword that was visible to the naked eye. There was also the hilt of the sword, which was entwined by a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon. As Bai Ling Dao said, this was indeed a top-quality sword. If it was not gifted to Cheng Fan as a congratulatory gift, he, the head of the martial sex superfamily, would have been born with a covetous desire. Father, this is not. When Ling Dancing Frost saw this sword, a trace of disbelief flashed in her beautiful eyes. This was the Ling family's clan-supporting sword, the Night Swimming Dragon. It was passed down from her great-grandfather and had been hanging in the ancestral hall in the backyard. I didn't expect that it would actually be used as a gift by her father and presented to Cheng Fan. Ling's father laughed. A small token of respect. I hope that Senior Chang will accept it. The Ling family's head had always lived a careful life, taking advantage of both left and right, deeply afraid that he would push the Ling family into the abyss. But that didn't mean he was petty. On the contrary, in order to be able to obtain Cheng Fan's forgiveness, he could spend any amount of money and material resources. With the appearance of the night-traveling dragon, even Yi Lao and the others had rushed over. Even if they didn't understand, they should know that this sword was definitely not a mortal object, so the crowd praised it in various ways. One by one, hearing the Ling family master, he was very pleased. Cheng Fan, however, stared at the night swimming dragon thoughtfully. The body of the sword was covered in cold air, and the blade was sharp enough to cut iron like mud. Although it didn't have the slightest aura to speak of, it was still considered a good sword. Perhaps it was possible to evolve this sword into a spirit sword through an acquired transformation. I wonder if Senior Chang, seeing Cheng Fan's delay in speaking, the Ling family master began to be apprehensive. He was worried that there was something wrong with the gift he had given. As for the Bai family lord and Ma family lord beside him, they all held their breath and did not speak. After a moment, Cheng Fan directly accepted the sword. This, take it as a return gift, Cheng Fan said as he pulled out a pebble from his pocket. Taking a stone as a return gift? Most of the people present couldn't understand what kind of operation this was, especially Yi Rushuan, who couldn't help but laugh. He really thinks that taking a random broken stone can be taken as a treasure? She hadn't forgotten about the last bet. To be precise, it hadn't even occurred to her that Cheng Fan could earn 5 billion in 7 days. Including Yi Lao felt a little embarrassed when he saw it. Even if it was a return gift, giving a stone was indeed a bit unreasonable. Unexpectedly, the pebble had just entered the hand not long ago. The Ling family head then shuddered slightly, and surprise gradually appeared on his face. Many, thanks to Senior Chang, willing to gift such a valuable treasure to the Ling family. 92. The pattern should be big. The Ling family head originally didn't hold much hope. He also thought that the return gift was just an ordinary pebble. It wasn't until he entered his hand and sensed the slight coolness emanating from within the stone. Only then did he finally realize that something was wrong. The key: now the weather is hot, obviously covered in sweat, but in just a few seconds, there is a feeling of being in an air-conditioned room. If this wasn't a treasure, what was it? As his words just fell, Ling Wushang, who was standing beside him, curiously said, "Dad, isn't this just an ordinary stone? Don't talk nonsense." The Ling family head hurriedly scolded. If this was an ordinary stone, then what treasures would be left in the world? At least he had never seen a stone with such a strange effect. On the contrary, the Ma family lord and the Bai family lord had also brought congratulatory gifts with them this time. The former was a jade ruin worth $10 million. It was said that a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. Don't look at the Ma family in the Suzhou Hanzhou martial sect. It got worse and worse. When they came to the outside world, they were still not comparable to a powerful family. As for the Bai family master, what he gave out was a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. The moment the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma came out, the entire room was shocked. This was a treasure that had a price. Even in the martial sect, it wasn't something that could be obtained just by wanting it. The Ganoderma lucidum was sent by Lingdao's subordinates. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was a treasure. In Cheng Fan's eyes, it was actually an introduction for refining pills. After all, in the immortal world, 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum was not rare. But since they were all sent, they were each given a spirit stone. Bai Ling Dao was thinking of politely refusing it first. Last time at the pawnshop, Xiaoya had already gotten one. If he received it again, he would appear to be a bit insatiable. However, he didn't expect the plan to change. When the spirit stone was in his hand, his eyes lit up and he immediately cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Obviously, this spirit stone was different from the one carried by his granddaughter. To be precise, it should be enhancement-like. The inside of the pebble possessed a much denser energy fluctuation. There was no way he simply couldn't refuse this great temptation. There was also the hand of the Ma family lord, who naturally had one as well, although they had come over this time as guests and to give Cheng Fan a congratulatory gift. However, they didn't realize that the value of what they gave away was far less than the value of what they received. This made them embarrassed and happy. In the middle of the day, Cheng Fan had already learned about the matters of the martial competition from the three family heads. Both the Ling family and the Ma family were not part of the super family. Therefore, the former only had 3 entry spots, while the latter even had a pitiful 2 spots. As for the martial sect super family, it had 5 slots. That was why Bai Ling Dao had other purposes for this visit. He was trying to give one of the slots to Cheng Fan. Nay, Cheng Fan wasn't really interested in the quota. Instead, he was more interested in the matter of the conference being changed to a provincial competition. After all, if you want business to be prosperous, the pattern has to be enlarged. If you can advertise for 3 consecutive days, it would surely earn a lot of money. Brother Cheng, we really haven't seen each other for a long time. Just at this moment, Cheng Fan's laughter came from Chen Long's ears. On the contrary, Huo Qingxue, who was chatting with Zhao Xinran, frowned slightly. She knew that Cheng Fan couldn't have taken the initiative to invite this guy, but it just didn't look good and felt disgusting. Cheng Fan was the same, curious as to why this guy came uninvited. Qianlong was smiling the entire time and did not show any differences. The key also brought 2 jade locks as a gift for Yun Yun and Wan Wan. It looked quite heartfelt, so Degree once suspected that this guy had gone straight. Unbeknownst to him, Qianlong had simply come this time to probe the truth. Between him and the middle-aged man with broken hair on the rooftop, there is a connection, and put the positioning system, sent to the other party. Just waiting for so long has not yet waited. Some heart anxious, seeing that it was getting late, he could only say hello and leave first. As for Yi Rushuan, she didn't even bother to say hello. She had seen the Ling family master's earlier reaction in her eyes, but because of that, she felt even more fake. Just towards her grandfather behind her, she frowned and said, "For the sake of Bah Humbug, even a broken stone can be treated as a treasure." It seems that the high-ranking people of the martial sect aren't as offbeat as the rumors. Rooftop. The middle-aged man with broken hair picked up Desperate Life's collar and said in a deep voice, "Tell me how this thing actually works." At this time, Desperate Life had long been beaten up by the broken-haired middle-aged man. I'm afraid it would be hard to recognize it if not for a closer look. On the contrary, what the broken-haired middle-aged man was holding was a domestic smartphone. He was in the martial sect realm, practicing day and night. 15 years had passed in the blink of an eye, not to mention the positioning system. Even how to unlock it, he didn't know. 93. Abandoned cell phone. Qianlong was able to get in touch with the middle-aged man with the broken hair purely by luck and money smashing. The two reached a consensus that they both wanted to go after Cheng Fan. That's why they chose the day to move to a new home. It's just that Qianlong had counted on everything, but failed to count on the fact that this master he doesn't know how to use a smartphone. This is also the reason why he waited for half a day, but couldn't wait for the other party. On the contrary, on the rooftop, the middle-aged man with broken hair tried to force Desperado to help him turn on his cell phone and positioning system, but Desperado just wouldn't comply. Even if he died, he would not betray his leader. Seeing that it was getting late, the middle-aged man could only curse and turn away. Anyway, in his eyes Milifan was just a mole cricket, and couldn't run away at all. There was no difference between killing him earlier or later. It would be better to enjoy the modernized city first, as well as the various entertainment facilities in the surrounding area. The guests had basically dispersed. Now in the villa's living room, only Huo Qingxue and Lu Xiaoran remained. The two were introduced by Zhao Xinran, and it could be said that they knew each other at first sight. After all, Lu Xiaoran is naturally very righteous. It's only as she graduates and enters society that she begins to collect this personality more and more. Looking at the three sisters who were chatting happily, Cheng Fan did not intend to disturb. Instead, he took out his cell phone and went out to call Jedi. Originally, he had said that he would come as a guest after Zhang Shen's matter was settled. In the blink of an eye, 2 bells had already passed. Yet, they were never seen coming. Dialed twice. No one answered. So dialed again to the horse-faced man and Wang Haicheng, but finally got the same result. Is something wrong? Cheng Fan frowned tightly. He went back to the house and greeted his wife, then quickly rushed in the direction of Tianheng Commercial Building, until the elevator door opened. Cheng Fan just went in. The middle-aged man with broken hair in the left elevator door, however, happened to come out. The two rubbed shoulders once again. Soon after, when Cheng Fan saw the unconscious Desperado, Wang Haicheng, and the horse-faced man on the rooftop, then without thinking, he immediately went forward to treat them. Desperate was the first to wake up. The first thing he said when he saw Cheng Fan was that he was sorry for disgracing the god-killing temple. Cheng Fan said with a sullen face, "Who did this? Temple master. The one who shot at us was a middle-aged martial artist." Square face. wearing a black cloak on his body. Desperate's voice sounded weak. On the contrary, Cheng Fan smashed his fist on the fence next to him. It caused the entire rooftop to tremble. He admitted that he had not thought things through well, thinking that the enemy was only Zhang Chen. It was good that this guy, unlike Zhang Chen, didn't kill innocents indiscriminately. A middle-aged martial artist? Black cloak? Cheng Fan thought about it and immediately decided to call Bai Lingdao. One must know that the Bai family was a super family. It must be more knowledgeable than the Ling family and the Ma family. Perhaps the two keywords, square face, and black cloak, were too striking. Cheng Fan gradually learned that the Martial Sect Association also had 6 Xian kings in attendance. It was a pity that their whereabouts had always been erratic. It was hard to find them, not to mention that Lian Jie, who had beaten up Jedi and the others, was the most spontaneous of the 6 Xian kings. Even when he received a mission, he decided based on his emotions, doing whatever he wanted to do. No one could force him to do what he didn't want to do. Cheng Fan hesitated for a few seconds and asked, "Is there no way to find him?" "There is not no way," Bai Lingdao carefully returned. The situation in this year's martial arts competition is changing rapidly. Between the cities and the province, there are bound to be dark tides as well. I think, even for the sake of face, President Zhu will try every means possible to invite 6 Xian kings to sit for Su Hang. The martial arts competition would be held at the top of Taishan Mountain next week. Cheng Fan's aura skyrocketed in vain as he hung up the phone. As far as he was concerned, it was none of his business if he didn't belong to the God-killing temple. Since he had joined the God-killing temple, he was his man. He would never let his own people be bullied by outsiders for nothing. After arranging for good people to send Desperado and the others to the hospital, Cheng Fan was the last to leave. He was just about to enter the elevator, but inadvertently swept his eyes at the trash can next to him. In the trash can, there seemed to be bright light. He leaned down and saw a brand new domestic cell phone thrown in it. There were multiple missed calls on the screen, and constant text messages. And on the text messages, there was clearly his name, Cheng Fan. He took out his cell phone and looked at the latest text message on the screen. Then he heard a pop sound. The cell phone was crushed. 94. Climbing to the door to settle the score. The content of the text messages was simple, urging Lian Jie why he hadn't rushed over yet. It was obvious that none of the text messages had been viewed, although Cheng Fan did not know why Lian Jie did not read the text messages. But there must be someone else in Su Hang, who was secretly in contact with him. Before crushing the cell phone, Cheng Fan had written down the other party's cell phone number. He set out to investigate through the intelligence department. Unexpectedly, the intelligence department came with a message before he even left the door of the commercial building. The message showed that the owner of the cell phone was none other than the head of the Qian family, Qianlong. Including the places where Qianlong frequented and the mansions owned by Su Hang were all listed in detail. Cheng Fan's gaze was slightly cold. He thought that it was no wonder that this guy came uninvited and left in a hurry. Leaving the commercial building, he saw a black Mercedes-Benz business parked in front of him. This is the emergency vehicle that the Temple of the God of Killing is equipped with specifically for S-class killers. As the Temple Master, Cheng Fan was certainly qualified to get into the car. Temple Master, where are we going? The driver was a youngster, suited and booted. His rank was D like the horse-faced man. He respectfully asked towards Cheng Fan, "Back to the Killing God Temple." The young driver immediately nodded his head at the words. As for his wife's side, Cheng Fan sent a text message signaling the other party that he might not be able to return until very late. Not long after, Zhao Xinran's text message came. There were only 4 short words, "Come back early." In front of Yunxian Senior Club, the driver just stopped the car and didn't leave, because he couldn't be sure if Your Highness would still use the car. He had to be on standby at all times. On the contrary, Cheng Fan slowly got out of the car and headed to the side door elevator. As the elevator door opened, Cheng Fan pressed down, but it was not the floor of the Killing God Temple. What he pressed was the underground boxing ring. Soon, the elevator doors opened on the 3rd underground floor. Because it was still daytime, only individual cleaning staff could be seen. Cheng Fan, almost without thinking, slowly walked towards box number 1. On the contrary, Qianlong was crossing his legs and smoking a cigar at this moment. His henchman, Wang Bao. At this moment, he was bending down and reporting on the recent earnings of the boxing ring. It had to be said that this business was indeed lucrative. No matter if it was a real match or a fake match, low or high odds. In just half a month, Qianlong had made a whole $300 million. After removing wages, bonuses and other necessary expenses, that also left $200 million. This money speed is really too fast. After hearing this, Qianlong leisurely enjoyed the fine wine in his left-hand goblet. During this period of time, you guys have done a good job. Qianlong suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Allocate some money down and distribute it to the brothers as a fee for this period of time's good fortune." Wang Bao's face was delighted as he hurriedly asked, "Boss, how much to allocate?" "Dial it as you see fit." Qianlong waved his hand indifferently. When have I ever been stingy when treating my brothers? By the way, did that high person come before? High person? Wang Bao was first stunned, then shook his head indistinctly. No, when Lian Jie came to the underground boxing ring before, he had seen it, and had also watched the other party, easily killing all the fighters in seconds. After losing the bet with the Hua family last time, Qianlong then spent another huge amount of money to bring in a much stronger boxer. Unlike last time, it was a real martial artist, but he didn't expect to be KO'd with a single punch once again. The one who struck was none other than Lian Jie. Learning that he hadn't come, Qianlong's face looked a bit ugly. Originally, the two people's plan was seamless. He really couldn't figure out why that high person would change his mind for no reason. Old boss, someone is approaching this way. In the box, a bodyguard responsible for standing guard immediately said nervously, could it be that senior is coming? Qianlong thought that he was about to get up when he saw that the door of the box was suddenly kicked open. The bodyguard on guard duty was not spared and flew out on the spot. Qianlong became furious and wanted to raise his voice to question. However, when he saw the figure standing at the door, he subconsciously shivered. Then he laughed. Yo, isn't this Brother Chang? Didn't I just go to your house to congratulate you just now? Qianlong was very resilient and immediately went forward to greet him. In reality, he was a bit vain. Chang Fan stared at Qianlong expressionlessly. Looking at the other party's disgusting face, he sneered. Boss Qian, you've earned quite a lot recently? Ahahaha, I borrow your good words. It's not a bad time for oil. Why don't you personally come down for a couple of fights today? As long as you fight, we'll split the money between us. Last time, Cheng Fan only fought one match and left in a hurry. After that, he never showed up again. This indirectly led to many rich people who came to spend their time complaining out loud. Hopefully, they could let Cheng Fan continue boxing, even for one match. Now this great opportunity to make money. How could Qianlong let it go? Cheng Fan smiled coldly at his words. Equal shares? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Qianlong slowly moved his feet backward. Just as he was about to run, he was gripped by Cheng Fan's hair. Snap! Cheng Fan directly slapped Qianlong dizzily with a loud slap. When he was about to fall to the ground, he was yanked up again and asked word for word. Do you know why I came to find you? 95. Threats. Qianlong took a good half a second to come to his senses. He rolled his eyes and said mournfully, Brother Chang, there's money we can earn together. Why do we have to make a move? At the same time, he waved his hand towards Wang Bao and the others, signaling them not to move. In the face of Cheng Fan, ordinary people with even more strength would not help, so he didn't want to make Cheng Fan even more annoyed because of Wang Bao and the others' impulsiveness. Snap! Cheng Fan threw out another slap. Who the hell is a brother to you? From the beginning, the two were not people along the way. Cheng Fan, as the god of killing, now took over the assassin organization renamed the God of Killing Palace. What he was doing was all about killing people. On the contrary, although Qianlong was doing well in the underground, in the end, he was still a gangster. Even if his character is ruthless and poisonous, in the eyes of a grade A or above assassin, he is still a gangster. In the eyes of an A-level killer or above, it's still a joke. Cheng Fan didn't kill him, he just didn't want to dirty his hands. 2 slaps in a row made Qianlong a bit overwhelmed. He saw him shake his head and said urgently, Chang Gaoran, could it be that you are standing up for the Hua family? But didn't everything get resolved last time? Seeing the guy in front of him not telling the truth, Cheng Fan suddenly pinched its throat against the wall and continued to ask, I count to 3. If you don't tell the truth again you have to die. 3. Cheng Fan had only just counted when Qianlong wimped out. For the first 30 years, he had fought his way up from licking blood from the mouth of a knife. As he got older and higher in status, the wildness he once had long since been wiped out. Now he just wants to live the rest of his life in peace. So Cheng Fan was afraid when he opened his mouth. He trembled his voice and explained, I am a martial artist high-ranking person surnamed Lian want to jointly target you. Finally willing to tell the truth? Cheng Fan's hand loosened, and he saw Qianlong fall on his butt to the ground. Painfully, he sucked in cold air and kept rubbing it. I hope that you, at best, still have some use. After Cheng Fan finished speaking, his killing intent spread rapidly. His purpose was not to force Qianlong to admit what he had done. If that was the case, it would be easier to just send a few assassins. Right now, he only wanted to know how exactly the two were connected. Of course, it would be better if he could pry some useful information out of the other party's mouth. The prerequisite was that the other party was willing to cooperate. Facing the eerie and cold killing intent, Qianlong could not help but shiver. It felt as if he had walked to the door of a ghost and was being pushed in at any time. He didn't want to die yet, so he opened his mouth and said, Senior Chang, this is where we met. Qianlong told the time and place of his meeting with Lian Jie. However, when Cheng Fan heard it, he shook his head and said, You know, that's not what I want. Now he only wanted to know where he could find Lian Jie, so that he could take revenge for Jedi and the others. Senior Chang, you might as well just kill me, Qianlong said back mournfully, but with these words, he also managed to betray him. It was as if he was hinting that Cheng Fan was still hiding secrets that he hadn't told. In response, Cheng Fan didn't intend to continue. He got up and sat on the sofa next to him, before looking around the elegant box. Then he stared outside the glass, at the huge underground boxing ring. It was possible to make $300 million in 15 days. This was definitely going to be faster than robbing money coming in. So crossing his legs, he laughed nonchalantly. I wonder how much money you'll have to lose in smashing this boxing ring. Qianlong's tiger body trembled. He was busy raising his head and looked at Cheng Fan in shock. If you just smashed the boxing ring, the cost of repairs would actually not cost much. But how much less had to be earned during the repairs? Senior Chang, please spare me. My business isn't doing well. You're pushing me to the brink of extinction. Cheng Fan ignored it and said to himself, there are also 2 entertainment clubs in the West City, 3 KTVs in the North City and the underground casino in the South City. You say, if I smash them all, how much loss will it bring to you? Obviously, it was no longer a matter of loss or no loss, if all of them were really smashed. Qianlong, the pseudo-local snake of the underground forces, should also give way. After all, Elder Hua stopped mixing with the Jianghu a long time ago, but as long as he doesn't die, it will never be Qianlong's turn to sit on the throne. Facing Cheng Fan's threat, Qianlong's expression finally changed. He really didn't have a clue in his heart, but when he thought of the terrifying strength that Lian Jie had shown yesterday, the only thing left to do was to take a chance and gritted his teeth. Senior Chang, you are really joking. I don't believe me? Cheng Fan slowly took out a diamond brooch from his pocket, and then waved it in front of the other party's eyes. Qianlong's pupils trembled violently. Before he had time to speak, the door of the box suddenly opened. He saw a burly middle-aged man with a braid, shouting anxiously, "Old boss, one of our KTVs in the North District was smashed." 96,338. Hearing the news of the KTV being smashed was not as shocking as Qianlong seeing the diamond brooch in Cheng Fan's hand. As the owner of this place, he naturally knew what the lower floor meant. It was a place he never dared to easily offend, because he knew that if he messed with it, he might not even know how to die. As for that diamond brooch, it represented the strongest person in the assassin organization. Only S-class killers could get it. However, in the entire organization, there were only a few S-class killers in total. Qianlong suddenly sat paralyzed on the ground, his gaze too dull. As long as you're willing to talk, I can have people close down at any time. When he got into the car, Cheng Fan had already issued an order. Let all the assassins present work in groups of 5 each and head to Qianlong's various lairs. Right now, it was just one store that was smashed. If Qianlong continued to dither, the next step would be all the stores being smashed together. At that time, the Qian family would basically never be able to turn around again. Qianlong finally reacted, and only despair remained on his face. He knelt down and came to Cheng Fan and opened his mouth. I said it all. Suing South 338, that's his rendezvous point. He said that he would go there to receive news every time he came out of the martial sect. South District 338? Cheng Fan immediately took the message and released it to the intelligence department, and then raised his eyebrows and said in a skeptical voice, he just gave you the address of his lair, just like that? But any guy with a heart of gold wouldn't easily expose himself, not to mention, telling his lair after only meeting him once. However, Qianlong hurriedly said, really, it's true, he's too blind to care. He hates to let everyone in the world know that he is strong. Seeing Qianlong's emotional state, his gaze was firm and even on the verge of crying. Cheng Fan believed that what the other party said was true. He was just simply interested in this guy named Lian Jie. He didn't use a cell phone, didn't kill easily, and was spontaneous and arrogant to the extreme. This kind of person, unless he had really been strong to the point of suffocating. Otherwise, it is purely a, and no matter where they are often the first to lead the box. Soon, the news came. It was learned that the 338th in the Southern District was an extremely secretive old house. Only then did Cheng Fan begin to determine that it was Lian Jie's lair. He looked down at Qianlong who was kneeling on the ground. With a cold smile, he thought to himself that the guy who was once on the verge of becoming the leader of the underground. This is it? Shaking his head, he got up and said, donate half of your property and disappear from my eyes from now on. Ha? Donate? Donate out? Qianlong stared blankly at Cheng Fan's back. In his life, he had never donated even a single penny out. On the contrary, Cheng Fan reminded without looking back. I don't care how you donate. Tomorrow's news headlines. I want to see the news of your donation. Leaving the Yunxian clubhouse, he saw the young driver immediately get out of the car and open the back door for Cheng Fan, and then nimbly got on the car and asked, Your Highness, where are you going? Cheng Fan thought about it and finally decided to head directly to No. 388 in the Southern District. That said, No. 388 was an ancient mansion from the Republican era. It looked very retro while the surrounding walls were already covered with creepers. This kind of ancient mansion should have been dismantled a long time ago, or circled by the state as a tourist attraction for people to enjoy, but none of them were. Instead, it had become one of the contact points for the Suwong Martial Arts Sect Association in the outside world. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz business stopped at the entrance to the Hudong of No. 338. As Cheng Fan got out of the car, the young driver asked, "Paul Master, do you need me to accompany you in?" Although he only had the strength of a D-class assassin, but it was also necessary to ensure the personal safety of the palace master. Cheng Fan signaled him to wait in the car and walked into the alleyway alone. After walking for not long, he saw the large iron gate on the left side. There was only a 388 number plate on the door. Without thinking, Cheng Fan rolled over and entered. On the contrary, in the hall, a number of martial artists immediately looked towards the courtyard with vigilance. 97. Robbery. In the ancient mansion number 338, a number of young martial artists were sitting at the moment. They were busy working in the living room, exchanging a few sentences every now and then. It was only until they noticed someone intruding in the courtyard that they immediately put down their work. Two of the tall and thin men looked at each other, and then went to the courtyard with an extremely tacit understanding. When they saw a stranger appear, their faces were startled. "What person?" the tall thin man on the left shouted sternly. At the same time, the martial aura within his body began to stir. He bent down to get ready to fight at any time. The tall thin man on the right side was not idle either. Similarly running his martial artist breath, he stared at Cheng Fan with an unkind expression. This was the association's contact point with the outside world. If someone was to come, they would definitely be informed in advance. Cheng Fan did not explain, and with a flash, he appeared behind the tall and thin man on the left. Before the other man had time to warn, he was hit in the back of the neck by Cheng Fan's strike of a handknife. Then his eyes went black and he fell to the ground. With just one move, he had easily disposed of the fourth-grade human martial arts. The tall and thin man on the right side's complexion suddenly changed. This person, very strong. He knew that he was no match, yet he still pounced on Cheng Fan. The result, naturally, was unconsciousness. After resolving the two human martial arts like thunder and lightning, Cheng Fan moved towards the hall. Just as he entered, he saw several martial artists directly surrounding him. The strength of this group of martial artists ranged from 3rd-grade human martial to 6th-grade human martial. Nay, Cheng Fan observed the circle and realized that Lian Jie was not there at all. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he was attracted by an object in the right front corner. Cheng Fan raised his eyebrows and said in a suspicious voice, "Dan furnace?" "That's right." A bronze-colored Dan furnace was placed in the corner at the moment. The furnace was circular in shape, with a phoenix and a dragon wrapped around each side. The key surprise for Cheng Fan was that the grade of this furnace was definitely not low. In the immortal world, there were 9 grades of furnace. The higher the grade of the furnace, the better the elixir. Although this one was not as good as his previous one, it was at least 3 grades. You have to know that this is Earth. Being able to find a 3rd-grade furnace on Earth gave Cheng Fan a great surprise. He didn't even think about it and walked straight towards the corner. On the contrary, how could the martial artists around him let him take one more step? They were all members sent by the association, followers of Lian Jie, so it was impossible to let outsiders easily trespass. Unexpectedly, they had just pounced on them when they were hit by the killing intent released from Cheng Fan's body. They were scared to the point of trembling. The weaker martial artists had already fainted, and the only 6th-grade martial artist looked at Cheng Fan in horror. In his cognizance, the strongest martial artists in the Su Hang martial sect realm were the 6 Xin Kings, but the young man in front of him was clearly not. Since he wasn't, yet he possessed a strength that was enough to match that of a Xin King. How is this possible? He began to think wildly, even thinking of his last words when he was killed. After all, the one who had trespassed here must be Lian Wang's enemy. Cheng Fan, however, directly passed by him, rubbing his shoulders. Coming to the Dan furnace, he once again carefully observed it. After determining that it was undoubtedly a 3rd grade, he carried the entire Dan furnace on his body. The 6th-grade human martial artist, who had thought of his last words, was so shocked that his eyes popped out. That Dan furnace, but Lian Wang's most precious treasure. Back then, 3 Xuanwu were directly approached to carry it here. The process was careful, deeply afraid of bumping into it. However, the young man in front of me actually carried it alone. Even looked very easy. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he really suspected that he had seen a ghost. Cheng Fan carried the furnace and walked this way. With every step, the murderous intent wrapped around his body would suffocate the other party. Immediately afterward, he said in a nonchalant manner, "The Dan furnace, I took it. If he wants it back, Go to the hilltop villa of Zijing Mingyuan to find me. I'll wait for him anytime. Cheng Fan didn't care about it, held the Dan furnace and left, thinking that he could not come here for nothing. It wasn't until he was gone for a long time that the latter finally reacted. Dizzy and panicked, he shouted, ******* robbery. Someone is robbing. 98. An extravagant hope. Cheng Fan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate on the alchemy. 300 years had passed since the last alchemy. For the immortal, 300 years is just a snap of the fingers, but for normal people, it was a lifespan that could never be reached. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 hours. As a refreshing aroma slowly wafted out of the furnace, Nuan, who was responsible for patrolling the entrance, immediately looked this way. She didn't know what her father was doing, but the odor was really too fragrant. Unconsciously, one would be carried over. When he was about to approach the Dan furnace, Cheng Fan violently opened his eyes and released his aura to forcefully awaken him. It was just a few final steps away. If Cheng Fan failed to stop it in time, Nuan would probably be burned to the soul by the Dan fire. It's hot. Nuan finally woke up and proceeded to step backward. It only felt that her body was burning all over. This Dan is called the Yuan replenishing Dan, and ghost cultivators are the least able to resist it. That's why your behavior just now was normal. Seeing that Nuan was somewhat blaming himself, Cheng Fan spoke out to explain. At the same time, he turned around and lifted the top of the furnace. In an instant, an elixir, which was snow white and round like the size of a thumb, floated into mid-air. Cheng Fan just wanted to reach out and take it. In his ears, a cat's cry suddenly came. It was not strange that there would be cat calls here. The villa area of Bohemia Garden was originally built on a hill and the surrounding greenery was extremely high. This kind of place is most suitable for stray cats to survive. The strange thing was that whenever Cheng Fan wanted to reach out for the elixir, the cat's cry would come from his ears. He slowly turned around and looked towards the source of the purring. He saw a small three-flower that was not yet an adult, squatting at the threshold in a well-behaved manner. Occasionally, it would lick its paws. What a cute kitten! Nuan and Warmth were just as fond of small animals as Yun. Sometimes Yun would even clamor for a kitten, but every time, it would be rejected by Shinran. The reason was that it was felt that Yun was simply acting on impulse, rather than genuinely wanting to take care of it. Every little animal has a life. When there is a sense of responsibility to stick with it, it is not too late to say. Cheng Fan actually thinks that his wife's approach is right, but every time he sees Yun's aggrieved look, he feels heartbroken again. This kitten is quite nice to look at. Cheng Fan was just thinking about it. When he was about to reach out and grab the elixir away, the kitten in the doorway purred twice more. Even its gaze was slowly moving down along his right hand. Obviously, it was attracted by the elixir. Dad, it seems to like the elixir in your hand. Nuan was surprised. Cheng Fan had also noticed this a long time ago. The true function of the Yuan replenishing pill was not to help orphan ghosts to be fearless of sunlight. Rather, it was an elixir that could raise the cultivation level for the ghost cultivators, to raise their cultivation level. With Nuan's current cultivation, he should be able to reach the Ghost King level after swallowing it. Therefore, even under the midday sunlight, it would be fine. Then again, the Yuan replenishing pill could also be useful for demon cultivators. But in front of me is just an ordinary stray cat. Dad, why don't we take this elixir and give it to it? Nuan's voice was small and a little nervous. After all, the elixir was given to her by Cheng Fan. As long as she swallowed it, she could accompany Yun to kindergarten. You don't want to go to kindergarten? I want to. Of course Nuan wanted to, but she couldn't look at the kitten's pleading gaze even more. Cheng Fan was speechless. Although alchemy was not difficult and the materials for alchemy were not very expensive, but it was a bit extravagant to use it as food for a stray cat. He sighed softly and handed Nuan the Yuan replenishing Dan. Here, I'll help you re-refine it again. Really? Nuan immediately took the elixir and obediently said, "Thank you, Daddy." She turned around and was just about to feed it. Unexpectedly, the kitten suddenly took the elixir in its mouth, turned around and ran away. Nuan's gaze was dumbfounded, and Cheng Fan had long guessed that this would be the outcome. Comfortingly, he said, "Maybe it will come back." Then, he spent another 2 hours to re-refine a Yuan replenishing pill. It was now 5 in the morning. The sun had just risen. Nuan took the elixir and carefully swallowed it into his stomach. As the elixir dispersed in her body, Nuan immediately revealed an incredulous expression. She perceived that she seemed to possess endless power. Even her cultivation level was much higher than before. Not trying? Cheng Fan asked from the side. Nuan, on the other hand, nodded and poked out half of her body too nervously. In the past, she had also tried to act under the sunlight, but every time the part that was exposed to the sunlight, green smoke would rise, as if it might melt at any time. Only this time, the sunlight did not cause her any harm. It also meant the birth of the Ghost King. 98 to 99, Guile King. Cheng Fan sat on his knees and closed his eyes to meditate on the alchemy. 300 years had passed since the last alchemy. For immortals, 300 years was just a snap of the fingers, but for normal people, it was a lifespan that could never be reached. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 hours. As a refreshing aroma slowly wafted out of the furnace, Nuan, who was responsible for patrolling the entrance, immediately looked this way. She didn't know what her father was doing, but the odor was really too fragrant. Unconsciously, one would be carried over. When he was about to approach the Dan furnace, Cheng Fan violently opened his eyes and released his aura to forcefully awaken him. It was just a few final steps away. If Cheng Fan failed to stop it in time, Nuan would probably be burned to the soul by the Dan fire. It's hot. Nuan finally woke up and proceeded to step backward. It only felt like her body was burning all over. This Dan is called the transforming Yang Dan, and ghost cultivators are the least able to resist it. That's why your behavior just now was normal. Seeing that Nuan was somewhat blaming himself, Cheng Fan spoke out to explain. At the same time, he turned around and lifted the top of the furnace. In an instant, an elixir, which was snow white and round like the size of a thumb, floated into mid-air. Cheng Fan just wanted to reach out and take it. In his ears, a cat's cry suddenly came. It was not strange that there would be cat calls here. The villa area of Bohemia Garden was originally built on a hill and the surrounding greenery was extremely high. This kind of place is most suitable for stray cats to survive. The strange thing was that whenever Cheng Fan wanted to reach out for the elixir, the cat's cry would come from his ears. He slowly turned around and looked towards the source of the purring. He saw a small three-flower that was not yet an adult, squatting at the threshold in a well-behaved manner. Occasionally, it would lick its paws. What a cute kitten! Nuan and Warmth were just as fond of small animals as Yun. Sometimes Yun would even clamor for a kitten, but every time, it would be rejected by Shinran. The reason was that it was felt that Yun was simply acting on impulse, rather than genuinely wanting to take care of it. Every little animal has a life. When there is a sense of responsibility to stick with it, it is not too late to say. Cheng Fan actually thinks that his wife's approach is right, but every time he sees Yun's aggrieved look, he feels heartbroken again. This kitten is quite nice to look at. Cheng Fan was just thinking about it. When he was about to reach out and grab the elixir away, the kitten in the doorway purred twice more. Even its gaze was slowly moving down along his right hand. Obviously, it was attracted by the elixir. Dad, it seems to like the elixir in your hand. Nuan was surprised. Cheng Fan had also noticed this a long time ago. The true function of the Yang transformation pill was not to help orphan ghosts to be fearless of sunlight. Rather, it was an elixir that could raise the cultivation level for the ghost cultivators, to raise their cultivation level. With Nuan's current cultivation, he should be able to reach the Ghost King level after swallowing it. Therefore, even under the midday sunlight, it would be fine. Then again, the sun transformation pill could also be useful for demon cultivators. But in front of me is just an ordinary stray cat. Dad, why don't we take this elixir and give it to it? Nuan's voice was small and a little nervous. After all, the elixir was given to her by Cheng Fan. As long as she swallowed it, she could accompany Yun to kindergarten. You don't want to go to kindergarten? I want to. Of course Nuan wanted to, but she couldn't look at the kitten's pleading gaze even more. Cheng Fan was speechless. Although alchemy was not difficult and the materials for alchemy were not very expensive, but it was a bit extravagant to use it as food for a stray cat. He sighed lightly and handed the Yang transformation Dan to Nuan. Here, I'll help you re-refine it again. Really? Nuan immediately took the elixir and obediently said, "Thank you, Daddy." She turned around and was just about to feed it. Unexpectedly, the kitten suddenly took the elixir in its mouth, turned around and ran away. Nuan's gaze was dumbfounded, and Cheng Fan had long guessed that this would be the outcome. Comfortingly, he said, "Maybe it will come back." Then, he spent another 2 hours to re-refine a Yang transformation pill. It was now 5 in the morning. The sun had just risen. Nuan took the elixir and carefully swallowed it into his stomach. As the elixir dispersed in her body, Nuan immediately revealed an incredulous expression. She perceived that she seemed to possess endless power. Even her cultivation level was much higher than before. Not trying? Cheng Fan asked from the side. Nuan, on the other hand, nodded and poked out half of her body too nervously. In the past, she had also tried to act under the sunlight, but every time the part that was exposed to the sunlight, green smoke would rise, as if it might melt at any time. Only this time, the sunlight did not cause her any harm. It also meant that the Ghost King was born. 100. I had but. Warmth looked at her body in surprise. There was no blue smoke, nor was there any pain. Completely like a normal person, she could walk under the sunlight. At first, she thought she was dreaming, but having become a lonely ghost, even dreaming was a luxury. Soon, Nuan turned to look at Cheng Fan. "Dad, I'm really not afraid of the sunlight." Looking at his excited daughter, Chang Fan nodded and said, "It's good that you're not afraid of the sunlight. Starting tomorrow, you'll be able to accompany Yun Yun to kindergarten." The matter of the quota. He had greeted Yi Lao long ago. The other party had also notified the deputy head of the kindergarten, and the enrollment procedures could be carried out at any time, since he had already settled a matter of his heart. Chang Fan then stretched his back and prepared the pills he needed to use for his cultivation. There was also Lien Jie's side. The scene was smashed by him. It would be hard for anyone to swallow this bad anger. It was thought that they should be looking for them soon. However, the facts proved that his thoughts were wrong. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lien Jie's side. Actually no movement at all. It was so calm and quiet that it seemed like nothing had happened. Good thing he wasn't in a hurry. Took the other party's third-grade furnace. In the end, who suffered a loss is not really clear. After all, desperate their injuries, because of the aura treatment. Long ago, they were able to walk on the ground. Early morning, Chung Fan went to the mid-mountain to cultivate as usual. In the past few days, he had refined quite a few pills through the Dan furnace. 3 of them were 2nd grade and 2 were 3rd grade. It was enough for her to break through the shadow-slaying demon skill to the 4th heavenly layer. By the way, in terms of realm, she should also be able to break through from foundation establishment to Jiedan. By then, she would be able to use the sword gifted by the Ling family as a flying sword after some remodeling. The courtyard, the best place to absorb spiritual qi. Chang Fan had just swallowed a pill and was about to close his eyes to cultivate. He heard a faint rustling sound coming from the woods on his left. Initially, it should not be an animal causing the commotion. Could it be Lien Jie? Chang Fan was having doubts. He saw a figure slowly walk out of the woods, dressed in night clothes. The figure was thin and seemed to be coming from a bad place. The man in black did not make a direct move. He first looked Chang Fan up and down, and then teased, "Are you the one who killed Wen Wu Chang?" Wen Wu Chang was a 2nd grade Xuanwu. The fact that the man in black dared to say so meant that his strength far exceeded that of the former. Without waiting for Chang Fan to answer, he then raised the long sword in his hand, narrowed his eyes and continued to taunt. "In my opinion, it's just a brat." The reason why he had this illusion. The main reason was that Chang Fan would return to his origin every time he cultivated, to suppress his own cultivation, to the minimum, or he would just conceal his cultivation to better absorb the aura. "You are Lien Jie?" Chang Fan did not pay attention to the black-clothed man's humiliation. He only wanted to know the other party's specific identity. Unexpectedly, the man in black immediately snapped, "You are not allowed to call my teacher by his name." He was the first disciple that Lien Jie sat down with, and also the most honored disciple. At the early age of 30, he had already managed to reach the 4th grade Xuanwu. Originally, Lien Jie wanted to personally step in when he learned that the venue had been smashed. He was the one who volunteered and wanted to retrieve the venue in place of the other party. "Teacher?" Chang Fan's tone looked a little disappointed. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, what he ended up waiting for was the other party's disciple. It seemed like he had been underestimated once again. "Since it's not Lien Jie, there's no need for me to directly fight you." "TSK, scared?" The man in black sneered. He thought Chang Fan was trying to surrender because he was scared. It was just being complacent. Just then, he saw Chang Fan shook his head and said, "To deal with a waste like you, there is no need for me to personally make a move. Still talking tough at the end of your life." The man in black stared at Chang Fan with a sinister gaze. He had come this time with orders to catch him alive. So midway through, there couldn't be any slip-ups. Seeing that the man in black was a bit annoyed, Chang Fan, on the other hand, pointed to his right-hand side in a breezy manner. "Let's beat my daughter first." "What did you say?" The man in black was stunned and looked to his right. At some point, Nuan Nuan was already standing at the periphery of the courtyard. Seeing that it was actually a girl child of a few years old, the man in black became furious. "You seek death, taking a female child and making a move against himself. This wasn't naked humiliation. What was it?" He trembled and cursed furiously. "I've only heard of it, using a woman as a shield. I didn't expect you to actually use your daughter as a shield. You're a father who's simply outrageous to the gods and people." Chang Fan was speechless. Could it be that Lien Jie was a sand sculpture, and all his followers were sand sculptures as well? The current Nuan Nuan had already achieved the Ghost King body, although it hadn't demonstrated its specific strength. But it should be more than enough to deal with the guy in front of him. "Be sensible and follow me." The man in black suddenly shot out explosively in Chang Fan's direction. His speed was fast, like a ghost in the dark night. Unexpectedly, when he was close to getting his hands on him, Nuan Nuan's mouth let out a yada 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 sound. Then he accelerated his speed and hit the black-clothed man with a shocking head hammer, sending him flying on the spot. 101. Sneak attack. It took the man in black a long time to get up from the ground. The first thing he did when he got up was to stare at Nuan with a confused face. The head hammer just now seemed like a joke. In reality, it possessed a terrifying strength comparable to a Xuanwu. The girl in front of her was only 5 or 6 years old. Could it be that she had already stepped into the Xuanwu realm? No, this is absolutely impossible. He trembled, an expression of disbelief surfacing on his face. But again, he really couldn't find any other reason. On the contrary, Nuan looked back at his father. Seeing that Cheng Fan did not say anything, she continued to get ready to strike. She had many times of practical combat experience, and there was no need for Cheng Fan to teach her at all. It was just that the current body and strength was far beyond imagination. It seemed like even facing the once dead master, all of them could be easily defeated. Nuan was very clear that these were all given by Cheng Fan. That's why she would cherish and treasure the current home. Seeing the little girl coming over again, the man in black put his sword across his chest and tried to block. Again, he felt that it was not right and wanted to use his physical body to fight against it. Seeing that Nuan was about to move, frightened, he threw his sword away and busily waved his hand. Don't. I'm not going to fight. I won't fight. The head hammer just now completely scared him. Thinking about it once more, his body was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it. After thinking about it, he finally decided to surrender. He waved his hand repeatedly and begged towards Cheng Fan. Cheng Fan, you'd better let your daughter stop. I'm not her opponent. Stop? Cheng Fan raised an eyebrow. You're the one who said that you're the one who grabbed me, and you're the one who withdrew your hand. What do you take me here for? The man in black sweated profusely in his heart. Where had he thought that even the other party's daughter was so terrifying? Then he thought about Cheng Fan, who was wanted by the association. Damn, this pair of father and daughter were going against the heavens, knowing that they weren't opponents and still going to fight. That was cutie pie. The behavior of the man in black followed Lian Jia and understood one thing. Fight if you can, run if you can't. Life is so casual. He put away his sharp sword and said helplessly, I think it's better to go back and ask the teacher to come over and deal with you personally. I've been waiting for him from the beginning. Cheng Fan said back. Last time on the rooftop, Lian Jia didn't kill Desperado and the others. At least it proved that he wasn't murderous. There was also the fact that he couldn't use a cell phone, and his casual personality. Instead, it made Cheng Fan more curious. This kind of person could also be reused by the Martial Sect Association? Go back and tell Lian Jia to come over personally. The man in black nodded with a complicated face. For some reason, there was suddenly a very powerless feeling. Originally, he thought that he had managed to step into the 4th grade Xuanwu with great difficulty. Even in the huge Suong martial sect, it was enough to stand at the top, but he didn't think of coming to the outside world. He actually couldn't even defeat a 5-year-old doll. Who the hell are we going to talk to about this? He clasped his hands at Cheng Fan, and then let out a long sigh. He was just about to turn around. Unexpectedly, a long and thin sharp weapon with a hissing sound broke the wind and came, obviously, to shoot through his head. Unfortunately, the person in the dark did not succeed. The sharp weapon, in mid-air, was actually bounced off by another thing, and both of them were inserted into the ancient tree next to him. The man in black was a bit confused. Before they had time to react, the scene was as if there was an instantaneous contest. He subconsciously turned his head, but his pupils contracted violently. It was on the ancient sky-high tree next to him. A sharp fingernail and a slender silver needle were definitely inserted. TSK, worthy of being the guy who killed the evil king, to actually be able to defuse the old man's attack in such a short period of time. In the woods, the voice of an old man jaggedly laughing strangely came from the woods. The voice was sharp in its hoarseness. It was very uncomfortable for people to hear, and the evil king in the old man's mouth. On the other hand, it made Nuan gradually feel a trace of fear. 102. Deeply rooted shadows. The evil king, the very same old man who used to raise her as a brat. During her time following the evil king, she was forced to do too many bad things, although no one was really harmed. But every single person who died was indirectly related to her, so that period of time was a shadow that she would never be able to wave away. Looking at Nuan who was in an abnormal mood, Xin Fan could not help but frown and lowered his voice and asked, Isn't what you old man is doing a little bit unethical in terms of martial virtues? Martial virtue? The old man who walked slowly through the woods laughed. We evil sorcerers, what is there to say about martial virtues? They often lure young women and take the yin qi on their bodies first. Until the yin qi was taken, they would then refine them into a wisp of gas. After absorbing it, their cultivation would grow somewhat. It had to be said that this cultivation method was the fastest of all systems. There was once an evil artist who, in just 3 years' time, he was able to easily defeat a first-grade Xuanwu from a strength that was comparable to a first-grade human martial at the very beginning. And to know, a true martial artist, it was absolutely impossible to make such a big leap within 3 years. But comparatively, the profession of an evil artist was the most disdained. The martial sect had a rule: no matter when or where, any evil sorcerer scene will be acted upon. whether it was captured alive or obliterated. In short, this kind of despicable and shameless profession should not exist in the world. Looking at the shivering Nuan, the old man continued to sneer. Didn't think my untalented senior brother would actually lose to an unheard of kid. And you, carrying too many sins, how dare you ask for a quiet life? The old man's aura suddenly climbed as he spoke. He had stepped out from the woods and glared angrily at Nuan. The pair of eyes looked as if they might fall out of their frames at any moment. You sinful brat, since the master is dead, shouldn't you be buried along with him? This was the rule of the evil art world. Between the little ghosts and the evil sorcerer, a contract would be signed. The master would hold the power of life and death over them in his hands. On the contrary, if the master was killed, they would have to be buried with them. Now the evil king is dead, but the little ghosts he raised are still left in the human world. This was something that really couldn't be justified. Nuan trembled, becoming more and more terrified. She squatted on the ground, holding her head as tears snapped and fell. The birth environment, there was already no way to choose. I didn't expect that after death as a lonely ghost, there was still no choice. This life, she has lived too pitifully. Looking at the frightened Nuan, Chang Fan couldn't bear it, and suddenly got up and said in a deep voice, lone souls still have the power to choose. And you guys, you don't deserve to live in this world. Well said. The man in black finally came to his senses. As a member of the Martial Sect Association, he was also King Lian Xian's closed senior disciple. When faced with an evil artist, he should be directly executed. Unexpectedly, he had just raised the sharp sword in his hand when he was frightened into moving by a single look from the old man. That's right, just a mere look. The black-clothed man was appalled in his heart, realizing that the evil sorcerer in front of him, his true strength was comparable to a high-grade Xuanwu. I'm afraid that he would have to ask 2 Xian kings to intervene in order to take care of him. You, quickly take your daughter, and run. The man in black mechanically turned his head and shouted towards Cheng Fan in a strained voice. The blood vessels protruding from that neck could burst at any time. Although Cheng Fan was being wanted by the association, but his wife and children were innocent. There were also many ordinary people who were sleeping in the villas around here. He didn't want these innocents to be persecuted by evil magicians. After thinking about it, he once again shouted, go to 338, look for my teacher. He will come to help me take revenge. This was the only solution he could think of. Stall as long as possible. However, when he saw Cheng Fan's unhurried movements, he was about to collapse inside. He admitted that his opponent was strong, but he was by no means a match for the evil artist in front of him. On the contrary, Cheng Fan slowly arrived in front of Nuan. Squatting down, he rubbed its little head and comforted it. With daddy here, Nuan is not afraid. It had nothing to do with strength. As a ghost king, it shouldn't be difficult to resolve the evil magician behind him. Even if he couldn't beat them, it was impossible to reveal this kind of reaction. There was only one possibility as to why Nuan was like this. The damage and shadow that the evil king had once inflicted on her. It had long been ingrained to the point that it was difficult to erase. Dad! Nuan raised her head, tears welling up in her eye frames. She wanted to speak, but as soon as she saw the old man not far away, it would be so scared that her body would tremble. Seeing this, Cheng Fan softly laughed. Dad will swing all the evil magicians in the world for you. 103. That's it? Originally, Cheng Fan did not like Nuan. The other party had been cultivating in the young world for decades and suspected that there was a possibility of pretending to be pitiful to trick Yun and Shinran into sympathizing. But with the contact these days, it was learned that the other party's mind was never more than 8 years old, loves watching cartoons, loves stuffed animals and delicate little stickers. She also wanted to go to kindergarten and school like ordinary children. Could it be that such an ordinary longing could not be satisfied? An evil king died, and an evil sorcerer stronger than the evil king came. He said that if his master dies, he will be buried with him. What else? What could sound more ridiculous than this? Cheng Fan stroked Nuan's little head, letting the other party get a sense of security as much as possible. What a blabbering junior. The old man drank. His sickly complexion, paired with the dim light, it was as if a corpse had crawled out of a graveyard. There were also those sharp fingernails, and the black mist that kept rising from them. That was the poisonous mist that only a high-level evil sorcerer could master. Kid, do you know what this is? The old man Jie laughed strangely. Underworld poison mist. But wherever you are contaminated by this poisonous mist of the old man, your 5 organs and 6 bowels will be eroded in the shortest possible time. At that time, you will be able to feel the most painful process in the whole world. The underworld poisonous mist was definitely ranked amongst the evil arts. It was also just as the old man said. Those who were contaminated would slowly simmer to death in an extremely painful process. He stretched out his index finger and gently pointed it in Cheng Fan's direction. It was as if the underworld poisonous mist had transformed into a poisonous snake, instantly shuttling in front of Cheng Fan. The black-robed man looked shocked, wanting to voice out a reminder. He realized that it was simply too late. If everyone died here, this area would definitely be scourged by this bad old man. The key was that there wasn't even anyone who could ventilate the area. Finished. This is completely finished. Just as the black-clothed man was despairing, the underworld poisonous mist had already wrapped around Chung Fan's body. First, it provocatively spat its snake letter towards Chung Fan, and then revealed its sharp fangs and ruthlessly bit Cheng Fan's shoulder. The process was quick. Just a few seconds. After the underworld poison mist completed its task, it dissipated without a trace. Then he saw the old man strangely tilting his head and sneering. Even a junior like you was able to kill him. It seems that after not seeing him for a few years, the evil king is still a waste. His target this time was not Nguyen. Rather, it was the third-grade Dan furnace that Cheng Fan had moved out from the 338th ancient mansion. Evil cultivators similarly needed to refine pills to enhance their cultivation. He was outside the Zijing Mingyuan when he smelled the gusts of Dan aroma wafting out. After that, he slipped in silently. With a Dan furnace, one could refine forbidden pills. With the forbidden elixir, there was still a worry that he wouldn't be able to continue his breakthrough, but before he went to move the Dan furnace, turning around, he looked at Nguyen who was crouching on the ground. Destroy you, as a way to take the heat off of my uncontested senior brother. Saying that, he was about to make his move. Just then, he saw Cheng Fan ask nonchalantly, the so-called underworld poisonous mist, is this it? You? The old man's face was shocked. Judging by the time, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the kid in front of him should have been extensively damaged. It wouldn't be long before he would be completely devoured and suffocate to death. But the kid in front of him, why was he unharmed? He subconsciously retreated 2 steps and said in a deep voice, the poisonous effect of the underworld poison mist may occasionally be late, but it will never fail. Old me reminds you that it's better to breathe more of the fresh air now. Is that so? Cheng Fan stared at the old man expressionlessly. After traveling across the earth, the cultivation had been deprived of most of it though, but through swallowing pills in the past 2 days, coupled with cultivation, early on, he had broken through the shadow-slaying demon skill to the 2nd heaven. This also meant that the physical body aspect had been upgraded to a greater extent, and the poisonous snake just now hadn't even bitten through his epidermis. I don't think it's me who should be breathing fresh air. Halfway through his words, Cheng Fan's figure appeared in front of the old man. Again, the speed was so fast that it made it difficult for the old man to react. In the next second, he directly reached out and grabbed his throat. He pressed the old man against the ancient tree in the sky and then asked, isn't it nostalgic, the feeling of being able to breathe? Cheng Fan's force was too strong, and the old man couldn't even breathe when he pinched him. The only thing to do was to keep trying to break free. Gradually, the old man's eyes began to bulge forward. Inside, he had also long been appalled to the extreme. He asked himself that he was enough to be compared to a 6th-grade Xuanwu. In the Suzhou Hangzhou martial sect realm, it was as hard as heaven to even think about meeting a 6th-grade Xuanwu. Not to mention, the young man in front of him had surpassed it. However, it was already too late to think about anything now. He unwillingly tried to make a final struggle. Raising his hands, he stabbed Process Fan's neck through his sharp nails. Nay, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Before the old man could succeed in laying his hands on the neck, then, was the first to be broken by Cheng Fan. 104. Token. Cheng Fan let go of his hand and saw the old man sliding lifelessly down the ancient tree. He had promised Nguyen that he would kill all the evil magicians in the world, so the old man in front of him was just the first object after this plan was implemented. Yet, looking at the man in black, he couldn't help but shiver. He didn't know why, but now he wanted to find the guy who had issued the bounty order from the association and cursed him. Who the hell was so blind that he dared to even mess with this kind of monster? Cheng Fan suddenly turned around and aimed his gaze at him. With just a glance, it was as if he was instantly yanked into an endless abyss. There's nothing for you here anymore. The man in black looked at Cheng Fan blankly. His mind was in turmoil right now, completely at a loss as to what he should do. He thought to himself that if this kind of guy participated in the martial arts competition, what kind of result would that be? But if he moved, it was estimated that the ring could be turned upside down. I mean, you can leave. When you go back, by the way, tell Lian Jia to come over personally. The man in black then reacted, busy clasping his fists. He returned, yes, I'll go back now and bring the original message to teacher. After saying that, he ran away without a trace. In fact, Cheng Fan had deliberately lured him away. The moment the evil magician fell, it seemed like he had aimed at something. He squatted down and held it in his hand and observed it roughly. It was found that the object was made of sunken wood. Like a token, the surface was engraved with elder and the back was engraved with evil. Could it be that it's a gathering of forces of evil magicians? He had seen this kind of token a lot. It was clearly an elder's token of a certain power. Keeping it in reserve might come in handy in the future. Soon, Cheng Fan burned the old man to the bone with a fire. Just as he was about to turn around, he was hugged by Nguyen from behind. Dad, thank you. Even though Nguyen was still young, she knew gratitude. If it wasn't for Cheng Fan, she might have already lost her soul. There was clearly no relationship between the two key people. Just by joining this big family, they were able to obtain emotions that they never dared to hope for before. There was a father who loved, a mother who loved, and a younger sister who was by her side to keep her company. Cheng Fan, on the other hand, was somewhat unable to hold back his laughter. 10 minutes ago, Zijing Mingyuan in the southern district of Suwon. In one of the small high-rise rooms, there were 3 young people sitting. 2 men and 1 woman were still wearing an alternative martial arts outfit. The 3 of them had extraordinary auras and possessed martial arts chi surrounding their bodies. And one of them, the dangling eye sitting by the window with binoculars. Frowning, he said, "That old thing, Guan Xie, is really a chicken thief." Knowing that we've been keeping an eye on him, he ran towards a crowded place. The name of the dangling eye was Zhong Yuan, and he was the weakest among the 3. As he said that, he turned towards Dan Feng eyes on the sofa and laughed. "Brother Luan, what do you say about our mission this time? It won't fail, right? Blah blah blah." You crow's mouth. The little beauty with a single ponytail and eating a lollipop, her brows furrowed slightly as she glared at Zhong Yuan. "We're taking on the ultimate mission of the academy this time. It's normal for it to be difficult. With Brother Luan here, it's only a matter of time before we catch that old thing. I know this point as well." Zhong Yuan spread his hands. "But the deadline for our mission is only tomorrow at noon. If we can't kill that old thing before then, the heavenly ranking seat will be up in the air." As soon as the words fell, the ponytailed woman took out her lollipop and said in dissatisfaction, "You just know how to complain. But I'm a bit curious, why did that old thing enter the villa area?" As soon as the ponytailed girl finished her question, Zhong Yuan replied without thinking, "Why do you need to ask? He must have found another young target. No, he has already sucked up the yin chi of 300 women, according to reason." Snap! Not waiting for the ponytailed woman to finish, a loud bang suddenly came from the room. The 3 of them were startled at the same time, trying to find the source of the sound. It was still Zhong Yuan who was the first to realize what was going on. Incredulous, he pointed at the sign that was still on the sofa. "The life fate plaque. It seems like it's shattered." That fate plate was forged, yet it possessed the same ability as the real fate plate. The same ability. Now that the fate plate was shattered, it also represented that the target had fallen. When the 3 people saw this, one was more shocked than the other. A moment later, the ponytailed woman restuffed the lollipop back into her mouth. Incredulously parsing, she said, "The evil viewer is dead. Does that mean the villa area of Zijing Mingyuan, there may be high people hidden?" 105. Nightingale. 338 Ancient Mansion. The black-robed man returned to the hall with a frightened heart, only to see that his teacher was fuming in the corner. He knew that what used to be placed in that corner was none other than the other party's most precious Dan Furnace. Its eldest brother coming back. Someone immediately shouted. Lian Jia was still wearing his cloak and turned to look at his eldest disciple with an expressionless face. This time, he had sent the other person forward in order to bring Cheng Fan back alive. Seeing one person return alone, he had already guessed the outcome. "Back?" Lian Jia said in a cold voice. The eldest disciple nodded somewhat nervously. Initially, he had sworn that he would go forward to meet Cheng Fan in place of his teacher. Now, however, he was really disgraced. What did it say? He said that he won't send anyone else in the future and wants you to go there personally. What an arrogant and ignorant junior. Lian Jia snapped. As he spoke, the temperature of the entire hall was dropping. "It seems that this time, I really have to, personally, walk up." Lian Jia finished speaking and said in a deep voice towards his eldest disciple, "Tell me what all happened when you went there today." As the things that happened tonight were said one by one, the hall instantly became quiet to the extreme. The young martial artists and the surroundings were shocked as they looked towards their senior disciple. Until he finished speaking, the eldest disciple immediately clasped his fists and said, "Teacher, when do you plan to step in? As a student, I would like to go along with you." Cough cough. Lian Jia dryly coughed twice inside. "Alas, my good Dan Furnace is just gone." "Teacher, you haven't said when." "In 5 days it will be the martial arts competition. Why are you guys still this lazy?" "Teacher, enough." Lian Jia suddenly glared angrily at his eldest disciple. Mother asterisk 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 her, really no eyesight. 3 days passed one after another. Cheng Fan didn't wait for Lian Jia, or the evil artist's retaliation. He didn't know. Are the 6 Xian kings of the association also inkless? Or is Lian Jia the only oddball? Anyway, if you like to come, don't come to count. No one has so much time to spend here. The day after tomorrow, the martial arts competition will officially begin. Cheng Fan is thinking about how to get a billboard, right? Otherwise, when we get to the top of Taishan Mountain, how can we advertise? He came to the God of Killers Hall. The killers in the hall rose up and greeted Cheng Fan respectfully. Cheng Fan nodded to the crowd and rushed in the direction of the intelligence section. Just as he entered, he heard, "Call the landlord, rob the landlord, double it, can't afford it." Through the mirror, he saw that it was the boss who came in. The man with glasses said without looking back, "Wait for me to finish this game beforehand." It wasn't that Cheng Fan didn't like the fact that someone was playing a game in the base. It's just that the sound of this fighting landlord is too magical. It always felt inappropriate to appear here. However, he didn't get angry and waited until the glasses man had the last few cards left. Actually, ghostly shouted, "Bomb!" The glasses man froze, turned his head and laughed meaningfully. So the boss likes this too. It is estimated that the memory of the last Cheng Fan led to, after all, yellow, gambling and drugs. There was only the last one who hadn't dabbled. Ask, who here has good handiwork? Handmade? The glasses man raised his eyebrows suspiciously. Boss is changing his profession to crafts? I'd have to know. Though, what kind of crafting? Billboards. Cheng Fan pondered for a moment and said, "The kind of billboards that you play soccer and surround yourself with." The man with glasses nodded indistinctly. "Columns, light shots, neon tube bends, light boxes, LEDs. Boss, which kind do you want?" Where did Cheng Fan think that there would be so many kinds of making a billboard? He just wanted one about 20 meters long, the kind that surrounded the edge of the ring. It would be best if it was sturdy in terms of material and not easily broken. Was about to open his mouth. Unexpectedly in the hall, there was suddenly a commotion. A woman covered in blood was seen collapsing directly in front of the entrance of the god-slaying hall. Someone recognized the woman's identity. Immediately, they went forward and exclaimed, "Nightingale, how did you get injured like this?" The injured person was none other than the female assassin at the bottom of the rankings among the A-class assassins. Since the day the organization was renamed, she had barely appeared. There were only missions in her eyes. For other assassins, the maximum number of orders they could take in a day was 2. Her highest record, on the other hand, was taking 10 orders a day. Nightingale ignored the concerns of the bystanders. Instead, she forced herself to endure her gradually blurring consciousness and gritted her teeth. "I want to see the Temple Master." 106. Guilegate Silver Needle. Nightingale was seriously injured and collapsed at the entrance of the Killing God Palace, and the last word she said before passing out was that she wanted to see Cheng Fan. The surrounding killers frowned, not understanding the meaning of Nightingale's words. "Nightingale, she said that she wants to see our hall master?" The trenchcoat man who was ranked 5th in the B rank of the Killing God Palace said in a suspicious voice. "It's not possible that there is a feud between her and our palace master, right?" The ponytailed man, ranked 3rd in B rank, nodded thoughtfully from the side. Before Nightingale passed out, she gritted her teeth and shouted out that she wanted to see the temple master. Anyone else would think that there was a conflict between the two. There were also people who held a negative attitude. It was thought that there should be no relationship between Nightingale and the temple master. But if you think about it, it seems like the day the killer organization officially changed its name to the Temple of the God of Murder, Nightingale hardly ever showed up. Most of the time, she was out on order missions, so no one could know the truth. While the scene was in turmoil, Cheng Fan slowly appeared behind the crowd. He lowered his head and looked at the woman lying on the ground covered in blood. Exquisite face and seductive features, plus the seductive body that was set off under the black tights. It would definitely make every man who saw her think about her. Only that process fan didn't have the heart to appreciate the beauty right now. He directly ordered people to send Nightingale to the medical room to personally heal her injuries. Arriving at the medical room, Cheng Fan ran his aura and checked Nightingale's body. When the aura seeped into the body, Cheng Fan's pupils violently shrunk. Nightingale's 5 organs and 6 bowels were all damaged to different degrees, and except for the lungs, they were all seriously injured, especially the heart area. Cheng Fan could clearly perceive that a slender silver needle-like thing was inserted. If he had come back even a minute later, he would have died. Just what kind of revenge can one lay such a cruel hand on? Just as Cheng Fan was about to activate his spiritual chi to help Nightingale pull out the slender silver needle, however, Nightingale suddenly opened her eyes and grabbed the corner of Cheng Fan's coat. She squirmed her lips as if she was going to say something. As for the silver needle on her heart, it was also another centimeter deeper due to the force. Cough, cough. In Nightingale's mouth, a large mouthful of blood was coughed out, but still, she refused to let go. In response, Cheng Fan said with a little helplessness, "If you have anything to say, wait until you are healed." Regarding Nightingale's current condition, if she refused to be treated honestly again, I'm afraid that even if she could be cured, her lifespan would be greatly shortened. Finally, Nightingale's hand slightly relaxed. Then she closed her eyes and fell unconscious again. This kind of injury, Wanting to treat it was not difficult, but the key lay in the needle on the heart. It seems that the person who applied the needle didn't want you to die in pain, but rather wanted to seal the martial energy in your body, to have you slowly consumed to death in endless agonizing despair. Cheng Fan had already detected that there was a faint martial energy in Nightingale's body. Although it was weak, it was definitely better than the half-assed Wan Lu back then, obviously having the cultivation of a second-grade human martial arts, yet you have to hide it all the time. Until now, she refused to participate in the promotion test. There seems to be secrets hidden in this woman. No matter what Cheng Fan had to do now was to treat her injuries. As for the silver needle on the heart, it was a small matter. With a lift of his right hand, he saw a vortex-like aura running in the center of his hand, and then it surged into Nightingale's body in large quantities. In just the blink of an eye, the slender silver needle was yanked out by the aura, and the wound was blocked without any danger. As for the other internal organs, they gradually recovered their usual vitality after the removal of the silver needle. Cheng Fan took the silver needle and held it in front of his eyes to observe it carefully. It was very similar to the silver needles he usually used, the same thin and long. To say the only difference should be the fine lines surrounding the silver needle. If not for careful observation, it would be hard to see. Suzhou Hangzhou martial sect boundary. It was seen that an old man who was in closed-door cultivation in a deep forest opened his eyes violently. His complexion changed slightly, and he muttered with less certainty, "Strange, could someone be able to break the old man's Guilegate silver needle?" As soon as the words fell, the long-haired youth with a lofty aura behind him cupped his fists and said, "Master, what did you just say?" "Nothing. Master has to leave for a while, so you can continue your cultivation." Saying that, he saw the old man get up and walk towards the wooden house behind him. He directly picked up the round mirror placed on the cabinet. Through the absence of a strand of martial chi, a picture gradually appeared on the mirror's surface. In the picture, someone was observing a silver needle. The old man was shocked in his heart. It was important to know that once the guillotine sex silver needle was performed, it was as difficult as heaven to break it. Unless the other party came from an ancient medical family, the old man tried his best to calm his emotions, and then urged his martial energy to make the screen slowly move up. He wanted to see what the guy who cracked the Gui Men's silver needle actually looked like. He saw that he was about to see the other party's proper face. Snap! The round mirror was suddenly shattered on the spot by a force as domineering as this. 107. Condition. Cheng Fan catalyzed his violent aura and directly destroyed the sudden energy. And then he frowned and said, "If I were in the immortal realm, those who dare to spy on me usually don't have a good ending." Nightingale didn't know when she woke up. It was lying on the bed, staring at him thoughtfully. Just now Cheng Fan had said about the immortal realm, and he didn't know if he had been heard. But as far as it seemed, it shouldn't have been, because the other party didn't mention the immortal realm. Those flirtatious eyes, staring straight at Cheng Fan, never left. It wasn't until Cheng Fan dryly coughed twice that he dodged a little. "Say it, the reason you died to see me." Cheng Fan went through the descriptions of the other members. He learned that before the woman passed out, her expression was hideous as she shouted to see him. But think about it carefully. During the time he came to Earth, it seemed that he hadn't offended any female killers. At this time, the Nightingale, on the contrary, did not have the same emotional excitement as earlier. Instead, she shook her head and returned, "There is no reason." Cheng Fan had just discovered through the silver needle that the person who performed it was not weak. The woman in front of him was only a second-grade human martial. And how did she mess with a high-grade Xuanwu? "Are you sure? You won't tell me the truth?" Nightingale was able to choose to return to the Killing God Palace at the last moment of her life. This point, in fact, was quite gratifying to him, at least in the other party's mind. The Night God Temple was the most trustworthy. Nightingale shook her head and smiled to herself. "This is my own matter, and I don't want to drag outsiders into it. Besides, even if I tell you, it won't help." Cheng Fan stared at Nightingale speechlessly. Now that she was out of the danger of her life, she flipped out again. If he wasn't a member of the God-killing temple, he wouldn't have meddled in the matter at all. Then you can recuperate at ease. Since he refused to say, Cheng Fan would not force himself. He was planning to leave to continue looking for the man with glasses and discuss the matter of the billboard. Nightingale, however, suddenly spoke. "You aren't going to hold out for a bit longer?" "I won't force it." "Then, if I tell you the truth of the matter, will you help me?" Nightingale's cheeks flushed a little. How many men could hold on to a royal sister with a shyness? Not to mention that the other party was too serious due to his injuries. It had already been stripped of her clothes in advance by the female staff of the god-slaying temple. In other words, the bottom of the comforter was now an absolute vacuum. The quilt accidentally slipped, revealing the white tender shoulders. As if she didn't realize this, Nightingale continued to ask, "As long as you're willing to help me, let me do anything." These kinds of words were much more lethal to men. However, Cheng Fan frowned and reached out to help him recover the quilt. Say, what exactly happened? Nightingale smiled awkwardly. The lower half of her face hid under the quilt and stammered to explain. Actually, I had a very important thing that was snatched away. Then, Cheng Fan subconsciously asked. It's a relic that my mother left me before she was born. Relic? Cheng Fan raised his eyebrows. He couldn't figure out why someone even robbed something like this. That's right, the relic is a string of necklaces. Last week, it was snatched by someone. Thinking that even her mother's relics could be lost, Nightingale's emotions gradually became a bit agitated. She trembled and continued. I wanted to take back my necklace. But you're not his opponent at all, are you? There was only a short confrontation just now, but Cheng Fan could sense that the other party's strength was indeed not bad. With Nightingale's current cultivation, it was impossible to have a chance of winning. He was just more curious about what kind of relic. It could cause a high-grade Xuanwu to fight for it. And what exactly was that person's identity? He has an apprentice who will go to the martial competition the day after tomorrow. Got it. The martial fighting conference uses the necklace as a bet, right? Cheng Fan had seen this kind of thing a lot before in the immortal world. On the surface, it seemed as if it was giving another chance. In reality, it was looking for a bright excuse for the crime he had committed. It was impossible for the current knighting to participate in the martial competition. Without waiting for the former to speak, Cheng Fan narrowed his eyes and returned. Really, what kind of request are you willing to agree to? Nightingale's heart tightened, but she still nodded. Call and contact the family behind you and add my name to the list. The day after tomorrow's martial arts competition, I will attend in your place. Really? This was actually what Nightingale thought at the very beginning. Then she carefully asked, then what conditions do you want? 500 million in cash, plus never betraying the god-killing temple. Deal. Nightingale agreed very painfully. She directly took out her cell phone. I can transfer the money directly to you, and I can also stay in the god-killing temple forever. It's just the enrollment thing. Speaking here, Nightingale was suddenly a bit embarrassed. Problems? The Knight family that I am a part of, only my father and grandfather and I are left. Although possessing the enrollment qualification, the enrollment fee. Yi Clan, Yi Long Yang, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, violently opened his eyes. Just now, he had an ominous premonition that flashed by. On the contrary, Yi Rushuan said in a skeptical voice, Grandpa, didn't you say you're going to rest for a while? Hurry! Yi Long Yang immediately tensed. Quickly go check my account. 108. Enrollment. From the very beginning, Nightingale had thought about asking Cheng Fan for help, but she had learned from the grapevine that the other party was greedy for money. That was why she had been desperately trying to take orders and amassing money like crazy during this period of time. It was just a pity that as an A-class assassin at the end of the line, she was at the end of the line. The level of the missions she could take was not very high. Even with high efficiency, she had only earned less than 600 million. As for the conditions Cheng Fan proposed, it made her sigh in relief. She was really afraid Cheng Fan's asking price would exceed the maximum amount that could be paid. After leaving the ward, Cheng Fan re-entered the intelligence department. Just as he entered, he saw the man with glasses impatiently asking, Boss, has the Nightingale side been dealt with? Although the Blood Rose was the most popular female in the temple of the god of murder, the most popular female, but that didn't mean that Nightingale was not valued. On the contrary, if it wasn't for the fact that she, like Ling Dancing Frost, always had an aura of being uninviting surrounding her, perhaps with her good looks, there would be more men who would take the initiative to approach. Learning that he was out of danger, the man with the glasses breathed a long sigh of relief. However, he soon asked curiously, Boss, why did you just ask me to help you investigate the total amount of Nightingale's orders these days? Just asking. Oh, the glasses man nodded believingly. The two then started the conversation about billboards again. Martial Sect Association. The one in charge of the registration list for the martial arts competition was a slightly chubby gray-haired old man. His cultivation was not high, but he had been working as a civilian in the association. There were also quite a few young people around him to assist him. Today was the last day of registration for the lineages. A bone-thin old man was seen slowly arriving at the door with a Shenglong black gold card. Because he was dressed plainly, his cultivation was no more than a third-grade human martial. So after standing at the door for half a second, no one received him, and beside the old man, there stood a well-mannered middle-aged man. That was his son. The cultivation of both of them together could not reach the 6th grade human martial arts. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the end of the workday. Many martial artists, one after another, left. The old man was worried about not being able to enroll. Busy looking for a young man, he humbly asked, Little brother, where is the registration office for the martial arts competition? The young man looked the old man up and down. Then he mocked, Just you? You still want to sign up for the martial arts competition? Yes, I just had the entire enrollment fee here. Unexpectedly, the old man hadn't finished speaking. He was pushed to the ground by the young man. Cursing, he said, "You don't take a piss and look at yourself either. Just an old, undead guy like you. Are you also worthy of enrolling?" As soon as the words fell, many of the young men who followed him away laughed out loud. In the martial sect realm, the strong were honored. Even a young man's cultivation was higher than theirs. On what basis would it be respected? So even if they stood until tomorrow morning, there would still be no one who would pay attention to them. "Father, are you all right?" The middle-aged man was busy going forward to assist him. However, the old man waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Mainly this enrollment must not be delayed. This is a chance that Xiaoying has fought tooth and nail to get. I've also heard that her hall master will also give our knight family a hand." When the old man finished speaking, he saw the young middle-aged man sigh. "Father, even if Xiaoying's hallmaster is sincere in helping us, in the end it's just an assassin." An assassin? The conversation between the two was overheard by the Ling family lord who happened to be passing by, so he frowned and asked, "You are?" He was now more sensitive to the profession of assassin. On the contrary, the knight family was in the Su Hang martial sect world. There had been about 100 years of inheritance. However, it had always been just a small family that was not worth mentioning. In the martial sect realm, one could enroll with a heritage of 50 years or more. So the knight family was considered to have dipped into the light of the inheritance. Only there were hundreds more like them, and these small lineages had no intention of enrolling at all. They didn't even dare to think about it, because in their eyes, the martial arts competition was only for the powerful lineages. If they went by themselves, they would definitely be making a fool of themselves.